Hello friends. The second part is finally completed. Please take your time to enjoy it, and the third part will be updated soon. Thank you for your support. Chapter 86, Responsibility. However, to cultivate the third tier of the ascend to the divine skill, the specific requirement is to practice 10,000 times at an altitude of 10,000 meters. While performing the requisite number of exercises is not particularly challenging, achieving this height poses significant difficulties. Although the world possesses aircraft, their safety is far from guaranteed, and most models are rudimentary fighter jets with cramped cockpits that can accommodate only two individuals, making it impossible to even stand, let alone practice. While there are passenger planes, they are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the cost of either fighter jets or planes is exorbitant. Given Su Ling's current financial situation, acquiring an aircraft is utterly implausible. Without the safety assurances of an aircraft and considering their high costs, Su Ling has thus far refrained from attempting to master the third tier of the ascend to the divine skill. If one were to forego an aircraft, the only remaining option would be to ascend in a hot air balloon. Although a hot air balloon offers ample space to practice, it presents even greater safety concerns than an aircraft. Su Ling cannot merely take a flight once or twice to reach the third tier. He must practice a staggering 10,000 times. Previously, he took 10 days to complete 1,000 repetitions for the second tier. For the third tier, that equates to at least 100 days of diligent practice, or roughly 3 months. While he might gamble on a flight or two, dedicating 3 months at an altitude of 10,000 meters is fraught with peril. Having reached the brink of invincibility, and with over a year remaining to complete his task, it is unnecessary to take such significant risks. In comparison, Su Ling finds aircraft to be the more reliable option. As for the substantial financial resources required for an aircraft, he can devise a gradual plan to address that. Now is not the time to expose your demise. After loading General Lu's corpse into the back seat of the Jeep and casually covering it with a black cloth, Su Ling started the vehicle and drove away from the desolate wilderness. The news of General Lu's death, apart from Su Ling, remained unknown to others. The public was only aware that due to General Luo's disregard for protocol, he personally led an assault, resulting in the death of the commander of the Southern Army, which provoked General Lu to infiltrate the Western Front for retribution, leading to the near annihilation of the entire Luo family in Luo's homeland. This enmity culminated in a monumental battle in the forest between the southern and western regions. Ultimately, General Lu went missing, while General Luo returned wounded. This public narrative immediately bolstered the morale of the Western troops, who, already gaining the upper hand on the battlefield, intensified their assault on the Southern forces, invigorated by their newfound resolve. Conversely, the Southern forces suffered a significant morale blow following General Lu's disappearance. As cities continued to fall, anxiety and unrest gripped the southern province. Yet, the specter of Lu Chong's ferocity loomed until confirmation of his demise was received. They dared not voice their fears. The Southern Army had already lost Zhou Jingqi, and now, with General Lu missing, confusion reigned among the ranks about how to proceed with the ongoing conflict. Furthermore, many were apprehensive about a potential threat from the Eastern forces, wondering if they might exploit the Southern Army's vulnerability to launch an attack. This dilemma weighed heavily on the minds of numerous officers within the Southern Army. Outside of Nanhanqing in the Southern Province, within the encampment, the situation was dire. Even with the original garrison bolstering their numbers upon retreating to each city, the once 6,000 soldiers under Zhou Jingqi had suffered substantial losses, leaving them with fewer than 3,000 survivors, most of whom were seasoned veterans adept at battlefield awareness. However, mere survival did not equate to effectiveness in combat. The atmosphere within the encampment was one of despair as officers gathered in the main war tent. Uncertain of how to continue the fight, they exchanged glances in silence, unsure of what to say. Having lost 8 cities and with their defensive line continually retreating, the disparity in morale between the two sides was stark. The Western forces, emboldened by their victories, grew increasingly formidable. Despite their uncertainty, a meeting was imperative. A middle-aged man, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat and inquired, "Do any of you have thoughts on the current state of the war?" This man held the highest rank among those present, having been appointed as the temporary commander after Zhou Jingqi fell to General Luo's hand. Yet, in response to his query, the other officers merely exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The situation for the Southern forces was grim. They were outmatched in both numbers and morale. While they still possessed a sufficient supply of weapons and ammunition, the absence of a competent commander rendered these resources ineffective. The officers remained silent, cognizant that once they voiced their opinions and took responsibility for a proposed strategy, they would bear the blame should it lead to defeat. Without General Lu's authoritative presence to issue commands, they found themselves unable to seek assistance from other garrisons in the southern province, as no one would heed their call. Finding a capable commander was equally futile, for without General Lu's directives, anyone could justifiably refuse to take on the burden of such a dire situation. As the officers engaged in their silent pantomime of despair, a figure suddenly entered the tent, briskly pushing aside the flaps and declaring, "Look at you all, sitting in silence. By order of General Lu, I, Chen Hao, shall take command of this war." Chapter 87. Prestige. Chen Hao. Vice Officer Chen. The unexpected arrival of Su Leng prompted the officers within the main command tent to rise in unison. Among those present, most had heard of Chen Hao, a favored aide to the commander who had been appointed to assist in procuring various martial arts from the southern martial world. However, a majority had never laid eyes upon him. Thus, when Su Leng introduced himself as Chen Hao, astonishment rippled through the assembly as they scrutinized this prominent figure associated with the commander. Some who recognized Su Leng stood and greeted him. "Are you indeed Chen Hao?" The middle-aged officer at the head of the conference table inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Leng. "You claim to possess a decree from the commander appointing you as the overall commander. Where is this decree? Why did the commander not reach out personally?" As the provisional commander thrust into this precarious situation, with the tide of battle turning against them, he would have preferred to step aside immediately and usher the newcomer to the head of the table. He was reluctant even to ascertain the authenticity of the decree, let alone entertain notions of cowardice. Yet, he understood the necessity of adhering to protocol. Such was the way of the military. This is the jade ring frequently worn by the commander. Surely, anyone who has met him would recognize it. After listening to the middle-aged officer's words, Su Leng produced a verdant jade ring, taken from Commander Lu, and placed it upon the table with a calm demeanor. As for why the commander did not contact you himself, it is because he has sustained injuries and is currently recuperating, making it inconvenient for him to appear. The commander is truly injured? Is it serious? Is he all right? Upon hearing Su Leng mention Lu's recovery, the officers at the table expressed their concern with anxious inquiries. Su Leng surveyed the gathered officers, dismissing their feigned concern, and replied, "The commander is fine. Once he has healed, he will surely make his presence known. Furthermore, the commander is aware of your worries. He has stated that as long as he remains absent, the other 3 marshals will hesitate to act against us out of fear of him lurking in the shadows. We need only to secure victory in the battle that lies ahead." Su Leng was acutely aware of the current state of affairs in the southern region. Most of these officers had not engaged in warfare for over a decade and had become almost ineffectual, paralyzed by fear. In such a state, not only was fighting a challenge, but even the prospect of escape seemed daunting. Thus, his foremost task was to bolster their morale. However, his own reputation was insufficient at present, necessitating the invocation of Commander Lu's name. Indeed, upon hearing that these words were attributed to the commander himself, the officers visibly relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from their chests. Their concerns did not stem from a fear of the southern region being overtaken, but rather from anxiety about their own fates should such an event transpire. After all, they had once accompanied Commander Lu into battle, having slain soldiers and officers under the command of the other 3 marshals. Su Leng, naturally, understood the situation, yet he remained indifferent. Upon hearing his words, none of the attendees opposed him. In fact, they eagerly wished to transfer all command authority to Su Leng, thereby shedding the burden of blame. They were keen to find someone to shoulder the responsibility. The middle-aged man at the forefront of the conference room, after symbolically inquiring if any officer present had objections, welcomed Su Leng to the main seat with great enthusiasm, retreating to a subordinate position himself. Su Leng was acutely aware of the rationale behind their lack of dissent. Logically speaking, this battle was indeed a formidable challenge. However, for someone endowed with the capability of omniscience, it posed no difficulty whatsoever. When he was part of the military, each engagement would impact him, and thus, every tactical maneuver from the commanders in the West would be meticulously relayed as textual information in his mind, thanks to his omniscience. It was akin to possessing a map that revealed every detail. With weapons in hand, how could he possibly fail? Consequently, after assuming command of this beleaguered force, which had endured 8 setbacks and lost 8 cities, Su Leng commenced meticulous military planning. The officers present had mixed reactions to his strategies. Some found them quite reasonable, while others dismissed them as fanciful nonsense. Nevertheless, as long as they were spared from accountability, they dutifully complied with his directives. Thus, amidst this seemingly dubious strategy, Su Leng faced his first battle as the commander. The outcome was nothing short of a resounding victory. This contingent of fewer than 3,000 troops, at minimal cost, utterly annihilated the vanguard dispatched by the Western forces to assault their recently fortified city. This triumph astonished all the officers. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the second battle, victory was once again achieved. In the third, the same. The fourth, fifth, and sixth battles continued the trend of unbroken success. Remarkably, their losses were negligible, as the Western forces appeared to become unwitting fools, consistently walking into the meticulously laid traps and ambushes set by Su Leng. Many of the seemingly absurd strategies unexpectedly bore fruit, ensnaring the Western army every time. Gradually, this army realized that it was not that the Western forces had become inept, but rather that their commander was a master tactician. With each successive victory, the previously disillusioned soldiers and officers began to reclaim their pride as warriors, wholeheartedly immersing themselves in the conflict, thereby significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the unit. Simultaneously, Su Ling's godlike command abilities gradually became legendary. In the eyes of the soldiers and officers, he transformed into a deity of war, undefeated in battle. A sense of cohesion began to quietly coalesce around Su Leng as its nucleus. As the garrisons in other cities of the southern province received news of these victories, they initially regarded them with disbelief. However, soon enough, envy for such accomplishments arose, prompting them to reach out, eager to share in the glory and offer reinforcements. Su Leng was open to all who approached him, with one stipulation: he would assume full command, denying anyone else the authority to lead. Naturally, the troops eager to offer their support acquiesced to his demand. Thus, this originally modest force of fewer than 3,000 began to swell. 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000. The more than 30,000 soldiers, having witnessed Su Ling's remarkable strategic deployments time and again, became enamored with his military acumen, revering him greatly. Word of this swiftly spread far and wide, elevating Su Ling's reputation within the army to unprecedented heights, rivaling even the fierce renown of General Liu. Consequently, this development successfully drew the attention of the other three marshals, placing Su Leng firmly within their sights. Chapter 88. The Death of the Marshal in the Eastern Liaoning Province. Within the opulent confines of the marshal's residence in Ziki City, Zhao Donglai sat regally in a grand chair, intently perusing the intelligence reports in hand. His imposing figure starkly contrasted with the myriad of books that filled the room. As he pondered, he shook his head in contemplation. After reviewing the dossier on Chen Hao, he recognized the man as a true talent. However, it was evident that he lacked an understanding of the subtleties of human relations. Lu Chong was merely recuperating and not deceased. Chen Hao's overt brilliance and burgeoning reputation raised the specter of overshadowing his superiors. And once Lu Chong recovered and returned to the fray, it was likely that Chen Hao would be the first to face repercussions. At times, the ability to navigate social dynamics proves more vital than raw talent. Zhao Donglai acknowledged Chen Hao's capabilities, yet remained pessimistic about his fate post-conflict. In the northern Liaoning province, within the marshal's residence in Heilong City, snow fell in torrents, and the biting wind swept through the streets. Yet, in stark contrast to the frigid climate outside, the marshal's residence was enveloped in warmth. Each room was fitted with an intricate network of pipes, continuously heated by boiling water, creating a cozy atmosphere throughout the estate. In one room, the warlord Marshal Pang Hu of Eastern Liaoning sat enjoying hot pot with his numerous concubines, while simultaneously listening to reports from his aide. Upon concluding the aide's briefing, he paused his meal and, raising an eyebrow, inquired, "Is it true that there exists such a talent in southern Liaoning? Can we entice him to join us?" After a moment's consideration, Pang Hu nodded and remarked, "So it poses no threat to us? In that case, let us continue enjoying this hot pot." With that, his large hand, akin to a fan, clapped down on the aide's shoulder, compelling him to sit and partake in the feast. In contrast to Zhao Donglai in the eastern province and Pang Hu in the northern province, Luo Yangwu in the western province was the only marshal among the three who could truly appreciate Chen Hao's martial prowess. He was also the first of the three marshals to take notice of Su Leng. Initially, when Su Leng achieved his first victory, Luo did not give it much thought. For victories and defeats are customary in warfare. It was entirely normal for the Western army to encounter an occasional setback amidst their triumphant advance. However, matters soon spiraled out of control. Su Leng, commanding an army of 3,000, achieved a series of resounding victories. While the forces of the Western Front appeared to behave as if collectively befuddled, with each of their strategies anticipated by the enemy, who meticulously set traps to counter them. Initially, Luo Yangwu vociferously berated the commanding officers on the Western Front, yet after personally orchestrating a remote operation that also fell victim to the enemy's cunning, resulting in considerable losses, he realized that it was not the Western forces that had become inept, but rather the commander from the Southern Front, whose prowess in warfare was astonishingly exceptional. Speaking without bias, The title of war god that circulated from the southern front was indeed well-deserved. Ultimately, Luo Yangwu feared that this might be Lu Chang's ruse to lure him away. He dreaded that if he were to venture into the southern front to eliminate one Chun Hao, Lu Chang might unexpectedly strike at Yangwu City, decimating his command. Thus, he refrained from acting. Having already severed ties with Lu Chang, Luo had previously employed intelligence to relentlessly pursue and exhaust Lu Chang's morale and stamina before finally confronting him, which allowed him to gain the upper hand. Given his understanding of Lu Chang, he knew the latter would not easily swallow his pride and was likely scheming something sinister. Despite the near annihilation of his family in his hometown of Ziluoshan, he still had loved ones to consider. Beyond his parents, he had a multitude of wife and children in Yangwu City. Although retribution had been exacted, and a code existed among the four marshals to spare family from harm. During his confrontation with Lu Chang, he perceived the enemy's mental state to be quite unstable. He could not gamble with the lives of his family on the assumption that Lu Chang would adhere to the code. Therefore, he had to remain vigilant. As for the possibility of Lu Chang's demise, neither Luo Yangwu nor Zhao Donglai or Pang who had entertained such an eventuality. At the level of the four marshals, the disparities between them were not vast. There might be slight variances in strength, but if one was determined to escape, it would be impossible for another marshal engaged in battle to detain him. Even the prospect of two marshals attempting to subdue one was fraught with difficulty unless three marshals launched a simultaneous ambush, a scenario that was exceedingly improbable. The intricacies of interests among the marshals made consensus challenging. Only if three marshals felt an acute threat would they likely unite to eliminate a common adversary. Yet, it was evident that none of the four marshals had reached such a critical juncture. Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, you truly are fortunate to have found such a loyal guardian. In the southern province, Nanjing City, which lies at the border between the southern and western territories, has changed hands multiple times. Yet, amidst this frigid weather, the city was alive with celebration. After a few drinks, soldiers occasionally erupted in cheers of "Long live Commander Chun," and "May Commander Chun last for 1,000 years." Over the past 3 months, Su Ling's strategic brilliance had thoroughly captivated all the soldiers. Many soldiers in the army have come to regard Su Ling as a deity, showering him with fervent admiration. Yet, at this moment, this revered figure stands apart from the throngs, perched upon the walls of Nanling City, gazing silently towards the snow-laden western frontier. Observing the textual information that emanates from his omniscient reflections, he murmurs to himself, "It is time." The biting cold wind howls, and snowflakes dance in the air. Li Junsheng, clad in a thin long gown, clutches two worn, tattered black leather trunks, hurriedly traversing the mountainous woods. The frigid air reddens his hands, feet, and face, leaving him trembling uncontrollably, yet he dares not pause nor venture onto the main road. Suddenly, his foot slips, and he tumbles to the ground. His battered trunks spilling their contents across the snow-covered earth, the cold seeping into his garments, causing him to shiver with both cold and fury. Damn it! Have I come to such a secluded place only to be pursued still? Since the last encounter with Chun Hao, followed by the abrupt arrival of the Western Army, he had seized the opportunity to escape, distancing himself from those forces and retreating into the depths of the untraversed mountains. Within this secluded forest lies a village of over 20 households. Utilizing his knowledge, he taught the village children, finding refuge and settling there. Months passed in this tranquility, leading him to believe he might spend his life in this humble abode. However, just yesterday, a troop of soldiers had tirelessly traversed mountains and valleys to reach this remote village, plastering his wanted posters throughout the area. He had never anticipated that they would extend their reach so far. Although his current appearance bore little resemblance to his former self, he hastily gathered his belongings and chose to flee. Yet, as he trudged through the desolate wilderness, his heart burned with indignation. How glorious was his life when he held the title of general. Now, he found himself in this abject state. As these thoughts consumed him, a figure surfaced in his mind, and the mere recollection of this person made his teeth clench in rage. Suddenly, 2 distant barks echoed from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the tattered trunks and hurriedly took to his feet, fearing capture. He avoided the main roads, opting instead for secluded paths. As he ventured deeper, he lost all sense of direction. Abruptly, he stumbled over an unseen obstacle yet again. This provoked Li Junsheng, who could no longer contain his frustration and unleashed a torrent of curses, kicking at the offending rise. To his astonishment, his kick sent the obstruction rolling, revealing a colossal figure. This sight startled Li Junsheng. Initially mistaking the massive shape for a bear, he squinted for a clearer view, only to discover that it was, in fact, a person. As he scrutinized further, the figure grew increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck him like lightning. He suddenly widened his eyes. A visage of disbelief etched upon his face. How could this be? In his mind, the colossal figure overlapped with another familiar silhouette. He crawled through the snow, desperately making his way to this towering presence, hastily brushing aside the snow that clung to it. At last, when he beheld the true countenance of this imposing figure, he felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. After a prolonged silence, he murmured in a daze, "How could this be? It truly is you, Great Marshal." Chapter 89. Aftermath. Li Junxing had never envisioned that his reunion with the Great Marshal would manifest in such a manner. Ever since the treacherous rivalry with Chuan Hao led to the accidental death of Marshal Luo's son, he had realized he was in dire straits. With only a path of escape before him, during his flight, he had fantasized countless scenarios of encountering the Great Marshal again. There were visions of inept soldiers failing to track him down, and years later, he would seek out the Great Marshal willingly, or perhaps the Great Marshal himself would come to apprehend him, culminating in a fateful meeting in the wilderness. Countless imaginings of that reunion filled his mind. Yet, none of them resembled the reality before him, for he, who had once aided the Great Marshal in gathering martial prowess, understood all too well the terrifying extent of the Great Marshal's power, a force beyond that of mere mortals. Li Junxing could not fathom how a being of such extraordinary strength could meet his demise in this desolate wilderness. Who, indeed, possessed the capability to slay such a formidable entity as the Great Marshal? Furthermore, with the Great Marshal's death, what fate awaited the region of Guangnan, now bereft of his commanding presence? And what of the cunning Chuan Hao, who had orchestrated his downfall? A myriad of questions surged within him as he stood before the lifeless form of the Great Marshal. Simultaneously, he came to a profound realization. Great Marshal, since you have departed, I need no longer flee. His previous escape was driven by the knowledge of the Great Marshal's superhuman strength, one he could not hope to resist. But now, with the Great Marshal's death, his flight was rendered unnecessary. He surmised that Guangnan, in the absence of a leader, would either face territorial concessions or conflict with Guangshi. With the sight of the Great Marshal's body before him, the latter seemed all too evident. A Guangnan without the Great Marshal would surely descend into chaos, presenting him with a unique opportunity to start anew. With this thought in mind, Li Junxing rose to his feet, prepared to leave the depths of the forest and re-enter the world. However, after taking a few steps, he cast a glance back at the Great Marshal's body lying amidst the wilderness. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, "Alas, so be it. Great Marshal, you once bestowed upon me your favor. Even as I find myself in this dire situation, it is of my own making. You have never wronged me. How could I allow your body to be left to the ravages of wolves and beasts in this desolate expanse?" Now, his appearance as a bearded gentleman in a long robe starkly contrasted with that of the former assistant officer Li. With the burden of his fugitive status lifted, the commanding presence he had long held began to resurface. Emerging from the depths of the forest, he strode confidently into a nearby city, unrecognized by anyone. He spent 3 days in this city, gathering intelligence on the current situation in the southern region. Only by understanding the circumstances could he devise a targeted plan for his resurgence. However, as he delved deeper into the situation, he was left utterly stunned. As he had suspected, a conflict had erupted between the southern and western regions. Subsequently, General Lu, unable to contain himself, infiltrated the western territory to exact revenge, slaughtering a significant portion of the Luo clan, which was rooted in the homeland of General Luo. This act forged a bitter enmity between the two sides, culminating in a monumental battle at the border of the southern and western territories. Ultimately, General Lu vanished, while General Luo sustained injuries. At this juncture, although Li Junxing was astonished, he was not entirely surprised. What on earth was happening? He almost doubted whether he had misheard. It was only after numerous inquiries yielded the same answer that he finally confirmed his understanding. An absurd feeling arose from the depths of his heart. Absurd. Utterly absurd. How could such a scoundrel ascend to the position of commander over an army of more than 30,000, garnering such admiration and reverence? Li Junxing felt the urge to laugh, yet found himself unable to do so. Having witnessed General Lu's extraordinary prowess, he dared not even entertain the thought of becoming one of the 4 great marshals. Thus, the title of Supreme Commander of the Army, with a single command rallying thousands, had become his ultimate dream. Yet now, that dream had been realized by another, by the very person he despised the most. He could not accept such an outcome. Why? They had all started from the same starting line. In fact, that scoundrel had not even been on the same level, merely a civilian during their first encounter. Yet, this insignificant figure had ascended to the lofty heights of his dreams in just a few months. Why? Li Junxing felt a burning jealousy in his eyes. Simultaneously, he found life devoid of meaning. The high position he had longed for had been effortlessly claimed by the person he loathed most. What was left for him to pursue? Had he toiling and striving for a lifetime only so that another could grasp in mere months what he had yearned for? Even then, there was no guarantee of success. With this thought, the fervor that had once propelled Li Junxing from the mountains, ready to embark on a grand journey, deflated him like a punctured balloon. However, at that moment, he noticed a crucial piece of information that others seemed to have overlooked. It appeared that people were unaware that General Lu had died. This revelation instantly illuminated his mind. He had once heard the general mention that the powers of the other three marshals were on par with his own extraordinary abilities. Even ordinary rifles could not penetrate their skin. Such beings could effortlessly claim the heads of enemy generals amidst the chaos of battle. Therefore, they had an agreement to refrain from actively participating in combat. Yet, what if the other three marshals learned of the general's demise? The more he pondered, the brighter the fire in Li Junxing's eyes became. Without the existence of the four great marshals, those warlords wielding inhuman powers had no right to speak of rules to the marshal. This was also the reason why there had only ever been four marshals and never a fifth. If the other three marshals were to learn of the death of the Grand Marshal, then no matter how skilled Chun Hao was in warfare, what waves could he possibly stir under the overwhelming might of the marshal-level powers? Moreover, this presented an opportunity for me. I could leverage this intelligence to gain immense wealth and fortune from one of the other three marshals. For whoever first learns of this news would seize the initiative, preemptively nibbling away at and ultimately annexing Guannan, thus claiming more territory and resources. With this thought, Li Junxing could not help but feel invigorated once more. However, he was haunted by the image of Grand Marshal Lu's corpse, buried deep in the mountains. To exploit the news of Lu's demise for personal gain, he would undoubtedly need to bring others to excavate the grave as evidence. Instantly, a wave of guilt washed over him, and he murmured apologetically, "Forgive me, Grand Marshal. Since you have departed this world, may your remains serve to illuminate my path forward." Chapter 90. The Onslaught. In the province of Guangxi, at the Grand Marshal's residence in Yangwu City, Luo Yangwu sat expressionlessly in a grand chair in the courtyard, gazing coldly at Li Junxing, who stood a short distance away. "So it is you, Li Junxing? You possess quite the audacity. You dare to seek me out after slaying my son. Speak, what is this so-called great news you bring? You must understand, it will determine your fate." Unfortunately, the answers remained elusive. Until today, a soldier had rushed in, claiming that a man named Li Junxing awaited outside, bearing monumental news that could resolve the current plight of the Guangxi army. Initially, Luo Yangwu paid little heed. He had consulted with every commander of the Guangxi army over the past few days to devise strategies, all to no avail. In the face of Chun Hao's extraordinary tactical deployments, unless Luo Yangwu personally engaged and defeated the opponent, all efforts would be in vain. Yet, had it been possible, he would have acted long ago. He had also gathered talented individuals from the populace for counsel, but their strategies were often absurd and fanciful. Thus, he had lost hope in such grassroots heroes. It was only when the soldier revealed that Li Junxing was the very culprit behind the death of his son, Luo Xinqing, that he commanded the soldier to apprehend him immediately. However, he did not execute him outright. Instead, he chose to listen to what Li Junxing had to say. Such a person could not be oblivious to the consequences of his actions in seeking him out after killing his son. Yet, the fact that he dared to come forth indicated he had some form of assurance. Although the loss of his son caused him great sorrow, he had other sons. And after the initial wave of grief subsided, the pain became more bearable. What mattered more was how to break the current impasse. Otherwise, if the Guannan army breached into Guangxi, where would he hide his face? The Grand Marshal truly exemplified a formidable leader, possessing a breadth of vision and tolerance beyond that of ordinary men. Upon hearing Luo Yangwu's words, Li Junxing immediately lavished a compliment. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to convey this news to Luo Yangwu. There are three reasons for this choice. Firstly, he wished to resolve the conflict with the esteemed General Luo. Otherwise, even if he aligned himself with the other two marshals and attained a high position, he would remain restless, haunted by the enmity of a general wielding extraordinary power. Secondly, being situated at the border of Guannan and Guanshi, the nearest marshal was none other than General Luo from Guanshi. The distances to the other regions, Guangdong and Guanbei, were far too great. The longer the journey, the greater the uncertainties. Should he be captured by Chun Hao, all his efforts would be in vain. After all, even in that small, dilapidated mountain village, he had soldiers posting wanted notices. At the time, he was unaware of General Lu's demise and fled in panic. But upon learning of Lu's death and Chun Hao's ascension to power, it was evident that the soldiers posting those notices were dispatched by that rogue Chun Hao, who evidently still harbored resentment against him. These two reasons are personal to him. The third reason, however, is the one that truly involves stakes. Currently, Guanshi and Guannan are embroiled in conflict. Luo Yangwu, wary of General Lu, hesitated to leave the general's residence and could only watch as the situation turned against him. At this moment, General Luo of Guanshi was the one in dire need of this news, unlike Generals Zhao of Guangdong and Pang of Guanbei, who were clearly content to observe the struggle from a distance and did not urgently require this information. Considering these 3 points, Li Junxing approached Luo Yongwu. Enough of the pleasantries, speak quickly. Luo Yongwu, unimpressed by Li Junxing's flattery, replied impatiently, for there was a deep-seated enmity between them. Yet, Li Junxing could not readily divulge the information. He negotiated, I require a guarantee from the general. I hope you will promptly transmit orders to the entire army. If the intelligence I provide allows you to extricate yourself from your predicament, then I hope you will overlook the unfortunate incident of inadvertently causing the death of young Master Luo and grant me an opportunity to serve you. Are you so certain that the intelligence you provide can help me escape this current predicament? Upon hearing Li Junxing's words, Luo Yongwu narrowed his eyes and inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yongwu looked at Li Junxing and finally spoke. Very well. I can transmit orders to the entire army of Guanshi right now. As long as the intelligence you provide indeed aids Guanshi in overcoming this crisis, I shall not hold you accountable for the unfortunate demise of young Master Xing, and I will grant you a chance to achieve merit. Transmitting orders to the entire army would be tantamount to announcing this news across the small realm of Guanshi. If he were to break this trust, it would tarnish his reputation within the military and sow doubt among the soldiers regarding Luo Yongwu's promises in the future. Luo Yongwu's agreement to Li Junxing's request clearly indicated his desperation in the face of the current predicament. Subsequently, Luo Yongwu took Li Junxing and departed from the general's residence, heading towards the military camp outside Yongwu City, where he transmitted orders to the entire army of Guanshi in Li Junxing's presence. With the assurance secured, Li Junxing finally felt at ease and, without further hesitation, revealed the news of Lu Chong's death. What? Upon hearing Li Junxing's words, Luo Yongwu, who had originally come to the military camp and found a stool to sit on, suddenly stood up in astonishment and exclaimed, Lu Chong is dead. How can this be possible? His shock was understandable. We are currently in the era of the 4 great marshals, who represent the pinnacle of this land. Even though Lu Chong had once annihilated his entire clan, driving him to the brink of fury and preparing for a life-and-death struggle, he was acutely aware that if Lu Chong chose to flee, he would be unable to kill him. During their previous confrontation, merely injuring Lu Chong, who was not in peak condition, was already the best victory he could have hoped for. Nonetheless, even in that injured state, Lu Chong was not an adversary that could be easily slain by anyone below the martial level. Hence, Luo Yongwu's reaction was so pronounced upon hearing Li Junxing's words. Unless Lu Chong stood still and was bombarded, only a martial-level existence could bring about his demise. Could it truly be that the other 2 marshals were sowing discord between them? In an instant, Luo Yongwu's mind raced with thoughts. However, all of this was contingent upon the premise that Lu Chong was indeed dead. He found it hard to believe that Lu Chong could perish so easily. After his initial astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and narrowed his eyes at Li Junxing, asking, Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Li Junxing had anticipated this question from Luo Yongwu and smiled faintly as he replied, Naturally, I possess the body of Marshal Lu as evidence. All I require is some men and vehicles, and I shall bring you his remains. Observing Li Junxing's confidence, Luo Yongwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Could it be that Lu Chong had truly met his end? Furrowing his brow and pondering for a moment, Luo Yongwu finally nodded, Very well. I shall provide you with some men. You must bring Lu Chong's body to me with utmost haste. He had initially considered going himself, but hesitated, fearing it might be another one of Lu Chong's cunning ploys. Thus, he opted to wait instead. Soon, a team assembled under his orders, arriving with 2 green military jeeps. Following Li Junxing's guidance, the team headed towards the border between Guanxi and Guangnan. 2 days later, fortunate for the season of winter, the body was relatively well preserved, devoid of decay and foul odor. It is truly you. For decades, I have wished for your demise, yet now, standing before Lu Chong's corpse, Luo Yongwu found himself in a state of bewilderment. After what felt like an eternity, his expression turned cold and indifferent. With Lu Chong's death confirmed, there was no need to adhere to any marshal's protocols with the Guangnan forces. Prepare the vehicles. Take me to the border. Luo Yongwu commanded immediately. Marshal, what is your purpose at the border? An officer inquired, bewildered. Luo Yongwu cast a calm glance at him and replied, To the border, to kill Chen Hao. Luo Yongwu traveled from Yongwu City towards the border of Guanxi and Guangnan, intending to slay you before the entire Guangnan army to demoralize them and subsequently engulf the entirety of Guangnan. Guangnan Province, Nanling City. Upon the ramparts, Su Ling stood tall and composed, gazing serenely into the distance. When the notion of self-awareness manifested in his mind, a faint smile finally graced his lips. At last, it had arrived. To prepare for this moment, he had dispatched individuals to the small mountain village where Li Junxing resided, posting wanted posters, and lured the adversary with the corpse of Lu Chong, ensuring that this news reached other marshals. This was all in anticipation of the opportunity to display his prowess before the entire army of Guannan. Once he repelled Luo Yongwu and garnered recognition for his strength, ascending to the position of the new commander, he would then be able to plunder the Guannan province freely. With the acquired wealth, he intended to purchase aircraft, advancing the ascend to the divine technique to its third realm, where he would attain true invincibility. All of this was meticulously orchestrated within his grand design. As the narrative unfolded, Commander Chen seemed to recall something joyous. On the ramparts, as Su Ling's plan progressed smoothly, Qi Jiaxing, standing nearby, smiled and inquired. At present, Su Ling held the title of the Supreme Commander, with Qi Jiaxing serving as his aide. Qi Jiaxing had previously assisted Su Ling in executing plans, responsible for escorting Ren Yan's family to the west of Guannan. This soldier, who had accompanied Su Ling during his sweep of martial arts schools in Guannan City, had, under Su Ling's guidance, inadvertently killed Luo Yongwu's son, Luo Xinqing, during a confrontation with Li Junxing, and was subsequently advised to hide. Complying earnestly, he and the remaining personnel took refuge in the mountains, living a life of survival for several months. Recognizing his loyalty, Su Ling summoned him from the mountains as his aide once the army had grown in strength. Now, Qi Jiaxing's daily duty was to lead 2 teams in close proximity to Su Ling, ensuring his safety. However, as a confidant who had been with Su Ling since his humble beginnings, Qi Jiaxing understood that Su Ling's personal strength rendered their protection unnecessary. Nevertheless, while open threats could be evaded, hidden dangers were elusive. Thus, their role was to shield their commander from any potential ambushes. Presently, atop the ramparts, soldiers surrounded Su Ling from all directions, effectively sealing off any possible blind spots. Su Ling's significance to the Guannan army had risen to a level comparable to, or even surpassing, that of the esteemed General Lu. Consequently, the entire Guannan army was committed to safeguarding Su Ling's security. Although Su Ling did not genuinely require their protection, anyone intending to harm him would be met with instant awareness through the self-awareness concept that formed in his mind. He chose not to reveal this, allowing the guards to fulfill their duties. Indeed, he had been reminded of something joyous. Upon hearing Qi Jiaxing's inquiry, Su Ling nodded with a smile and proclaimed, "Jiaxing, relay the order to prepare for deployment." Unfortunately, Su Ling's silence lingered, leaving the soldiers of Guannan in a state of eager anticipation. However, the reputation of Su Ling as a masterful strategist was firmly established in their minds, and they harbored no doubts regarding his decisions. Yet, the mounting excitement, brewing for 6 days, was on the verge of eruption. Even Qi Jiaxing, standing nearby, was equally filled with anticipation for the invasion of Kansai. Thus, when he heard Su Ling instruct him to prepare the troops for deployment, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he joyfully saluted, exclaiming, "Yes." Following this, Qi Jiaxing dispatched messengers to relay the order for mobilization. Instantly, the soldiers and officers of Guannan within and around Nanling City erupted in jubilant cheers. Soon after, the Guannan army began to assemble. Simultaneously, Luo Yongwu arrived at the border where Kansai and Guannan met. "This shall suffice," he declared, as the jeep slowly came to a halt on the desolate, uninhabited road. Then, from the back seat of the vehicle emerged a colossal figure, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. One of his arms was thicker than an ordinary person's thigh. This formidable presence was none other than Luo Yongwu. Unlike his usual attire of a blue marshal's uniform or a simple undershirt, today he donned a pale golden metallic vest that revealed his powerful arms. Below, he wore oversized linen trousers, adorned with 2 pairs of pale golden metal shin guards and foot protectors, fastened securely to his thighs and calves. Additionally, atop his head rested a matching metallic helmet, also pale golden, leaving only his face exposed. At first glance, Luo Yongwu appeared as a golden-armored deity of war. "Commander, do you truly not require our accompaniment?" inquired the officer who drove him, concern etched upon his face. As he spoke, he leaned over to grasp a heavy weapon from the back seat. This peculiar armament featured a grip in the center, with broad blades at both ends, resembling 2 swords fused at their hilts. "You may wait for me here," Luo Yongwu instructed the officer after seizing the weapon, then strode purposefully down the road. Initially walking, he gradually quickened his pace to a run, eventually breaking into a full sprint. With a thunderous roar, as Luo Yongwu dashed forward, the immense power contained within his formidable physique erupted forth, generating a fierce wind that swayed the surrounding vegetation. His form became a mere shadow, moving with such speed that he vanished from the sight of the driving officers in mere blinks. The officers gazed longingly in the direction of his departure, their faces filled with envy and admiration. In Nanling City, the grand assembly of over 10,000 soldiers converged, densely populating the streets beneath the city walls. Though the number was just shy of 20,000, the sheer mass of troops created an imposing sight. At this moment, all of these soldiers stood upright beneath the city walls, their expressions filled with reverence as they gazed up at Su Ling, awaiting his command to march forth and invade Kansai. Standing atop the city wall of Nanling, Su Ling gazed down at the throngs of soldiers below, numbering just under 20,000. As he absorbed the information relayed to him through his mind's eye, an account of the relentless and brutal advance of Luo Yangwu from the border of the two provinces, he delivered an impassioned speech. Buying time. At last, when Luo Yangwu was on the verge of reaching Nanling, Su Ling swiftly concluded his address, raising his voice from the ramparts. Enough of idle chatter. In this battle, we shall assuredly triumph. Forward. Victory is ours. Upon hearing the command, the assembled soldiers erupted in a fervent chorus of victory. Subsequently, the mass of troops surged forth from the gates of Nanling, marching towards the western frontier. However, barely beyond the city walls, chaos ensued. From the front lines, a group of bloodied soldiers from Guanan, frantic and disheveled, came rushing back, their cries of terror piercing the air. Help! Save us! A monster! A monster is upon us! This unexpected turn left the soldiers momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed ominously. The hapless Guanan soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered by a shadowy figure, limbs and blood scattering in the wake of the carnage. As the grim reaper's pace slowed, the true visage of the figure became apparent, a towering colossus. More than 2 meters in height, clad in golden armor and wielding dual blades, stood before the multitude, bloodied and exhilarated, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He was none other than the infamous General Luo, who had carved a path of destruction from the border. All gathered here, the bloodthirsty Luo, invigorated by the slaughter, faced the assembled troops and felt no fear. Instead, he was eager to demonstrate his might before the Guanan soldiers, ready to slay Chun Hao and shatter their morale. His gaze swept across the battlefield until it landed on Su Ling atop the city wall. There he is, he said with a grin, witnessing the brutal display of carnage. The soldiers in the front ranks turned pale with dread. Enemy attack. One soldier shouted, hastily unshouldering his rifle, preparing to fire at General Luo. Yet, before they could react, Luo had plunged into their ranks like a wolf among sheep, his twin blades whirling chaotically, transforming into a harbinger of death as he sliced through the Guanan soldiers with terrifying efficiency. The horrific scene sent shockwaves of fear through the ranks, prompting many to instinctively retreat. A few soldiers, however, managed to retain their composure, swiftly unstrapping their rifles and taking aim at the fearsome general. The crack of gunfire rang out as a bullet struck Luo's golden armor, sending sparks flying and inadvertently hitting one of their comrades. As the gunfire erupted, more soldiers awoke from their shock, hastily unfastening their rifles to direct their fire towards the formidable General Luo. Bang! 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 The sound reverberated as bullets flew towards him. Alas, the majority of these projectiles merely struck the golden armor adorning General Luo, sparking briefly before ricocheting off to strike other soldiers from Guanan. Even those bullets that found their mark on the unprotected areas of his body failed to pierce his skin, inflicting only minor discomfort. Unfazed by the surrounding Guanan soldiers, General Luo wielded his double-edged blade with reckless abandon, clearing a path through the throng. A bloody trail soon emerged under the fervent swirls of his weapon. He charged forth along this path, mercilessly claiming the lives of the Guanan soldiers while casting a glance upwards towards Su Ling, standing upon the walls of Nanling City. A cruel smile etched upon his face, intent on instilling fear. Regrettably, Su Ling remained impassive, his expression unwavering and unperturbed. Commander, flee at once. This man is General Luo from the west. Aside from General Lu, none in Guanan can contend with him, quivered Qi Jiaxing, standing beside Su Ling, his face pale as he observed the carnage wrought by General Luo's superhuman strength. However, Su Ling, the architect of this entire scheme, had no intention of heeding his plea. Turning to Qi Jiaxing, he calmly remarked, "Who told you that no one can stand against him?" Chapter 92, The Battle of the Marshals. Taken aback by Su Ling's words, Qi Jiaxing turned to him, but only managed to utter a couple of words before falling silent. Deep down, he acknowledged that while their commander possessed formidable strength, there remained a disparity compared to the 4 great marshals, a fact evident even in their physiques. He yearned to persuade Su Ling, yet feared offending him. Su Ling, however, disregarded his concerns. After General Luo demonstrated his terrifying, martial-level prowess through his relentless slaughter, Su Ling understood that it was his moment to act. At this juncture, The Guannan soldiers, under the weight of Luo's daunting power, found themselves engulfed in despair. Their discontent over General Lu's absence to contest Luo was palpable, creating a pressing need for a savior to emerge. Any further delay, allowing General Luo to claim more lives before intervening, would be unwise and could incite resentment among the ranks, with soldiers questioning why he had not acted sooner. Now was the opportune moment. General Luo had exhibited his terrifying martial-level strength, yet had not yet breached the gates of Nanling City, making the timing impeccable. With this thought in mind, Su Ling resolved not to hesitate any longer and approached two covered doors propped against the wall nearby, prepared for his entrance. Are you preparing to flee? Below the walls, Luo Yangwu, who had been gazing up at Su Ling, scoffed as he observed the commander's retreating figure. Indeed, after witnessing the terrifying power of a martial-level non-human entity, no matter how composed one may appear on the surface, an overwhelming sense of helplessness must surely linger within. It is entirely natural to flee in such circumstances. Seizing the opportunity to demoralize the soldiers of the Guannan army, he bellowed with laughter, "Ha ha ha! Your commander has already fled, and yet you persist in your futile resistance." However, his mirth was short-lived, for suddenly, a shadow streaked down from the battlements with alarming speed. Rao Yangwu raised an eyebrow, instinctively leaping back to evade the imminent danger. A resounding thud echoed as a massive iron shield, akin to a door in size, was hurled down, embedding itself a foot deep into the ground where he had just stood. This formidable barrier obstructed his path of carnage, granting the surrounding Guannan soldiers a brief respite. In quick succession, a figure leapt down from the 10-meter-high wall, landing with a thud behind the colossal iron shield, before the gathered Guannan soldiers. As he spoke, he wielded another iron shield nearly as tall as himself, creating a formidable duo of shields that resembled doors. Unlike the previous dark hue, Su Ling had adorned these two shields with a vibrant red paint, depicting a star map, making them strikingly eye-catching. Moreover, following his previous triumph in claiming the head of Zhou Zhengqi amidst the chaos of war, the visibility was so poor that the 5,000 Guannan troops present had nearly perished in subsequent skirmishes. His physique had also returned to that of an ordinary human. Thus no one in the vicinity connected these two shields with the earlier ferocious assault led by Marshal Rao. Ha ha ha. You mentioned the rules established among the four great marshals. Now that Marshal Lu is dead, you have no right to lecture me on protocol. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, Rao Yangwu erupted in laughter, feeling as though his adversary was unwittingly providing him with an opportunity to shatter the morale of the Guannan army. For a moment, he even felt a twinge of reluctance to slay such commendable allies. What? The marshal is dead? How could that be? Indeed, as Rao Yangwu seized upon Su Ling's words and announced the demise of Marshal Lu, the expressions of the surrounding Guannan soldiers shifted dramatically, their reactions intense. Su Ling's countenance also darkened, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Rao Yangwu as he declared vehemently, "Impossible. The marshal is a paragon of might. How could he possibly be dead? You lie. If he were alive, why has he not appeared until now?" In response, Rao Yangwu chuckled and retorted, "You only know that he is missing from our clash. That is merely what I allowed you to believe. In truth, he was slain in that battle, though I was grievously injured myself. To recuperate, I disseminated false information to mislead the outside world. Now, after months of recovery, my wounds have healed, and your marshal's body lies in my estate. I present you with two choices, surrender or die." His words, a blend of truth and deception, caused the faces of the surrounding Guannan soldiers to fluctuate between hope and despair. A soldier officer immediately spoke up, exclaiming, "You are lying. Over 3 months ago, Commander Qin personally arrived with the edict from the Grand Marshal to take command of my Guannan army. If the Grand Marshal were truly deceased, how could he have brought the edict?" Upon hearing the soldier's words, Luo Yangwu scoffed and replied, "Ask your Commander Chun if he has genuinely received the Grand Marshal's edict." The moment Luo Yangwu laid eyes on Lu Chang's corpse, he realized that the intelligence claiming that Chun Hao had received Lu Chang's edict was utterly false. It was evident that the opposing side, emboldened by their audacity, had taken advantage of Lu Chang's disappearance and, leveraging certain assets acquired from Lu Chang in the past, seized the opportunity to assume the role of commander amidst the Guannan army's disarray, which was eager for someone to shoulder all responsibilities. Subsequently, through exceptional military prowess, they secured their position. However, it was undeniable that the opposing commander had never laid eyes on Lu Chang. Indeed, after Luo Yangwu spoke those words, Chun Hao fell silent. Moments later, with an apologetic expression, he addressed the Guannan soldiers around him, saying, "I apologize, everyone. I have indeed never met the Grand Marshal." This admission effectively corroborated Luo Yangwu's assertion. It seemed that the Grand Marshal of Guannan was truly dead. In an instant, despair washed over the faces of the Guannan soldiers. Without the Grand Marshal, how could Guannan withstand the encroachment of the other three Grand Marshals? Without delving into other matters, the current Grand Marshal, without prior artillery arrangements, left the army of over 10,000 utterly powerless against the opposing forces. At that moment, the morale of the Guannan army began to waver. Observing this scene, Grand Marshal Luo felt it was time to act, to eliminate Chun Hao and thoroughly crush the Guannan army's spirit. However, Su Leng, positioned across from him, sensed that the moment was ripe. By utilizing Luo Yongwu's words to announce the Grand Marshal's demise, he aimed to instill in the Guannan army the realization that there was no longer a Grand Marshal to lead them. He had become the final flicker of hope in their hearts. It was time to rally and exhibit true strength. Clearing his throat to capture the soldiers' attention, Su Leng proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. Although the Grand Marshal has passed, Guannan shall not perish. As long as I, Chun Hao, remain, Guannan will always be Guannan, undaunted by assimilation from elsewhere." His declaration left the surrounding soldiers exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They were uncertain how Su Leng could withstand the overwhelming force previously displayed by Grand Marshal Luo, yet over the past 3 months, Su Leng's remarkable military acumen had instilled a glimmer of hope within them. Perhaps Commander Chun had anticipated this situation? Just as a flicker of hope arose within the hearts of the Guannan soldiers, Grand Marshal Luo approached with a menacing smile. Wielding his double-edged blade, "You claim Guannan will not be consumed as long as you are here? What of when you are not?" With that, he spun the double-edged blade once more, transforming it into a deadly whirlwind that had previously claimed the lives of Guannan soldiers. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, whipping the hair and garments of the surrounding soldiers as they swirled in chaos. At the forefront, Su Leng was caught in a tempest, his flesh rippling like the surface of water. This sight plunged the surrounding soldiers of Guannan into a renewed despair. Just then, Su Leng spoke again, a light laugh escaping his lips. "I will always be here." As the words left his mouth, he summoned forth the profound unity of heaven and earth, a concept he had mastered to perfection. Boom! A violent and terrifying aura erupted from his being. The rumble within him resonated as his physique swelled visibly, muscles expanding and height increasing until he mirrored the stature of Luo Yongwu. He then grasped the massive red star iron shield embedded in the ground, lifting it onto his other arm. The once gargantuan shield now fitted him perfectly. The soldiers of Guannan widened their eyes in astonishment at this spectacle. Meanwhile, Luo Yongwu, who had been approaching Su Leng with his dual blades and a sinister grin, suddenly halted, his eyes narrowing in realization. The sheer size of the shields, a privilege typically reserved for marshals, illuminated a spark in his mind. In an instant, he connected the dots of various peculiar occurrences involving Lu Chang. It dawned on him, so it was you. At this moment, Luo Yongwu comprehended the unusual behavior of Lu Chang and recognized who had been sowing discord between them. A surge of anger ignited within him, fueled by the sensation of being manipulated. Boom! The speed of his dual blades escalated dramatically, conjuring a fierce gale. "I shall slay you," he roared, propelling himself forward as a dark shadow, hurtling towards Su Leng. Observing this, Su Leng's eyes flickered with excitement as he mirrored Luo Yongwu's movement. Boom! Having perfected the third realm of killing without leaving a trace, his strength and agility attributes had surpassed 7, and with the explosive force of the unity of heaven and earth amplifying his power by 15 times, his strength attribute had soared beyond the threshold of 10, nearing 11. This was the prowess of a marshal. As he unleashed his power, Su Leng surged forward, transforming into a streak of crimson, colliding with Luo Yongwu. In the next moment, the black and red giants clashed. Dong! A resounding echo reverberated, shaking the surroundings. Chapter 93. Marshal! Marshal! Everyone was jolted by the sudden, thunderous sound, their eardrums ringing painfully, instinctively covering their ears. Particularly those Guannan soldiers nearby were left dazed by the cacophony, their senses overwhelmed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After their initial clash, the shadows of both Su Leng and Luo Yongwu materialized, one wielding dual blades, striking furiously from various angles with a speed that dazzled the onlookers, while the other, armed with the Red Star dual shields, adeptly defended against the onslaught while launching counterattacks through the gaps with the edges of his shields. Dong! 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 The rapid metallic clashing echoed incessantly, sparks erupting from the dual blades, the Red Star shields, and the golden armor adorning Luo Yongwu. As the two combatants engaged in fierce battle, a whirlwind formed around them, swirling violently and causing the surrounding soldiers of Guannan to squint against the gusts. After a brief skirmish, Luo Yongwu furrowed his brow, realizing that no matter how he swung his double-edged blade, he could not land a single blow on Su Leng. The two hefty iron shields in Su Leng's hands were impenetrable, resembling a formidable wall. Conversely, Su Ling's other hand wielded a shield that struck him from various angles, landing blows that, while harmless against his golden armor, produced sharp, piercing sounds and sparked when they hit. However, when these strikes landed on his exposed arms or other unprotected areas, they elicited a painful sting. The accumulation of these hits, particularly against a vulnerable spot, left Luo Yangwu quite displeased. Deciding against continuing the entanglement, he unleashed a powerful downward slash with his blade, forcing his opponent to cross his shields in defense. Taking advantage of the moment, he swiftly retreated, creating distance between them, and began to spin his double-edged blade frantically, conjuring a deadly whirlwind. He then hurled this lethal cyclone towards Su Ling with great force. A sharp, piercing sound cut through the air as the whirlwind of white energy surged forth. The rapidly rotating blade, combined with Luo Yongwu's immense strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, transformed it into a colossal golden disc, akin to a cutting machine, slicing towards Su Ling with breathtaking speed. Upon witnessing this, Su Ling's heart raced with alarm, and he dared not underestimate the attack. This technique was a trump card that Luo Yongwu had meticulously developed over the years, a move he had encountered in the life experiences of Luo Yongwu, Lu Chang, and two other martials. The sharpness of this immense golden disc was certainly beyond the capacity of ordinary iron to withstand. While Su Ling could evade the attack, doing so would mean the Guanan soldiers behind him would bear the brunt of the assault. He held little regard for their lives, having never considered anyone in this world as his own. Yet allowing the attack to pass would severely tarnish his image in front of the onlookers and jeopardize his future plans. With this thought in mind, Su Ling made a decisive choice. He stood his ground, raising one of his hefty iron shields and, with a powerful swing, hurled it directly at the oncoming golden disc. A resonant hum erupted as he launched the shield, which began to spin rapidly, generating a formidable momentum to counter the golden disc hurled by Luo Yongwu. Although the shield weighed over 200 pounds, making its rotation slower, it possessed an undeniable weight. In the very next moment, the great red star iron shield collided with the golden disc. With a crisp sound, the heavy and powerful red star iron shield, which was not rotating quickly, was deformed and flung aside, clearly outmatched by the high-speed spinning golden disc. However, as the red star iron shield was deflected, the trajectory of the golden disc was also altered, flying at a slightly higher angle. Observing this, Su Lung once again employed the same strategy, hurling another red star iron shield. Another crisp sound resonated. The red star iron shield was once more deformed and sent flying. Simultaneously, the trajectory of the golden disc was completely altered, now soaring towards the walls of Nanling City. With a sharp slicing sound, the exquisitely sharp golden disc pierced into the stone of the city wall, embedding half of its blade within. This was Su Lung's ultimate objective. He had never anticipated that a mere iron shield crafted by an ordinary blacksmith could withstand the secret techniques devised by Luo Yongwu, a commander of such caliber. He had not intended to block the attack. All he needed was to deflect the trajectory slightly. This underscores the significance of information, with Luo Yongwu focused on him. And after their connection was established, Su Lung gleaned insights into his life experiences, understanding his secret techniques, and had already devised countermeasures in advance. Had he been unaware of Luo Yongwu's secret techniques, a hasty response could have resulted in severe consequences. Unlike now, where he transformed his disadvantage into an advantage, rendering Luo Yongwu weaponless. Clearly, Luo Yongwu did not expect that after deploying his secret technique, the outcome would turn out this way. He gazed at the weapon, half of its blade embedded in the city wall, his brow furrowing in contemplation. It was evident that should he wish to extract the weapon, his opponent would not afford him that opportunity. However, his adversary was now also without a weapon, putting them both on equal footing. As if perceiving Luo Yongwu's thoughts, Su Lung raised his hand and swiftly drew two short blades from his waist, grasping them firmly. He then looked at Luo Yongwu and calmly inquired, "Commander Luo, shall we continue?" Luo Yongwu fell silent. The opponent had wielded two cumbersome iron shields with remarkable efficacy, managing to strike him through various openings. If he were to face two short blades, the damage would undoubtedly be far greater. Although ordinary short blades would be caught by his muscular frame upon entry, it was clear that his opponent would not be so foolish and would instead employ cutting, slashing, and slicing techniques, causing him to bleed continuously. If the battle persisted, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. However, his adversary possessed a critical flaw. Luo Yongwu's gaze darkened as he stared at Su Lung. His voice low and measured, "Your stamina cannot sustain you for long." In the brief exchange, he had already discerned Su Lung's weakness, his stamina. The sudden surge in power attributes would greatly deplete his physical endurance, and Luo Yongwu, discerning this in a short time, proved himself worthy of being one of the four great commanders. However, upon hearing his words, Su Leng merely chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, physical prowess is indeed my weakness. But Luo Yangwu, have you perhaps forgotten something? I do not need to engage in a desperate struggle with you, just as you cannot be compelled to stay. Neither can I be retained against my will. Are you truly certain you wish to disrupt the long-standing protocols among the four marshals?" The mere utterance of Luo Yangwu rendered the great Marshal Luo once again silent. From the moment Su Leng exhibited his martial-level prowess, he had already grasped that the other party had ascended to his level, although the opponent possessed a deficiency in physical capability. If he chose to depart before that shortcoming manifested, he would indeed be beyond retention. Moreover, from the series of schemes orchestrated by the other party, it was evident that he was not the type to show mercy or forcibly detain soldiers from Guannan. On the contrary, he would likely exercise caution regarding the Guannan soldiers, for it had become apparent to Luo that all these machinations were aimed at positioning himself as the fifth marshal in this world. However, should he attempt to use the lives of the Guannan soldiers as leverage to coerce the other into a desperate struggle, not only would he fail, but he would also disrupt the other's ambitions of becoming a marshal, thereby incurring the wrath of an unrestrained martial-level powerhouse. The ramifications of provoking such a being could be utterly terrifying. Thus, despite his awareness of the other's manipulations, sowing discord between him and Lu Chong, leading to the demise of his son and the Luo clan, his familial ties restrained him from completely alienating the other. Contemplating this, Luo Yangwu felt a wave of sorrow. He was no longer the reckless youth of yore, unburdened by concern. In these years, increasing constraints had compelled him to deliberate heavily in both actions and demeanor. Su Leng observed the departing figure of Luo Yangwu without making any attempt to impede him. Once Luo Yangwu had completely vanished from sight, he surveyed the surrounding Guannan soldiers, and a smile gradually emerged upon his face as he declared, "Everyone, I have not failed my mission. Guannan has been preserved." Oh! With Su Leng's proclamation that Guannan had been safeguarded, the surrounding soldiers erupted in cheers. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded from atop the city walls, "Great Marshal! Great Marshal!" Upon hearing this, the jubilant soldiers, aware of Lu the Great Marshal's demise and recognizing that only a new Great Marshal from Guannan could contend with the other three provinces, especially since even the Great Marshal Luo from Guannan had mentioned the name Chen during his departure, joined in unison, shouting, "Great Marshal! Great Marshal! Great Marshal! Great Marshal!" On this day, the cries of Great Marshal echoed across the skies of Nanling City. Concurrently, a message radiated from Nanling City, swiftly spreading throughout the four major provinces. Lu the Great Marshal had perished, yet a new Great Marshal had emerged in the Guannan province. That is to say, Chen Hao, the Great Marshal Chen. Chen Hao, the Great Marshal Chen. How could this be possible? How could that scoundrel Chen Hao become the new Great Marshal? This is absolutely inconceivable. Li Junsheng, unable to fathom the outcome, found it utterly unacceptable. Chen Hao has ascended to the pinnacle of his lifelong aspirations. How could he possibly advance further to attain the lofty title of Marshal? A position he scarcely dared to dream of? Such a notion is utterly implausible. Yet, Luo Yangwu remained unfazed, casting a cold glance in his direction before commanding the surrounding soldiers from Guanshi to detain him. "Take him away," he instructed, "and tomorrow, present his head as a blood offering at the newly erected tomb to honor the spirit of the deceased." Luo Yangwu had once pledged that should the intelligence brought forth by Li Junsheng facilitate his escape from the current predicament, he would overlook the matter of his son's murder and grant the other party an opportunity for merit. This proclamation resonated throughout the entire army, a promise of great weight. However, the present circumstances reveal that the tidings of General Lu's demise, delivered by Li Junsheng, have not alleviated his troubles. Rather, it has rendered him a mere pawn, enabling the ascension of the new general from Guannan. Contemplating this, Luo Yangwu could hardly muster any semblance of goodwill towards Li Junsheng. Upon hearing Luo Yangwu's words, Li Junsheng's countenance drained of color, turning a ghostly pale, and as the soldiers dragged him away, he continued to murmur in a daze, "It is impossible, absolutely impossible." After Li Junsheng was taken away, Luo Yangwu, with a somber expression, proceeded directly to the study within the general's residence. He picked up the telephone installed in the room and dialed a number. In no time, the call connected, and a languid voice emanated from the receiver. "Hello. Who is this?" "It is I," Luo Yangwu replied in a deep tone. "Luo Yangwu." "Oh, what winds blow today that General Luo thinks to call me?" came the lazy voice from the other end, accompanied by a light chuckle. Upon hearing this, Luo Yangwu's already grim demeanor darkened further, and he retorted, "Zhao Donglai, cease with your cryptic remarks. Don't say I didn't warn you. It seems we are all in for trouble this time." On the other end of the line was none other than the warlord of the Eastern Province, General Zhao Donglai. "Huh, Is it your side in Guanxi that faces troubles? Zhao replied mockingly. Am I being alarmist? Luo Yongwu countered with a cold snort. Do you know that Lu Chong is dead? Are you aware that Chen Hao, who possesses martial prowess comparable to ours, has sown discord between Lu Chong and me, ultimately leading to Lu Chong's demise and his own rise as the new general of Guanan? Do you still deem my words as mere alarmism? As he made his way back, Luo Yongwu, through meticulous analysis and peeling back the layers of the situation, had nearly unraveled the intricate web of events. Chen Hao had, unbeknownst to him, cultivated his strength to a marshal's caliber and had bided his time beside Lu Chong, willingly playing the role of Lu Chong's sycophant, aiding him in gathering martial talents. Simultaneously, he subtly stoked tensions, manipulating Li Junxing to slay his son, igniting discord between Guanan and Guanxi. When conflict erupted between the two factions, he disguised himself and assassinated the commanding general, Zhou Jingqi, leading Lu Chong to mistakenly believe he had breached protocol and infiltrated Guanxi for revenge. Throughout this tumultuous process, he took advantage of the chaos to eliminate Luo's entire clan, ultimately precipitating a fierce confrontation with Lu Chong. Afterward, the situation simplified. Possessing martial-level strength, he struck down Lu Chong after both had engaged in a grueling battle, leaving Lu Chong severely weakened. Subsequently, taking advantage of the moment when the Southern Guan army was in disarray, the adversary feigned to convey Lu Chong's edict and ascended to the position of supreme commander of the Southern Guan forces. With an extraordinary prowess in warfare, he solidified his authority in this role. Ultimately, after amassing sufficient prestige through a series of consecutive victories, he wielded this influence to ignite the despair within the Southern Guan army, announcing the demise of Lu Chong, thereby shaking the morale of the troops. At this critical juncture, he emerged to restore balance amidst chaos. This delineates the adversary's intricate scheming process. These matters had yet to fully dawn upon Luo Yongwu, leading him to recognize just how formidable Chen Hao truly was. A strategist of martial-level caliber, whose military acumen was unparalleled, achieving victory in every battle. And possessing a cunning and insidious nature, he posed a severe threat to the existence of other marshals. It was this realization that prompted Luo Yongwu's decisive withdrawal from Nailing City. He understood the necessity of allying with two other marshals to swiftly eliminate this threat before it could entrench itself in the position of commander of the Southern Guan forces and further augment its power, thereby placing them all in jeopardy. Indeed, as Luo Yongwu articulated his analysis of Chen Hao's schemes, Zhao Donglai initially listened with a degree of indifference. However, as the narrative unfolded, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. Upon the conclusion of Luo Yongwu's exposition, Zhao Donglai too recognized the gravity of the situation. Is everything you say true? He inquired with a serious tone. Luo Yongwu responded with a sardonic smile, prompting Zhao Donglai to fall into contemplative silence. The four major provinces had each infiltrated the others with spies to monitor all movements within the rival provinces. If Luo Yongwu's assertions were indeed accurate, then Chen Hao represented a genuinely formidable force. From obscurity to prominence, they had invested decades to reach their current stature. Yet this adversary had ascended to an equivalent height in just over a year through cunning strategy. After careful consideration, Zhao Donglai stated over the phone, "Let us await further news on my end. If your claims hold true, we shall contact Peng Hu, and, while the adversary's physical shortcomings have yet to be addressed, we must join forces to eliminate him in his infancy." "Very well. Reach out to me once you have news," Luo Yongwu acknowledged, aware that mere words would not suffice. Trust would only be established upon the receipt of credible information. The two then concluded their conversation. Thereafter, Luo Yongwu reached out to Peng Hu, who was situated in the northern Guan province. Luo Yongwu was coordinating with the warlord Zhao Donglai from the eastern Guan province and Peng Hu from the northern Guan province, preparing to launch a decisive strike against you, intending to extinguish you in your infancy. In southern Guan province, particularly in southern Guan City, the accumulation of over 3 months of victories had already spread his reputation as a war god throughout southern Guan and the other 3 major provinces. Following the confrontation with Marshal Luo, his strength had gained recognition from the over 10,000 spectators present. At this juncture, as he had ascended to the rank of marshal, it was no longer appropriate for him to lead troops into battle directly, though commanding them remained within his purview. On his way back, he deliberately slowed his pace, intending to arrive in southern Guan City only after the news had disseminated, especially among the masters of the martial arts schools in southern Guan City. Standing in the back seat of a convertible jeep, Su Ling observed the people around him as the vehicle leisurely traversed the streets of Guanan City. Their every word and action were meticulously noted, though he felt no surprise. To survive in such tumultuous times, one must grasp the intricacies of human nature. For he intended to procure an aircraft. As for the information relayed by his omniscient mind, concerning Luo Yongwu's intent to conspire with Zhao Donglai from Guangdong and Pang Hu from Guabei to orchestrate a sudden assault against him. Su Ling remained unfazed. The movements of these three were always within his purview. Any action they took would be promptly detected, allowing him to evade their plans. The notion of these three coordinating an attack against him was utterly implausible. Soon, under the orders of the newly appointed commander, a cadre of accountants arrived at the commander's residence, unearthing all financial ledgers to commence a continuous audit. Although Su Ling possessed the ability to perceive the life experiences of others, he understood that such calculations required a meticulous approach. The tax revenues and other incomes of the entire Guangnan province stemmed from various locales, and it was improbable that anyone could possess comprehensive knowledge of them all. Unless he summoned every tax auditor from cities and counties alike and scrutinized their life experiences, he would be unable to perform the calculations in his mind. Such an undertaking was daunting and mentally taxing, which he was reluctant to pursue. After such prolonged engagements in battle, it would be unbecoming for him to labor over such matters personally. He had earned his title of commander for a reason. Thus, he opted to allow the accountants in Guangnan City to handle the tax assessments and various income ledgers. Since his arrival in this world, he had never concerned himself with such issues, as he had not yet reached that stage. Upon beginning to take an interest, he discovered a lack of channels for pertinent information. Despite having glimpsed the life experiences of the four great marshals, he had found no relevant details therein, which struck him as peculiar. Additionally, another enigma had lingered in Su Ling's mind for quite some time. It was the existence of a central figure in the realm, designated as Guangzhong, situated amongst the four major provinces of Guangdong, Guoxi, Guabei, and Guangnan. Yet, this Guangzhong held no prominence, and the president residing there, who appeared in the life experiences of the four marshals, had inexplicably garnered no attention from him. Su Ling's omniscient ability had never received any textual feedback from this president. It might have been understandable when he was merely Lu Chong's aide, but now, as the marshal of Guangnan province, why was this president so indifferent? Su Ling found this baffling. However, with pressing matters at hand, he chose not to dwell on it. Yet, he soon found himself compelled to investigate further. For after extensive inquiries, he learned that to procure an aircraft, one must contact the president of Guangzhou. Chapter 95, The President. It seemed rather unreasonable that the aircraft resources in this world were under the control of the president. Upon receiving this news, Su Ling instinctively began to analyze the situation. The four great marshals of this world, while ostensibly under the rule of the president of Guangzhou, in reality occupied the four major provinces of Guangnan, Guabei, Guangdong, and Guangxi, becoming local sovereigns in their own right. Furthermore, these four marshals had acquired inhuman powers, capable of commanding vast armies and prevailing in any confrontation. In such a world, it would be impossible for the president of Guangzhou to retain control over resources such as aircraft without subduing the strength of these marshals. Indeed, this was the case. During his time alongside Lu Chong, Su Ling had heard of numerous prominent figures who, due to this matter, cast their attention upon him, thereby establishing a connection that allowed Su Ling to glimpse into their life experiences. However, the president was notably absent from this web of attention. This implied that even after achieving such monumental feats and gaining renown across the four major provinces, the president had not deigned to acknowledge him in the slightest. Such a peculiar phenomenon, combined with the unexplainable control over aircraft resources, was truly incongruous. It seemed imperative to meet this president. Given the lack of interest he had shown regarding this matter, coupled with the illogical possession of aircraft resources, Su Ling resolved to pay a visit to the president. Without hesitation, he commanded his aides to prepare a vehicle for the journey to Guangzhou. As he set his plans in motion, the spies from the other three provinces, who were lurking in Guangnan City, swiftly mobilized, relaying the news of his impending visit to Guangzhou to Marshals Luo Yongwu, Zhao Donglai, and Pang Hu. Upon receiving the message, the three immediately contacted one another. Chun Hao was heading to Guangzhou, a prime opportunity for action. What was his purpose in Guangzhou? To pay respects to the president? Although he had gained the recognition of the Guangnan army and amassed sufficient prestige and strength, he was still not the legitimate authority, lacking the president's endorsement. He likely sought to gain the president's approval. Surely, he would not attempt to kill the president? Indeed, if it were that easy, he would have acted long ago. How absurd that you insist it is someone else. Enough idle chatter. Let us speak plainly. Shall we take action? Such a fortuitous opportunity must not be squandered. Let us proceed. Very well, the three of us shall set out immediately, instructing our respective intelligence departments to continuously report on his movements. Even if he possesses remarkable abilities to deceive one intelligence network, can he simultaneously outsmart three? With their strategy finalized, Marshals Luo Yongwu, Zhao Donglai, and Pang Hu promptly set off, agreeing upon a rendezvous point and hastening from their respective territories. Time was of the essence. They aimed to seize this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Chun Hao, a recently elevated figure with an unstable position who was still vulnerable and cunning. Therefore, they opted not to travel by vehicle, instead relying on their extraordinary physical prowess, which surpassed that of ordinary men by several times, to traverse the distance of 1,000 miles overnight to their meeting place. Before their departure, they had also instructed their intelligence departments to have spies embedded in Guanan continuously report on Su Ling's whereabouts, as they would later call to verify the information and confirm their findings. Thus, after departing from Guanan City, Su Ling's route towards Guangzhou was entirely within the control of the three individuals. Following a meticulous verification of intelligence among themselves, they selected a strategic location along Su Ling's current path to Guangzhou as their ambush point. Despite their esteemed positions as marshals, they concealed themselves at this ambush site, awaiting Su Ling's arrival to strike with swift and decisive force. However, as they remained in anticipation for an entire day and night, they encountered not even a glimpse of Su Ling, let alone his presence. Confusion and perplexity filled their hearts. Despite the thorough cross-examination of their intelligence networks, why had Chun Hao not appeared? They immediately contacted their respective intelligence departments for clarification, only to discover that Chun Hao had not traversed that route, leaving their intelligence units equally baffled. After all, their spies communicated using specific codes, and even if errors occurred, whether due to defection or capture under duress, it seemed implausible that all three faction spies could collectively falter. In that moment, both Luo Yongwu Zhaodonglai and Pang Hu, along with their intelligence departments, found themselves utterly confounded. While they grappled with their confusion, Su Ling had already entered Guangzhou via an alternative route. To his surprise, upon arrival, he discovered that Guangzhou was remarkably small. Within its confines lay only 5 cities, the largest of which was known as Guanjing City, where the president resided in the presidential palace. Without delay, Su Ling made his way to Guanjing City, traversing the relatively spacious streets until he arrived at the entrance of the presidential palace. Before the grand entrance, a guard stood watch. Though his demeanor was lackadaisical, his posture slouched, exuding an air of lethargy and yawning frequently. Moreover, as Su Ling surveyed the surrounding area, he noted the palace's defenses were alarmingly weak, further deepening his sense of curiosity. Was such feeble security not a cause for concern regarding potential assassination attempts on the president? Or did the president possess formidable martial prowess, rendering these guards mere symbols of authority? Su Ling could not help but speculate. Nevertheless, having arrived, he felt compelled to meet this president, regardless of the peculiarities surrounding him. Thus, Su Ling announced himself, Chun Hao from Guanan, seeking an audience with the president. To his astonishment, the guard merely glanced at him, assessed him with a casual demeanor, and lazily gestured with his thumb towards the entrance, saying, "You may enter." Surprised by the guard's nonchalance, Su Ling's sense of unease intensified. Upon stepping into the presidential palace, he was filled with skepticism regarding the illogical nature of it all. Given his standing at the pinnacle of strength in this world, he saw little merit in scrutinizing the palace's layout and proceeded directly within. However, as he ventured deeper, he found the palace eerily deserted, with scarcely anyone present. It was only after a considerable distance that he faintly discerned some voices. Following the sound, he continued onward, and soon, as the voices grew clearer, he found himself at the edge of an opulent outdoor swimming pool. In the swimming pool, an elderly man with graying hair and beard was reclining naked by the edge, surrounded by a group of young, attractive girls who were also devoid of clothing, frolicking in the water. The laughter and voices that reached Su Ling's ears emanated from these individuals. "Come on, darling, join me," they called out, their laughter ringing out with carefree abandon. Su Ling's arrival did not draw the attention of the elderly man, who did not spare him a glance. However, the young girls, upon noticing Su Ling's robust physique, his balanced attributes of agility and strength each reaching 7, were captivated. Instead of feeling shy, they beckoned him playfully. "Hey there, come play with us." Observing the sordid scene before him, Su Ling frowned. It became evident to him that the indifferent old man was none other than the president, who had shown no interest in him thus far. Seizing the moment, he called out, "Marshal Chun Hao of the Guanan province, at your service." By initiating conversation, he sought to establish a connection between them. Indeed, this technique proved effective. The elderly man finally turned his gaze towards Su Ling, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Isn't the Marshal of Guanan Lu Chang?" With that single statement, a link was formed between them. Instantaneously, a wealth of information regarding the man's life experiences flooded into Su Ling's mind. "You have established a connection with Wu Huangming. His life information has been automatically recorded and updated. Wu Huangming, male, of Asian descent, 76 years old, from Guangzhou, president by profession." The astonishing details of Wu Huangming's life unfolded in Su Ling's consciousness. The advanced martial art he currently practiced, killing without leaving a trace, had reached its third stage. The martial arts of this world were peculiar, entirely different from what he had previously known. Su Ling had contemplated the origins of these martial arts, but had set aside deeper inquiry due to the pressing nature of his tasks, intending to explore further once his obligations were fulfilled. Now, however, from the life experience information of President Wu Huangming, he uncovered the origins of these bizarre martial arts. They were inscribed by a singular pen. This revelation took Su Ling by surprise. Moreover, beyond this enigmatic pen, he gleaned insights from Wu Huangming's life experiences that elucidated why the president remained indifferent to him despite his significant achievements. This gray mist is peculiar. It appears to be fog, but it possesses an invisible force akin to a wall, impervious to any attempts by Wu Huangming, whether through gunfire or human effort, to penetrate its invisible barrier. Initially, he believed that such mysterious phenomena were confined to this particular sea area, prompting him to command a change in course towards other waters. However, no matter which expanse he navigated, a shroud of gray mist consistently obstructed his path. These peculiar occurrences filled Wu Huangming with trepidation, leading him to suspect he had fallen victim to a curse, and he began to seek out healers. Yet, the memories of his voyages continued to elude him. During this quest for medical assistance, he stumbled upon an enigmatic pen. When he first beheld this pen, it was inscribing words about him, and he has yet to forget that particular piece titled A Brief Biography of Wu Huangming, which encompassed his life from birth to adulthood, detailing his abilities and aspirations. After perusing this biography, Wu Huangming felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The realization that his life was seemingly manipulated by this strange pen left him feeling like a mere puppet, controlled by external forces. As he grappled with the authenticity of his existence and the veracity of his past, he became convinced that everything he perceived was a fabrication. Unwilling to remain a pawn, he resolved to abandon his previously charted course and intentionally defy the norms around him, disregarding the concerns of the outside world and those within it. He was determined to resist the influence of the pen that dictated his fate. Upon entering this realm, the game system of Transdimensional Kill presented him with information indicating that this world was a martial arts universe. Yet, Wu Huangming's life experiences bore no relation to martial arts whatsoever. Moreover, the term biography seemed more fitting for the realms of film or game design, leading him to ponder whether the game had somehow malfunctioned. To his astonishment, the characters within this world were aware of his biography. Suddenly, Su Leng comprehended why the region was so diminutive and why the defenses outside the presidential palace were so feeble, with the guards appearing so lax. The waters beyond this land were all uncharted territory, preventing anyone from escaping. Thus, the only recourse was to adopt a defeated demeanor as a form of resistance. Having unraveled the chain of events, Su Leng felt a twinge of pity for the beleaguered president, yet alongside this sympathy, his curiosity regarding the mysterious pen intensified. This pen was evidently the source of the peculiar martial arts within this world. If he could acquire and wield it, he could craft a martial art tailored to his strengths, enabling him to swiftly enhance his abilities, overpowering the trio of marshals, Luo Yangwu, Zhao Donglai, and Peng Hu, thus achieving unmatched prowess and completing the game's objectives. The last time the pen autonomously inscribed a new martial art was many years prior. Although Su Leng was uncertain whether he could utilize this strange pen, his ability of self-awareness compelled him to contemplate the possibility of attempting it. What if? Regarding Su Leng's impolite departure, Wu Huangming, now fully resigned to his fate, paid it little mind. He had no desire to engage with anyone or anything from the outside world. The sudden arrival of this individual had already caused him enough trouble. Thus, his silent departure would be the most favorable outcome. Consequently, he candidly followed in Su Leng's footsteps. Su Leng ventured deeper into the presidential palace, adhering to the route delineated in the life experiences of Wu Huangming, ultimately arriving at a modest courtyard. This small courtyard was unremarkable within the vastness of the presidential estate. Its dimensions modest, and its arrangements rather ordinary. However, at its center stood a stone table, upon which lay a set of ink and writing materials, covered in a layer of dust. Among them was the very pen Wu Huangming had encountered in the recorded details of his life. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Leng's gaze immediately fixated on the peculiar pen, and he scrutinized it closely. Its form was that of an ordinary brush pen, the least conspicuous item among the ink and paper. The tip bore no traces of ink. After observing it for a moment without deriving any insights, Su Leng approached to grasp the pen, eager to see what information his ability of self-knowledge might reveal. However, before he could reach it, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. "How did you know this place?" Turning, Su Leng beheld Wu Huangming, who stood before him in the nude, fixated intently on him as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Su Leng had long sensed Wu Huangming's pursuit, but chose to disregard it. Ignoring Wu Huangming's presence, he approached the stone table and seized the brush pen. Upon witnessing Su Leng's precise grasp of the pen, Wu Huangming's pupils dilated, confirming his suspicion that the stranger was indeed aware of the pen's origins. However, for many years, he had been unable to wield this pen, prompting a cold snort as he remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. No one in this world can use this pen." Wu Huangming had not always been so resigned. Upon discovering the existence of this enigmatic brush, he had aspired to employ it to rewrite his personal biography and alter the course of his future. Unfortunately, despite his relentless efforts, he could not manage to write even a single word with it. He had even called upon the nation to find someone capable of wielding the pen, and during his reign, many had eagerly volunteered. Yet, the ultimate outcome was that none could produce a single character with the mysterious brush. It was only after this that he had completely relinquished hope and embraced despair. Now, witnessing Su Leng, this unexpected stranger, take an interest in the peculiar pen, he anticipated a similar outcome. Unbeknownst to Wu Huangming, the moment Su Leng grasped the pen, a cascade of information prompts suddenly erupted within his vision. Congratulations, player Su Leng, for discovering the writer's pen of one-dimensionality. Chapter 97. Rewriting the World. The writer's pen of one-dimensionality. The origin artifact for creating one-dimensional worlds, unique to the realm of mystical martial arts. It enables the modification of the world's settings, overarching trends, and character biographies within the one-dimensional world of mystical martial arts through the act of writing. Note: life forms of one dimension or lower, including one dimension, are not permitted for use. Congratulations, player, for discovering the dimensional tool. A gentle reminder: players can exchange and use dimensional tools for corresponding dimensional points at the official dimensional marketplace of the game's Dimensional Kill. Dimensional points can be utilized to purchase items in the marketplace. Detection indicates that the player's consciousness is of three-dimensional life, meeting the criteria for using the one-dimensional writer's pen. A series of 4 game notifications appeared before Su Leng's eyes. Staring at these 4 messages, Su Leng found himself momentarily stunned. From the information provided, the pen in his hand was referred to as the one-dimensional writer's pen. Furthermore, the world he had entered was known as the mysterious martial arts realm, created by this very writer's pen. The reason why President Wu Huangming and all others in this world could not utilize the pen was that they were life forms of this world, which existed in one dimension, rendering them as one-dimensional beings. Thus, their life tier was insufficient to wield the pen. In contrast, his consciousness was that of a three-dimensional entity, qualifying him to use this pen. However, based on the description of the pen, it appeared that its use was limited solely to this world, and it could not alter other one-dimensional realms. Hence, once his gaming mission concluded, regardless of whether he could take the pen with him, it would essentially be rendered useless, as it could not function outside the mysterious martial arts world. Understanding this implication, Su Leng frowned. Although the 3rd game notification suggested that he could exchange the one-dimensional tool for dimensional points and subsequently purchase goods from the so-called official dimensional marketplace, it was well known that, in any game, while players might occasionally profit, the officials would never incur losses. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such considerations, as he still had a way to go before completing his mission of conquering all opponents. Thus, Su Leng began to wield the writer's pen in midair, letting ink flow as he wrote. However, with each stroke, the writer's pen remained unresponsive, failing to produce the dazzling and enigmatic black characters that he had witnessed in Wu Huangming's life experience, which would come to life and vanish into the sky. Observing this scene, Wu Huangming coldly scoffed. "I told you long ago that no one could use this pen. Do you believe it now?" Su Leng chose to ignore him, for when he had yet to inscribe any words, he received feedback in his mind from his ability, self-knowledge. "You have misused the one-dimensional writer's pen, resulting in no effect." Modifying world settings does not equate to subverting them. It requires a rigorous, logical, and systematic approach to rewriting, not capricious alterations. Must it adhere to rigor, logic, and regularity? Contemplating the feedback in his mind, Su Leng pondered thoughtfully. It was evident that the mysterious martial arts world he had entered was, in fact, a singular realm. Otherwise, the origin of this world could not possibly be referred to as the writer's pen. The gravest transgression in writing lies in the violation of established norms, where contradictions emerge in the narrative, rendering the logic untenable. Initially, Su Leng was unaware of this principle, which led him to declare, "I, Chen Hao, shall have all attributes increased by 100 points." Such a proclamation blatantly contradicts the rigor and logic inherent in this world, making success an impossibility. To effectively wield this writer's pen, to reshape reality, one must adhere to the meticulousness and logical coherence of this realm, as well as its underlying principles. With this thought in mind, Su Ling began to reflect upon the myriad experiences he had encountered since entering this world, striving to distill the rigorous logical patterns that governed it. As he pondered, the unclad President Wu Huangming interjected with a chilling tone. I am asking you a question. Did you hear me? How did you come to know about this place and this pen? What do you truly understand about it? Speak honestly. As he reached the latter part of his query, his voice escalated to a furious roar. Affected by his thunderous outburst, Su Ling turned his gaze towards him, contemplating. Do you wish for me to end your life? Upon reviewing Wu Huangming's life experiences, Su Ling discovered that the four marshals, Lu Chong, Luo Yangwu, Zhao Donglai, and Peng Hu, had all harbored intentions to assassinate Wu Huangming and usurp his position. However, perhaps due to Wu Huangming's significance in this world, as chronicled by the writer's pen, in the character sketch of Wu Huangming, he held a pivotal role, blessed with great fortune. Consequently, the assassination attempts by the four marshals had all met with failure, resulting in dire repercussions for them instead. Undeterred by their previous failures, the marshals ceased their plots against Wu Huangming, allowing him to remain as a puppet president. Wu Huangming himself, disillusioned by a life of manipulation, had contemplated suicide multiple times. Yet each attempt had ended in failure. From hanging to drowning, each effort thwarted by fate, he encountered misfortunes instead. Strangely, each time he escaped death, a close acquaintance would perish, as if the burden of his attempted suicides were transferred to those around him. After losing several loved ones, Wu Huangming ceased his reckless attempts at self-destruction. Yet, his desire for death lingered. If anyone were to travel a great distance to the capital to expose the four marshals for their exploitation of the people, he would seize that opportunity to publicly denounce them, hoping to incite their wrath to the point of seeking his life. Alas, none of the marshals ever arrived. Now, upon witnessing the arrival of the unfamiliar Su Ling, who seemed to have usurped Lu Chong's position as the marshal of the southern province and appeared to possess knowledge of the enigmatic brush, Wu Huangming felt a resurgence of his longing for death. Su Ling, understanding this sentiment, chose to inquire rather than threaten, recognizing the gravity of Wu Huangming's demeanor. As he pondered a method to swiftly elevate his prowess through the meticulous and logical use of the writer's pen, it was evident that Wu Huangming had failed to discern the inquiry embedded in his tone. Mistaking it for a successful provocation, he scoffed, You think you can kill me? Lu Chong and Luo Yangwu, the four of them, couldn't accomplish it. What makes you believe you can? However, Su Ling merely gazed back at him, responding with serene composure. If you truly wish to resist a life of manipulation with your death, I shall grant you 2 days to settle your affairs. After 2 days, you may return here to claim your demise. Wu Huangming, who had initially worn a mocking smile, found his eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing Su Ling's words. The first statement struck at the very core of his being. He stared blankly at Su Ling, opening his mouth as if to inquire further. Yet reflecting on the years of futile struggle, he ultimately chose silence, embracing Su Ling's words. He turned and departed the small courtyard to arrange his final matters. Once Wu Huangming had left, Su Ling did not linger. He rotated the writer's pen in his hand, resuming his writing with fervor. The initial characters he inscribed read, Kill without leaving a trace, the secret of the fourth realm. To enhance one's strength in a manner consistent with the rigor, logic, and order of this world, one must undoubtedly engage in a continuation or reinterpretation of the pre-existing framework of this realm. This is the most expedient approach. In this world, martial arts, whether of lower or higher tiers, are confined to 3 realms. However, there is no stipulation that all martial arts must be limited to these 3 realms. Thus, building upon the foundation of the 3rd realm of kill without leaving a trace, Su Ling undertook a secondary creation, astonishingly introducing an unprecedented 4th realm. This approach aligns perfectly with the rigor, logic, and order of this world. Yet, the initial 3 realms of kill, without leaving a trace, present progressively increasing challenges. The first realm entails slaughtering 1,000 soldiers. The second realm involves beheading the enemy general amidst 10,000 troops, and the third realm requires the assassination of a military commander. Therefore, if one desires to maintain rigor, logic, and order, the 4th realm must be established atop the specific conditions of the 3rd realm. Evidently, Wu Huangming, who was resolutely seeking death, was an exceptionally suitable candidate. The position of president, elevated above the 4 great marshals, is akin to that of a sovereign in ancient times. Consequently, after inscribing the secret of the 4th realm, Su Ling continued, by executing 1,000 repetitions, one may slay a sovereign, thus fortifying oneself thrice. The challenge of slaying a sovereign surpasses that of assassinating a military commander by a considerable margin. In balance, the number of repetitions required remains unchanged. Furthermore, given the difficulty of slaying a sovereign, The enhancement to bolster oneself twice resonates with logical consistency, coupled with the fact that this fourth realm is unprecedented. It shatters the confines of the three realms, making an additional enhancement to increase strength entirely congruent with such a qualitative transformation. After much contemplation, Su Leng articulated the specific conditions for breaking through to the fourth realm of kill without leaving a trace. Just as he completed the final character of his inscription, suddenly, a distant humming resonated from the void. In the next moment, Su Ling beheld the space before him, which had just been inscribed in midair, suddenly twisting and writhing. Gradually, it coalesced into the very line of text he had just penned, the characters dark and eerie, the path of no mercy. The fourth realm's secret, practiced 10,000 times, could slay the monarch of a nation and bolster one's strength thrice. Once the words solidified, they seemed to come alive, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the vast unknown. As these characters disappeared into the heavens, the description of the advanced martial art, the path of no mercy, that had previously resided in Su Ling's mind abruptly transformed. The path of no mercy, origin unclear. The first realm's secret, practiced 100 times, can massacre 1,000 troops, strengthening one's body once. The second realm's secret, practiced 1,000 times, can take the enemy general's head amidst 10,000 soldiers, strengthening one's body twice. The third realm's secret, practiced 10,000 times, can pierce the heart of a general, strengthening one's body thrice. The fourth realm's secret, practiced 10,000 times, can slay the monarch of a nation, strengthening one's body sixfold. Chapter 98. The Legend of Chun Hao. The fourth realm. Observing the alteration of the information regarding the path of no mercy within his mind, Su Ling realized that the content he had inscribed with the writer's pen had taken effect. Now that a swift avenue for enhancing his prowess had been established, the next step was execution. However, to fulfill the condition of slaying a monarch, he must continue to rewrite the fabric of this world. Wang Huangming possessed a character biography and held a significant role in this realm, blessed with immense fortune. The four grand marshals had made multiple attempts on his life, even taking direct action, all of which had ended in failure and backlash. If Su Ling wished to vanquish Wang Huangming and meet the requirements for the fourth realm of the path of no mercy, he needed to dismantle this obstacle first. With this thought, Su Ling once again wielded the writer's pen and began to write. This time, however, he did not inscribe in the air. Instead, he wrote upon the dusty sheet of paper laid on the stone table amidst the scholarly implements before him. He first inscribed 3 characters, the legend of Chun Hao. This time, as soon as he wrote these 3 characters, the writer's pen did not wait until he finished to manifest its transformation. Instead, upon the emergence of these characters, the ink twisted and writhed, the eerie black letters gradually coalescing onto the paper. With the arrival of these characters, the dust that had settled on the paper was instantly shaken off and blown away. Since Wang Huangming had his own character biography and occupied an important role in this world, blessed with great fortune, Su Ling realized that to counteract this, he needed to employ a countermeasure. Chun Hao, whom he was crafting, must also possess a character biography and be endowed with even greater fortune. This notion had occurred to Su Ling from the very moment he conceived the second setting of the path of no mercy's fourth realm. As he inscribed the 3 characters Chun Hao Zhuan, he continued beneath them, detailing. Chun Hao, a native of Guangnan, rose from humble beginnings, laboring in the menial meat trade, perpetually swindled by compatriots, and held in lowly regard. One fateful day, he awoke to his plight, turning against those who exploited him, while amassing rudimentary martial arts skills. He began to aspire to greater heights. Su Leng encapsulated all that he had done since entering this world, chronicling events up to the present moment when he arrived in Guangzhou and met the president, Wu Huangming. He then proceeded to write of the future, envisioning his ultimate triumph at the Guangzhou presidential office, where he successfully assassinated Wu Huangming, transcending to the fourth realm of killing without leaving a trace, his power surging, becoming invincible in this realm, reigning supreme as the protagonist of this era. This biography, flowing eloquently across nearly 1,000 words, intertwined Su Leng's past and present actions, grounded in rigor, logic, and pattern, articulating the future's grand trajectory while ensnaring Wu Huangming, a president with a personal narrative, within its scope. As the final character of this biography was penned, a sudden thunderclap erupted from the heavens. Drawn by the sound, Su Leng instinctively looked up to the sky, only to witness a gathering of dark clouds above him, swirling into a vortex centered right above his head. Simultaneously, the paper containing his biography of Chun Hao soared upwards, propelled by an unseen force, swiftly heading towards the vortex. As the biography vanished into the heart of the swirling clouds, an inexplicable aura converged from all directions, enveloping Su Leng, bestowing upon him an extraordinary power. He was struck with an ineffable sensation, a premonition of the future and impending dangers that transcended the need for his cerebral self-awareness ability. Embracing this profound intuition, Su Leng realized this was what they termed the fortune of destiny. After thoroughly absorbing this newfound sense of fortune, Su Leng felt ready. The next step was to await Wu Huangming's instructions regarding the aftermath, then to fulfill his end. Naturally, should the other party have a sudden change of heart and desire to escape their fate, he would take it upon himself to ensure a final farewell. Fortunately, Wu Huangming's resolve remained unwavering. In the quaint courtyard, Su Leng utilized his self-awareness ability to observe Wu Huangming's every move over the past 2 days. The latter donned his attire, tidied his disheveled hair and beard, said heartfelt farewells to family, friends, and lovers alike, and ultimately returned to the courtyard the following evening. Very well, I have settled the aftermath. Let us proceed. Dressed appropriately, Wu Huangming entered the courtyard without a word, directly urging Su Leng to act. Hoping he would not be disappointed, without further ado, Su Leng rose to stand before him, executing a swift grasp akin to a black tiger pouncing on its prey, targeting Wu Huangming's heart. In this present day, Su Leng, whose strength and agility attributes have reached an impressive 7, possesses a terrifying power that is beyond the capacity of an ordinary body to withstand. However, at the very moment his claw was unleashed, it encountered an invisible force that impeded him. This ethereal force not only acted upon his hand, but also infiltrated his psyche and consciousness. As he made his move, a torrent of anxieties surged within his mind, questioning the implications of killing Wu Huangming. What would happen to his aircraft purchase? What would the future hold? Would the absence of the president in Guangzhou provoke a war among the 4 marshals, leading to widespread devastation for the people inhabiting this land? This cascade of concerns erupted in his mind, attempting to dissuade him from the act of taking Wu Huangming's life. Yet, the essence of Su Leng was not of this world. These worries could not hinder him. He swiftly dismissed these intrusive thoughts, allowing only one resolute intention to remain: kill. Simultaneously, the fortuitous energy he had acquired a few days prior erupted, shattering the invisible force that had gripped his hand. With a sharp sound reminiscent of a blade piercing flesh, Su Leng's grasp penetrated Wu Huangming's chest, piercing through to the back. A glance revealed that Su Leng's right arm had wholly traversed Wu Huangming's heart, now cradling a still-beating organ in his hand. Wu Huangming's expression was one of dazed complexity as he looked down at the gaping wound in his chest. For years, he had sought death but had never succeeded. Although he had sensed, upon witnessing Su Leng's peculiar demeanor, that perhaps his moment of liberation had finally arrived, he had nonetheless bid farewell to his family and friends in a subtle manner, uncertain if he would truly find release. Now, gazing at the hand that had pierced his chest, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of reluctance, regret, and an unexpected sense of relief. He had finally fulfilled the long-held desire to end his struggle. "Thank you," he uttered softly before closing his eyes, departing this world with a serene expression. With a detached demeanor, Su Leng withdrew his arm, allowing Wu Huangming's lifeless body to collapse to the ground. He casually discarded the heart he had grasped onto the earth and took a moment to savor the transformation coursing through his body. After acquiring the advanced martial art of no mercy, he had practiced it in secret countless times, his repetitions having long met the necessary threshold. Thus, in the instant he pierced through Wu Huangming's chest, he fulfilled the specific conditions required for the 4th realm, prompting a new notification to emerge in his vision. Congratulations to player Su Leng for breaking through to the 4th realm of no mercy, gaining strength 3, agility 3, and stamina 3. With this announcement, a surge of intense warmth flooded through Su Leng's body, rejuvenating him entirely. The sounds of muscles contracting, bones cracking, and blood flowing resonated within him, marking the profound metamorphosis taking place. Upon transcending the 4th realm of his manuscript No Mercy, his attributes of strength, agility, and stamina surged dramatically, each increasing by 3 points. With stamina resting at 9 points, both strength and agility crossed the significant threshold of 10. This milestone embodies the true essence of a martial. As both strength and agility surpassed 10, Su Leng could distinctly perceive a remarkable transformation occurring within his physique. His muscles and sinews were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His tendons grew astonishingly resilient, his bones elongated, entering a phase of secondary growth, while his muscle fibers tightened and solidified, developing a robust fascia that enhanced his body's defensive capabilities to a new echelon. Previously, Su Leng was unable to withstand bullets as a true martial would. At best, he could absorb the impact through layers of muscle before the bullets penetrated his skin. Now, however, with this newly acquired fascia born from his transformed strength, he could endure bullets with his skin, akin to his fellow marshals. Unlike others, whose strength alone exceeded 10 and whose bodies became unwieldy due to a lack of balance, Su Ling's simultaneous breakthroughs in strength and agility allowed for a harmonious transformation. Consequently, he retained a lithe physique, signifying that his speed and reflexes would far surpass those of other martials. Indeed, after savoring the nuances of his transformation, a faint smile graced Su Ling's face. With his newfound might and agility, coupled with masterful combat techniques, he was poised to overpower any martial, should he unleash the full force of his unity with the heavens and earth. Even if Luo Yangwu and his companions were to converge upon him in an attempt to overwhelm, he could easily retaliate against them one by one. At this moment, having vanquished Wu Huangming, mastered the fourth realm of no mercy, and elevated both strength and agility beyond 10, Su Ling truly stood invincible in this world. The next step was to validate his prowess against Luo Yangwu and his companions. Familiar with the life experiences of Luo Yangwu, Zhao Donglai, and Pang Hu, Su Ling was acutely aware of the martial arts they had practiced and their respective levels of mastery. Thus, by calculating the cumulative effects of their martial skills, he easily estimated their overall physical strength. While their physical prowess exceeded that of ordinary individuals by a factor of 10, it was primarily due to their strength attributes having surpassed this barrier, whereas their agility attributes had not, which explained the exaggerated physiques of the four martials. Though Su Ling's strength attribute had only just surpassed 10, and he might not yet rival the seasoned martials like Luo Yangwu in raw strength alone, the addition of his agility attribute also exceeding 10 rendered his overall capabilities far superior to those of the martial tier. Simply put, with a strength attribute above 10, his explosive power could inflict pain and injury upon Luo Yangwu and his peers. Although Luo Yangwu and his companions possessed slightly greater strength than him, their cumbersome physiques rendered them incapable of landing a hit on him, whose agility exceeded 10. In this confrontation, one side was relegated to merely enduring blows. Was this not a form of overwhelming dominance? Furthermore, once Su Leng entered a state of unity with heaven and earth, his strength could surge from just over 10 to an astonishing 15 or 16 within an instant. At that juncture, his strength and agility would far surpass those of the three, which could only be deemed invincible. Presently, among all who had taken notice of or mentioned Su Leng, a review of their life experiences revealed no one who surpassed Luo Yangwu and his companions. Thus, he felt justified in claiming invincibility. Of course, while his physical attributes had reached a state of invulnerability, the task of vanquishing all foes still hinged upon a singular act of combat. Therefore, Su Leng realized he must engage in battle to fulfill this objective. With this thought in mind, he resolutely departed from the presidential palace. This time, he refrained from employing his ability of omniscience to capture the spies lurking in the three regions surrounding the capital. Instead, he would let them relay false information, utilizing coded signals to deceive Luo Yangwu and his allies. One by one, the spies infiltrated within the capital continuously reported his movements, establishing a connection with him, which was promptly reflected back to him through his omniscience. In the past, Su Leng would have immediately confronted these individuals, either imprisoning them or eliminating them outright. However, on this occasion, he chose to allow them to proceed unhindered. Soon enough, reports of his whereabouts began to flood into the intelligence departments of the three provinces, East, West, and North, and ultimately reached the ears of Luo Yangwu, Zhao Donglai, and Pang Hu. He had indeed ventured into the central region, into the heart of the capital. Upon receiving the news, Luo Yangwu's expression darkened. Simultaneously, Zhao Donglai and Pang Hu, who remained by his side, bore equally grim visages. It appeared their intelligence department had become akin to a sieve, riddled with infiltrators. Just days prior, having failed to ambush Su Leng, the three had begun to question the integrity of their own intelligence apparatus. Luo Yangwu, having previously experienced the terrifying prowess of Su Leng, was the first to suggest that he had embedded spies within all three of their intelligence departments, having ascended to high positions. Otherwise, such control over numerous spies would have been impossible. However, Zhao Donglai and Pang Hu, who were encountering Su Leng for the first time, albeit not in a formal capacity, expressed skepticism toward this assertion. Though the ambush was in vain, the three did not disperse. Instead, they concealed their whereabouts and lay in wait within Guangzhou, maintaining contact solely with trusted informants from the intelligence department. They prepared to validate their conjectures while also seeking an opportunity to stage another ambush against Su Leng. Especially given the rarity of the convergence of the three prominent marshals, their speculations naturally revolved around Su Leng. However, the current circumstances spoke louder than words. Zhao Donglai and Pang Hu, having engaged in their initial confrontation with Su Leng without even seeing him in person, had already witnessed the prowess of their adversary. Consequently, They were wholly convinced of Luo Yongwu's assertions and felt the palpable sense of crisis that Su Leng instilled. All the intelligence they had received came from their trusted aides. Should they fail once more, it would indicate that their informants had been turned. Whether they eliminated the compromised aides or dealt with Su Leng himself, it would not constitute a loss for them. Upon recognizing that Zhao Donglai and Pang Hu had grasped the depth of Su Leng's capabilities, Luo Yongwu spoke up. The strategy of lying in wait within Guanzhong and acquiring information solely through trusted contacts was originally proposed by Luo Yongwu. Previously, Zhao Donglai and Pang Hu had hesitated regarding this suggestion, but now they found it to be undeniably prudent. Regardless of the outcome, it would be ideal to ambush and eliminate Chun Hao. If they failed again, discerning the betrayal of their informants would still yield valuable insight. Either way, they would not suffer a loss. With this thought in mind, the trio promptly set their plans in motion. They emerged from their concealed position in Guanzhong and, following the intelligence relayed by their aides, made their way closer to Su Leng. However, it was not long before they all received the same piece of news in succession. After departing from Guanjing City, Su Leng had not ventured far and had halted in a small town, seemingly waiting for something. Upon receiving this information and corroborating it with one another, they began to doubt the veracity of the intelligence. Why had he stopped in the small town? What was he awaiting? With furrowed brows, the most suspicious among them, Zhao Donglai, inquired, "Is he waiting for reinforcements?" Pang Hu speculated in astonishment. He just visited the president. Could he have struck some sort of deal? Reinforcements, my foot. Luo Yongwu retorted with a scoff. Apart from his divine protection of national fortune, what else can the president employ to thwart us? His forces are already disheartened and demoralized. Even if they were not, what do we have to fear? I suspect this cunning rogue has caught wind of our approach and is merely attempting to intimidate us. We have no reason to be afraid of him. Even if there are ambushes, given our capabilities, even if we do not emerge victorious, can we not still retreat? Pang Hu and Zhao Donglai considered his words and found them reasonable. With Lu Chong dead and the newly appointed Chun Hao possessing only fleeting martial-level strength, he was ultimately alone. United, the three of them formed the most formidable faction in the land, and there was no reason for them to be intimidated. With this realization, they hesitated no longer and swiftly proceeded toward the small town where Su Leng had come to a halt. Outside Guanjing City, in an unremarkable small town, Su Leng sat at a tea stall, ordering a pot of tea and some sunflower seeds. With his left hand, he delicately held the teacup, savoring the brew, while his right hand idly played with a seemingly ordinary writer's pen. The three individuals had previously conspired to eliminate him, and thus, he resolved to find a suitable location to await their arrival. With this notion in mind, he made his way to the nameless town. During his wait, he contemplated the nature of this world and the enigma of the writer's pen. In truth, he had already formulated a plan regarding the writer's pen. Based on the 4 updates provided by the game officials, Su Ling deduced that this so-called one-dimensional writer's pen was likely transportable. This conclusion stemmed from the information indicating that the unused dimensional item could be exchanged for corresponding dimensional points. The presence of this condition suggested that, under normal circumstances, the dimensional item was indeed usable. Had it been restricted to use solely within the discovered world, such a condition would not have been mentioned. However, it appeared that this writer's pen could only function in this realm, serving little purpose beyond a mere keepsake if taken elsewhere. As an emotionless entity, Su Ling felt no attachment to people, let alone to a pen. His reflections revolved around the essence of this world and the definition of dimensions. No longer in a state of complete vegetative existence, he perceived a glimpse of the unknown mysteries of Transdimensional Kill after his experiences in the game world, prompting deeper contemplation. Nevertheless, due to the scant information at his disposal, he found it challenging to analyze and derive meaningful insights. While he pondered, 3 colossal figures stealthily approached the nameless town, gradually encircling him in a triangular formation. It was winter, and the biting wind cut like a blade. The streets of the town were already sparsely populated, and upon the arrival of these striking figures, the few pedestrians scattered in haste, eager to distance themselves from this perilous locale. At the tea stall, the modestly dressed proprietor and the other patrons barely had time to gather their belongings or settle their bills. Witnessing the encroaching giants, they fled in terror, leaving behind only Su Ling, who remained immersed in his thoughts, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos around him. This indifference elicited a frown from the towering figures. However, having already surveyed the surrounding area for any hidden ambushes and finding none, they were undeterred by Su Ling's demeanor and continued their encirclement. As the encirclement solidified, the 3 figures ceased to hold back. Luo Yongwu was the first to speak, gazing at Su Ling, who sat at the tea stall clad in golden armor and wielding a crafted double-edged blade. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "What exactly are you waiting for?" Despite the seemingly advantageous position of the trio, Luo remained wary of Su Ling's peculiar behavior, which had previously led to their misfortunes. Moreover, he did not believe that the formidable prowess of the opposing marshal would falter due to distraction, rendering him oblivious to their encirclement. The other two flanks, having just engaged in their initial skirmish, were silently observing as Zhao Donglai and Peng Hu, who had witnessed Su Ling's might without even a face-to-face confrontation, refrained from interjecting. They, like Luo Yongwu, were fully equipped for battle. Peng Hu from Guangxing province donned a suit of metallic armor, not in the hue of pale gold, but gleaming silver. His weapon of choice was a pair of colossal metallic gauntlets, adorned with rivets, which he wore upon his hands resembling two meteor hammers at first glance. In contrast, Zhao Donglai from Guangdong province differed from both Luo Yongwu and Peng Hu. He bore no cumbersome metallic armor, but rather a snugly fitted iron suit woven from metal threads, considerably lighter than the armaments of his companions. His attire granted him greater coverage, flexibility, and agility, albeit at the cost of defensive strength. Nevertheless, with his martial-level physical resilience, it sufficed, unless faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength. Otherwise, his maneuverability in combat surpassed that of Luo Yongwu and Peng Hu. His weaponry consisted of a sword and a saber, wielding the blade in his right hand for brute force and the sword in his left for finesse. In stark contrast to the trio's full armament, Su Ling stood unencumbered by any defensive armor, his only weapons being a pair of short blades, which he had previously placed upon the table before him. However, for Su Ling, this was more than adequate. Of course, it is waiting for you all. What? He has long been aware of our intention to encircle him? As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Yongwu's expression darkened. You have indeed infiltrated our ranks with traitors. The scheme to ambush Chun Hao, orchestrated in secrecy, was known only to a select few due to issues of communication and execution. Yet, the tone and demeanor of the opponent indicated he had been privy to this plot all along. This meant there were traitors among his trusted confidants. Observing Luo Yongwu's demeanor, Su Ling could surmise his thoughts. He offered a slight smile, refraining from clarification, and instead turned his gaze to Zhao Donglai and Peng Hu, saying, Marshal Zhao and Marshal Peng, is it? This marks our first encounter, and it shall also be our last. Humph, humph. Upon hearing Su Ling's audacious declaration, both Zhao Donglai and Peng Hu scoffed, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Luo Yongwu narrowed his eyes and spoke again. Chun Hao, at this juncture, I simply cannot fathom what grants you such confidence to utter these words. We have thoroughly searched the vicinity of this town and found no ambush. Do you truly believe you can contend with us three single-handedly? The peculiarities of the situation had rendered Luo Yongwu hesitant to act thus far. The suspicious Zhao Donglai did not press the matter either, perplexed by Su Ling's unusual behavior. Only the straightforward Peng Hu, growing increasingly impatient, exclaimed, Enough! How long will you continue this pointless chatter? At this point, he is already surrounded by the three of us. What are you still hesitating for? Ha ha ha, Luo Yongwu. You are excessively suspicious. Su Ling gazed at Luo Yongwu, who hesitated to take action and continuously inquired, and laughed heartily. General Peng is absolutely right, at this moment. You still harbor doubts about this and that. You have lost all your courage. With that, Su Ling chuckled while shaking his head. Rising to his feet and grasping the two short blades resting on the table. So, you wish to know the source of my confidence? With these blades in hand, I shall reveal it to you. It is my unmatched speed and my pinnacle fighting skills. Today, I will prove my invincibility with your 3 lives. You shall die for a worthy cause. Let us begin with you. After uttering these 3 bold declarations, Su Ling's form suddenly transformed into a swift blur, darting towards General Peng Bei. As he rose to seize his blades, Luo Yongwu and his companions understood that battle was imminent and braced themselves. However, when Su Ling made his move, they were caught off guard, for they had not anticipated that he would first target Peng Hu. Moreover, they were astonished by the swiftness of his assault. The speed of his approach left the 3 present utterly stunned, especially Peng Hu himself, who could not comprehend why he was the initial target. Was it due to his earlier impatience? This thought flashed through his mind. But there was no time to ponder further. The speed of his adversary was overwhelming. Even with his martial-level prowess, he could scarcely discern Su Ling's movements. Nevertheless, as a seasoned warrior, he quickly reacted, raising his hands adorned with spiked gauntlets and executing a rapid rotation, his arms flailing in a chaotic manner to create a spinning barrier, hoping to keep his opponent at bay. Su Ling, nearly upon him, complied with Peng Hu's desires. Upon reaching his vicinity, he abruptly halted, revealing his form. Yet in the next instant, without hesitation, he thrust one of the short blades into the spinning vortex of Peng Hu's arms. With a sickening squelch, the blade penetrated the armor, finding a minuscule gap between the upper and lower body. In that moment, The terrifying force implied by Su Ling's tenfold strength attribute surged forth, piercing through Pang Hu's skin. The spinning Pang Hu, unable to contract his muscles in time to grasp the blade, was propelled by the inertia of his rotation, inadvertently twisting his waist against the dagger. With a resounding slash, the blade cleaved through Pang Hu's midsection, sending blood splattering in all directions, his entrails spilling forth. As his upper and lower body were severed, the disparity in rotational speed caused him to twist his remaining flesh and organs into a chaotic tangle before he collapsed to the ground. General Pang Bei met his demise at that moment. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. From Pang Shuai's astonishment at Su Leng's speed, he began to rotate his defenses, only to see Su Leng's form manifest, a short blade piercing accurately into his waist. In the mere span of a breath, Pang Hu's midsection was torn asunder, flesh and blood splattering, twisting his waist into a grotesque mass of sinew. Even in death, the expression on Pang Hu's face remained one of utter disbelief. He felt merely a sharp pain in his waist, and then there was nothing more. The sudden demise of Pang Hu sent shockwaves through Luo Yangwu and Zhao Donglai. Initially, upon noticing Su Leng charging towards Pang Hu, they had swiftly moved to surround him, intending to attack from behind and force Su Leng to divert his attention, thereby providing Pang Hu with an escape. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fatal blow that Su Leng delivered in an instant. Both paused abruptly, their movements halted in disbelief. How could this be? Gazing at Pang Hu, sprawled in a pool of blood with his insides twisted, Luo Yangwu and Zhao Donglai could hardly contain their trembling bodies. The man they had battled for the better part of their lives had been dispatched with such ease by Su Leng. How could they not be filled with dread? Seizing the moment amidst their terror, Su Leng, who had just felled Pang Hu, knelt to remove the gauntlets from Pang Hu's hands. In the next moment, he hurled one of the spiked gauntlets towards Zhao Donglai with tremendous force. Boom! The immense power exceeded 10, causing the heavy gauntlet to whip up a fierce wind as it hurtled towards Zhao Donglai. His eyes widened in alarm, and he reacted just in time, sidestepping to evade the swiftly approaching weapon. But just then, a warning cry erupted from Luo Yangwu nearby. Be careful! At that moment, a colossal figure, now adorned with Pang Hu's remaining spiked gauntlet on his right hand, raised it high above his head, infused with terrifying ferocity and strength, and grinned wickedly as he brought it crashing down. The sound echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air as the might of the blow surged in a state of unity, escalating to a staggering 15 or 16 points of power. Faced with such a fearsome punch, Zhao Donglai, the formidable leader of the Northeast, finally displayed an expression of terror that had not crossed his face in years. A furious roar erupted from Zhao Donglai. Simultaneously, he tilted his head back, attempting to evade the potentially fatal blow aimed at his head. It must be noted that his response was the best he could muster under the circumstances. Yet, the unfolding events ultimately took an unexpected turn. As Zhao Donglai swung his sword in a crosscut, Su Leng did not flinch or evade. He allowed the blade to strike against his arm. A dull sound echoed, reminiscent of a blade meeting rubber. Zhao Donglai's sword, upon striking Su Leng's arm, was instantly met with the resistance of hardened muscle, ensnared by the sheer density of Su Leng's flesh. With a power attribute of 15 or 16 points, the thickness of the fascia formed by his skin was far beyond what Zhao Donglai, with his mere tenfold human strength, could hope to cleave through. As the blade failed to slice through Su Leng's arm and was caught in that moment, Zhao Donglai's expression abruptly changed, finally realizing the terrifying power concealed within Su Leng, who shared a similar physique. Without hesitation, he relinquished the sword from his grasp, crossing his arms over his chest in a futile attempt to shield himself from Su Leng's ferocious strike. Alas, this hasty defense, executed even more recklessly than the sword's swing, proved utterly ineffectual. Before he could properly brace himself, Su Leng's formidable downward hammer blow had already descended. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing resonating through the air. Zhao Donglai's crossed arms were instantly crushed, his wrists contorted, while the relentless force of the strike resounded as it crashed into his exposed chest, a result of his backward lean. A thunderous boom followed, reverberating ominously. In tandem with the deafening sound, Zhao Donglai, propelled backward, erupted a copious amount of blood from his mouth, which transformed into a crimson mist that adorned his face. The iron fur woven with metallic strands in his chest caved in significantly, as did the bones beneath. After expelling a large quantity of blood, Zhao Donglai's gaze grew vacant, his mouth continuously spilling blood as he collapsed to the ground. His sternum had been shattered by Su Leng's blow, piercing into his heart, sealing his fate. How could this be possible? Luo Yangwu, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of disbelief. He could hardly fathom what unfolded before him. Not long ago, during their confrontation in Nanling City, Su Ling had barely demonstrated a level of strength and speed that reached the realm of a martial, with conspicuous weaknesses in physical endurance. Yet, in such a short span, not only had Su Ling's speed surged beyond their capabilities, but his strength had also ascended to this horrifying level. What had transpired during this interval? He had merely gone to meet the president in Guangzhou. Could such terrifying growth stem from the president? These thoughts raced through Luo Yongwu's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. This was not the time for such musings. Witnessing Su Ling effortlessly dispatch both Pang Hu and Zhao Donglai, Luo Yongwu swiftly turned his dual-edged sword into a lethal weapon, once again launching it towards Su Ling with the same fervor he had displayed in Nanling City. A piercing sound of slicing air erupted. The deadly weapon cut through the air, trailing a vast stream of white energy as it hurtled towards Su Ling. This time, however, after throwing the lethal weapon, Luo Yongwu did not linger. Instead, he immediately turned and fled. He had recognized the vast chasm separating their strengths, and to remain would only lead to his demise. Therefore, preserving one's life was paramount, and he chose to escape. Upon witnessing Luo Yongwu's weapon thrown and his immediate retreat, Su Ling felt a flicker of surprise. Though it was not entirely unexpected, Luo Yongwu's cautious nature dictated that upon recognizing the futility of the situation, he would promptly make his exit. He did not pursue. Instead, he removed the spiked gauntlet from his right hand and hurled it with great force towards the deadly windmill that was hurtling towards him. A thunderous sound erupted as the gauntlet sliced through the air. The strength of his throw, amplified to a remarkable 15 or 16 points, was far superior to what he had exhibited in Nanling City. Moreover, this spiked gauntlet was a specially crafted weapon by General Pang Hu of the Guabei army. Its materials vastly more formidable than the iron shield he had previously wielded. With these factors combined, the gauntlet, imbued with tremendous power, crashed violently into the oncoming windmill. A sharp clang resonated as the two weapons collided. This time, the forceful throw of the gauntlet met the windmill with equal might, causing both to recoil in opposite directions upon impact. The gauntlet smashed into a nearby building, creating a sizable hole in the concrete wall, startling the inhabitants within. Meanwhile, the double-edged sword was deflected to the other side, embedding itself deeply into another building's wall, eliciting screams from those inside. Having successfully dismantled Luo Yongwu's deadly windmill, Su Ling glanced at the retreating figure and swiftly moved to the double-edged sword lodged in the wall. With a firm grip on the hilt, he drew it forth with a resounding clang, raising a cloud of concrete dust. His gaze returned to the fleeing Luo Yongwu as he began to rotate the sword in his hand, the mastery of his combat skills allowing him to wield it with ease. Before long, the double-edged sword spun faster and morphed into a deadly windmill of its own. A fierce gale erupted as the weapon took shape. In an instant, Su Ling swung the windmill-like sword, unleashing the full force of his 15 or 16 points of strength as he hurled it towards the fleeing Luo Yongwu. The air was filled with a series of explosive sounds. The windmill he cast was not merely a match for Luo Yongwu's secret technique. It surpassed it in every aspect: speed, power, and sharpness. With the explosive sounds resonating, the windmill sliced through everything in its path with relentless precision, racing towards the retreating Luo Yongwu. With two dull thuds, Luo Yongwu's body was cleaved in half and fell to the ground. Only then did he comprehend the gravity of his situation. A piercing scream erupted from his lips. The severing did not instantly claim his life. His upper body writhed violently on the ground, blood spilling profusely. Thus, all three marshals fell. From that moment forth, apart from Chun Hao, to whom Su Ling devoted himself, there would be no other great general. At the very instant Luo Yongwu was bisected by the windmill, a series of game notifications emerged in Su Ling's vision. Ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, player Su Ling, for successfully completing the mission. The system will now evaluate your performance in this round of the game. Please hold on for a moment while the rating concludes. In this round of the game, the player assumes the role of Chun Hao, a lowly ticket scalper, who quickly realizes he has been deceived. He retaliates by stealthily ambushing and killing his compatriot, Chen Jiaming. Subsequently, he astonishingly uncovers that the mastermind behind this treachery is Liang Shaozong, the leader of the Heavenly Gate. Through remarkable means, he acquires knowledge of a series of rudimentary martial arts. With the funds amassed from years of extortion, he diligently hones his skills, ultimately unlocking the mastery of combat techniques, culminating in his vengeance against Liang Shaozong. Following this, he strategically crafts a provocative letter to the Heavenly Gate, located far to the north, and proceeds to the southern city of Guan. There, he discovers that the foremost experts in this realm are the four grand marshals. Under the guise of servitude, he infiltrates the vicinity of Luchang, gaining insight into various martial arts. As a result, he learns the advanced technique, no mercy, and begins to orchestrate a plan. By manipulating Li Junxing, He orchestrates the assassination of the son of the Western warlord, Luo Yongwu, thereby embroiling the Western province's warlords in conflict, which leads to a war that he uses to refine his skills, breaking through to the first level of No Mercy. During this tumultuous period, the Heavenly Gate receives the provocative letter. The player, through extraordinary means, uncovers the secret of the unity of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing his prowess. He then employs the secret technique of this unity to impersonate a martial-level expert, ultimately slaying the Southern Commander's chief, Zhou Jingqi, and transcending to the second level of No Mercy, resulting in the collapse of the Southern Army. Misunderstandings arise between Lu Chang and General Luo, escalating their conflict, leading to a direct confrontation, which the player subtly incites, ultimately igniting a fierce battle between Lu Chang and Luo Yongwu. After the battle, Luo Yongwu is injured, and Lu Chang is weakened, presenting the player with an opportunity to strike down the general, achieving the third level of No Mercy. The completion rate of this round of the game stands at a perfect 100. Familiar with the game ratings, Su Ling had grown accustomed to them. However, as this dynamic information appeared, suddenly, a message emerged in his mind regarding his ability of self-awareness. You have completed 3 game tasks in a manner that defies logic and reason using your self-awareness ability. Your hidden game rating in Transdimensional Kill has been elevated to a standard level, and the overall difficulty of your future games will be increased. The newly revamped mobile station offers a synchronized experience with the desktop version, free from advertisements for a refreshing reading experience. Chapter 102, Ascendancy Cardum? Upon seeing the message in his mind, Su Ling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, there exists a hidden scoring mechanism in Transdimensional Kill. This so-called hidden scoring mechanism is essentially a system designed for game balance. In competitive gaming, for every victor, there is a vanquished. While the winner revels in joy and satisfaction, the loser experiences profound frustration and a lack of enjoyment. The hidden scoring mechanism was developed to retain players to the greatest extent possible. In Su Ling's previous world, 2 games, Certain Alliance and Certain Glory, featured similar mechanisms. Each player's skill level varies, and the hidden scoring mechanism ensures that skilled players are matched against one another while novices face off, allowing for a balance of wins and losses, thus maximizing the gaming experience for all players. So far, Su Ling has participated in 3 games, and with his ability of self-omniscience, he has achieved remarkably high ratings in each game, and this occasion is no exception. In his mind's eye, the dynamic updates following the game task are as follows. Player Su Ling's final rating for this round is A. Congratulations to player Su Ling for receiving an A rating in this round. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to player Su Ling for achieving an A task evaluation. You have received 1 unit of transdimensional energy. Congratulations to player Su Ling for completing the task with a 100 completion rate. You may retain the attributes acquired in the game copy. Congratulations to player Su Ling for attaining a perfect level in character role-playing, obtaining the character card Extreme Martial Enthusiast. Congratulations to player Su Ling for discovering a dimensional artifact in the game, unlocking the Dimensional Mall. Unsurprisingly, Su Ling has once again achieved an A game rating. With 3 consecutive A ratings, Su Ling's hidden score has escalated to a stable level. This is not a notification from the game system, but rather feedback from his self-omniscience ability. The hidden score is not visible to players. By Su Ling's understanding, the so-called stable level signifies that the official designation of his gaming prowess has been established as a constant A, and henceforth, whenever he enters a game, whether in single-player or multiplayer mode, the difficulty will be adjusted accordingly based on this rating. In truth, this was already hinted at during the second game. He was the last to enter the game, and his character was that of a lesser-known, illegitimate prince, which inadvertently heightened the difficulty of the game considerably. The same applies to this third game. Although categorized as a difficult level, the challenge it presents to an ordinary player is akin to a nightmare level. Previously, Su Ling had somewhat fallen into a cognitive bias, assessing the game's difficulty through the lens of his self-omniscience ability, believing that this game's difficulty did not quite align with the difficult classification. However, in reality, an ordinary player lacking his self-omniscience ability would struggle immensely to acquire even a single martial arts skill. If the task timeline were ample, it might be feasible to gradually accumulate martial arts skills by spending time switching between different identities and joining various martial arts sects, ultimately reaching the level of the 4 grand marshals or even surpassing it. Yet, the system has only allotted him a mere 2 years for the task, a span utterly insufficient for such an endeavor. Thus, when his self-omniscience ability revealed that his hidden score had been elevated to a stable level, he was surprised yet not taken aback. However, what intrigues him now is whether the algorithm of the Transdimensional Kill game system, which enhances his hidden score, will analyze the various extraordinary behaviors he exhibits through the utilization of his self-omniscience ability, peeling back layers to define this ability. It raises the possibility that his self-omniscience might be categorized as unknown, and subsequently, based on the extraordinary actions he takes while completing tasks in the future. A systematic collection and screening could lead to a definitive judgment on the unknown. If it were merely an ordinary game, Su Ling's concerns might be deemed overly anxious. However, the game Transcendent Kill harbors an enigmatic mystery, and the transcendent energy he acquires within it is indeed progressively healing his physical form in reality. Therefore, Su Ling cannot dismiss this notion. After all, his ability of self-omniscience is his greatest secret, one he must protect from all, even from the game's artificial intelligence. It appears that in future games, he must either establish his own network or rely on local forces to feign the acquisition of intelligence, he mused. The thought of having to deceive even the official game is curious. One wonders how other players would react upon discovering such a truth. Nevertheless, for the emotionless Su Ling, this challenge brings him a semblance of enjoyment, reminiscent of his previous state of void, where he would deduce based on updates of objective external information. As the saying goes, battling against heaven, earth, and others is a source of endless delight. His consciousness detached, traversing, and gradually restoring, he became aware of his surroundings. He immediately glanced at his right hand. Upon seeing the seemingly unremarkable pen still grasped within his fingers, he had formed a judgment in his mind. Yet it was only upon witnessing the reality aligning with his suspicions that he felt completely at ease. The one-dimensional writer's pen could indeed be brought out from the game world. However, at that moment, the pen displayed a dynamic message. This dimensional object exclusively belongs to the mysterious martial arts world and cannot be utilized in the current realm. Having extracted the writer's pen from the mysterious martial arts world, its use was evidently restricted. Upon reading this message, Su Ling immediately ceased his hesitation and silently intoned, "Exchange for dimensional points. Congratulations, player Su Ling has obtained 100 dimensional points." With the emergence of this notification, the writer's pen in his hand vanished without a trace. Observing the emptiness of his palm, Su Ling instinctively grasped at the air, unaware of how the writer's pen had disappeared. One-dimensional attributes name. Su Ling attributes. Strength 1032, Agility 1007, Stamina 939, Intelligence 151 skills. Beginner bomb manufacturing, master level firearm knowledge. Master level disguise, master level combat, master level marksmanship items. Character alteration card 1. Character card, Supreme Martial Artist. 1. Character card, Prince, Transcendent Energy 1. Position swap card 1 Martial Arts. Kill without leaving a trace, 4th realm. Ascend to Divinity skill, 2nd realm. Frenzied Blood Fist, 1st realm. Secret technique. Unity of Heaven and Earth dimensional object. Non-dimensional points. 100 in this game. Su Ling reaped considerable rewards. His attributes surged from an average of slightly over 1 to an average of 10 in physical attributes, and his intelligence increased by 0.51. Furthermore, he acquired knowledge of over 100 mysterious martial arts techniques and the secret technique of unity with the universe. Beyond this, his greatest discovery was the existence of dimensional objects. After casting a glance at the one-dimensional attribute panel, he redirected his focus towards the character card, Extreme Martial Madman. He was already quite familiar with the other skills, martial arts manuals, and transcendent energy, rendering further examination unnecessary. Character card, Extreme Martial Madman. Upon using this card, one acquires the attributes of the Extreme Martial Madman, with martial comprehension and malevolent charisma both at 100, valid for 24 hours. This character card was indeed commendable. Gazing at the Extreme Martial Madman card, Su Ling nodded slightly. In comparison to the Prince card, which merely served as a verbal weapon, the Extreme Martial Madman card proved to be far more practical. Should he venture into the realm of high martial arts in the future, the value of this card would be immeasurable. After reviewing the attributes of this singular new item card, curiosity welled within him, prompting him to mentally utter, Dimension Maul. The writer's pen, a divine artifact capable of rewriting a world, could only be exchanged for a mere 100 dimension points. Su Ling was deeply intrigued by what treasures might reside within this so-called Dimension Maul, worthy of a mere 100-point exchange for the writer's pen. With a hum, a massive virtual frame, entirely shrouded in enigmatic black, suddenly materialized before him as he completed his mental invocation. Above this grand, ink-black virtual frame, 4 equally mysterious characters boldly proclaimed, Dimension Maul. However, to his astonishment, the vast virtual frame of the Dimension Maul was utterly devoid of content, save for a single card radiating a bronze sheen, prominently displayed in the first row and position. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Ling could not help but furrow his brow. Was this all there was to the Dimension Maul? Bronze Ascension card. Upon using this card, the player's one-dimensional panel attributes are elevated to the level of consciousness-based life dimensions. Valid for 24 hours. Required dimension points for exchange. 100. Gazing at the attribute description of the Bronze Ascension card within the Dimension Mall, Su Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. An Ascension card. It would elevate a player's one-dimensional panel attributes to the heights of consciousness-based life dimensions. In other words, upon utilizing this card, he could possess all the attributes, skills, martial arts, and items from his one-dimensional panel in the game Transdimensional Kill within reality. This was nothing short of a divine artifact. If his one-dimensional panel attributes could be enhanced to manifest in the real world, unless a special operations team were dispatched with heavy artillery, no one could contend with him. With such power, barring being targeted by the state apparatus, he would essentially be free from peril in any situation. Moreover, if he were to venture into war-torn regions, devoid of intervention from major powers, he could undoubtedly establish dominance and become a warlord. Of course, Su Ling harbored no such ambitions. After all, the technological weaponry of the real world was far beyond the realm of the mysterious martial arts world. Aspiring to dominate as a warlord in the world of mysterious martial arts would be tantamount to courting death. Not to mention, a single precision missile would obliterate him in an instant. However, possessing this prop card, Su Ling would no longer need to worry about any situation in his daily life. With this thought in mind, he resolutely whispered in his heart, "Exchange." As his mind focused, the dimensional points in his one-dimensional attribute panel instantly diminished from 100 to 0. Simultaneously, a bronze dimensional upgrade card from the Dimensional Mall transformed into a stream of azure light, breaking free from its virtual confines and merging into his very being. Su Ling hurriedly glanced at the item section of his one-dimensional attribute panel. Items. Bronze dimensional upgrade card X1. Character modification card X1. Character card. Extreme martial enthusiast X1. Character card. Prince. Superdimensional energy X1. Position change card X1. Indeed, the bronze dimensional upgrade card had appeared in the item section. With the card secured, the sense of crisis that his prolonged state of vegetative existence had instilled in him eased significantly. Regrettably, its effect lasted only 24 hours. After securing the card, Su Ling shook his head slightly in disappointment. He understood that an item obtained from a one-dimensional world, even if it were an origin of the very world itself, could not instantaneously transform him, a three-dimensional being, into a superhuman in reality. The value simply did not align. Elevating his one-dimensional attributes to reflect even a single day in the real world was already a remarkable feat. However, it did leave him with a tinge of regret for having concluded his journey in the mysterious martial arts world so prematurely. Since his entry into the mysterious martial arts world, over a year had elapsed in the game, while merely 17 or 18 days had passed in reality. The flow of time in the game world of Superdimensional Kill compared to reality was a ratio of 24 to 1. 1 day in the game equated to 1 hour in the real world, and a year in the game was roughly equivalent to just over 15 days in reality. Having spent more than a year in this third gaming world, the external world had progressed only for 17 to 18 days. During this period, he would occasionally open his eyes in the real world to appease his parents and his sister, Su Jing, while spending the rest of his time feigning sleep and playing the game. At this juncture, his vegetative state served as the perfect guise. As long as he opened his eyes each day to confirm his wakefulness, neither his parents nor Su Jing would harbor complaints about his extended periods of slumber. After all, they had grown accustomed to caring for the sleeping Su Ling over the past year. Originally, there remained more than 9 months of task time in the mysterious martial arts world. By all logical standards, Su Ling should have spent the entirety of this time there, maximizing his physical attributes through the ingenious use of the writer's pen. However, after calculating the circumstances, he ultimately resolved to complete the task immediately and depart from the mysterious martial arts world. The reason being that the mysterious martial arts world was a low-level martial arts realm, where the 4 great martials had scoured over 100 martial arts techniques, honing their skills for many years to achieve their current prowess. Most of the martial arts within were of limited effectiveness, aside from the first stage. The training required from the second stage onwards was prohibitively time-consuming, often taking at least 40 to 50 days, with lengthy cycles and cumbersome specific conditions. Although 9 months was not a short duration, it was not particularly long either, and he would not gain substantial attributes by completing the full term. It was better to exit promptly and embark on the next game sooner. With his agility and strength attributes exceeding 10 points, coupled with his suspicion of the existence of a hidden scoring mechanism, he was certain that the official game system would arrange a more arduous and perilous game world for him based on his attribute values and level rating in the next match. At that moment, the benefits of spending those 9 months in the real world, equating to a mere 12 to 13 days, would become increasingly apparent in the 4th game. For someone with a fortune in the millions, to be asked to toil for mere dollars an hour would be a blatant waste of time and life. Although the world of mysterious martial arts offers the writer's pen to rewrite reality, altering the world is not a simple endeavor. It necessitates adherence to the strictness, logic, and rules of the mysterious world. Otherwise, such alterations would be rendered ineffective. Even as the supreme commander of the Southern Front, praised daily by the populace of that land, Su Leng had not discovered a third advanced martial art from the myriad life experiences he recorded, despite his interactions with countless individuals. This illustrates the rarity of advanced martial arts, leading him to speculate whether only these two exist within the mysterious martial arts realm. While awaiting Luo Yongwu and his companions, Su Leng had indeed attempted to use the writer's pen to create new advanced martial arts, but all his efforts had been in vain. Regardless of how absurdly he framed the specific conditions based on no leaving a trace and 3 vengeful kill techniques, none of his attempts yielded a new advanced martial art. This prompted him to ponder the nature of the mysterious martial arts world and the concept of one-dimensional definitions. Consequently, he chose not to linger beyond the task limit in that world, as it would merely squander the precious days ahead. Even now, though the emergence of the Bronze Dimension upgrade card sparked a faint sense of regret within him, this regret stemmed solely from the thought that, had he encountered a dire situation, his strength would not have increased. However, as no such urgent threat was present, this fleeting regret quickly dissipated. Subsequently, Su Leng redirected his focus toward the next game, neglecting the idea of using dimensional energy to restore his remaining senses of taste, smell, and touch. These senses would not provide substantial aid in his comatose state. Rather, restoring them could exacerbate his physical discomfort. The sensation of touch would amplify the agony of his body being laden with tubes, taste would remind him of the unpalatable liquid diet, and smell would subject him to the daily odor of hospital disinfectants, none of which he desired. Moreover, with the Bronze Dimension upgrade card now at his disposal, his urgency diminished. He resolved to accumulate sufficient dimensional energy to restore all 3 senses in conjunction with his physical body, ensuring a comprehensive and permanent solution. With a meticulously crafted plan in mind, his attention remained fixated on the upcoming game. Yet, he refrained from commencing immediately, uncertain of the world that would be arranged and aware that the hidden scoring mechanism needed to be addressed as well. The game system of hyperdimensional kill has elevated his hidden score to a normative level. If he were to commence the next game under these circumstances, he would undoubtedly encounter a perilous world that far exceeds his current capabilities. Thus, Su Leng concluded that he must devise a strategy to mitigate the difficulty. His primary objective is to attain level ratings from each game world and subsequently acquire hyperdimensional energy, rather than engaging in extreme challenges for the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade. Therefore, fully aware of the impending escalation in game difficulty, it would be folly for him to immediately embark on the next game. In his mind, thoughts raced as he sought a solution. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. In a previous life, within a certain alliance and a particular glory, a high hidden score typically matched players with incompetent teammates, leading to losses, a mechanism designed to balance win rates. By employing reverse reasoning, he pondered whether proactively seeking a less skilled teammate might lower the game difficulty. As this notion crystallized, Su Leng felt a surge of optimism. Most game scenarios revolve around urban romances, familial feuds among the affluent, survival on deserted islands, or fleeting days within ancient harems. The most challenging situations merely involved exonerating oneself from murder accusations. Under the game's balancing mechanism, Su Leng surmised that encountering such simplistic game worlds would be a rarity. However, by recruiting these novice players to join him in gameplay, the game's balancing system might very well facilitate a fusion of difficulty levels, thereby reducing his own while elevating that of his companions. Though this arrangement would effectively place him in a position to deceive his teammates, is that not the essence of gaming? It is either one is deceived or one deceives. Why not embrace the latter? With this thought in mind, Su Leng prepared to access his friend's system. Yet, he soon recalled that his friend list contained but a single individual. Had he known not to dismiss the friend requests from the second game's players, he sighed lightly. One friend would have to suffice. Fortunately, this particular player idolized him and would likely heed his guidance in the game, making them easier to manage. While this might seem somewhat unfair to the other player, he could always offer useful item cards as compensation after the game concluded. With this resolution, Su Leng activated the friend system. At that very moment, a torrent of messages flooded the screen. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Idle, I just finished my game. Are you there? Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. I'm not there? Alright, I'll play another round. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Idle, I finished again. Are you there? Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Well, it seems you're still not here. Good night then. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Good morning, Idle. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. It's been 3 days. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Good night. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Good night. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Good night. Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Have you encountered some trouble? Do you not wish to tell me? Xiao Xiao is also quite adorable. Go away. Blocked. Such a small and adorable friend. Good morning. The mobile site has been completely revamped. Data and bookmarks are now synchronized with the desktop site, providing an ad-free and refreshing reading experience. Chapter 104. Forming a team. As Su Ling read the barrage of messages from his sister's friend, a girl named Chen Shasha, a question mark appeared above his head. Wasn't she being a tad theatrical? This series of messages had been sent over the course of the several days he had spent in the world of mysterious martial arts. Some were sent on the same day, while others arrived a day or two later. Due to the game's restrictions, players could not receive messages from friends, so Su Ling had not been able to respond to her promptly. Chen Shasha was merely a low-level player, and the time limits for the game instances she encountered were typically within a few days, translating to just a few hours in real time. Their interaction had been minimal. However, upon reflection, he realized that Chen Shasha was of the same age as Su Jing, 17 or 18, an age filled with youthful exuberance and emotional drama. Moreover, having been raised in affluence and now studying abroad alone, her peculiar behavior seemed somewhat understandable. Thus, Su Ling chose not to dwell on her messages and replied, Su Ling, I just finished the game and saw your messages. Are you playing too? Superdimensional Kill was a consciousness-bound game. The excuse of account theft was rather far-fetched. Nevertheless, he understood that this was merely Chen Shasha's way of glossing over her previous awkward messages. Since she had put it forth, he decided to take her words at face value. Su Ling, huh? How could your account be stolen? Those account thieves are truly despicable. Shall we team up for a match? In a game plaza filled with players of various backgrounds, a female gamer, sitting in a sunlit corner, sprang to her feet. With a gleeful expression, she quickly typed "sounds good" into her message box, ready to send. She deleted the phrase and replaced it with a simple OK. After waiting a brief moment, 10 seconds or so, she felt satisfied and pressed the send button. As soon as her message was dispatched, a notification popped up before her. Your friend Su Ling has sent you a team-up request. Would you like to accept? Should she keep him waiting a bit longer? No. She had already made him wait long enough. Excitedly, she clicked to accept the team-up request. Congratulations. You have formed a team with player Su Ling. Enjoy your gaming experience together. Shortly after this notification appeared, another message arrived. Su Ling, do you have any pressing matters to attend to? If so, it would be best to handle them first, as teaming up with me might take a considerable amount of time. Because he was acutely aware that his hidden rating was at a standard level, each gaming session was likely to be quite lengthy. Even with Chen Shasha joining his team, the difficulty of the game would balance out between both parties, yet according to Su Ling's estimation, the task duration would still be considerable. Typically, Chen Shasha only spent a few hours per game, thus he felt compelled to give her a heads up. After all, having already caused some inconvenience in the game, he wished to avoid doing so in reality. Chen Shasha responded, somewhat bewildered by the message from Su Ling. Wasn't each game randomized? How could she possibly know the length of the gameplay? However, this thought triggered a memory. A little one is also quite adorable. I arranged to meet a gaming friend at the No. 3 Game Square of the White Eagle Federation today to trade for an item. However, their schedule is a bit erratic, so we agreed to meet in the afternoon. And there is still over an hour until our scheduled time. Could you wait for me a moment? Su Ling, sure. Since he had initiated the reminder, Su Ling had no objections. Su Ling, if you need to reach me in the future, you can contact Su Jing. I am unable to see messages promptly while in the game, but I am awake in reality, albeit my body is still in recovery, preventing me from speaking or moving. I can only open my eyes. If you need to reach me, please contact her, and she will relay your messages to me. I should be able to speak soon, at which point I will have her convey your words. After sending this message, Su Ling narrowed his eyes slightly in the initial space, contemplating a new idea regarding the superdimensional energy he had initially intended to reserve for bodily recovery. Restoring and enhancing his sense of taste, which pertains to the mouth and tongue, would allow him to communicate once that aspect of his body was mended. If he were not in contact with the outside world, he would not need to rush the restoration of his sense of taste. Should there be any emotional expressions from others, it would lead to awkwardness. Additionally, he had been awake for over 20 days, and it was indeed necessary to show some signs of recovery to ease his parents' and Su Jing's concerns. Although the taste of those liquid diets was not particularly pleasant, it was bearable. Often, plans do not keep pace with changes. Just moments ago, Su Ling had not intended to restore the remaining 3 senses, but after careful consideration, he resolved to proceed with mending his sense of taste. With this thought in mind, he silently commanded, "Restore taste." A familiar golden light surged forth from the virtual frame and swiftly penetrated Su Ling's forehead. Receiving command, Commencing restoration of the player's sensory perception of taste. Please hold on. Restoration complete. Dynamic information flashed before his eyes. In that familiar hospital room, the rhythmic beeping of the electronic heart rate monitor filled the air. Lying on the hospital bed, Su Ling slowly opened his eyes. It was deep into the night. The White Eagle Federation, where Chen Shasha is studying abroad, is situated nearly 12 hours ahead of this place. It is just past noon there while it is deep into the night here. In the hospital room, Su Ling is accompanied by her mother, Yang Xiaoying, and her sister, Su Jing. Since Su Ling awakened, igniting a renewed sense of hope within the family, their father, Su Peiqing, sought employment over 10 days ago to earn a living. The family can no longer rely on borrowed money, especially with the impending treatment costs for Su Ling and prior debts that require repayment. Although Su Peiqing's earnings from his labor may not be substantial, any amount is better than none. Like many fathers, he remains taciturn yet bears profound responsibilities, willing to shoulder the burdens of life for his family. Consequently, Su Peiqing's visits to the hospital have become infrequent. Now, it is Yang Xiaoying and Su Jing who care for Su Ling. Yang Xiaoying has taken up the steady role of caregiver, while Su Jing assumes the more flexible position. When Su Ling opens her eyes once more, she sees her mother, Yang Xiaoying, sleeping on a makeshift bed by the door and directly across from her. Her sister Su Jing, whose back is turned, studying diligently under the glow of a desk lamp, preparing for the college entrance examination, albeit frequently stifling yawns. As the days pass, the date of Su Jing's examination draws nearer. Yet, her work continues, leaving her to compensate for lost study time during her nightly rest. Yang Xiaoying, aware of the pivotal moment in Su Jing's life, enforces a bedtime of 2 to 3 hours after 10 in the evening, allowing Su Jing to sleep until dawn while she watches over Su Ling through the night. The makeshift bed serves both convenience and economy. Su Ling is cognizant of these circumstances. However, the 100,000 yuan earned from selling props is insufficient to resolve the family's current predicament. Thus, she refrains from transferring the funds to Su Jing, opting instead to manage the money herself, intending to invest it in the stock market to multiply it until it can adequately address the family's debts and expenses before being withdrawn. Currently, the family's financial burdens have not reached a point of unbearable crisis, so there is no need for haste. Is this the taste? The moment Su Ling opens her eyes, she is immediately enveloped in a long-lost sensation bursting forth in her mouth. Moreover, her taste buds, restored through transcendent energy, are far more acute than those of the average person. She can distinctly identify all the lingering flavors in her mouth, discerning the ingredients, spices, and seasonings used. This experience is both wondrous and disconcerting, for she finds her mouth filled with the flavors of the hospital's provided liquid diet. While each ingredient in isolation is nutritious and commonly enjoyed, their amalgamation into a puree renders the flavors somewhat unpleasant, causing Su Ling to furrow her brow slightly. Nevertheless, she does not linger on her heightened sense of taste for long, soon attempting to speak. The process unfolded unexpectedly smoothly. The sensory restoration facilitated by transcendent energy allowed him to articulate effortlessly, devoid of any sensation of hoarseness or discomfort. Indeed, his voice resonated with even greater vigor and clarity than in his prior state of health. However, his vocal practice startled Su Jing, who had been engrossed in her studies, instantly reviving her from her state of fatigue. "Mom, is that you?" Su Jing swallowed hard, glancing at her mother, Yang Xiaoying, who lay sleeping on the makeshift bed beside her. To her dismay, she observed no signs of awakening from her mother. A chill ran down her spine at the thought of being in a hospital ward late at night, focused on her studies, when an unexpected voice emerged from behind her. Who could withstand such a fright? Especially since the voice did not belong to her mother, and her brother, lying on the hospital bed, was unable to speak. Suddenly, the voice from behind called her name. Startled, she let out a shriek and sprang to her feet, covering her eyes with her hands as she rushed towards the exit of the ward. However, blinded, she could not see the path ahead, and with the ward lights extinguished, she tripped over the bed's support leg with a resounding thud, crashing to the floor, her studying glasses skidding across the ground towards the door. From his bed, Su Leng stared in astonishment at the scene, inquiring, "What are you doing?" "He merely called your name. Why such a reaction?" Upon hearing Su Leng's words, Su Jing, still sprawled on the floor, was taken aback to realize that the voice calling her name was indeed her brother's. After more than a year without hearing his voice, she could hardly recognize it. Gritting her teeth against the pain from her toes colliding with the bed frame and the impact of her fall, she quickly sprang to her feet, a smile tugging at her lips as she turned to Su Leng, exclaiming, "Brother, you can speak?" "Yes," Su Leng replied, nodding with a smile. The commotion in their conversation had also roused Yang Xiaoying from her slumber on the makeshift bed. She slowly sat up, puzzled, and asked Su Jing, "Who are you talking to?" Upon hearing her mother's voice, Su Jing hurried to the door of the ward, switched on the lights, and excitedly said to Yang Xiaoying, "Mom, brother can talk now. He can talk." "Really?" Yang Xiaoying's face lit up with surprise and disbelief as she hastily rose from her makeshift bed and approached Su Leng's bedside. "Mom." Su Leng greeted with a smile as she reached him, then added, "I truly appreciate everything you both have endured over this past year." Listening to her son's gratitude, tears streamed down Yang Xiaoying's face once more. As she wiped away her tears, joyfully sobbing, she said, "Silly child, you are my son. It was I who brought you into this world. It is my duty to care for you, so there is no need to feel burdened. Quickly, summon the doctor. Your brother is able to speak, which indicates he is gradually recovering. Please ask the doctor to come and examine his condition." The latter part of her statement was directed at Su Jing. Upon hearing this, Su Jing, without any hesitation, picked up her fallen glasses and hurriedly opened the ward door, running out to call the on-duty doctor. Though it was late at night, the on-duty physician was diligent and promptly arrived at the ward. After confirming that Su Leng could indeed speak, he proceeded to contact various specialists. The rare occurrence of a patient awakening from a vegetative state after more than a year of slumber was particularly intriguing for experts in neurology. Consequently, numerous specialists rushed to the hospital in the middle of the night to conduct a series of examinations on Su Leng. Once the assessments were completed, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Your son is currently in the recovery phase, and the progress appears promising. However, rehabilitation is a prolonged journey. Alongside caring for him, you must also pay attention to his psychological changes during this period, ensuring he remains patient. Do you understand? After the examination, the attending physician called Yang Xiaoying and Su Jing outside the ward to impart a few final words before departing. Witnessing this scene, Yang Xiaoying smiled with relief and said to Su Jing, "After all this commotion through the night, you should also rest. Don't delay your early rise for school tomorrow." "Yes, dear mother." The gradual recovery of Su Leng brought joy to both Su Jing and Yang Xiaoying, and Su Jing felt inclined to engage in light-hearted banter with Yang Xiaoying as she used to. After exchanging a few playful remarks, Su Jing lay down on the floor to sleep. Yang Xiaoying took a seat at the desk where Su Jing had previously studied, gazing affectionately at the slumbering Su Leng. However, Su Leng was not truly asleep. He merely pretended to be, seizing the opportunity to immerse himself in the game. Beep. Consciousness linking. Welcome back to the hyperdimensional killing world. As anticipated, Chinshasha had sent him a message. "Little one is quite adorable. Idol, I've completed the transaction." Little one is quite adorable, idol. While over 2 hours had passed in the real world, within the game, Chinshasha had also finished her agreed-upon transaction. In the game plaza of hyperdimensional killing, time flowed at the same pace as in the outside world. Only during each game did the perception of time diverge from reality. Su Leng was unaware of the principles governing this world's consciousness studies, but based on his past understanding of consciousness, he speculated that it was likely related to the altered perception of time during deep sleep. Many individuals have experienced lengthy dreams that felt as if they spanned years, only to awaken and discover that only a few hours had elapsed. Conversely, some may feel as though they have merely dozed for a few minutes, only to realize upon waking that several hours have passed. The exploration of consciousness in this world has likely progressed to a level where this phenomenon can be deciphered and applied within the game Hyperdimensional Kill. However, this remains merely an analytical conjecture by Su Leng. The veracity of his assumptions will only become apparent once he has the opportunity to delve into and study the nuances of consciousness in this realm. Su Leng, I briefly exited the game for a medical examination at the hospital. If you are ready, shall we commence now? Little cutie. Oh, I see. Yes. Let us begin. Su Leng, all right. After sending this message, Su Leng silently intoned, "Enter the game." As this thought materialized, a notification emerged in his vision. Player Su Leng. Greetings. You are currently in a team formation and may only opt for multiplayer mode. Do you wish to enter the game? Upon reading this notification, Su Leng furrowed his brow slightly, though he was not particularly surprised. Having chosen to team up with others, it was reasonable that he would be restricted to multiplayer mode. Enter the game. Player Little Cutie, your team leader has opted to enter the game. Do you wish to join? Tick, 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 tick. The old modeled wall echoed the rhythmic ticking of the round clock, the second hand moving steadily. In the cramped room, 2 antiquated wooden tables faced each other, cluttered with an array of ambiguous books and documents that lay in disarray. In one corner of the room, a rusted pipe descended from a hole in the ceiling, extending downward and penetrating through another opening to the floor below. Drops of water dripped from the pipe, staining the walls and floor, saturating the space with a musty odor. As his consciousness gradually emerged from chaos, Su Leng, perceiving the cacophony of sensory information, found himself in such an environment, seated at one of the aged wooden tables. This prompted a frown. The initial setting was rather harsh. However, it was a marked improvement compared to the torrential downpour of his previous game. After his moment of contemplation, he immediately turned his attention to the in-game notifications and the feedback from his self-omniscience. This round's game setting: fantasy, mystical side. This round's player persona: a duplicitous hypocrite. This round's main quest: deliver at least one sacred artifact to the Holy Court Temple. This round's quest duration is 6 months within the instance. Failure to complete the task within this time frame will be deemed a failure. Dying within the time limit will also be considered a failure. This round is in multiplayer mode, triggering a side quest: eliminate players from opposing teams. Due to the player Su Leng's previous game rating being classified as level, the average game assessment for this round stands at level, ensuring game balance and safeguarding other players. Consequently, the difficulty for player Su Leng has been escalated, necessitating that he protect his teammate, the diminutive yet endearing Xiao Xiao, ensuring the entire team survives to complete the mission. This round's game difficulty is categorized as ordinary. The game concludes when a player either perishes or successfully delivers at least one sacred relic to the Holy Temple in the capital of Zanchur, without the need to await the task's time limit. It has been detected that the player's dimensional attributes surpass those of ordinary individuals, and the process of attribute implantation is currently underway. Implantation complete. You have now entered a world steeped in mystery, reminiscent of the medieval era of your past life. You assume the identity of Christoph Lentz, the proprietor of a beleaguered commission agency. 3 days prior, you received a commission to deliver a mysterious object to the Holy Temple in the capital of Zanchur. Having accepted this commission, you entered into a certain enigmatic contract. Failure to arrive at the designated city within the stipulated time frame will result in a curse leading to your demise, as dictated by mysterious forces. The current stipulation requires departure from the present city within 3 days. The city in which you find yourself is known as Onister, a place where deceit is impossible. An honest city, thus, refrain from uttering falsehoods while within its bounds. This game world intriguingly intertwines with the arcane. Indeed, the game officials have significantly elevated the difficulty for him. Moreover, akin to the second game world, due to his previous round's game rating, the system has once again imposed additional challenges. He is now tasked with the obligation of ensuring Chenshasha's safety and guaranteeing the survival of the entire team during the mission. This revelation compelled Su Leng to abandon any trivial notions he may have entertained upon encountering the character design of this game. Furthermore, the information relayed by his self-awareness is profoundly thought-provoking. The first item pertains to the identity profile of the character he embodies, which is rather straightforward. However, the subsequent second and third items warrant deeper contemplation. The commission accepted 3 days ago, stipulating that he must reach the designated city within this time frame. Does this not parallel the toxic zone mechanics of the previous Life S Battle Royale games? Wait a moment. A commission accepted 3 days ago, requiring him to vacate the city within 3 days? In an instant, Su Leng sprang to his feet. The system had audaciously granted him an extension to enter the game. The implication of having to leave his current city today became abundantly clear. With his sudden movement, he inadvertently collided with the wooden table before him, sending an array of disordered books and documents tumbling to the ground. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the individual seated behind the desk opposite him. A girl with golden hair, donned in a professional skirt suit, adorned with glasses, and bearing a few freckles, looked bewilderedly from behind the pile of books and papers. Upon noticing Su Leng, she hesitated, her expression questioning. "Idol, is that you?" "It is I." As Su Leng caught the gaze of the blonde Caucasian girl, an inexplicable connection sparked between them, and the notion of self-awareness surged in his mind, revealing that this girl, before him, was the character Chenshasha had embodied. However, time was of the essence. After a casual nod of acknowledgement, he hurriedly urged, "Shasha, quickly. We must leave this place." Without allowing for any objections, Su Leng grasped Chenshasha's wrist and pushed open the door to exit. Caught off guard by the sudden grip, Chenshasha felt a rush of crimson color rise to her cheeks. With a hint of shyness, she inquired, "Where are we going?" Despite her bashfulness, she did not resist Su Leng's hold. "First, we must retrieve the so-called sacred item from our residence, and then we shall depart this city." In no time, they had vacated the dilapidated neighborhood surrounding the office and arrived at a fountain square. Su Leng intended to press onward to the residence of the character to collect the sacred item referenced in the commission he had accepted 3 days prior. Yet, at that moment, Chenshasha abruptly released his hand, halting her steps. When he furrowed his brow and turned to her, he found her gazing enviously at the fountain square. "Wow, look, a proposal." Upon hearing this, Su Leng's brow knitted tighter. Nevertheless, he instinctively cast a glance towards the fountain square. There, a young Caucasian man dressed in slacks and a cap was kneeling on one knee, holding a bouquet of flowers, earnestly proposing to a young woman in a dress. "Emily." Will you marry me? The woman's face lit up with surprise and excitement as she nodded vigorously in agreement. Upon her affirmation, the young man rose joyously, embracing the girl in a kiss, before gazing tenderly into her eyes and professing, I love you. But then boom, the girl exploded into a mist of blood. A piercing scream escaped Chinshasha's lips, her previously envious expression transforming into one of sheer terror as she instinctively shielded her eyes with her hands, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Su Ling, witnessing the harrowing scene, felt his heart race. He was not frightened, but the spectacle illuminated the ominous implication of the third message from self-awareness. A city where lies cannot be spoken. This was the true meaning. However, with this newfound understanding, Su Ling's brow furrowed deeply. Such a reality was excessively daunting. Without the feedback provided by self-awareness, this scenario would be akin to a nightmare. Yet, the system had merely classified this as a normal level of difficulty, which seemed utterly ludicrous. Soon, however, he comprehended why the system had deemed it ordinary. In his previous haste, he had overlooked his surroundings, but now, having paused, he noticed numerous signs scattered throughout the city proclaiming the prohibition of lies, whether on traffic signs, walls, or even the pavement. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this city appeared to be acutely aware of this fact. In the fountain square, it was not merely he, Chinshasha, and the couple engaged in a proposal, but also a multitude of leisurely strollers. When the girl erupted into a mist of crimson, the onlookers merely shook their heads. Seemingly unfazed, the boy who had proposed to her appeared to comprehend this reality, his body splattered with her blood and flesh. Staring blankly at the pool of gore beneath him, tears of despair welling in his eyes. You always claimed you could not feel my love. Now I have proven my love, yet it turns out you never loved me, he murmured, lost in a daze amidst the bloodied ground. Not far away, two patrolling officers observed the scene and hastened towards it. As they approached, one of the officers cursed aloud. Once again, it's you wretched fools. Eager to throw your lives away. Always rushing here from other places to prove some nonsensical love. Do you have any idea how much trouble you cause us each year? As he scolded, he produced handcuffs and secured the boy's hands behind his back, then proceeded to escort him away, delivering a kick for good measure. The pool of blood remained, yet the surrounding pedestrians, accustomed to such sights, paid it no mind. After the boy was taken away, the crowd gradually dispersed from the fountain square. Su Ling surveyed his surroundings, noting that the city was not drenched in blood, and surmised that someone would soon come to clean up the aftermath. He turned to Chinshasha, who was trembling with her hands covering her eyes, and inquired, Are you all right? I am fine, just a bit startled, she stammered, eventually turning her back to the fountain square, allowing herself to lower her hands and reveal her pallid face. Aren't you afraid? Chinshasha forced a smile, attempting to shift the conversation. Isn't this game world supposed to be fantastical? I thought it would be one of knights, wizards, or extraordinary beings, but instead, as she trailed off, the earlier scene resurfaced in her mind, rendering her even more ashen, and she could not continue her thought. This is a world steeped in mystery and fantasy. Su Ling replied, shaking his head. Surely you've noticed the system's hints regarding the era's background? Observe the signs around us that prohibit lying. And consider the officer's words. He called that boy a wretched fool for seeking to prove some nonsensical love. This implies that this city can indeed validate love. The simplest way to prove love is to utter I love you and substantiate its truth. In this realm of fantastical powers, coupled with the prohibitions against deceit, alongside the words exchanged between the man, the woman, and the officer, one can deduce that lying is impermissible in this city, and the consequence of deceit is as grim as what befell that girl. After a brief pause, Su Ling concluded, All right, we must depart. It is imperative that we leave this city today. However, upon hearing his words, Chinshasha's eyes widened in alarm. She looked at Su Ling with a face full of disbelief and asked, You mean? You deduced this merely by observing the surrounding slogans and listening to that sheriff berate the boy, in conjunction with the historical context provided by the system. Upon hearing this, Su Ling glanced at Chinshasha but remained silent. This foolish girl was inadvertently digging a pit for him. His so-called deduction was nothing but a facade, crafted from the feedback of the self-awareness system, intended to both impress Chinshasha and deceive the hyperdimensional kill authorities, thereby making it appear logical that this city harbored an aversion to falsehoods. While it was indeed possible to arrive at that conclusion through those 3 points, it was not the reasoning he employed, and thus he could not acquiesce to Chinshasha's assertion. Otherwise, he would meet the same explosive fate as the girl who had been proposed to. Chinshasha's pitfall was undoubtedly unintentional, yet such subtle traps could be most perilous, warranting caution. In an instant, her gaze towards Su Ling transformed back into one of admiration. Truly, an idol is deserving of the title. Even in a game, he displayed such prowess. Su Ling could roughly gauge Qinsha's thoughts from her adoring expression, yet he chose to ignore her and proceeded to leave the fountain square. Naturally, Qinsha followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the residence of Su Ling, located in the Christopherent district. It was a modest studio apartment, not far from the office. The apartment contained a single room, approximately a dozen square meters in size, with a metal bed situated in one corner. Opposite the bed, there was a table and a chair, cluttered with disorganized books and documents, reminiscent of the office. Additionally, at the foot of the bed, an old wardrobe stood, missing 2 doors, housing a set of clean undershirts and shorts. Alongside the black suit worn by Su Ling, he possessed a total of merely 2 outfits, one for home and one for outings. Your chosen character is quite impoverished, Qinsha candidly remarked upon witnessing the scene. Su Ling turned to her and inquired, "What is your character's role in this game?" If you wish to achieve a high rating in the game, aside from completing tasks, you must also strive to embody the character the system has assigned to you. Su Ling replied coolly, "From this moment on, do not refer to me as idol, call me boss instead. Moreover, given your lack of acumen, it would be prudent for you to speak less. Just do as I instruct, understood?" "Oh, so that's how it is? No wonder I never receive high ratings," Qinsha exclaimed, her face lighting up with understanding. "All right then, in this game, I shall call you boss. I promise to follow your every command." After a moment, her curiosity got the better of her, and she quietly asked, "By the way, boss, what is your character's role?" Su Ling, upon hearing this, cast another glance at her and replied coolly, "I won't tell you." The treacherous hypocrite. This persona must indeed remain undisclosed to Qinsha, lest it adversely affect his image in her eyes, and subsequently, her compliance. In this city, however, deception is not an option. He could only express himself thus. Qinsha was taken aback that Su Ling would withhold information from her, and in an indignant huff, she exclaimed, "I shared everything with you, yet you refused to reciprocate. How miserly." Su Ling, displaying a disinterest in her outburst, approached the iron bed in the room, bending down to retrieve a small, square black box from beneath it with a clattering sound. This little box was given to him 3 days prior, before he had arrived, by a client who had commissioned Chris. Presumably, it contained the so-called sacred artifact. "What is this?" Qinsha inquired with curiosity, completely forgetting her earlier ire upon seeing the small black box. "A sacred artifact." With a sharp snap, the lock securing the box broke free. Given the mystical nature of this world, Su Ling was naturally inclined to discover what this so-called artifact truly was. "Isn't this the item entrusted to us for escort?" Qinsha gasped in astonishment, marveling at Su Ling's ability to break the lock with his bare hands, while simultaneously leaning closer, her eagerness palpable. However, observing her enthusiasm, Su Ling cautioned, "Step back a bit. We are in a realm of mystery. Though it is labeled a sacred artifact, it could just as easily be a malevolent object or something contaminated. Being so close could lead to unforeseen consequences." The mention of disfigurement proved to be an effective deterrent for Qinsha, as she abruptly sprang to her feet, darting out of the apartment. Half of her body poised in the corridor, ready to flee, while the other half remained at the door, curiously peering in, swallowing hard as she urged, "All right, go ahead and open it." Amused, Su Ling noted that he was merely teasing her when he first touched the box containing the sacred artifact. His mind's self-awareness indicated that it was merely an ordinary box. If it indeed harbored something sinister or contaminated, the box would have failed to contain it long ago, likely resulting in incidents days or even earlier prior. Hence, the contents of this box were surely devoid of peril. Nonetheless, Su Ling was genuinely intrigued by the nature of this so-called artifact. Without further hesitation, he lifted the lid of the box. With a resounding clang, the lid opened, revealing a silvery, fruit-like object that instantly captured Su Ling's attention. As he beheld the object quietly resting within the box, a momentary pause enveloped him, followed by the feedback from self-awareness. Intelligence fruit, when consumed in a specific manner, can increase the consumer's intelligence attribute by 1 point. Chapter 108, The Expert. An object that can directly enhance attributes? Su Ling squinted at the sacred artifact before him, contemplating their mission to deliver at least one sacred item to the Holy Court Temple. Firstly, there is at least one piece of information revealed here, indicating that there are not merely a single artifact akin to the intellect fruit. However, when they accepted the commission 3 days prior, the client entrusted them with only this small black box. Judging by the dimensions of the box, it is solely sufficient to contain one fruit. This implies that aside from the sacred object within their possession, other artifacts exist, yet were not handed to them. Considering that this game operates in a multiplayer mode, it is evident that the players from other teams have likely received tasks comparable to theirs, perhaps even identical, specifically to deliver such items that can directly enhance attributes to the Temple of the Holy Court. Furthermore, The existence of at least one more artifact suggests another revelation. It is possible to deliver more than one sacred object to the temple. In other words, if all player teams have only received a single fruit commission, they could potentially seize the artifacts being escorted by one another. Delivering a single sacred object represents the minimum requirement for task completion, while providing additional items would undoubtedly elevate the game rating. However, Su Ling's thoughts were not focused on the task at hand, but rather on the quantity of such sacred fruit in this world. Other player teams remained oblivious to the nature of these artifacts, yet he, through his ability of self-awareness, comprehended their significance. He pondered whether it might be feasible to plunder all the sacred fruits in this world to enhance his attributes. Naturally, this was but a fleeting thought. His current understanding of this realm was still too limited. The quantity of sacred fruits remained unclear, their purported special usage unknown, and the levels of martial prowess and mysterious powers were yet to be discovered. Additionally, the presence of unpredictable players added another layer of complexity. Thus, this notion flickered briefly in his mind. The pressing matter at hand remained to promptly vacate the city. With this in mind, Su Ling closed the lid of the box containing the sacred fruit and began rummaging through the room for something to hold the small black box. At the doorway, Chen Shasha, leaning in curiously, inquired, "Boss, what's inside? Why did you close it so quickly? I hardly had a chance to see." "You'll find out if you look for yourself," Su Ling replied while continuing his search. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shasha had unwittingly dug a pit for him. He was aware of what the sacred object was, but could not divulge this information. While Chen Shasha may not have had the inclination to question the source of his knowledge, the official game rating of Transcendental Kill would undoubtedly factor this behavior into his performance evaluation, augmenting the analysis of his capabilities. Hence, Su Ling refrained from speaking. However, lying in this city was not an option, so he could only let Chen Shasha discover it for herself. This fantastical world of mystery indeed posed challenges. The consecutive 3-tier game ratings had significantly elevated the difficulty level imposed by the officials. This was still a result of him bringing along a player of Chen Shasha's caliber, which had mitigated the game's difficulty. Had it not been for Chen Shasha's presence, Su Ling harbored doubts that the authorities might assign him to a similarly bizarre realm of rules, fraught with nightmarish difficulty, devoid of any forewarnings, to assess his capabilities. Contemplating this notion, his desire to depart from the city intensified. Just as Su Ling rummaged through items to fit into the small black box, Chen Shasha, who had overheard him at the entrance, let out a soft scoff and stepped inside, crouching before the box containing the sacred fruit. Having previously opened the thunderous box, she felt reassured about the contents within. Upon lifting the lid of the small black box, her curiosity was piqued as she examined the intelligence fruit, which bore a striking resemblance to an apple. Tentatively, she reached out to touch it, discovering its unyielding solidity, akin to iron. Subsequently, she tipped it out for a closer inspection, only to suddenly exclaim in surprise. It turned out that the intelligence fruit was not only hard to the touch, but also remarkably heavy. As a low-tier player with modest physical attributes, Chen Shasha felt her hand sink under the weight of the fruit, akin to a hefty iron ball, causing it to crash down onto the ground with a resounding thud. The intelligence fruit rolled away but was swiftly halted by a foot. Then, Su Ling, who had found a piece of coarse cloth, bent down casually to retrieve the fruit. His expression impassive as he glanced at Chen Shasha and inquired, "Is it fun?" Chen Shasha, concealing her reddened and swollen fingers behind her back, shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "Not fun." Su Ling shot her a disapproving look before wrapping the intelligence fruit in the cloth he had procured, stating, "Enough, let us go." With that, he turned and exited the apartment. Once Su Ling had turned his back, Chen Shasha grimaced, bringing forth her injured hand to vigorously shake it in hopes of alleviating the pain. While shaking her hand, she trailed behind Su Ling. Soon, the pair departed from the apartment where Su Ling had been residing with Chris. "Boss, where are we headed?" Chen Shasha queried, now walking down the street, her fingers slightly relieved from the earlier pain. At that moment, both of them were met with 3 notifications flashing before their eyes. Player creation as attack eliminated by player time mirror. Player all things as 1 eliminated by player time realm. The team led by player creation as attack has been eliminated by the team led by player time realm. Already a team has been eliminated. Chen Shasha's eyes widened in astonishment. "That is too quick." In response, Su Ling glanced at her and explained, "I hadn't mentioned it before, but we actually entered the game 3 days late. The earliest players arrived here 3 days prior to the game's commencement. With 3 days elapsed, it is quite normal for teams to be eliminated." Chen Shasha paused, bewildered. "Why did we enter the game 3 days late?" "Because my game rating is too high, the game arranged for us to enter later to maintain balance." After Su Ling addressed Chen Shasha's confusion, he chose not to linger on the topic and remarked, "All right, let us depart." "Oh, I see now." "Very well." Chen Shasha's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. realizing that she had indeed secured a valuable ally. Subsequently, the two made their way to the lower district of Angnaster City, where they found a carriage to leave the city at dusk, bidding farewell to the city where deceit was impossible. You have left Angnaster City within the stipulated time. Please arrive at Han Fortress within 3 days. As Su Ling and Chen Shasha exited Angnaster City, the feedback information of self-knowledge reappeared in Su Ling's mind. Almost simultaneously, notifications appeared. Player in Yu has been eliminated by player Shi Jing. Player Huang Ming Bai has been eliminated by player Shi Jing. Player Yao Long Chu Hai has been eliminated by player Shi Jing. The team led by player in Yu has been eliminated by the team led by player Shi Jing. A few elimination notifications suddenly popped up in the dynamic bar before Su Ling and Chen Shasha. Upon seeing these notifications, Su Ling's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Previously, the elimination notifications could be attributed to their late entry into the game, having joined 3 days after it commenced, which made the elimination of certain player teams quite normal. However, now only a few hours had passed since the last elimination notification, and new ones had emerged. Furthermore, both of these player teams had been eliminated by the same player, known as Shi Jing. This was decidedly unusual. The average player rating for this game was at level 4, while the player named Shi Jing was evidently of a significantly higher caliber, far exceeding level 4. Chapter 109. No pretentiousness allowed level 4 player? Or perhaps level 5? Seeing the elimination notifications pop up, Su Ling's mind stirred. In his previous multiplayer experience, which was only his second encounter with the game Hyperdimensional Kill, the system lacked sufficient data to accurately assess his capabilities, resulting in him being matched with players of no higher than level 4. The remaining players were mostly of level 2 or 3. Even level 4 players were considered elite among the crowd. However, after progressing through 3 games and consistently achieving level 4 ratings, the system elevated his hidden score to a normal level 5, instantly raising the average rating of players matched in this second multiplayer mode to level 4. According to Su Ling's prior experience from the first multiplayer mode, although this game averaged at level 4, the truly elite players likely comprised only a portion of the mainstream. The majority would fall within the range of level 2 to level 3. As for level 4, perhaps there were only a handful, and levels 1 and 2 would be similarly scarce. The player with the nickname Shi Jing, having annihilated 2 teams in such a short span, undoubtedly possessed a skill level far exceeding the average level 4. Yet, to ascertain the precise level, one would need to evaluate the competency of their teammates. Nevertheless, it was clear that they were at least of level 5, with a strong probability of being even higher. As for whether one is a high-level player, Su Ling refrains from making hasty conclusions. High-level players are a group that has discovered the existence of transcendent energy, and thus, it is no longer appropriate to categorize these individuals simply as players. Therefore, until there is absolute confirmation, Su Ling will not indiscriminately classify anyone into this group. As he approaches this type of entity with a different perspective, wow, this game world is remarkable. Inside the moving carriage, Chen Shasha exclaimed upon seeing the updated game dynamics. Didn't that person just eliminate a team during the day? How could they have eliminated another so swiftly? Such is the nature of high-level players, she continued with curiosity. So, who is more formidable, you or him? Such matters can only be discerned through direct confrontation, Su Ling replied. Indeed, without any knowledge of the opponent's information, it was impossible for Su Ling to ascertain who was stronger, leaving him uncertain whether it was his own prowess or that of this game world. Of course, Su Ling realized that acquiring information about the opponent was simply a matter of drawing their attention, and he had already devised a plan for this. Oh, that makes sense. Chen Shasha nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to continue speaking, their carriage suddenly came to a halt. Moments later, the voice of the coachman rang out. Everyone out. We have some fine goods this time, a young girl. With his words, a cacophony of footsteps, lewd laughter, and the gruff voices of men echoed from outside. It was evident that they had boarded a dubious carriage. The carriage they hired was an old, rustic peasant vehicle, drawn by a single horse, featuring a long wooden enclosure that was high on the sides, secured with a fabric canopy. The front and back wooden panels were low and designed for easy entry and exit. At a glance, the carriage resembled an inverted shape, offering minimal space and a stifling environment, furnished with a few small stools for seating. The reason Su Ling and Chen Shasha had chosen this carriage was purely financial. One word, poverty. Su Ling's character, Christopher Front, was a man of mature age with brown eyes and flaxen hair, struggling to keep his nearly bankrupt agency afloat. Meanwhile, Chen Shasha's character, Sophia Doynal, had been lured by Christopher's grand promises. She had worked for 3 months without receiving even half a copper coin, often having to subsidize her own expenses. Thankfully, Sophia's family background was somewhat stable, providing her with a modest allowance, supplemented by her childhood savings, just enough to sustain their meager lifestyle. As for why Sophia was willing to incur expenses, it stemmed from her burgeoning feelings for Christopher. However, all of this transpired prior to Su Ling and Chun Shasha's immersion into their roles. Ultimately, after 3 months of mismanagement by Christopher, their finances had become dire, compelling them to seek out such an inexpensive peasant carriage. This fantastical world resembled the medieval era, lacking trains. Travel was either on foot or by horse-drawn carriage. The latter was divided into noble carriages and peasant carriages, akin to the distinction between a luxury sedan and a public bus. In the afternoon, as the coachman warmly beckoned them to board the carriage upon learning they intended to leave the city, Su Ling, having encountered numerous coachmen in Onister City and gleaned insights into their life experiences, discerned that this particular driver was operating an illicit carriage. Thus, he was not taken aback by the circumstances outside. However, unbeknownst to Shasha, the revelation startled her. "Boss, have we encountered robbers?" she exclaimed, swallowing hard. "Indeed," Su Ling replied with a nod, attempting to reassure her. "There's no need for concern. I shall handle this." With that, he disembarked from the rear of the carriage. Rather than the coachman inviting them aboard, it was Su Ling who, after examining the life histories of various drivers, had ultimately chosen this illicit carriage operator. With little means upon his arrival in this new realm, he needed some initial capital, and these unlicensed drivers were evidently the most suitable option. Through his examination of numerous life experiences, Su Ling had acquired a considerable understanding of this fantastical world. Each city within it seemed to harbor peculiar rules akin to those of Onister City, prohibiting certain actions under the threat of dire consequences. This led many restless individuals to abandon city life in favor of the wild, where such mysterious regulations did not apply. Yet, being inherently restless, how could they find solace in agricultural pursuits? Consequently, outside the cities, bands of robbers emerged. The group Su Ling encountered was merely one among them. However, these brigands were just ordinary folk, utterly defenseless against Su Ling's agility and strength that surpassed tenfold. After a series of muffled thuds, Su Ling took the reins at the front of the carriage, tossing a bulging pouch to the anxious Chen Shasha, who gasped in surprise. Upon recognizing Su Ling in the driver's seat, she exhaled in relief. "Did you deal with those villains all by yourself?" she inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Su Ling affirmed with a nod. "Keep that money. You will handle the payment later. Let us continue our journey. Go." With a command, the carriage resumed its motion. Inside, Chen Shasha was caught off guard by the sudden jolt, almost losing her balance. Once she steadied herself, she shot a glare at Su Ling, who seemed indifferent to her plight, yet her heart swelled with delight as she clutched the pouch of coins he had given her, pondering if this could be considered a form of salary. Thus, the two continued their journey. With his prior knowledge of the route to the so-called Han Fortress, gleaned from the life histories of the coachmen in Onister City, Su Ling remained well acquainted with the path. However, to deceive the authorities of Transdimensional Kill, he feigned friendliness while inquiring about the way from the illicit coachman, obtaining the necessary directions. Half a day later, as the morning sun gradually spills its golden light upon the earth, heralding the arrival of a new day, Su Ling, having journeyed through the night in a humble cart, slowly navigates the muddy roads made slick by the morning dew. Sunlight filters through the leaves and grass, casting an array of shapes and patterns of light upon the path, the cart, and the travelers. Ahead of Su Ling, a magnificent city gradually unveils itself on the horizon. "You have entered the bounds of Hanbao City, a modest settlement. Please refrain from displaying arrogance, boasting, or self-aggrandizement within its walls." HM, with a raised brow at the feedback of omniscient self-awareness echoing in his mind, Su Ling swiftly deduces the mysterious regulations governing this city. In essence, it is a prohibition against ostentation. Chapter 110. Delivering Heads. Ostentation is a vice. Anyone endowed with emotions and desires is likely to exhibit a touch of it. This city evidently specializes in curbing such pretensions. However, in contrast to the city of Honest, where lies are utterly forbidden, Su Ling finds Hanbao City to be considerably more agreeable. Here, devoid of emotion, he feels liberated from the urge to boast. "Boss, have we arrived?" As the cart continues its journey, the full panorama of Hanbao City comes into view, and the road begins to teem with individuals and caravans entering and exiting the city. In the rear of the cart, Chen Shasha, having overheard the conversations of merchants and passers-by, pops her head up from behind the partition, inquiring while surveying her surroundings. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the city and the bustling crowds, her face alights with curiosity as she exclaims, "Wow, this city seems quite splendid. The people appear to be very courteous." Chen Shasha's observation is not unfounded. On the road, whether among merchants or pedestrians, or even the soldiers stationed at the city gates, there is a palpable warmth in their interactions, with smiles exchanged and apologies readily offered following any accidental collisions. Moreover, The attire of the populace is uniformly drab, clad in shades of gray and black, devoid of any vibrant colors. The carts, too, are of the same humble variety as the one Su Ling and his companion occupy, with not a single noble carriage in sight. This initial impression leaves Chun Shasha with a favorable view of the city, perceiving it as a place of politeness. Yet, only Su Ling understands that their demeanor is not a matter of choice, but of necessity. From now on, you will heed my instructions without question. Unless I permit you to speak, remain silent. We have just come from a city where lies were prohibited. You have seen the consequences of such deceit. The mysterious rules of this city remain unknown, so until we decipher them, refrain from speaking, understood? Su Ling cautioned Chun Shasha. This was no longer honest. Here, he could speak freely. Upon hearing Su Ling's admonition, Chun Shasha's thoughts drift back to the girl who had turned to a mist of blood in the fountain square of Honest, sending a shiver down her spine. She nodded vigorously, as if imitating a chick pecking at grain, and made a gesture mimicking a zipper across her lips. After successfully deceiving Chun Shasha, Su Ling refrained from further dialogue and guided the carriage towards the city gate. Hello, please pay the entrance fee, greeted the soldiers at the gate, cheerfully extending their long-axe weapons to halt their passage. All right, Su Ling responded with a similarly warm smile. Everyone displayed a demeanor of humility and courtesy. Subsequently, he procured 10 copper coins for Chun Shasha and, having settled the entrance fee, continued to drive the carriage into Han Fortress City. The moment he entered, a sudden wave of feedback from self-omniscience surged through his mind. Under the stipulations of a mysterious contract, you must depart from Han Fortress City within 5 days, or face a fatal curse from an unknown power. Contemplating this feedback, Su Ling began to analyze thoughtfully. If one were to adhere to the rules akin to a battle royale, the total time allocated to reach each designated location would be fixed. This implies that one must vacate Anister City within 3 days, followed by a requirement to arrive at Han Fortress City within another 3 days. However, having reached Han Fortress City in merely a day, the surplus 2 days would be added to the time allotted for leaving Han Fortress City. Therefore, if he were to hasten directly towards the nearest city to the Holy Court Temple, he would possess ample time to prepare strategies to outmaneuver other player teams. Nevertheless, the distances between each city pose a challenge. When calculated at modern vehicular speeds, the distances are not excessively far. Yet, with a carriage, the journey would be rather time-consuming. Moreover, the earliest player teams had only entered this world 3 days prior. Today marks the 4th day. Thus, even if a player team entered the game first and swiftly grasped this notion, they would only have reached the 4th city at this point. Having analyzed this, Su Ling gained a clearer understanding of the progress of the current player teams towards the Holy Court Temple. Of course, this assessment is based solely on the information he has gathered thus far. Should there be other undisclosed information, this analysis might very well be erroneous. However, the information accessible since entering the game remains limited. His insights were largely derived from interactions with numerous indigenous people in the previous city, Anister City, from whom he garnered a wealth of life experiences. From the life stories of those natives in Anister City, Su Ling discerned that the Holy Court Temple is established at the very heart of this land, with all cities radiating outward in a circular formation around it. Anister City lies at the outermost periphery of this arrangement. If all player teams enter the game and are placed in the most peripheral cities, then his analysis holds true. However, it is not inconceivable that the system might favor lower-rated players by placing them in cities closer to the central Holy Court Temple, which could lead to discrepancies in his aforementioned analysis. Nevertheless, it stands to reason that teams benefiting from such system favoritism would likely possess lower game ratings, thus alleviating concerns regarding their strategic designs. Nonetheless, in the absence of sufficient information, Su Ling indeed found it challenging to feel secure. Upon contemplating this, Su Ling felt an urgency to execute the plan that resided within her heart. Naturally, upon hearing this, Chun Shasha nodded eagerly. Having spent an entire night within the carriage, she was acutely aware of a certain odor emanating from her person and was in desperate need of a place to bathe. With Chun Shasha's agreement, Su Ling nodded in affirmation and sought out a nearby inn, where she secured 2 rooms after properly parking the carriage. As soon as they entered the chambers, Chun Shasha hurried off to freshen up. Meanwhile, while she attended to her ablutions, Su Ling stepped outside. Feigning casual inquiries to passers-by, he ascertained the location of the recruitment hall in Han Fortress City and proceeded towards it. This fantastical realm, aside from its myriad cities governed by enigmatic rules reminiscent of urban legends, boasted a variety of professions including constables, bounty hunters, mercenaries, adventurers, and knights of the Holy Court. Through the life experiences of ordinary individuals intertwined with these professions, Su Ling gleaned valuable insights. However, among these vocations, It appeared that only the knights of the Holy Court possessed powers exceeding those of mere mortals. The majority were ordinary folk, with possessing a single firearm already being a notable achievement. The knights of the Holy Court, of noble lineage, were beholden solely to the Holy Court and stood apart from other professions, serving as the ultimate force to protect cities from large-scale invasions by bandits. In contrast, the city constables were responsible for various mundane security matters. Rarely did either of these entities venture into the wilderness to confront the unruly vagabond bandits. Consequently, professions such as bounty hunters, mercenaries, and adventurers emerged to address the threats posed by these outlaws in the wild. The recruitment hall was established specifically as a platform for the populace to hire or recruit bounty hunters, adventurers, and mercenaries to combat the bandits or to escort merchant caravans. Su Ling's purpose in visiting the recruitment hall was to disseminate recruitment information. However, he sought not to recruit the bounty hunters or mercenaries of this world, but rather to enlist players. In every game world of Super Dimension Kill, players could enhance their one-dimensional attributes at will, and upon the conclusion of the game, the degree of task completion would preserve attributes ranging from 0 to 100. This was also Su Ling's method of maximizing his one-dimensional attributes in each game. In this particular multiplayer mode, the average game rating was level 3, and players of this caliber were certainly aware of such matters. Thus, Su Ling was confident that if there existed a player team within the city of Han Fortress, they would undoubtedly be scouring the city for avenues to enhance their one-dimensional attributes. The recruitment hall, with its distinctly fantastical ambience, would surely attract players in search of serendipitous encounters. His aim in this venue was to recruit these players. Of course, even if he failed to enlist anyone, it sufficed that players would at least see his recruitment notice. When the time came for connections to form, he could utilize his ability of self-omniscience to glean the life experiences of those players who had encountered his recruitment information. Greetings. Welcome to the recruitment hall of Han Fortress City. How may I assist you today? When Su Ling arrived at the recruitment hall and approached one of the recruitment windows, the staff member inside immediately greeted him with a smile and inquired about his needs. At sunset, a tall and robust man, resembling a mercenary, entered the hall. Like many mercenaries, he wandered about, perusing the recruitment notices posted on the information board. Suddenly, one particular notice captured the man's attention. What? The man approached the notice in astonishment, which read, "Recruiting allies. Odd changes remain unchanged. Symbols reflect the quadrants. Those who can decipher this code, please continue reading. The eliminated teams are already known to you. The temporal realm is so formidable that it has dispatched 2 teams in just half a day. The average level of players in this game is, which signifies something that you, capable of entering this game, must comprehend. The rating of this temporal realm game is at least, with a high probability of being, perhaps even an unprecedented level of. Therefore, I implore the teams who see this notice to form alliances and collectively confront the great demon of the temporal realm. Interested parties, please contact me at Moan Inn." Su Ling. After reading the notice, the man, initially stunned, burst into laughter. What kind of fool publishes a recruitment notice here, exposing their location and player identity? It's practically a death wish. I would feel embarrassed not to inform the president about this. With that thought, he tore down the notice and hurriedly left the recruitment hall. Chapter 111, Level Players President. Look at this. The president, a tall and slender Caucasian man in his 30s with deep-set eyes and pronounced dark circles, was draped in a gray long robe, revealing none of his physique except his hands and feet. Upon seeing the man rush towards him and present a piece of paper, he hesitated to accept it. Instead, he scrutinized the man and squinted, asking, "Lao Lu, which game square did we enter together?" After confirming the man's identity through his inquiry, he felt reassured. Only then did he take the paper from Lao Lu's hands and begin to read its contents. Lao Lu, initially perplexed, soon realized that the president was verifying his identity with information from outside their game. Recognizing this, he quickly added, "President, rest assured, I have been vigilant the entire way. No one has been following me." However, the president did not respond to his words, but rather furrowed his brow as he examined the recruitment notice in his hand. Observing this, Lao Lu immediately asked, "President, is there a problem? This person has exposed their identity and location, practically offering themselves up for slaughter. Shouldn't we eliminate them to claim the side quest rewards?" Claim the side quest rewards? The frowning president, upon hearing this, cast a glance at him and remarked with a cold smile, "Perhaps they are treating it as a side quest reward, huh?" The burly man, Old Lu, looked utterly perplexed. Observing his expression, the president calmly continued, "The average skill level of players in this game is level X. Even if there are a few dim-witted ones, they must be in a team, and players who team up with such dim-wits will surely have a higher game rating than level X. Do you truly believe that such players would recklessly publish recruitment information that exposes themselves? There is a saying, High-level hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. The team that released this recruitment information is likely a formidable group that possesses the confidence to face assaults from other teams. Upon hearing the president's explanation, old Lu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, how did I not think of that? He smacked his forehead, his expression turning sheepish. I apologize. I almost put everyone in jeopardy. The president glanced at him and replied, You need not blame yourself. The allure of immediate gain can easily cloud one's judgment. Just be more cautious next time. Old Lu nodded, then furrowed his brow and inquired, So how should we handle this information? Should we pretend we didn't see it? That is unnecessary, the president said, narrowing his eyes once more. As I mentioned, the skill levels among players in this game do not vary excessively. The game Transdimensional Kill has a balance system, and the overall strength of this team should not be vastly different from ours. They could either be entering the game as a group of various levels or have a clear disparity in strength, with evident weaknesses to exploit. We should first discreetly visit the address provided and observe their capabilities in secret. If their strength is average, we can seize the opportunity to eliminate them and secure some side quest rewards for ourselves. However, if their strength is formidable, we might consider forming an alliance to confront the Time Realm together. After all, as you have seen, it is only the 4th day of the game, and already 4 teams have been eliminated. This individual or their team clearly consists of top-tier players. As he concluded, a serious expression settled on his face. Facing elite players posed considerable pressure for someone at his level. Nevertheless, it was merely a game. Losing would simply lead to another round. So he would not shy away from cautious observation and testing. Truly admirable, President, old Lu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise after hearing the president's plan. Subsequently, they gathered the other members of their team, which included the president, old Lu, and 3 others, totaling 5. After sharing the information with the other 3, the team swiftly drew lots to send 2 members to the vicinity of Moan in to discreetly observe the team that posted the recruitment notice. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 continued to explore various locations within Han Fortress to seek ways to enhance their attributes. Real name, Lu Jianlin, player old Lu, has taken note of your recruitment information, establishing a connection between you, and Lu Jianlin's personal information has been automatically recorded and updated. Lu Jianlin, male, of Asian descent, 37 years of age, hailing from South China, is a contractor by profession and is married. His real name is Wang Qinghua. The player known as the guild leader noticed the recruitment information you posted and established a connection with you. Thus, Wang Qinghua's personal details have been automatically updated. Wang Qinghua, male, of Asian descent, 33 years of age, also from South China, is a tea house owner by trade and is married. Inside a room at the Moan Inn, Su Long, while bathing, reflects on the streams of self-awareness feedback flooding his mind. From the moment player Lao Lu grasped the recruitment information he disseminated, to his subsequent interaction with the guild leader, and then discussions with 3 other players, a plan was ultimately forged. This entire process unfolds in Su Long's mind, live-streamed in textual form. Upon observing that the other party refrained from recklessly approaching and instead opted to send 2 individuals for covert observation, Su Long could not help but nod in approval. High-level players indeed exhibit superior judgment. They do not act impulsively like lower-tier players who might charge in without forethought. Had it been a player of a lesser rank, they would likely have rushed in upon seeing his message, rather than exercising the caution displayed by this guild leader. However, for Su Long, the outcome remains indifferent. After reviewing the dialogue between Lao Lu and the guild leader, he gleaned further insights regarding the player known as Shijing, who had eliminated 2 teams within a mere half-day. It appeared that prior to his own entry, 2 teams had already been dispatched. This suggests that the opposing player is indeed of a higher tier, while Lao Lu and the guild leader perceived that 2 teams had been eliminated over 4 days. Su Long, from his vantage point, recognized that the opposing player must not have taken the full 4 days to achieve this. The higher the player's rank, the later they are introduced into the game by the official system to maintain balance. Given the caliber of this Shijing player, it is inconceivable that they entered the game as early as 3 days prior. The fact that 2 teams were eliminated before his own entry indicates that this player must have commenced their journey prior to him, although the exact timing remains uncertain. Nonetheless, it is evident that the opponent's game rating is assuredly lower than his own, leading to the conclusion that the player is likely of a tier below. Moreover, in addition to this analysis, Su Long uncovered another intriguing piece of information. The number of teams participating in this game appears to be quite substantial. From the initial batch of players who entered the game until now, on the 4th day, 4 teams have already been eliminated. Each team comprises at least 2 members, with some containing several more. By this calculation, the player known as Shijing has likely eliminated around 10 players, and this is merely the beginning of the game. Contemplating this, Su Long felt a stirring within. Could it be that this game resembles a battle royale, involving a multitude of players, perhaps exceeding 100? While this scenario is not implausible, the truth shall soon be revealed. With this thought in mind, Su Leng hastened his bathing routine. Meanwhile, Lao Lu and the guild leader's team dispatched Lao Lu and another player towards the Moan Inn. The Moan Inn is situated within a narrow alley of its respective district. Lao Lu and one of his teammates, Wang Ho, quietly arrived here after spending some time. The two stood at the alley's entrance, partially revealing themselves. Gazing at the distant Moan Inn, Lao Lu spoke to Wang Ho, stating, "Over there lies the Moan Inn. We shall proceed as the president instructed. I will disguise myself as a guest to stay at the inn while discreetly inquiring with the innkeeper about the recent lodgers. You will observe from the shadows, ensuring no one is watching us closely. The president has mentioned that the adversaries may have left false addresses, and they might not be inside, but rather lurking nearby, waiting for other player teams to arrive. My address is genuine." Suddenly, a faint voice from behind interrupted Lao Lu's words. Both Lao Lu and Wang Ho were taken aback for a moment, then swiftly turned around, weapons manifesting in their hands. Unbeknownst to them, Su Ling had appeared behind them and acted simultaneously. With a swift motion, Su Ling's palms spread open and forcefully pushed forward, unleashing a torrent of white energy that struck Lao Lu against the alley wall with a resounding thud. The tremendous force, coupled with the element of surprise, caused Lao Lu, a seasoned player whose physical attributes had been enhanced through numerous games, to crash into the wall and lose consciousness. In that instant, Wang Ho managed to react, conjuring two daggers that he thrust towards Su Ling's abdomen. However, Su Ling merely chuckled, allowing the blades to strike him. A couple of dull thuds, akin to rubber, resonated as Wang Ho's daggers were thwarted by Su Ling's skin, failing to pierce it. This revelation left Wang Ho utterly astounded. At that moment, Su Ling sneered and, with his right hand once more open, forcefully pushed against Wang Ho's chest, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Then Su Ling calmly declared, "My intention was to invite you to form an alliance. However, seeing that you wish to engage in such trivial tactics, very well. If you refuse to ally with me, then you shall perish." With that, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the unconscious Lao Lu. "Wait, please hold on," exclaimed the player who had been sent sprawling, disregarding his pain as he hastily shouted, "We came here to form an alliance." Upon hearing these words, Su Ling halted his lethal intent, turning his head to regard the speaker with a cold demeanor. "An alliance? I overheard everything you said earlier. You were secretly investigating while you were watching from the shadows. Is this how you propose an alliance?" Coughing, Wang Ho rose from the ground, the force of Su Ling's push leaving him breathless. After a few coughs, he managed to say, "We could not ascertain the authenticity of your recruitment message. Naturally, we needed to investigate discreetly to determine if it was a trap. This is only reasonable, is it not?" With that, Su Ling effortlessly lifted the unconscious Lao Lu onto his shoulder and began walking towards the Moan Inn. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ho's pupils involuntarily widened in alarm. Lao Lu's physical attributes have surpassed those of ordinary individuals by more than double, boasting an astonishing muscle mass. The mercenary in this game, a robust giant, adds to this, collectively weighing at least 200 and several dozen pounds. Such heft, yet the opponent effortlessly lifted him, tossing him over his shoulder with ease. One could conservatively estimate this individual's strength attribute to be above 5. With this thought in mind, Wang Ho dared not utter a word, merely watching helplessly as Lao Lu was carried away. However, in a moment of player reflection, after Su Ling departed, he couldn't help but muse. Ah, Lao Lu, who would have thought this rugged brute would meet such an end? Alas, if only the game had a screenshot feature. I would have captured your predicament from every conceivable angle. Yet, with the guild leader and his two companions off exploring avenues for improvement, he found himself waiting at the inn for their return. Wang Ho nodded gravely. "We have encountered formidable foes. Lao Lu and I had just arrived there. Yet we had not even begun our investigation when that person appeared directly behind us, striking Lao Lu against the wall, rendering him unconscious." Consequently, Wang Ho recounted all their experiences since arriving, even relaying Su Ling's words. Finally, he curiously inquired of the guild leader, "Did you uncover anything?" "Nothing," came the reply. "Was there a conflict?" Wang Ho asked, astonished. "Not at all. Is that so? It appears this world predominantly features holy knights," Wang Ho remarked thoughtfully. At this juncture, the guild leader paused, then furrowed his brow, saying, "From your description, the opponent possesses remarkably strong physical qualities. If he indeed has a strength attribute exceeding 5, and his physique has not noticeably increased in size, it suggests that his agility attribute must be commensurate with his strength. Such physical attributes alone could potentially achieve a high level of game rating simply through sheer bodily strength in overcoming game challenges. Given this, it would certainly be prudent to consider an alliance with them, as their individual combat capabilities are formidable. Regarding your assertion that a dagger could not harm him, it depends on whether he withstood the blow with sheer physical strength or if he was clad in some form of soft armor beneath his garments. This distinction is crucial. Personally, I lean towards the latter hypothesis, for if he were able to absorb your dagger's strikes solely with his flesh, it would be utterly terrifying. In that case, his strength and agility attributes would likely exceed 5, placing him beyond our level. He would not need to resort to such tactics to eliminate us. Of course, it is also plausible that he has acquired some unique character trait necessitating such actions. After all, recent discussions on the forum for Transcendent Slaughter have suggested that in order to achieve a high rating, one must not only flawlessly complete game tasks, but also closely embody their character traits. Yet, the veracity of such claims remains uncertain, and character traits, much like game difficulties, are inherently random. One cannot predict the nature of the traits one might acquire. At times, the game tasks themselves are exceedingly challenging, and even with utmost effort, completion is not guaranteed, leaving little room to consider character traits. In conclusion, the guild leader shook his head. The surrounding nobles nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with the sentiment expressed. In the realm of superdimensional kill, the difficulty of each dungeon instance is capriciously randomized. When faced with simpler tasks, players might indulge in character roleplay, but when confronted with challenges of ordinary difficulty or higher, simply completing the task becomes a noteworthy achievement, leaving little room for the luxury of character portrayal. Moreover, this particular mission is classified as difficult, necessitating that they deliver the so-called sacred artifact to the Holy Court Temple within 3 months in a multiplayer mode. Initially, they harbored some hopes of accomplishing the task. However, after the seasoned player, Shijing, eliminated 4 teams in a mere 4 days, their aspirations dwindled. They merely sought avenues within the dungeon to enhance their attributes, striving to improve their capabilities, lest their efforts in the game be in vain. Consequently, despite recent discussions on the Superdimensional Kill forum regarding character portrayal in relation to ranking levels, which gained considerable attention and endorsement from numerous elite players eager to experiment for the elusive legendary ranking, for these mid-tier players, such aspirations remained distant. In contrast to the lofty rankings, the practicalities of completing tasks and enhancing one's attributes within the game took precedence. Presently, with the path to achieving game tasks obstructed, their focus shifted solely to finding ways to augment their attributes, hoping to retain any enhancements when exiting the game. Naturally, an alliance with a powerful team to confront the formidable player, Shijing, presented a glimmer of hope for task completion. This consideration prompted the guild leader and others to contemplate collaboration with the team that had issued recruitment notices. What shall we do now? Upon hearing the guild leader's analysis, Wang Ho furrowed his brow and inquired. Old Lu remains in their hands. If we do not approach them for negotiations, it would seem rather inconsiderate, and I fear old Lu may harbor thoughts of his own. Yet, if we proceed to negotiate, it appears perilous. Their strength alone seems insurmountable given our collective attributes. Wang Ho found himself in a quandary, and his companions mirrored his concern with furrowed brows. However, after a moment of contemplation, the guild leader stated, "Negotiation is imperative. After all, this is merely a game, not a matter of life and death. We cannot dishearten old Lu. If worst comes to worst, we can always respawn and start anew. Nonetheless, we must not offer ourselves as mere targets. Preparations must be made." As he spoke, he turned to a fellow teammate, a tall man with piercing eyes, and instructed, "Meteor, scout for a suitable vantage point near Moan In to ambush using the weapon card, sniper rifle. Await my signal for action." "Understood," Meteor replied promptly. Yet, he soon expressed his confusion. If we are deploying this sniper rifle, why not simply eliminate him directly? Mid-tier players, having traversed numerous dungeons, had acquired a plethora of practical weapon cards and items, including various firearms and explosives, as well as functional item cards. However, the probability of obtaining these weapon cards is exceedingly low, and thus far, the weapon card, sniper rifle, stands as one of the most coveted among their group. Consequently, witnessing the leader deploy the sniper rifle left him perplexed as to why they did not simply eliminate the adversary outright. The others shared his bewilderment. Moreover, given that the opponent's game rating surpasses theirs, how could one be certain that the rival lacks other formidable weapon cards? The instruction to lie in ambush was merely a strategy to instill caution in their foes. Their primary objective remained to negotiate an alliance while simultaneously rescuing old Lu. It was imperative not to dishearten him, understood? Upon hearing this clarification, the player known as Meteor nodded in comprehension. Subsequently, the leader began outlining the strategy for the negotiations. As it was nighttime and visibility was poor, the restrictions on the sniper rifle were considerable, prompting the group to decide to postpone the negotiations until the following day. Meanwhile, at the Moan Inn, who was this individual? From her perspective, she had merely taken a shower, and suddenly, a new presence appeared beside Su Ling, which piqued her curiosity. Upon hearing Qin Shasha's inquiry, Su Ling had yet to respond when old Lu, who previously wore an expression of defiance, suddenly lit up with excitement. A sister? In the next moment, his demeanor shifted from obstinacy to a cheeky grin as he addressed Qin Shasha. Hello, young lady. I am old Lu, a player from another team. Would you mind adding me as a friend? I could provide you with the location and information of my teammates, which might aid you in your victory. Old Lu's dramatic transformation startled Qin Shasha, prompting her to silently retreat beside Su Ling. Observing old Lu's behavior, Su Ling began to contemplate. In the realm of gaming, female players have always held a certain allure. In his past experiences with various games, be it a certain League of Honor or a Battle Royale, merely speaking in a feminine voice would attract a throng of admirers. Clearly, this phenomenon was no different in this world. Although he perceived Transcendent Kill as an enigmatic opportunity to transcend his vegetative state and ultimately liberate himself from the constraints of humanity. For players who had yet to attain a rating or encounter transcendent energy, it remained merely an ordinary game. Thus, the familiar dynamics observed in most games persisted. In the absence of female players, everyone engaged earnestly, but once a female appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Old Lu evidently belonged to that category of players who abandoned decorum in the presence of a female. Yet, at this moment, he was unhesitatingly prepared to betray his comrades for her sake. For a moment, Su Ling felt that old Lu seemed to excel at portraying the hypocritical character of a faithless scoundrel even more than he did. However, given that old Lu was clearly married, it was outrageous for him to flirt recklessly within the game. Su Ling believed it necessary to teach such a cat a lesson. Qin Shasha, a close friend of Su Jing from high school, maintained a decent relationship with him and had indeed assisted him. So it was not incorrect to refer to her as his sister. Upon hearing this, Qin Shasha glanced at Su Ling but said nothing. Their relationship could only be described as such. It would be too estranged to call her his sister's high school classmate. As for progressing to a girlfriend or wife, they were not yet at that stage. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qin Shasha couldn't help but shyly lower her head. Sister? Old Lu's eyes sparkled again upon hearing Su Ling's words, and his face morphed back into the playful grin from earlier as he cheekily greeted Su Ling. Hello, big brother-in-law. Additionally, noticing Qin Shasha suddenly bow her head, he felt a stir in his heart. After all, her brother had just mentioned their relationship, and now she dared not look at him. Could it be that this girl harbored feelings for him? Although Su Ling was unaware of old Lu's train of thought, he could infer his intentions from the mischievous smile on his face. Feigning displeasure, he coldly snorted upon hearing old Lu's greeting, saying, Are you itching for a beating? I warn you not to call me that. Why the formality? We'll be family sooner or later. Old Lu laughed shamelessly, with others present. Qin Shasha did not exhibit her usual vivacity around Su Ling. Moreover, having just been lost in thought, she felt shy when she suddenly heard Su Ling call her name. After a timid nod, she left the room. Old Lu observed the entire scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. Sure enough, if she can't bear to look at me and is blushing like that, it must mean she likes me, right? Surely it's not just because of her brother. His conviction in his assumption grew stronger. At that moment, after Qin Shasha exited the room, Su Ling spoke calmly. What you said about revealing your teammates' positions and information, was that for real? Upon hearing Su Ling's inquiry, old Lu immediately ceased his playful demeanor, seated himself on a chair in the room, crossed his legs, and replied, That depends on you, big brother-in-law. What do you mean? Su Ling raised an eyebrow. Old Lu grinned again, saying, Have your sister add me, then tell me her preferences to assist me, and I shall divulge the information. Humph. You think you can pursue my sister with just that? Su Ling retorted coldly. My sister is the belle of the school. If you want to court her, you must raise the stakes. Ha. I adore straightforward folks like you, big brother-in-law. Old Lu laughed heartily. All right. Not only can I inform you of the locations and details of the guild leaders, but I can also reveal their physical attributes and what items or weapon cards they possess as trump cards. Will that suffice? That was somewhat acceptable. After contemplating old Lu's words, Su Ling nodded. Finally, he turned to old Lu and asked, Aren't you afraid of them stabbing you in the back for selling out your teammates? From the words of old Lu, it became evident that the information he possessed, thanks to his omniscience, was indeed logical, providing a reasonable explanation for his subsequent actions against the official of hyperdimensional kill. As for courting women, it is often necessary to stab one's friends in the back. They will understand, as I have experienced such betrayals myself. Old Lu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right, brother-in-law. Enough of the chatter. Let my sister add me as a friend first. How can you expect the girl to add you? Su Ling retorted with a roll of her eyes. I can give you the game. You can add her yourself. At most, I will assist you later. Well, that's acceptable. After a moment of contemplation, old Lu nodded. What is your sister's game called? She plays Young Master High. Su Ling finally revealed her trump card, directing the conversation towards the chubby otaku, who purchased his gender transformation card, adding, "However, my sister is quite shy, as you just witnessed. If you add her directly, she might not respond. Here's a tip. Pretend to be a girl when you add her. Once you're familiar, you can reveal your true identity as a male. By then, even if she has reservations, she will have already established a rapport with you and likely won't delete you." Well played, brother-in-law. Old Lu praised Su Ling with a thumbs up, though he soon expressed confusion. But how does young Master Hai not seem feminine at all? A girl of 17 or 18 should be like that. 17 or 18. Old Lu completely disregarded the rest of Su Ling's words, fixating solely on the age she mentioned. For a married man like him, youthful allure was irresistible. All right, once we exit this game, I will add your sister. He chuckled. In the game, one cannot receive messages or add friends, only able to do so after exiting. He wasn't concerned about Su Ling deceiving him, as the game would notify players upon elimination. He was merely trading assistance for loyalty. Su Ling nodded, then scrutinized him from head to toe, frowning as she remarked, "By the way, your outfit is rather rugged. My sister prefers trendy boys. Do you have anything stylish and cool to wear?" Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Old Lu knitted his brow, contemplating before gritting his teeth. "I do have a Special Forces uniform weapon card, which is deemed cool in the Hyperdimensional Kill forum, but I don't know if your sister would like it." "She would. My sister idolizes police officers. If you appear before her in that outfit, she will surely be smitten." Su Ling replied with a smile, having perused Old Lu's life experiences. He was well aware of the items at his disposal. Excitedly, Old Lu sprang to his feet. "I will change into it right now." However, Su Ling promptly raised her hand to stop him, saying, "Let us wait until tomorrow. It's quite late now, and this fantastical world lacks electric lights. Relying instead on oil lamps, which do not showcase the allure of your combat attire. Most importantly, if things go awry now, it could disrupt your plans for tomorrow." "All right." Old Lu conceded, persuaded by Su Ling's rational arguments, ultimately opting not to don the combat uniform at that moment. He sat down with a look of regret and said, "Let me first share with you the positions and information regarding the president and his associates." That night, some were willing to risk everything for their brother, knowing full well the dangers ahead, while others, in pursuit of fleeting romance, betrayed their comrades. Soon, dawn broke, as the sun ascended, casting its golden rays upon the earth. The president and his companions departed from the inn early in the morning. They first arrived near the Moon Inn, seeking a clock tower not far away as a vantage point, where they prepared an ambush with the sniper rifle card for their teammate Meteor. Subsequently, the president led the remaining allies, Wang Ho and Shi Feng, to the front of the Moon Inn. However, they did not enter. Instead, Wang Ho ventured alone into the inn to inform Su Ling. They intended to negotiate in public, allowing Meteor to strike from the shadows, while simultaneously leveraging the atmosphere of this world to instill caution in their adversaries. After all, this fantastical realm was not without its merits. Although they had yet to decipher the mysterious side information provided by the system, the presence of the extraordinary Holy Court Knights should serve to intimidate their opponents. A gentle knock echoed through the Moon Inn. Inside, after Wang Ho entered and casually offered some money, he learned from the clerk the room number of Su Ling. He approached and knocked on the door. "Hello. I am Wang Ho, who visited yesterday. Our captain is waiting outside to discuss an alliance with you. May I ask if you are available?" After Wang Ho's words fell, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the poorly soundproofed inn, causing him to instinctively take a step back. In the next moment, with a loud creak, the door swung open, revealing Su Ling, who stepped out with a calm demeanor and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why don't you come in to talk? Your prowess is so formidable that we fear being annihilated in such a confined space." Wang Ho replied with a sheepish compliment. He then tried to catch a glimpse of Old Lu behind Su Ling, not overly concerned about Old Lu's elimination, as they had not received any notice from the game system regarding his downfall, indicating he was still safe. "Is that so?" Su Ling responded indifferently to Wang Ho's flattery. "Who can guarantee that no one will ambush you from a distance once you step outside? What do you suggest?" Wang Ho was taken aback by Su Ling's caution. Moreover, he was surprised that Su Ling had accurately guessed their plan for a remote ambush, displaying a level of strategy he had not anticipated. Given the strength demonstrated by the opponent the previous day, along with their recruitment style, he had assumed they were reckless players. However, it now appeared that they were merely shrewdly disguised as reckless. If that were the case, their game rating might be higher than he had imagined. Could they be seasoned players? Realizing this, Wang Ho felt compelled to relay this critical information to the president and the others without delay. Given that both parties harbor concerns regarding safety, perhaps it would be prudent to proceed as follows. "You may invite your leader to my bedside, and we shall converse through the window, ensuring that we remain within our respective realms of safety, allowing all to feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Wang Ho pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, please hold on a moment. With that, he departed from the Morn Hotel and approached the leader and his companions, relaying Su Ling's intentions. The leader furrowed his brow upon hearing the message. If he is indeed this cautious, then the matter of his recruitment announcement warrants serious contemplation. Is it a sense of invulnerability stemming from great strength? Or perhaps an exploration of the character dynamics within the Superdimension Kill forum? Or could it be a combination of both? Possessing such formidable physical attributes, coupled with a vigilant demeanor, he may truly be a high-level player. Even if he does not belong to the ranks of the most renowned top-tier players who frequently achieve high ratings, he certainly must have garnered accolades on several occasions, indicating a strong ambition towards such achievements. As he analyzed this, the leader suddenly inquired of Wang Ho if he is indeed a high-level player. Then his entry into the game must have been characterized by strength overpowering weakness. His teammates may possess significantly lower ratings. Did you catch a glimpse of his companions? Wang Ho shook his head in response. From beginning to end, I have only seen him alone. I did not even spot Old Lu. Were it not for the absence of elimination notifications, I would have thought that Old Lu had been utilized by him as a fallback for side quests. Is that so? The leader mused, instinctively raising his hand to stroke his chin as he continued his analysis. If he is indeed a high-level player, then he possesses the capacity to contend with that time realm. We should certainly contemplate an alliance with him. However, his recruitment of other players suggests a degree of wariness towards that time realm. Therefore, he likely seeks to employ these players as pawns or fodder to deplete the time realm's resources. Should we form an alliance, we must be vigilant to avoid being used as mere instruments or expendable assets. What course of action should we take? Another teammate, Shifeng, inquired with a furrowed brow. Given his formidable physical prowess, an alliance with him may leave us at a disadvantage. It seems nearly impossible to avoid being utilized as pawns. As long as we can secure the power of discourse, we shall be fine. How do we achieve that? Shifeng pressed, again furrowing his brow. He is unlikely to freely relinquish his control over discourse, is he not? It's quite simple. His teammates present the opportunity. The leader smiled slightly and remarked, he is a high-level player, and his companions are surely inexperienced novices with low ratings. If he wishes for us to accept his teammates, he must concede some degree of control over discourse. Of course, he will not yield absolute authority, but if we can secure half of the discourse power, it will suffice to prevent our exploitation as pawns. Our ultimate goal remains an alliance to confront the time realm, rather than engaging in petty rivalries. We share common interests. And in the short term, or rather, until we have dealt with the time realm, forming an alliance should pose no problem. What if he refuses to concede any discourse power whatsoever? Shifeng queried once more. Then we simply forego the alliance. Upon hearing this, the president shrugged and remarked, when the time comes, with the stealthy support of a sniper and the presence of the Knights of the Holy Court in this city, our retreat should pose little trouble. Unless the adversary possesses overwhelming and terrifying power capable of annihilating us all in a short span. Yet, even in such a scenario, he would undoubtedly face the ire of the indigenous inhabitants of this world, the Knights of the Holy Court, who would place a bounty on his head, thereby increasing the difficulty of his game. He would not escape unscathed. As for Old Lu, we have done all we could for him. He will surely understand. Will he not? At this juncture, the president turned to Wang Ho and Shifeng, smiling. Both nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had indeed done their utmost for Old Lu. Having reached a consensus, the trio hesitated no longer. They arrived at the window of Su Leng's room and knocked gently. Such humble lodgings reminiscent of the medieval era, like the Moan Inn, typically featured only a single story, which was precisely why Su Leng had summoned them to the window, to confer through a mere wall. With a clatter, the window was opened, and Su Leng immediately pulled it aside. The two parties finally made their formal acquaintance. Greetings, I am the president and the captain of our team. This is Wang Ho, whom you have surely met, and this is Shifeng, another member of our ensemble. The president began, introducing himself and then smiling as he continued. We sincerely apologize for the probing actions of yesterday. We hope you can overlook it. We come bearing earnest intentions, hoping to forge an alliance to jointly combat that formidable time realm demon lord. They refrained from exposing Su Leng's true identity as a high-level player. If the other party chose to remain silent, they too were content to feign ignorance, seizing the opportunity to claim a stronger voice in negotiations. President? Su Leng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this address. You have chosen quite an appropriate title. I shall not mince words. You have seen the information regarding the time realm elimination of teams, for teams dispatched in merely 4 days. With such strength, other teams stand no chance unless they unite. If you are genuinely seeking an alliance, let us be forthright. There is no need for subterfuge. Indeed, you are correct. The president, wearing an apologetic expression, reiterated. I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events, but please understand, this is a multiplayer scenario, and we all exist in a competitive relationship. Enough of this. Let us address the matter at hand, Su Leng interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He then stated with a commanding presence. Let it be known that I do not recruit just any team as allies. Strength is a prerequisite. You have witnessed my prowess, yet I have yet to see yours. If you wish to become my allies, you must first demonstrate your capabilities. Upon hearing Su Leng's words, the president and his companions exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief. If Su Leng had been willing to recruit them without assessing their strength, it would have raised suspicions that he intended to use them as mere fodder. Now, with the demand for a display of their abilities, it was clear he was genuinely interested in collaborating against the Time Realm. With this thought in mind, the president smiled at Wang Ho and Shi Feng, saying, "Come now, let us showcase our strength to our future ally." As the words fell, the president took a few steps back, dramatically unveiling the armaments concealed beneath his robe. Flanking him, both Wang Ho and Shi Feng brandished the formidable weapon cards and item cards acquired by their team. The president, with a smile, was about to introduce the array of armaments he possessed, along with the powerful weapon and item cards held by Wang Ho and Shi Feng. Yet, at the very moment he opened his mouth, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The three ostentatious figures were instantly reduced to mere splatters of flesh and blood, showering the street in a gruesome display. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Moan Inn, old Lu, having sold out his brothers the previous night, awoke early in a solitary room. After completing his morning routine, he retrieved the weapon card labeled Special Forces uniform and began donning it piece by piece. As he dressed, he lowered his voice, practicing the deep tones of his voice. Hi, hi, hi. Suddenly, notifications flashed before his eyes. Player President has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Player Shi Feng has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Player Wang Ho has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Upon reading these notifications, he momentarily froze, then sorrowfully declared, "Brothers, for my happiness, your deaths were not in vain. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. I will surely win over the young lady, Hai Gongzi." Having said this, he completed the final piece of his Special Forces uniform, then strode out of the room, knocking on Chun Shasha's door. "Who is it?" When Chun Shasha opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of old Lu, clad in a stylish Special Forces uniform, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Lowering his voice, he greeted her in the practiced bass tone, "Hi." In an instant, a spray of blood accompanied his words. "You have been eliminated by player Su Leng due to being lured into flaunting, triggering the mysterious rules of Hanbao City, and eliminated from this game." Chapter 115. Information in the South China Region 3. The gaming plaza was illuminated as three figures materialized after a flash of white light. Surrounding players glanced briefly before looking away, fully aware that yet another three players had concluded their game. The dazed expressions on their faces indicated that the results were far from favorable. "How could we be eliminated?" Wang Ho exclaimed, bewildered. Shi Feng, equally perplexed, shared his confusion. They had only just prepared to showcase their prowess. How could they have been unexpectedly ousted? The president, momentarily lost in thought, soon regained his composure, his brow furrowed and expression darkening. "We have been played." "What? Huh?" Both Wang Ho and Shi Feng stared at him in surprise. The president solemnly inquired, "What elimination notifications did you receive?" "I was informed that I was lured by that guy named Su Leng into boasting, triggering the mysterious rules of Hanbao City, and thus eliminated." Upon hearing the president's words, Wang Ho and Shi Feng exchanged glances, then replied in unison, "So were we." The elimination information in Hyperdimensional Kill is disclosed only to the players who have been eliminated, while others are merely informed of who has been ousted by whom, devoid of specific reasons for the eliminations. This measure is implemented to prevent remaining players from gleaning secrets about others from the elimination details. Nevertheless, those who have been eliminated may communicate amongst themselves. Consequently, upon conversing, the three leaders discovered that their reasons for elimination were identical. Upon hearing the words of Wang Ho and Shi Feng, the leader coldly remarked, "The mysterious side power of that fantastical world must pertain to the enigmatic rules of this so-called Hanbao City. The player named Su Leng evidently uncovered this before us and has been luring us into breaching these mysterious rules. He has no genuine intention to ally with us." Upon hearing the leader's words, Wang Ho and Shi Feng were left in astonishment. Wang Ho questioned, "Given his prowess, why complicate matters? He could have simply eliminated us when we were probing. At that time, it was merely you and old Lu who approached. Should he have taken action against you, he would have been unaware of my and Shi Feng's positions." The leader narrowed his eyes and replied, "Even if he chose not to eliminate you immediately, but instead captured you both to interrogate us about our whereabouts, it remains just a game. You and old Lu would clearly not betray us. Thus, Eliminating you two would only alert us three, prompting us to hide or flee, making it even more challenging for him to dispatch us. Furthermore, I have previously mentioned that many high-level players are exploring methods to attain higher rankings, and there have been recent discussions on the forum regarding ranking related to character design. It is highly probable that he is also experimenting in this regard. Considering these 2 points, it is likely that this is the very reason for his feigned attempts at forming an alliance. These high-level players are truly cunning, Wang Ho remarked, deeply impressed by the leader's analysis. However, one must admire how he managed to discern the mysterious rules of Hanbao City in such a brief span. It is indeed commendable. The leader concurred wholeheartedly. After entering the game, they immersed themselves in Hanbao City, and after 2 days of careful observation, they finally grasped the identities of their characters and the general situation of the world. Yet, on the 3rd day, they were startled when 2 teams were eliminated by that time realm within a single day. On the 4th day, they were alarmed once more, encountering that old trickster, Su Leng. Then, on the 5th day, unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently breached the mysterious rules and faced elimination. Although reluctant to admit it, one must acknowledge the vast disparity between individuals. Those high-level players managed to uncover the existence of the mysterious rules in a mere short time, while they remained oblivious to the mysterious side elements presented by the system over 4 days. Reflecting on this, the 3 leaders could not help but sigh. Just as they sighed, a flash of white light illuminated the area, and old Lu's figure reappeared in the game square, equally bewildered. Upon seeing him, the 3 leaders felt as though they were gazing at reflections of themselves from mere moments ago. They found it rather unremarkable, considering that old Lu had been captured by that Su Leng. Once the adversary dealt with them, it was quite natural for old Lu to meet a similar fate. However, the sight of old Lu clad in tactical gear raised some questions among the 3. In the game, Transdimensional Kill, item cards and weapon cards, once utilized, would vanish, while weapons and attire obtained through weapon cards could be taken out of the game. Nevertheless, these items would disappear upon entering a new game or arena match. This mechanism was designed to enhance the player's experience, preventing them from hoarding rare weapon cards for fear of losing them in critical moments, only to find themselves unable to survive despite their cautious usage. After all, it is quite disheartening to treasure something dearly only to see it vanish in a heartbeat during a crucial encounter. In my healing game, the ability to retain items for future use in the game square or starting space mitigated such dissatisfaction effectively. However, the 3 leaders were puzzled as to why old Lu would still possess this tactical outfit when he had been captured and rendered powerless. Perhaps, after receiving their elimination notifications, old Lu had attempted a desperate struggle against his captors. This line of thought did provide some clarity. Consequently, the 3 leaders approached and patted old Lu on the shoulder. Only then did old Lu awaken from his stupor. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, cursing. "How on earth did I die?" Just as he was about to showcase his charm and win over that girl, he had met his untimely demise. A wave of frustration washed over him. Simultaneously, having missed the leader's analysis, he found himself perplexed by the elimination notification. Was it against the law to show off in that game world? And who was Su Leng? A powerful figure? As he pondered these vexations, his exclamations startled the 3 leaders. "Old Lu, what's wrong?" the leader inquired. Old Lu, upon hearing this, hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He couldn't possibly tell the leaders that he had squandered their sacrifices and failed in his pursuit of romance, could he? Though he had previously joked about betraying his brothers for the sake of wooing a girl, it was best to keep such matters from their knowledge. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it seems to manifest. Another flash of white light appeared. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing paused momentarily, evidently unaware of any mysterious rules. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head and remarked, "That guy killed me right at the bell tower." His speed was simply terrifying. As he recalled Su Leng's swiftness, a hint of concern crossed his face. Yet, upon hearing this, the leader furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "This is impossible. It is utterly unreasonable. He had no way of knowing how many teammates we had, nor could he have anticipated your ambush at the bell tower. How could he possibly eliminate us, and then immediately lock onto you to rush over and kill you? This person is cheating. I shall file a complaint with the officials." Seeing the president so agitated, Liu Xing sighed and said, "President, do not be anxious. He did not cheat. He informed me before he charged to eliminate me." After speaking, his gaze turned towards the old Lu beside him, and he sighed again. It was old Lu who betrayed us. In his pursuit of his sister, he divulged all our secrets. He not only disclosed the number of our team members, but also their specific locations, attributes, skills, and the items and weapon cards we possessed. Upon learning of my proficiency in long-range sniping during my time in the army, and that we had a weapon card for a sniper rifle, he informed me that the most suitable vantage point for sniping in that vicinity was the clock tower. At this point, he fell silent. his eyes fixed intently on old Lu. Goodness, you lack integrity, brother-in-law. Old Lu had never anticipated that Su Ling would expose him so thoroughly. Caught off guard, he was utterly unprepared for such a confrontation. He suddenly fell to his knees, raising his hands and cried out, "Fathers, I was wrong. Can you blame me for pursuing a school beauty who is only 17 or 18? Upon hearing old Lu's words, the faces of the president and the others immediately revealed hesitation. If that were the case, it was somewhat understandable, but I asked for a foot wash. Just pick something. Seeing the hesitation on their faces, old Lu spoke again. Once he uttered those words, the expressions of the president and the others relaxed. All right, this indeed seems justifiable. And since you have said so, you heartless beast, you shall pay for your misdeeds. The late-night snack is on you. I want to get lost. Not to mention the matters concerning old Lu and the others outside the game. Inside the game, player president has been eliminated by player Su Ling. Player Shifeng has been eliminated by player Su Ling. Player Wang Ho has been eliminated by player Su Ling. Player Old Lu has been eliminated by player Su Ling. Player Liuxing has been eliminated by player Su Ling. The team led by player president has been eliminated by the team led by player Su Ling. When 5 elimination notifications appeared in the dynamic bar before all players within a mere 10 minutes, Su Ling's presence was instantly noted by the remaining players. Consequently, all the remaining players formed a connection with Su Ling at that moment. A plethora of players' life experiences were swiftly relayed to Su Ling's mind through his ability of self-omniscience. Updates will be published tonight. As temperatures begin to drop across various regions, everyone should take precautions to stay warm. See you tonight. Super Dimension Kill updates will be published tonight. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to access the latest updates. Super Dimension Kill Chapter 116. Temporal Realm in a certain city. A team exploring avenues to enhance their attributes received the elimination notification. Wow, this fellow named Su Ling is quite impressive. He eliminated 5 people in less than 10 minutes. This speed rivals that of the temporal realm, does it not? This team consists of 5 individuals, and when considering the average rating of players in this game, 3 members of our team are rated at the same level. We entered the game at the very beginning without any delays, and we found ourselves in the outermost city of this fantastical realm. In essence, our team of 3, all rated equally, represents the standard configuration for this game. Conversely, the team that was eliminated, led by Su Ling, likely contains only 1 or 2 players of comparable rating, with the rest being of a lower caliber. It hardly seems surprising to eliminate such a team. Our team possesses the capability to achieve the same feat. Indeed, it appears rather impressive. We must tread carefully, for encountering 2 skilled players in this game means we must navigate a precarious existence in a desolate wilderness. A team that spent 4 days conquering all the bandits in the area received news of their elimination. What the hell? There was only one time realm ahead. And now another Su Ling has appeared? How have they managed to locate other player teams in such a brief span? Why have I wandered this wilderness for so long, only to encounter mere native bandits? Yet, this was not the most astonishing part. The most remarkable aspect was that these 2 individuals not only found other player teams swiftly, but also managed to eliminate them in a short time frame. The Time Realm had eliminated 4 teams, 1 consisting of 2 players and 3 consisting of 3 players, totaling 11 players, thereby securing 11 side quest rewards. Although Su Ling did not achieve such an extraordinary feat, they still managed to obtain 5 side quest rewards, leaving others envious. Indeed, how unlike us 2 unfortunate souls, who entered the game only to be captured by this wilderness, devoid of a compass. You, my friend, are utterly directionally challenged, unable to determine which way leads to the city, leading me further astray. Woe is me. Greetings. My sense of direction is merely poor. You lack even basic knowledge. When I asked you which way the sun rises, I anticipated an answer of east or west, yet you directed me south. I am truly grateful. Oh, but one cannot be certain. This is not the real world. What if the sun rises in the south here? Enough of your rambling. Let us inquire how to reach the city from these native bandits. I have had enough of this place, devoid of even a restroom, where one might step in excrement at any moment. Inside a noble carriage traveling along the road, 2 figures sat facing each other. Suddenly, they both froze. And in the next moment, one exclaimed, "How impressive! To eliminate so many in such a short time." The previous Time Realm managed to eliminate only 3 individuals in a brief period. Yet this Su Ling surpasses even that. Fire brother, with these 2 top-tier players emerging, should we still seek alliances? If we do, who shall we target first? However, the other individual seemed oblivious to this inquiry, deep in thought, murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated encountering Su Ling again." Fire brother, do you know this Su Ling? The first speaker asked curiously upon noticing his captain's expression. Yes, The player known as Fire Brother replied with a furrowed brow. That is excellent. Let us seek him out for support. The first speaker clapped his hands in delight. However, the player known as Fire Brother merely cast a glance in his direction, rolling his eyes and retorting, I was previously at a higher rank, but due to him, I was the first to be eliminated in that match we played. My rating plummeted, and it took me nearly 20 days to recover it to my former standing. I never expected to encounter him again. You now want me to seek his favor? Of course, he would not acknowledge it. I have already attempted to do so. But he did not even accept my friend request. I shall refrain from that. The first speaker wore an awkward smile, then added with a troubled expression. But what shall we do now? With two top-tier players like them, it seems even if we form alliances, our chances of completing the tasks are slim. Not to worry. This situation may actually work to our advantage. With those two keeping each other in check and suppressing the other players, we stand to benefit. Fire Brother said, narrowing his eyes. We can leverage the pressure they exert on the other players, uniting all teams to grow strong enough that neither of them can afford to ignore us, creating a scenario of 3 equal powers in this game. Upon hearing this, the first speaker's eyes lit up, and he raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Fire Brother, brilliant. In various locations where other players were present, upon receiving news of Su Ling's elimination, a range of reactions emerged, albeit similar in nature. The majority of players found their progress in the game comparable to that of the guild leader, Old Lu, and others. They had just grasped their circumstances and surroundings, and were beginning to seek avenues for enhancing their attributes. They could not fathom what level of skill could allow someone to locate and eliminate other player teams within such a short span of days. Thus, the elimination information released by Su Ling was perceived as the emergence of yet another formidable player. In light of this, most players grumbled and opted to shift their focus from completing tasks to enhancing their attributes. Except for one team. In a city, within the library of the Holy Knight Stronghold, a tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed man, exuding an aura of sanctity, sat engrossed in the tome titled The Record of Holy Light, studying the history of the Holy Order. Beside him was a burly brown-haired man, also perusing books, attempting to extract information from them. Suddenly, both men froze in surprise. Yet, the golden-haired, blue-eyed man quickly regained his composure, continuing to examine the record of Holy Light with an air of indifference. Conversely, the burly brown-haired man could not sit still. He began to steal glances at the golden-haired man, his expression revealing an unspoken thought. Speak your mind. The golden-haired man, still focused on the book before him, seemed to sense the brown-haired man's furtive glances and stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the burly brown-haired man felt reassured, and with a sycophantic demeanor, he inquired, Great One, what are your thoughts on the 5 recent elimination announcements? This Su Ling appears to be a highly skilled player, much like yourself. Should we not leverage the authority of the Holy Court Knights to issue a warrant for him? These two individuals are not natives of this world. They are, in fact, players. The golden-haired, blue-eyed man exudes a sacred aura, causing many player teams to shift their focus from game tasks to enhancing their own attributes, thus establishing him as a formidable player. The other individual is merely a random teammate assigned by the game to lower its difficulty. When the game's challenge escalates significantly, these elite players often recruit lower-rated players to form a team, thereby balancing the overall difficulty. Currently, since no high-level players have emerged on the Transdimensional Kill forum, and everyone is striving for higher ratings, these elite players have kept the hidden point mechanism under wraps, presenting their actions of teaming up with novice players as a noble endeavor. This has garnered immense gratitude from many newcomers. The burly, brown-haired man is one such fortunate novice. Since joining the team, he has shown great respect towards the elite player, and after witnessing a series of impressive maneuvers in the game, he is utterly astounded, having eliminated 2 teams within merely 2 days. From this experience, he has learned much, such as the importance of researching the local world through historical texts before entering the game and leveraging local factions to identify individuals exhibiting player-like behavior in nearby cities. However, there are aspects that elude him, such as how the elite player deduced the enigmatic rules governing the cities of this fantastical world from historical texts, or how he assumed the identity of the Holy Court Knight Captain to issue alerts in surrounding cities regarding the search for players. These are insights that he cannot grasp or replicate. Upon realizing the cognitive chasm between himself and the elite player, the burly man grows increasingly admiring and respectful. Unbeknownst to him, the elite player remains indifferent to his thoughts, scarcely remembering his presence, merely addressing him as one might a subordinate. At this juncture, he looks up at the burly man and inquires, Do you know which city this Su Ling resides in? The Holy Light record of this world documents that over 300 cities were constructed in a circular formation, radiating from the Holy Court Temple as a center. How many of these cities can you influence? The elite player's rhetorical question leaves the burly man speechless. Ultimately, He can only respond with an awkward smile. I merely suggested it. Your suggestion is noted, but refrain from suggesting again in the future, the elite player replies coolly. Now, let us continue to seek the means of utilizing the sacred artifacts. I have already conducted an investigation using the authority of the Holy Court Knight Captain. The knights derive their extraordinary physical prowess from these artifacts. If we can ascertain their usage, I may be able to obtain some artifacts escorted by other player teams to assist in enhancing your physical attributes. Really? The burly man exclaims, filled with surprise and gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. I shall exert every effort to uncover the methods of utilizing this sacred relic. Upon uttering these words, he became invigorated, rapidly sifting through the tomes before him. Shi Jing, witnessing this fervor, ceased to speak and resumed his concentration on the Chronicle of Sacred Light. Real name, Li Leifei. Player of the game A Fei, has taken notice of you, establishing a connection. Li Leifei's personal information has been automatically recorded and updated. Li Leifei, male, Asian. 29 years old, resident of Central China Region 2, profession, renovation worker, married. A series of player profiles flowed through Su Ling's mind as he casually scanned the information. He descended the bell tower, making his way toward the Moan Inn. Moments later, at last, he beheld the player information he sought. Real name, Shi Jing. Player of the game Shi Jing, has taken notice of you, establishing a connection. Shi Jing's personal information has been automatically recorded and updated. Shi Jing, male, Asian. 28 years old, resident of Northern China Region 1, profession, special agent, unmarried. A researcher in the Life Evolution Group of the Special Task Force exploring Transcendent Kill. Tasked with uncovering secrets regarding dimensions and life evolution contained within Transcendent Kill. Initially, Su Ling merely intended to examine Shi Jing's player information within the game. However, upon encountering the details of his real-life identity, he was momentarily taken aback. A special agent? A researcher in the task force exploring the secrets of Transcendent Kill? This implies that the government is aware that the game contains secrets of this nature. Indeed, once this hypothesis emerged, Su Ling felt a blend of surprise and an unsettling sense of inevitability. It stands to reason, for this game to operate, it must have undergone governmental scrutiny. However, this revelation raised a perplexing question for Su Ling. Could it be that the government is unable to directly ascertain all the secrets of Transcendent Kill? The updates continued into the evening. Transcendent Kill is undergoing updates. Currently being processed, please hold for a moment. After the content updates, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Transcendent Kill Chapter 117, Agile Fruit. Permitted to operate yet unable to exert control, this dichotomy merits profound contemplation. Previously, when Su Ling delved into the game helmet, he inadvertently encountered the secrets of the human alliance. The feedback from self-omniscience revealed that humanity had formed an alliance and acquired the technology for interstellar exploration, yet for reasons unknown, this information was concealed from the public. Now, with Shi Jing being a special agent dispatched by the Yin Nation to explore Transcendent Kill, it further substantiates that even the state cannot govern this game. This phenomenon presents two possibilities, the first being that Transcendent Kill does not belong to any single nation, but rather to all nations within the human alliance, with countries engaging in mutual contention, rendering even the most powerful nations unable to interfere with the game. The second possibility is that this game is managed by an entity that transcends nations, perhaps even surpassing the entire human alliance. Thus, even a powerful nation like Yin country possesses neither the authority nor the means to intervene. If it were the former scenario, it would merely constitute a struggle among great powers, significant in energy, yet currently disconnected from the common populace. However, should the latter be true, an acute sense of crisis suddenly engulfed Su Ling. Given the human alliance's concealment of public interstellar technology, coupled with the niche operation of Transcendental Kill, which lacks grandiose global promotion, the latter scenario appears more plausible. Transcendental Kill harbors secrets of dimensions and the evolution of life, alongside the enigmatic hints of self-knowing echoing in Su Ling's mind. Such technology, capable of propelling humanity in both technological and biological realms, should not be shrouded in ambiguity. Those who possess such knowledge, typically the elite controlling the majority of human resources, might conduct various experiments on unwitting subjects, secretly advancing themselves while revealing nothing to the outside world. Yet, the current state of half-concealment, neither vigorously promoted nor strictly guarded, strikes one as exceedingly peculiar. Consequently, Su Ling surmised that the operator of Transcendental Kill resembles an entity that stands above the civilization of this world, while the human alliance appears as a hapless thief, furtively entangled in a network, fearful of exposure, yet eager to seize the utmost advantage. Thus, this strange state of affairs has emerged. Of course, These conclusions are merely the result of Su Ling's analytical reasoning based on known information. The veracity remains to be verified. Nevertheless, one undeniable fact is that the potential existence of such an entity, transcending this world's civilization, has once again shaken the fragile sense of security that Su Ling had managed to cultivate. It is imperative to grow stronger swiftly. With a newfound urgency born from life experiences and the weight of time, Su Ling quickened his pace. Meanwhile, a large gathering of indigenous people from this world had already assembled around the Mon Hotel. The transgressions committed by the trio of leaders against the prohibition of arrogance in Hanbao City had stained the streets outside the Mon Hotel with blood and gore, drawing the attention of the local populace. Whispers circulated among the indigenous crowd. Had someone violated the taboo again? They truly deserve it. This is the fate of those who lack humility. Is it not better to live simply? Why must it be so? According to others, it seems a group of mercenaries was involved. These mercenaries are notorious for flaunting their adventurous exploits, so their transgressions are hardly surprising. Those rascals, their demise is one matter. But we, the nearby residents, must bear the cost of cleaning up this bloodshed, leaving us utterly despondent. You may fare better, but old Mon bears the brunt. Not only have the bloodstains splattered his hotel, but there is also one who violated the taboo within his establishment, leaving the entire corridor in disarray. He is now cursing and scrubbing the floors in frustration. Indeed, when compared to the venerable Mon, I find myself rather insignificant. Thank you for your comforting words, my friend. They bring solace to my heart. Su Ling navigated through the crowd, listening to the hushed whispers of the locals while deftly avoiding the bloodstains scattered across the ground. Stepping into the Mon Inn. Inside, the aged proprietor, with his graying beard and hair, was furiously directing his staff to clean the floor. Upon noticing Su Ling's entrance, he stormed toward him, brimming with ire. Dear guest, he began, though I recognize that my words may be ill-timed. I must express this. It has come to my attention that those on the floor are your acquaintances. My staff witnessed you carrying one of them into the establishment, proclaiming him to be your friend who had indulged too much in drink. While I lament the tragic fate of your friend who has breached our taboos, it is only fair to say that here, before the proprietor could finish, Su Ling casually tossed a small pouch to him. The owner, taken by surprise, hurriedly caught it, and upon opening it, his expression transformed into one of delight as he continued. The floor has just been mopped. It may be a bit slippery, so please tread carefully. Su Ling merely nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the door of the room occupied by Qin Shasha. He knocked gently and called out, Shasha. It is I. Please open the door. Having observed the antics of the player, Lao Lu, who had unwittingly broken the mysterious rules of Han Fortress City, Su Ling utilized his ability of omniscience to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Through Lao Lu's ostentatious display, Su Ling confirmed his hypothesis. The enigmatic prohibition against flamboyance in Han Fortress City requires external feedback to take effect. Lao Lu triggered the mysterious rule amidst his bravado, but it did not activate the moment he donned his battle attire. Previously, Su Ling had sought to test the arcane rules of this world but lacked suitable subjects, unwilling to use Qin Shasha as a mere guinea pig. Thus, he turned to other players, and Lao Lu, true to form, provided him with the specific conditions for activation. However, this revelation pertains solely to the mysterious regulations of Han Fortress City. It remains uncertain whether other cities share the same criteria. With but a single sample, the data is insufficient for conclusive analysis. A click echoed as the inner lock disengaged. The door to Qin Shasha's room slowly creaked open. At that moment, Shasha appeared, her hair damp and her attire freshly changed, evidently having just emerged from a bath. Due to Lao Lu's antics, she had also become a victim of the chaos. When Lao Lu's display erupted, blood splattered onto her, frightening the young girl into a state of panic. Consequently, this commotion drew the attention of the surrounding patrons and the innkeeper, who witnessed the unfolding scene both outside and within. While it is true that Shasha was not intended as a test subject, she nonetheless became a component of his experiment. Although he felt no emotional response, the moral compass instilled in him from his past life dictated that he ought to compensate her for her distress. Shasha, do you have any wishes? Su Ling inquired directly upon entering the room. Initially startled, with a hint of fear still lingering on her face, Qin Shasha was taken aback upon hearing his words. She turned her head and, with a look of skepticism, inquired of Su Long, why do you ask that? While she was rather naive, she was by no means foolish. Having learned about the enigmatic rules of this fantastical realm, and having witnessed the gruesome fate of a girl in the city of Onist who was obliterated for lying, she quickly grasped that old Lu had transgressed the city's mysterious regulations. Concurrently, as a player, she received the notification of old Lu's elimination from Su Long, which allowed her to piece together the puzzle during her subsequent bath. It became evident to her that Su Long had orchestrated old Lu's violation of the city's arcane rules. leading to his explosive demise before her eyes. She felt a mix of admiration for Su Leng's ability to deduce the city's enigmatic regulations in such a brief span of time, alongside a simmering frustration at being kept in the dark. Thus, she resolved to feign anger and ignore him. However, as soon as Su Leng entered, his first words caused her resolve to crumble. "What do you mean by asking me about my wishes?" She pondered, questioning whether he intended to fulfill her desires. Reflecting on how Su Leng had withheld information from her, she decided to tease him a little. "You helped me before. I was wondering if you could grant me a wish." Su Leng responded with striking directness, "Indeed." "Oh." Chen Shasha raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that true?" "Absolutely," he affirmed. A mischievous smile crept onto Chen Shasha's face, though she maintained her facade of skepticism. "Any wish at all. Within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill it." At this, Chen Shasha could no longer contain her playful grin and quipped, "What about a fleshly repayment?" Su Leng's brow furrowed at her words. Observing his reaction, Chen Shasha couldn't help but burst into laughter. But the next moment, she abruptly turned away, covering her eyes and exclaiming, "What are you doing taking off your pants?" "Isn't this your wish?" Su Leng replied, puzzled. "I was joking." Chen Shasha stammered, her cheeks flushed. As a young girl of 17 or 18, she could banter, but the reality left her flustered. The crimson hue spread from her cheeks to behind her ears, her heart racing wildly. "Very well," Su Leng responded, pulling up his pants. "Is that better?" Chen Shasha asked. "Yes." Upon seeing Su Leng fully dressed, a fleeting sense of disappointment crossed Chen Shasha's face. Yet, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she scanned the room for a random topic to discuss. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a long object that Su Leng had been holding since he entered, wrapped in cloth. Curiously, she asked, "What is that you have in your hand?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shasha's face flushed again, and she couldn't help but scoff. At that moment, Su Leng unfurled the cloth to reveal a sniper rifle. This belonged to the sniper of that team after he perished. It should prove useful. Having said that, he turned to Chen Shasha, who had just scoffed, and inquired, "What's wrong?" Realizing her own misunderstanding, Chen Shasha quickly forced a sheepish smile and said, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Why is there even a sniper rifle?" They were all players of comparable skill, so obtaining a weapon card for a sniper rifle was quite normal. Su Leng replied, "It's a pity that although the other three showcased their item cards and weapon cards, they did not exchange them for physical items. Otherwise, there would be more than just this sniper rifle. In Transdimensional Kill, as long as the weapon card is not exchanged, it can be preserved indefinitely in one's personal inventory." The strength demonstrated by the club president and the others was merely the attributes of various item cards and weapon cards, and they had not truly redeemed them. "Oh, I see," Chen Shasha quickly chimed in, eager to gloss over the previous awkwardness. She continued to ask, "So what are we going to do next?" "Wait." Chen Shasha paused. Puzzled, Su Leng did not elaborate. After all, such matters were not easily explained. He certainly could not reveal that he intended to wait for the Holy Knights of Han Fortress to arrive, in order to establish a connection and glean insights into their life experiences, hoping to discover a method to utilize the sacred fruit. Given the implications of the ability self-omniscience, he could not afford to expose that. Thus, he shifted the topic back to Chen Shasha, saying, "You should carry this sniper rifle with you." "Huh? Why?" Chen Shasha responded, even more confused. "I can't even use it." Su Leng explained, "If you carry this sniper rifle, other players will assume you excel at sniping, creating a misleading impression that will prevent you from appearing utterly incompetent. Your words are quite hurtful. Forgive me, I tend to be quite blunt." After returning to his room, Su Leng sat on his bed and reached into his pocket to retrieve an object, similarly wrapped in cloth, shaped like a sphere. As he slowly unwrapped it, a fruit of deep green hue appeared before him. Agility fruit. When consumed in a special manner, it can enhance the consumer's agility attribute by 1 point. In his hand lay not only the sniper rifle from the other party, but also the sacred object they had escorted. Unlike the silver wisdom fruit in Su Leng's possession, the sacred object carried by the club president and the others was an agility fruit, capable of enhancing agility attributes. However, both required a unique method of consumption. Su Leng had now grasped the information and dynamics of all other player teams, and his next course of action was to maximize his attributes in this world. These sacred fruits were the means to elevate his capabilities. In this fantastical realm, the only profession endowed with extraordinary powers was that of the Holy Knights. Therefore, rather than fruitlessly searching in the library of the Holy Fortress, it would be more prudent to establish a connection with the Holy Knights and delve into their life experiences. This was Su Leng's plan. Before long, news from the Monin finally reached the Holy Fortress in Han City. Approximately an hour after the incident occurred, the Holy Knights of Han Fortress arrived at the scene. "Can someone tell me what has transpired here?" Upon the arrival of the Knights of the Holy See in Hanbao City, they promptly inquired with the surrounding populace, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost courtesy. This is a humble city where even the knights of the Holy See must adhere to such decorum. Like the locals, the knights donned modest attire. Aside from their imposing stature and robust physiques, they bore little distinction from the citizens. There were two knights present, one named Sean and the other Carl, both of whom were well acquainted with the people of Hanbao City. Sean possessed short brown hair that revealed his forehead, and his countenance exuded an aura of righteousness, complemented by the sacred essence unique to the knights, instilling a profound sense of safety. Meanwhile, Carl sported golden hair, neatly parted down the middle, with locks gracefully framing his chiseled features, rendering him quite popular among the women of Hanbao City. Upon their arrival, Sean initiated the inquiry. Due to the gravity of the situation, the townsfolk hesitated to speak, exchanging glances in silence. After a brief moment, a brave soul who had witnessed the event stepped forward and said, "My lord, I happened to witness the occurrence, though I cannot ascertain its veracity. I can only recount what I observed, allowing your wisdom to discern the truth. Thank you for your courage in stepping forward. Hanbao City takes pride in your presence." Sean replied. The individual then recounted the events he had witnessed. The guild leader and two nobles approached the window of Su Ling's room to negotiate, ultimately triggering the catastrophic explosion. Bound by the mysterious rules of Hanbao City, the witness refrained from embellishing or speculating, instead providing a straightforward account of the happenings. After listening intently, Sean and Carl exchanged thoughtful nods and approached the window of Su Ling's chamber, asking the witness, "Is this the window of the room?" The witness affirmed with a nod. Upon receiving confirmation, Sean raised his hand and rapped on the window. Soon, with a resounding clatter, the window was flung open, revealing a young Caucasian man with brown curls, fair skin, and striking features. "Greetings, I am Sean, a knight of the Holy See from Hanbao City, and this is Carl." Sean introduced himself with a gentle tone. However, Chris, who had been awaiting this moment, found himself momentarily preoccupied, as the following prompt resonated in his mind. "You have conversed with Sean Miller, establishing a connection. Sean Miller's life information has been automatically updated." Sean Miller, male, Caucasian, 36 years old, resident of Hanbao City, first-level knight of the Holy See, married. Instantaneously, the life information of Sean Miller was transmitted through the ability of self-awareness, flooding Su Ling's consciousness with the entirety of his life journey, from birth to maturity, culminating in his ascension as a knight of the Holy See. In this fantastical realm, individuals aspiring to become knights of the Holy Court must first cultivate exemplary virtues and combat skills from a young age. Only after passing rigorous assessments of both character and martial prowess are they collectively sent to the central city of the Holy Court, known as Holy Court City. This city serves as the very origin of all, with the Holy Court Temple intricately woven into its fabric. Indeed, the entirety of Holy Court City is regarded as an extension of the Holy Court Temple. Upon their arrival in Holy Court City, these aspirant knights are directed to a sacred site known as the Holy Pool, where they undergo a baptism of sorts through four distinct pools: the Pool of Strength, the Pool of Agility, the Pool of Endurance, and the Pool of Wisdom. Following their immersion in these four pools, the physical capabilities of these prospective knights are effectively doubled, transforming them into true knights of the Holy Court. The remarkable enhancement provided by these pools is attributed to the sacred fruit, whose potent energy can only be unlocked by the holy water flowing from the pools. Typically, each aspirant knight, upon their transition to a fully fledged knight, undergoes a baptism that involves the dissolution of one fruit of strength, one of agility, one of endurance, and one of intellect into the holy waters. From the life information of Sean, the knight before him, Su Ling discerns that knights of the Holy Court are categorized into tiers. Those who have immersed themselves in the holy pool once are designated as first-tier knights, those who have done so twice as second-tier knights, thrice as third-tier knights, and so forth. After becoming a knight, further immersions require the exchange of merit, a system employed by the Holy Court Temple to maintain control over its knights. Each immersion in the holy pool allows for a significant enhancement, essentially doubling one's physical attributes. For instance, should an ordinary individual possess a baseline value of 1, after the first immersion, their value would rise to 2. Following a second immersion, it would ascend to 4, and after a third, it would reach 8, continuing in this exponential fashion. Thus, with each tier ascended, the disparity in physical prowess grows increasingly pronounced. However, as of now, the highest rank achieved by any knight is merely the 4th tier. The reasons for this limitation remain elusive, and both Sean and Carl find themselves as first-tier knights, having only experienced a single immersion, thus remaining unaware of the deeper secrets associated with the Holy Court Temple. Upon reviewing Sean's life experiences, Su Ling gains clarity on the application of the sacred fruit. It appears that to enhance his attributes within this game, a visit to the Holy Court Temple is imperative. Armed with this knowledge, Su Ling establishes a clear objective. Since only the holy water from the holy pool can dissolve the energy contained within the sacred fruits, allowing one to absorb their attributes, his mission is to seize as many sacred fruits as possible from rival teams, or, alternatively, to directly locate the source of these fruits, amassing a substantial supply to bring to the Holy Court Temple for his own enhancement. To achieve this goal, the first task seems manageable. He currently possesses comprehensive information regarding all player teams and merely needs to locate them, based on his control over this player data. The attributes of Tier 1 players typically range from 2 to 4, while Tier 2 players boast values between 5 and 7. The sole player of the elite level, Shijing, possesses attributes that merely average in the low 8s, falling short of 9. Although he has acquired numerous skills, martial arts, secret techniques, and items through countless dungeons and multiplayer modes due to his status as a high-level player, Su Ling's strength and agility attributes have surpassed 10. Coupled with the ability of self-omniscience, he is capable of overwhelmingly defeating any team he encounters, including Shijing. The only consideration for him lies in the character design of this game. To achieve a high-level rating and obtain transdimensional energy, he must embody the persona of a duplicitous hypocrite to complete this task. However, this concern is not a significant issue upon acquiring information about all players in this game. A preliminary plan has already begun to take shape in Su Ling's mind. His current contemplation is focused on maximizing his own potential within this game. The sacred fruit is not something that can manifest from thin air. It undoubtedly has a source. Su Ling is eager to uncover the origin of this sacred fruit. To ascertain such knowledge, one must evidently delve into the higher echelons of this world's sacred court. As thoughts churn in his mind, Su Ling has developed certain ideas. Today, I indeed conversed with the 3 mercenaries who transgressed the taboo. At this point, a look of apprehension appropriately surfaced on Su Ling's face. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding populace, along with Knights Shan and Carl from the sacred court, exchanged glances but refrained from responding. Each city in this land harbors its own taboos. In some cities, merely uttering the name of a taboo constitutes a violation. Consequently, many such cities do not display taboo slogans as others do. Hanbao City is one such place. It is a humble city where boasting, grandstanding, or self-aggrandizement is forbidden, resulting in the populace dressing modestly and conversing with great politeness and humility. The act of writing taboo slogans could potentially breach the prohibition against boasting. If one were to inscribe such slogans while others refrained, it would be perceived as flaunting superior knowledge. Although this behavior may not be a strict violation, no one dares to attempt it. Thus, Hanbao City lacks the extensive display of taboo slogans seen in places like Angnas City. This has led to occasional incidents where outsiders, unfamiliar with Hanbao City's taboos, inadvertently transgress them, resulting in explosive repercussions. Of course, some malevolent individuals deliberately provoke others to incite violations of the taboos. Consequently, the Knights of the Sacred Court typically conduct investigations to determine whether malice was at play. The outsiders, how could they not know? Both the surrounding populace and Knights Shan and Carl experienced a moment of enlightenment. However, they could not rely solely on Su Ling's account. It was imperative to verify the veracity of his claims. Thus, Shan discreetly signaled to Carl beside him. Carl immediately understood and spoke. "So you are all from out of town. It is no wonder. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you encountered in Han Fortress. However, as a knight of the Holy Court, I must verify the authenticity of your statements. Could you kindly provide the names of the 3 mercenaries?" "Of course," he replied. Possessing the ability of omniscience, he was aware of the affiliations of the club president and others. Thus, he effortlessly recited the names of the individuals they were associated with. In fact, he could have easily departed with Chinshasha, merely pretending to be a bystander and exchanging a few words with the 2 Holy Court Knights. Yet, prior to this, he had harbored intentions regarding the sacred fruit and wished to ascertain its source through the Holy Court. If he proceeded in that manner, he would become a fugitive once they traced back to his affiliations, likely leading to a bounty placed on him by the Holy Fortress, which would eventually radiate to the central Holy City, causing adverse repercussions. Considering this, he chose to remain and answer their inquiries, aiming to clear his name. Indeed, after the 2 Holy Court Knights completed their questioning, they dispersed the surrounding crowd. Subsequently, they proceeded to the recruitment hall, reviewed the registration forms for the recruitment notices posted over the past few days, and found Chris's name prominently listed. Consequently, this incident was treated as an ordinary accidental breach of taboo. When Chinshasha opened the door, Su Ling remarked, "Let us go." Originally, Chinshasha was eager to explore the city before entering. As a low-level player, she approached gaming with a laid-back attitude. For her, the game Hyperdimensional Kill was more of a travel experience. Each game transported her to different dungeons, allowing her to admire the scenery, appreciate diverse cultures, and experience various characters' lives. She held on to this notion upon entering Han Fortress. However, after being drenched in blood by old Lu, her enthusiasm waned. Upon hearing Su Ling's call, she prepared to leave without bothering to pack her belongings. Yet, Su Ling blocked her way and said expressionlessly, "Put on the sniper rifle." "What? That gun is so heavy." Chen Shasha was taken aback, her expression turning troubled. "Can't I just leave it behind?" She had already tried carrying it in the room. It wasn't that she couldn't manage it, but it was indeed quite taxing. "No," Su Ling stated flatly. His subsequent plans required Chen Shasha to appear in that guise, so she had to assume the role of the gun-toting girl. This time, Su Ling did not impede her further. Soon after, the two checked out of the Morn Inn, boarded a carriage, and departed from Han Fortress. For the next 3 days, Su Ling hurriedly traveled, stopping only briefly for supplies in the next city before continuing on. Throughout these 3 days, Chen Shasha remained sulky, harboring a grudge against Su Ling and speaking little. Originally, she was not as angry as she seemed. The incident with the gun-wielding girl merely irked her momentarily. However, over the next 3 days, after Su Ling entered the city, he failed to consult her opinions, stopping only briefly for supplies before departing, which only fueled her frustration, leaving her with a stern expression throughout. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, marking their 5th day in the game, the two arrived at a new city. "You have entered the realm of Gasting City, a bastion of fairness. Please refrain from any unjust actions within its boundaries." The moment they crossed into this new city, Su Ling's mind was flooded with the mysterious rules of the city as relayed by self-omniscience. Meanwhile, at the opposite city gate, an aristocratic carriage slowly rolled into the city. Inside the carriage, 2 figures faced each other. Suddenly, one of them sneezed loudly, exclaiming, "Achoo," followed by a puzzled expression. "How strange. Can allergies carry into the game?" The other chuckled and replied, "Someone must be thinking of you. Brother Hua, fortune and romance may be on your horizon." Taking a day off to refresh and recuperate, he felt his cold was nearly gone and he had finally been unshackled from confinement. After over 20 days of being cooped up, he needed to release his pent-up energy. Today was dedicated to a grand procurement of supplies, which left him utterly exhausted, prompting his decision to take a day off. Starting tomorrow, the update schedule will return to normal, with the word count also resuming its previous pace. This marks the first request for a leave in this book, so I kindly ask for your understanding. Lastly, I humbly request a surge of monthly votes. As the month draws to a close, they will soon expire. If the monthly votes surpass 1,000, how about a burst of additional updates next month? Superdimensional Kill is taking a day off to refresh. Currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. Superdimensional Kill Chapter 119, Touching Moments. Never mind the fortune in romance. Who engages in online dating is a fool. Upon hearing his teammates' words, the player known as Li Wenfeng, with the in-game alias Huoya, rolled his eyes. As a seasoned victim of online romance, he believed he had discerned its true nature, especially as he continued to repay a phone loan divided into 36 installments for his ex-girlfriend, a constant reminder each month. To avoid further mention of this painful topic, Li Wenfeng steered the conversation elsewhere. "By the way, the team we allied with these past few days should have already reached the next city. We must hurry as well." After deciding to ally with other players to confront the formidable duo of Su Ling and Shi Jing, Li Wenfeng and his companion had been actively seeking alliances. His approach was straightforward. Upon encountering other teams, he would greet them amicably, showcasing their player level and strength. Once they had earned the other party's trust, he would elucidate the advantages and disadvantages of the game before broaching the subject of an alliance. As a prominent player aspiring to ascend further and achieve higher ranks, the essence of his distinction from lower-tier players lay in their differing mindsets. For the average player, reaching a certain level is already considered a pinnacle of achievement. When faced with a match featuring 2 high-level players in fierce competition, most of these players tend to resign themselves to failure. Upon realizing the slim chances of completing their tasks, they cease to contemplate how to fulfill their game objectives and instead focus solely on immediate gains, seeking to enhance their own attributes. Ironically, the more they strive for these trivial benefits, the more elusive success becomes. Elevating one's attributes equates to acquiring the core technology of the game world, which is typically monopolized by its elite. To obtain such advantages, players must first connect with the upper echelons of this realm. Furthermore, the extent of benefits derived from enhanced attributes is contingent upon the completion of game tasks. Consequently, ordinary players lacking the mindset of high-level gamers find it exceedingly difficult to surpass the average tier. Li Wenfeng, as a high-level player, possesses an acute awareness of the game dynamics. However, due to prior misfortunes in the presence of formidable opponents, he has unfortunately fallen from his esteemed ranking. In this particular game, his elevated consciousness sets him apart from other players at his level, preventing him from succumbing to defeatism. Yet, how beneficial is this for him? As a streamer in the real world, he understands that only by attaining higher ranks can he bolster his popularity and secure lasting benefits. His aspirations lie in achieving an even loftier rating. Brother Hua, is this really feasible? A teammate inquired hesitantly after hearing Li Wenfeng's proposition. Will those average-level players genuinely promote the idea of forming alliances as we suggested? Given the 6-month time constraint of the game and the absence of binding agreements between player teams, the notion of alliances remains largely verbal. Considering the factors of time and safety, Li Wenfeng's strategy for spreading alliances resembles a multi-level marketing approach. He first forms an alliance with one team, elucidating the advantages of collaboration, then proceeds to the next city to ally with 2 additional teams. This method of exponential growth, 1 team leads to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8, facilitates the rapid formation of alliances among all player teams. Although this approach may encounter challenges in execution, potentially leading to conflicts between allied teams, the majority of players involved are at a comparable level. Thus, eliminating an opposing team becomes a formidable task. As they realize the futility of outright elimination and consider the benefits of forming alliances, along with the limitations imposed on attribute enhancement by task completion rates, the likelihood of successful alliances remains high. In response to his teammates' concerns, Li Wenfeng smiled and reassured, "Do not worry. Even average-level players harbor ambitions of ascending to higher ranks. Their understanding of game strategies may be lacking, but I have illuminated the path for them. Some teams may refuse to heed my advice, fixated on immediate gains, yet I believe the majority will recognize the broader picture and agree to form alliances." Upon hearing Li Wenfeng's words, his teammates nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Li Wenfeng, upon witnessing the situation, subtly shook his head. This teammate was merely a random player he had found in his live streaming room, based on a conjecture regarding the difficulty mechanics of the game's Superdimensional Kill. Their skill level was only basic, making it entirely understandable that they could not comprehend his words. Superdimensional Kill is indeed a game that supports live streaming. One merely needs to purchase an official virtual device to broadcast their gaming perspective. However, that virtual device is prohibitively expensive, and Li Wenfeng had to bite the bullet and tighten his belt to afford it, which also fueled his ardent desire to achieve a higher rank. The disparity between players rated at levels and those rated at higher levels is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Alright, let us head into the city and visit the recruitment hall to post our information, and see if there are any player teams available, he remarked after observing his teammates' limited understanding. The teammate, hearing this, ceased to ponder further and promptly responded, "Oh, okay." Subsequently, the two continued their grand alliance plan. Meanwhile, upon entering Gasting City and checking into a hotel, Chen Shasha, who had hitherto been sulking and not speaking to Su Ling, suddenly approached him with a rather pragmatic concern. "I have to log off now," she stated with a stern expression, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Despite her frustration with Su Ling, she felt a pang of guilt for leaving the game midway, recognizing it was unfair to him. However, it was not entirely her fault, as she had not anticipated that one game session with Su Ling would take such an extended duration. Typically, a game session for her only lasted a few days, equating to merely a few hours in reality. Yet this particular game had a task deadline of 6 months. This translates to 7 or 8 days in the real world. How could an ordinary person possibly dedicate that much time to gaming? Log off? Something in reality? Su Ling, upon hearing Chen Shasha's words, was not surprised. He was well aware of her life experiences, which were constantly updating in his mind, and thus he understood that she did not intend to log off intentionally. Nonetheless, he feigned ignorance and inquired, Chen Shasha nodded in response, elaborating, "We have been in the game for 5 days, which translates to 5 hours in reality. It's dinner time for me, and I had previously promised my host family that I would join them for dinner tonight. I cannot break my word. Indeed, ordinary individuals cannot engage in gaming as freely as Su Ling does." Chen Shasha, being abroad, had to consider her real-life commitments, and Su Ling was empathetic to her situation. He replied, "All right, you may go. During this time, I will ensure your safety." In Superdimensional Kill, when a player logs off, their character enters a state of slumber. Su Ling had experienced this before. Frankly speaking, this frustrating game mechanic is one of the reasons many ordinary players struggle to achieve high ratings. Imagine reaching a critical moment in the game, only to be forced to log off to attend to real-world matters. It is utterly exasperating. The most crucial aspect is that the passage of time within the game differs significantly by the time one resolves matters in the real world and re-enters the game. Everything has already changed. Initially, Su Ling perceived this mechanism as exceedingly unreasonable. However, as he gradually approached the truth of the game Hyperdimensional Kill, he came to understand that it likely does not cater solely to humanity, thus rendering human circadian rhythms irrelevant. Really? Upon hearing Su Leng's words, Chen Xiaxia felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Thank you. It was truly unfortunate to abruptly disconnect while gaming together. Yet Su Leng not only bore her no ill will, but also promised to look after her, which was incredibly heartwarming. In that moment, Chen Xiaxia found herself genuinely touched, and her anger towards Su Leng dissipated. An hour later, in Gasting City, at the recruitment hall, after posting their information, Li Wenfeng and his teammate slowly exited the recruitment hall, making their way towards the inn where they were staying. They planned to wait for a day, as any player teams in the city would likely visit the recruitment hall, given their propensity for seeking out avenues to enhance their attributes through exploration. At that point, they should be able to see the recruitment information they had posted and either make contact or ambush them. Ah, Brother Hua, you are far too gracious. I am already immensely grateful that you can assist me. How could I possibly doubt you? The player expressed politely. As they conversed while walking, suddenly, a voice interrupted from nearby. Brave ones heading to the holy court. I sense the aura of sacred relics upon you. Might I trouble you for a favor? The unexpected words startled Li Wenfeng and the player, prompting them to instinctively step aside and glance in the direction of the voice. In the next moment, they beheld a young Caucasian man clad in a hooded robe, standing by the roadside beside a Western-style coffin, within which lay a slumbering Caucasian woman. Observing their defensive stance, the young man remained unfazed and continued, My sister has been afflicted by a poisonous ailment, rendering her unconscious. I require a special antidote, yet I cannot leave her side. If you brave souls could procure this antidote for me, I shall reward you with a sacred fruit and provide instructions on its usage. With that, the young man reached into his robe and produced an item wrapped in fine cloth. As the cloth was slowly unfurled, a verdant fruit came into view, instantly captivating the eyes of Li Wenfeng and the player. Was this not the sacred relic they were tasked with escorting in their current game mission? Had they stumbled upon an unexpected quest within the game? The second update will be completed before noon tomorrow. Although I have finished writing the second update, I am not entirely satisfied with the outcome, so I kindly ask for your patience as I contemplate further. I will endeavor to update before noon tomorrow. Ultimately, I hold this book in high regard and wish to avoid digressions. I hope for your understanding. The second update of Transcendental Kill will be available before noon tomorrow. I am currently typing it out. Please bear with me for a moment. Once the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to access the latest updates. In Transcendental Kill, the chapter titled The Worker and the Fortuitous Task speaks for itself, as it pertains to serendipity. This has been previously mentioned in the forum for Transcendental Kill. Many fortunate players encounter indigenous characters in the game world seeking assistance, and upon aiding them, they reap corresponding rewards. These rewards can range from modest sums of local currency, serving as initial funding, to significant enhancements of personal attributes or the acquisition of specific skills and martial arts. One of the most renowned tales of serendipity in the forum involves a player who assisted an elderly man on the brink of death in a martial arts setting. That elderly man was a legendary figure in the realm, and the player ultimately inherited decades of his martial prowess. Unfortunately, the player was of low rank and failed to complete the game quest, resulting in a meager fraction of the power that could have been attained. Nevertheless, he activated his energy attributes, allowing him to temporarily enhance his physical strength, agility, and stamina by harnessing internal energy throughout his body. This single game experience elevated him to the ranks of higher-level players, although his subsequent performance was lackluster, causing his overall rating to diminish. It nevertheless underscores the rarity and value of such fortuitous encounters. Thus, upon hearing the words of the young Caucasian man before them, Li Wenfeng and his fellow player were initially taken aback, quickly followed by elation. They had only ever observed others recounting their serendipitous tasks in the forum, never expecting that today, the opportunity would finally present itself to them. Excitement surged within the fellow player, who eagerly nodded, almost ready to rush forward and embrace the opportunity. However, Li Wenfeng maintained his composure, swiftly intervening to caution the eager player, saying, Let us remain calm and inquire further. The fortuitous tasks in Transcendental Kill present opportunities, yet they also harbor risks. Should the task prove too challenging, it could lead to peril. Thus, it is prudent to ascertain the nature of the task before deciding whether to accept it. Initially, the fellow player frowned in dissatisfaction. Typically, he was polite towards Li Wenfeng, whose gaming skills surpassed his own, but with personal stakes involved, Li Wenfeng's intervention irked him. However, upon reflecting on Li Wenfeng's words, he quickly relaxed, offering a courteous smile. You're right, Fire Brother. I apologize for my lack of foresight. Noticing his teammate's demeanor, Li Wenfeng furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that this player exhibited impatience and a somewhat stingy disposition. Nevertheless, since they had already formed a team, there was no turning back, and they had to proceed. Taking a deep breath, He turned his gaze toward the curly-haired Caucasian youth and inquired, "May I ask where one might obtain the antidote you mentioned? Furthermore, may I inquire about the purpose of this so-called sacred fruit you possess?" The other party also possesses a similar sacred fruit as part of their game quest. Initially, they employed various methods to examine that fruit, and aside from discovering its remarkable hardness, no other results emerged. However, it appears that this indigenous individual is aware of the nature of this fruit and its functions, prompting Li Wenfeng to contemplate extracting pertinent information from him. Regarding the antidote, I have heard that it may be in the possession of the bandit leader situated west of Gasting City. The brown-haired young man smiled and remarked, "The function of the sacred fruit is quite straightforward. It enhances a person's abilities, be it strength, speed, physical endurance, or intellect. Nonetheless, a special method is required to unlock its mystical powers. The strength of the holy knights derives from the sacred fruit, and the one I hold is known as the agility fruit, which, once activated, can double the speed of an ordinary person." Upon hearing the words of the brown-haired young man, both Li Wenfeng and the player from the water group felt an immediate surge of excitement. Their emotions mirrored those of Su Ling when they first learned about the sacred fruit, the agility fruit, capable of doubling an ordinary person's speed. This translates to a direct increase of one attribute. The thought of seizing the sacred fruit from other players ignited a fervor within Li Wenfeng, even as a seasoned player, causing his breath to quicken, let alone the player beside him, whose eyes were now alight with fervent desire. "If we procure the antidote for you, will you truly bestow this fruit upon us and enlighten us on its usage?" Li Wenfeng inquired earnestly. "Certainly. Excellent. You can count on us to secure the antidote your sister requires." Upon receiving confirmation, Li Wenfeng readily agreed. The bandits outside the city are merely ordinary individuals, although numerous. Dealing with them should not pose a significant challenge. "I appreciate your assistance." The brown-haired young man replied sincerely, "I shall await your return here." After exchanging glances, Li Wenfeng and his water group companions swiftly departed. However, as they walked away, Li Wenfeng's mind gradually settled, and a frown creased his brow. He sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Since entering the game, aside from encountering a group of players, they had remained largely unnoticed. Even if others were aware of their presence, it seemed implausible for any player to anticipate their arrival in this city. Thus, he held no doubts regarding the unexpected quest. Surely, it was impossible for someone to predict his arrival and lay a trap in advance, or he would be compelled to report them for cheating. Yet, that strange feeling lingered persistently. What could possibly be amiss? As he was lost in thought, the player from the water group was brimming with excitement. "Brother Hua, are we about to soar to new heights?" The waterfront player excitedly exclaimed. "If that so-called sacred fruit truly enhances our attributes, even slightly, wouldn't we be able to seize the sacred relics escorted by other players and soar to new heights? Yet, we cannot dismiss the possibility entirely. If we were to acquire all those relics, perhaps the augmented attributes could indeed overpower those two skilled players." As the conversation progressed, this waterfront player began to daydream. However, Li Wenfeng shook his head in disapproval. Lower-tier players often oversimplified matters. If it were that easy, would he not pursue it? The execution of such a plan was paramount. Player teams were not puppets, positioned in fixed locations to be manipulated at will. First, they would need to locate other player teams, then defeat them, and finally, they would need a stroke of luck to avoid encountering those two seasoned players prematurely. Each of these conditions was exceedingly time-consuming and far from straightforward. It was achievable only if one had the ability to track all players' locations across the map. Recognizing this, Li Wenfeng grew weary of discussing it further with the waterfront player and suggested, "Let us focus on completing the current adventure quest." The waterfront player, oblivious to Li Wenfeng's impatience and consumed by thoughts of the quest, nodded eagerly. Subsequently, the two departed from the city of Gastings, setting their sights on the bandits lurking outside. As for their original alliance plans, both remained taciturn before the adventure quest. In this world, the bandits in the wilderness were predominantly unruly commoners. Thus, they posed little resistance against a player of Li Wenfeng's caliber. Although numerous, these wilderness bandits lacked systematic training and were quite disorganized, with little sense of unity. Before long, Li Wenfeng and the waterfront player had cut through the bandit hideout, confronting the bandit leader. However, no matter how they pressed, they could not extract any information regarding the whereabouts of the antidote, leaving both players perplexed. "Is there truly no antidote?" The brown-haired young man pondered. "Perhaps I misremembered. It might be with the bandit leader in the eastern part of the city." Li Wenfeng and the waterfront player exchanged exasperated glances. How can one misremember something like that? Yet, there was no alternative, having been told so. They had no choice but to set off towards the eastern wilderness once more. However, the bandit leader there was equally ignorant, showing no knowledge of any antidote. "What? There's none again?" The brown-haired young man lamented. Could it be that I misremembered once more? Maybe it's with the bandit leader in the northern region? Li Wenfeng and the water-friend players sighed in frustration, their tempers flaring slightly. What is this nonsense? We've been sent running back and forth for nothing. Yet, with the adventure quest so tantalizingly close and having already ventured twice, they were reluctant to abandon their pursuit. Thus, they set off once more for their third journey. The young man with brown hair and white skin, employing a myriad of possibilities and ambiguous phrases, directed Li Wenfeng and the player known as Waterfriend to roam the city in search of quests. Both individuals, having committed themselves to this endeavor, found themselves ensnared deeper with each passing moment. For 2 consecutive days, they traversed the vicinity of the city of Gastings, their frustration mounting with each task they undertook. In the evening, they decided to pose together for the sake of narrative continuity. The title read, Superdimensional Kill. Please hold on as the content is being crafted. Refresh the page to receive the latest updates. Finally, after completing yet another task and receiving a new one, the Waterfriend player could no longer contain his exasperation. This is becoming interminable. Fire brother, at this rate, we might as well resort to direct action, he exclaimed, expressing his displeasure as they embarked on yet another assignment. After 2 days of running around with no end in sight, why not capture that individual and threaten him with his sister to reveal the method of using the sacred fruit? Do you think the holy knights of the city are mere pushovers? Li Wenfeng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the Waterfriend player. I previously assessed their strength. Even the weakest among them possesses the capabilities of an average high-level player, with physical attributes hovering around level 2. The captain of the Holy Knights boasts physical prowess that rivals high-level players. Moreover, they have likely trained in combat techniques from a young age. Even I might struggle against a knight captain. Are you certain you wish to engage them? Upon hearing Li Wenfeng's words, the Waterfriend player felt deflated, his irritation evident. Then what should we do? If this continues, when will it ever end? It has only been 2 days. Did you not encounter similar chain quests during your previous gaming experiences? Li Wenfeng shot back, recalling how some quests could extend to 300 stages. But in those days, I didn't have to run around myself. Just a click of the mouse sufficed. The Waterfriend player replied, feeling defeated. Now that I must run personally, it is far more arduous. After 2 days of incessant questing, Li Wenfeng too felt the flames of frustration rising within him. Despite his outward dismissal of the situation, he recognized that there was a stark difference between clicking a mouse and running around in reality. Moreover, as he engaged in these tasks, he pondered peculiarities that had caught his attention. Although he remained unsure of the source of his curiosity, he began to form some conjectures. Seizing the opportunity presented by Waterfriend's complaints, he decided to encourage him to investigate these hypotheses. Although he suspected these ideas might be mere figments of his imagination, he was equally weary of Waterfriend's relentless grievances. A moment of peace would be welcome. Observe what? What is there to observe? Waterfriend asked, momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiescing. Fine. As long as it means I don't have to continue running tasks. I'm on the verge of exhaustion. Good. Li Wenfeng replied. The player readily agreed, but did not immediately proceed to complete the task. Instead, he made his way to the designated location to meet the other player. What is the situation? Li Wenfeng inquired. I see. He nodded upon hearing the response, realizing that he had perhaps overthought the matter. Let us go and submit the task. Li Wenfeng instructed. After we submit it, you shall continue to observe discreetly here. I will handle the next leg of the task. Sure thing, brother Hua. The player replied cheerfully. The prospect of avoiding exhausting quests to simply sit nearby and observe while simultaneously completing an unexpected task was utterly delightful. At that moment, he felt that relying on the host was indeed rewarding. Hello, this is the item you requested us to find. Li Wenfeng and the player approached the young man with brown hair and handed over the task item. The increasingly game-like routines had become second nature to both. Following the submission, they awaited the young man to present the next task. However, upon receiving the item, the young man suddenly expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you both for your assistance these past few days. The materials for the antidote have been fully prepared, and here is the promised reward. With that, he extended his hand, revealing a verdant fruit nestled in his palm. Gustin City is a fair city, and while both of you have aided me, it is evident that this brave soul has contributed the most. Therefore, in the name of fairness, I present this agility fruit to you. The young man then handed the green fruit to Li Wenfeng. Both Li Wenfeng and the player were taken aback. They had not anticipated that after 2 days of continuous quests, this segment would conclude so abruptly. Staring at the offered agility fruit in astonishment, Li Wenfeng was momentarily stunned. Conversely, the other player reacted quite differently. After a brief pause of surprise, his expression transformed into one of fury. At that moment, the pent-up frustration accumulated over the past days surged forth, coupled with his naturally petty disposition. Li Wenfeng, noticing the fruit being handed to him, realized that the player beside him would likely have a volatile reaction. He hurriedly intended to soothe the situation, preparing to offer his fruit to the other. Yet, the player was far too quick. Before Li Wenfeng could utter a word, a torrent of harsh words erupted from him, particularly scathing ones. In an instant, Li Wenfeng felt his own temper flare. He had endured the trials of the past days, and although he maintained his composure due to his role as a host and his inherent dignity, the emergence of such a rude teammate, spewing vitriol with such disdain, was too much to bear. He seized the green fruit thrust into his hands and retorted sharply to the irate player, "What are you spouting? Take a look at yourself. Had it not been for my guidance, you would not have survived even 2 days in here. You have merely coasted through this quest. Who is at fault now?" As the duo engaged in a heated exchange, Su Leng, a brown-haired Caucasian youth, observed their bickering with a sense of amusement. Seizing the opportunity to stoke the flames of their discord, he feigned indifference and remarked, "Fear not, brave warrior. While your contributions may not rival those of your counterpart, your efforts are nonetheless commendable. Allow me to divulge the method for utilizing the sacred fruit. Once you discover other sacred fruits in the future, you shall undoubtedly acquire formidable power." Accompanying his words, he leaned closer to the ear of the player, murmuring a rapid succession of instructions. Upon concluding, Su Leng offered a slight bow to the two before hoisting the inert Chen Shasha from the coffin and departing. This unexpected maneuver left both Li Wenfeng and the player momentarily speechless. Li Wenfeng gazed incredulously at Su Leng's retreating form before shifting his attention to the player. His expression a volatile mix of emotions. What kind of nonsense was this? Handing over the fruit to himself, only to inform his rival of its usage after a verbal spat? Was this behavior even conceivable? How could he possibly humble himself to inquire about the fruit's application after his earlier defiance? Meanwhile, the player was rendered speechless not by the tumult of emotions, but by the fact that he had heard nothing at all. Not a whisper of the sacred fruit's usage reached his ears, leaving him to question the functionality of his hearing. Rubbing his ears in disbelief, he shouted, "Hey, brother, could you repeat that? I didn't catch a word." However, Su Leng continued to distance himself, the figure burdened by the coffin retreating further. The player contemplated pursuing him, but Li Wenfeng suddenly positioned himself in front of him, blocking his path. "Share with me the method of utilizing the sacred fruit, and I shall grant you one." Li Wenfeng's expression remained inscrutable as he addressed the player. Aside from the verdant sacred fruit in his possession, they had also escorted another sacred fruit into the game, which he had retained due to his superior strength and initial leadership role. Now, possessing 2 sacred fruits, yet lacking their application methods, he felt a deep frustration, compelling him to demand the information from the player. As for the player's earlier claims of not having heard anything, Li Wenfeng dismissed it as a clever ruse to escape or feign ignorance regarding the usage method. Such trivial tactics could hardly deceive him. "Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Get out of the way," the player retorted anxiously. His urgency was palpable. He was genuinely desperate for the information regarding the usage method. Furthermore, he was eager to know how to employ it, believing that even without Li Wenfeng's 2 sacred fruits, possessing such intelligence could lead him to ally with either Su Leng or Xing, both of whom were seasoned players, thus securing substantial benefits. However, Li Wenfeng persistently blocked him, which infuriated him to the point of uttering various curses. Initially, Li Wenfeng paid little heed, but as the insults from the spectator player grew increasingly vile, the expression on Li Wenfeng's face began to darken. Ultimately, when the spectator player uttered the words, "You'll definitely wear a green hat if you find a girlfriend," it suddenly reminded Li Wenfeng of the phone installment loan he was still repaying for his ex-girlfriend. At that moment, his composure shattered. "Damn it. Even if I get banned from the game today, I will take you down." Li Wenfeng roared in fury, a long knife materializing in his hand. The previously belligerent spectator player's face paled at the sight. Hey, a gentleman speaks but does not act. If you can't win the argument, you resort to violence? You must have violent tendencies. I take back what I said. You won't find a girlfriend in the future, not even a green hat to wear." As he spoke, he attempted to turn and flee. However, Li Wenfeng would not allow it. He swiftly plunged the knife into the player's back. With a sickening thud, the weapon sank into flesh, eliciting a horrified scream from the spectator player as he met his demise. After dispatching his opponent, Li Wenfeng exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, the next moment brought an unexpected message. Player Dahe Wuo has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Huh. Li Wenfeng was taken aback. Su Leng? Where is Su Leng? As this thought crossed his mind, suddenly, he heard a voice. "I've told you all. Unity is true strength. Trusting your partners allows you to forge ahead without fear. Why won't you listen?" At that moment, Li Wenfeng comprehended the peculiar sensation he had been experiencing. It was the method of task issuance. In a virtual game as freeform as Superdimensional Kill, The abrupt appearance of an old-fashioned task issuance model felt jarringly out of place. Moreover, someone had even disguised themselves. He had contemplated such a crafty maneuver before. But the execution was fraught with difficulty. It required an understanding of other players' movements, a profound knowledge of the game world, and the ability to present something enticing to players, whether it be information or otherwise. Achieving even one of these was exceedingly challenging, let alone combining them all. Yet, someone had managed to pull it off. If it had been anyone else, Li Wenfeng would have certainly reported them. However, this individual was his old friend. Recalling the moment during their first game when this friend had eliminated him in a mysterious manner, he suddenly felt that his current predicament was not entirely incomprehensible. Compared to the last time, when he hadn't even seen his opponent's face, at least this time he had laid eyes on them. With that thought, Li Wenfeng felt a sense of closure. Yet, alas, he lamented, sigh, I must drop a level again. With this final thought, Li Wenfeng withdrew his consciousness from the body he had inhabited and exited the game. Player Hoya Chongtian has been eliminated by player Su Long. The team led by player Hoya Chongtian has been eliminated by the team led by player Su Long. Additionally, updates will occur tonight. Without further ado, we shall ensure a stable update schedule for next month. We are currently in the process of manual updates. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest information. In the game square, a flash of white light enveloped the area as Li Wenfeng materialized. Initially, he was momentarily disoriented by the sensation of transitioning through consciousness. However, he quickly regained his composure and, without hesitation, logged out of the game. He then accessed the forum for Transdimensional Kill, eager to document the provocative antics of Su Leng. Yet, before he could begin writing, he stumbled upon a post titled, Streamer Hoya attacks teammate, absconds with opportunity, utterly lacking in decency. Upon reading this, Li Wenfeng's expression twisted in anger. He did not even need to click on the post to know who the author was. Damn it, that wretched detractor. After players are eliminated in multiplayer mode, detailed elimination notifications are provided to those who have been ousted, while other players are merely informed of who eliminated whom. He could hardly believe that such a fool would be incapable of understanding the elimination information. A seasoned player is no longer a novice. Even if their skill level is not high, they possess at least a basic comprehension of the game mechanics. Therefore, this imbecile was merely seeking to tarnish his reputation. With this thought in mind, Li Wenfeng clicked into the post to confront the issue. In the game, after confronting Li Wenfeng, Su Ling swiftly collected the agility fruit he had offered along with the holy relic fruit carried by his opponent. Without a moment's pause, he darted into a nearby alley. The commotion had already attracted the attention of those in the recruitment hall's vicinity. From the verbal exchanges between Li Wenfeng and the other players to the ensuing confrontation and Su Ling's return to deliver a backstab to Li Wenfeng. Although the sequence of events transpired rapidly, a considerable number of local inhabitants had gathered to observe from a distance. Yet, none dared to intervene or mediate the conflict. In the city, security was maintained by officers and holy knights, ordinary citizens, mercenaries, and adventurers bore no such responsibility and were wary of interference that might jeopardize their own safety. Thus, Su Ling easily evaded capture. Moreover, having entered the alley cloaked in a hooded robe, Su Ling concealed his form and did not reveal his visage. Only Li Wenfeng and the other player, who had interacted with him directly, could discern his appearance, while the rest of the local populace could only glimpse his profile, largely obscured by the hood of his robe. Consequently, Su Ling harbored no concerns about being apprehended by the city's law enforcement or holy knights. Having dealt with Li Wenfeng, a seasoned player, Su Ling surmised that the remaining player teams would struggle to pose a significant threat. As he moved through the crowd, he reflected on his deliberate 3-day journey to this city, intending to cross paths with his old friend Li Wenfeng. His objective was to neutralize him in advance, to prevent him from uniting the remaining players into an alliance. It was not that he feared such a coalition. Rather, he recognized that the formation of an alliance would complicate his ability to execute his personal strategy. Li Wenfeng, a player of considerable caliber, possesses a certain level of cunning. Should he successfully form an alliance, Su Ling's plan to feign the issuance of an adventure quest or to pretend to ally before betraying them midway could only be executed once. Thereafter, the situation would become precarious. Therefore, to avert future complications, Su Ling resolved to eliminate the opposition directly. Without Li Wenfeng's organization of players, the remaining tiered teams would be akin to a scattered bunch of loose sand. Even if some were to contemplate forming an alliance, their lack of tangible strength would render them incapable of subduing other elite player teams. At best, they could only organize into a couple of small alliances, unable to unite all player factions. The next steps would be considerably simpler, save for the exception of the time realm. The strategies effective against Li Wenfeng would naturally apply to other elite teams as well. Su Ling merely needed to remain vigilant against the fraud of Transcendental Kill. On this occasion, he made no missteps. After Qinsha logged off, he ventured out to procure a coffin while simultaneously making his way to the recruitment hall, where he fortuitously encountered Li Wenfeng and a fellow player disseminating alliance information. This action lent a semblance of logic to his subsequent maneuvers. He would, of course, proceed to act against other player teams while maintaining this logical facade. As he contemplated, Su Ling quickened his pace, arriving at an unoccupied house where he temporarily placed Qinsha, who lay in the coffin. He lifted her from the coffin and proceeded to a nearby carriage he had prepared earlier. Acting as the driver, Su Ling steered the carriage away from the city. As dusk descended, the city of Gastings became teeming with activity. The city's constables and the Holy Knights began searching the area centered around the recruitment hall. The act of murder in the streets was a direct affront to the city. That night, the constables and Holy Knights of Gastings found themselves embroiled in a flurry of activity. Unfortunately, their efforts would ultimately prove fruitless. On the wild roads, the carriage continued its steady progress. Inside, Qinsha, having logged off and now in a state of slumber, gradually awoke. 2 days had elapsed in the game, equivalent to merely 2 hours in the real world. She had already enjoyed dinner with her host family. However, upon waking and realizing she was jostling within a moving carriage, she felt a wave of anxiety, unsure of her circumstances. It was only then that she began to feel reassured. My apologies, Mrs. Smith kept chatting with me during dinner. I had intended to wrap it up in an hour, but it took over 2 hours. Rest assured, all is well. She refrained from mentioning the rather unseemly manner in which she had been positioned, just as Qinsha was about to say more. An abrupt announcement shattered the moment. Player Awoke has been cursed by a mysterious force and has perished, eliminated from the game. Player Do Village Chief has been cursed by a mysterious force and has perished, eliminated from the game. Player South Wall has been cursed by a mysterious force and has perished, eliminated from the game. Player Devourer of Creation has been cursed by a mysterious force and has perished, eliminated from the game. Player Unfathomable Young Master has been cursed by a mysterious force and has perished, eliminated from the game. One elimination after another sprang forth before Su Ling and Qinsha's eyes, tallying to more than 10 in total. As Qinsha gazed at the elimination notifications, her eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth has transpired? In contrast, Su Ling remained remarkably composed, for he had long anticipated this occurrence. Since entering the game, his ability of self-omniscience had provided him with feedback. Upon accepting the mission, he realized he must vacate the first city within 3 days, lest he fall victim to a mysterious curse leading to his demise. Clearly, the eliminated players had failed to depart from their respective cities in time, triggering the curse's grim effects. In simpler terms, they had succumbed to the narrowing circle of danger. Due to the varying levels of player teams, many did not share Su Ling's advantage of starting in the outermost city. Furthermore, they had delayed their departure by 3 days and were thus compelled to leave their current city immediately. Other skilled teams, such as those led by the President and Old Lu, had entered the mid-tier cities, including the next city, Hanhai, following Su Ling's exit from Agnesite City. Additionally, the difficulty levels of the game differed, resulting in varied time constraints for the missions assigned. For Su Ling, the game was of ordinary difficulty, while for other skilled teams, it was deemed challenging. Consequently, those teams facing greater difficulty were not bound by the same tight deadline of 3 days. Taking all these factors into account, it became evident that those players who had languished in their cities, neglecting to fulfill their game objectives in favor of endlessly seeking ways to enhance their attributes, had only today succumbed to the mysterious curse, resulting in their elimination. Moreover, based on Su Ling's observations, the demise of these players did not occur instantaneously. Rather, it was a gradual decline of their bodily functions, ultimately culminating in death, much akin to the experience in the Battle Royale games of his past life, where players suffered continual damage outside the safe zone until they were eliminated. The plight of these eliminated players offered Su Ling a clearer understanding of the curse's nature. However, Qinsha seemed unable to grasp this concept. In times of uncertainty, she sought counsel from her superior. Although she had yet to fully embody the role of a shrewd and capable secretary, she had begun to show signs of such awareness. In her eyes, Su Ling was nearly omnipotent when it came to gaming. Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Ling contemplated the situation and recognized an opportune moment to elucidate the rationale behind his earlier insistence on departing Agnesite City with Qinsha. He proceeded to explain, omitting any mention of his self-omniscience ability and instead framing his thoughts through logical deduction. You have seen the elimination notifications. Those players fell victim to a curse from the mysterious power of this world, which likely relates to the sacred relics that our team is escorting. It appears that each team is tasked with protecting a sacred relic, and every team's objective is to deliver at least one relic to the central sacred court temple. The underlying implication of this mission is that the more relics one delivers, the higher the team's rating will be. However, if some players choose to languish and do not escort the sacred relics, instead running aimlessly across the map, this will significantly heighten the challenge for other players who wish to complete their quests. Consequently, the official system has allotted a 6-month time frame for missions, yet such measures remain insufficient to restrain those indifferent players. Thus, the curse of this mysterious force is almost a foregone conclusion, designed to deter players from engaging in passive gameplay. Do you understand? Su Ling deduced the underlying rules of the game from the feedback of self-awareness, analyzing the implications of its system, and one should not take it lightly. If one were to draw a metaphor, it would be akin to knowing the identity of the murderer in advance and then constructing the narrative of the crime. Upon hearing Su Ling's explanation, Chen Shasha gazed at him with a renewed sense of admiration. However, her expression soon turned to one of concern as she furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "If we hadn't set off promptly at the start of the game, wouldn't we have ended up cursed and eliminated like those players now?" "Precisely," Su Ling affirmed with a nod. Chen Shasha shivered at this revelation and lamented, "The difficulty of this game is exceedingly absurd. It offers no hints at all. Is this truly the standard difficulty? It feels far more challenging than the hard mode I previously encountered." To this, Su Ling remained silent. Indeed, this difficulty was standard, but only from his perspective. For Chen Shasha, it was likely a nightmare. While Su Ling was explaining the shrinking danger zone to Chen Shasha, the cascade of elimination notifications sparked a commotion among the remaining players. What on earth is happening? A curse from a mysterious force. What is this? How could so many perish at once? These are rewards from side quests. How splendid it would be to receive them. Here it comes. I knew that a hard mode game couldn't be this easy, and indeed, it has arrived. What should we do? Will this curse of the mysterious force descend upon us as well? Let us hasten to the Holy Court Temple. Such a curse seems the domain of wicked powers. While the Holy Court Temple sounds like a place that can counteract such malevolence, perhaps by reaching the Holy Court Temple, we might evade this curse. Among the players still engaged in the game, some were bewildered, others expressed regret, some were in a state of panic, and a few stumbled upon the right course of action. Within a luxurious carriage, a player adorned in opulent attire, having changed his countenance, was engrossed in a tome titled The Chronicles of the Knights of the Holy Court. Opposite him sat another player, similarly attired, resembling a butler. Suddenly, both froze in surprise. In the next moment, the bystander player's eyes widened in astonishment, while the first player, after a moment of hesitation, wore an expression of knowing inevitability. Clearly, as a seasoned player, he harbored his own conjectures regarding the game's mechanics, and the occurrence of the mysterious curse validated his assumptions. However, he refrained from elaborating excessively to the bystander, simply stating with a calm demeanor, "Do not worry, as long as we continue our journey towards the central Holy Court Temple, this mysterious curse shall not befall us." Upon hearing the words of Time Realm, although no specific reasons were elucidated, the casual players found themselves readily convinced. This is the charm of seasoned players. They possess an innate ability to earn the trust of novice gamers, who believe whatever they say. So that's how it is. A heavy weight lifted from the hearts of casual players. Subsequently, the carriage fell into a tranquil silence once more. Yet, moments later, Time Realm's brow furrowed slightly. In his grasp lay the Chronicles of the Holy Knights, where he stumbled upon a piece of information. The Fourth Order Holy Knight, currently recognized as the mightiest among them, endowed with a physique 16 times stronger than that of an ordinary person after undergoing 4 baptisms in the Holy Pool. Contemplating this revelation, Time Realm sank into deep thought. A physique 16 times that of an average individual implies a physical attribute score nearing 16 points. Such formidable strength would render any solo exploration of this world exceedingly challenging. Were he merely an ordinary player, he would need not concern himself with this information. He could simply seize the sacred artifacts escorted by others and deliver them safely to the Holy Temple. However, his true identity forbade such ease. He must strive with utmost vigor in every game to unravel the mysteries surrounding dimensions and the evolution of life. This enchanting world, steeped in mystery, undoubtedly harbored such secrets, most likely nestled deep within the Holy Temple. Through countless days spent poring over texts in the libraries of various city fortresses and ancient tomes of this realm, he had gleaned that the Holy Temple was guarded by numerous, exceedingly powerful Holy Knights. Now, with the painstakingly acquired Chronicles of the Holy Knights, he had gained further insight into their particulars. The mightiest Fourth Order Holy Knight, astonishingly, boasted a physical attribute exceeding 16 points. This figure far surpassed his own. His physical attributes hovered only around the 8-point mark, scarcely touching 9. With such meager capabilities, breaching such formidable defenses would prove insurmountable. Even with an arsenal of item cards and skills acquired from other gaming realms, The prospect of thorough exploration seemed daunting. In a moment of contemplation, Time Realm realized he would need to enlist the aid of a formidable seasoned player. As this thought crystallized, a player sprang to mind, Su Leng, a fellow expert in this game, yet one with whom Time Realm was not particularly acquainted. Speaking of international connections was futile, as the servers lacked commonality. In the domestic Transdimensional Kill forum, many skilled players, having traversed through various gaming experiences, often gain notoriety for their ingenious tactics or raw strength, unless they consistently engaged in single-player modes. Thus, players of significant caliber would swiftly rise to fame, be it through clever gameplay or sheer prowess. The realm of Su Leng is rather unfamiliar to him, a concept he has never encountered before. As a professional agent, if he has no recollection of it, it is highly probable that this individual has not made any notable appearances in forums, or perhaps has scarcely been seen at all. Nevertheless, the prowess of the opponent cannot be dismissed. Whether it was the swift elimination of that 5-member team or the 2-member team earlier today, both instances attest to the formidable strength of the adversary. Particularly, the player known as Hoya Chongtian is remembered as someone possessing a level of skill indicative of an elite player, a profession as a streamer subject to public scrutiny, making it nearly impossible for him to be a mere actor within the game. Therefore, synthesizing this information leads to a singular conclusion. Su Leng must be a recent entrant to the game, having rapidly ascended to the ranks of high-level players. However, if this is the case, it is likely that his elevated rating is merely a result of clever gameplay, and his inherent attributes may not align with the assistance he seeks. Of course, this is merely an analysis from Shijing. The specific circumstances can only be discerned through direct interaction with the other party. As Shijing contemplated watching the Holy Knight Chronicles, he found himself lost in thought upon discovering that the physical strength of the 4th-tier Holy Knights reached 16 times that of an ordinary person. A stream of textual information continuously reflected back to Su Leng's mind, revealing various reactions from players cursed by a mysterious power. Su Leng keenly detected the movements of this high-level player, Shijing, although the ability of self-knowledge does not permit the reading of thoughts. By considering Shijing's real-world profession and the exploration group he has joined, Su Leng managed to surmise Shijing's intentions. This old fellow appears to be seeking my assistance. As Su Leng rode in transit, a contemplative expression graced his face. The 4th-tier Holy Knights in this fantastical world indeed present a considerable challenge, and it would not be unwise to take advantage of this old fellow. The 4th-tier Holy Knights possess a physical attribute of 16 points. While even in his state of harmonization with the universe, Su Leng's strength only reaches 15 points, falling short of his opponent's capabilities, let alone other attributes. Thus, to unearth the secrets of the sacred fruit and explore the deeper origins of this world, his current strength is insufficient. However, neglecting these pursuits would only heighten the acute sense of crisis he feels regarding the secrets surrounding Transdimensional Kill. Furthermore, having experienced the exquisite utility of the one-dimensional writer's pen in the world of mysterious martial arts, he has developed a taste for such treasures and is unwilling to forego any opportunity to encounter the origin artifacts of each gaming realm. Therefore, delving into the deeper origins is imperative. His original plan was to leverage the sacred fruit escorted by players to enhance his attributes to a level capable of overpowering this fantastical world before embarking on the exploration of its deeper origins. However, since Shijing harbors a similar objective, he could very well turn the tables in this situation. Of course, this will be a matter addressed in the later stages of the game. For now, Su Leng's priority is to maintain his persona while seizing the sacred fruits held by other players' teams. Upon contemplating this, Su Leng ceased his deep reflections, focusing intently on guiding the horse-drawn carriage towards the next city. Alternatively, he could masquerade as a team of players of the same caliber, feigning an alliance with these groups, displaying generosity and kindness, and then, amidst a pleasant rapport, deliver a lesson on the harsh realities of society, ensuring they grasp its perils. With the ability of self-omniscience, Su Leng possessed an almost exhaustive knowledge of these player teams, rendering his endeavors effortlessly successful. Thus, one player after another, and team after team, were systematically eliminated by Su Leng through such cunning means. Concurrently, this method of elimination incited the ire of the gaming community. Li Wenfeng exited the thread titled streamer Hoya Kills teammates, embezzles adventures. Such poor quality. Feeling invigorated, after hours of engaging in heated discussions, he meticulously articulated the logic behind the situation, successfully steering public opinion against the foolish netizen who had disparaged him. Those who delved into the complete narrative transformed into vocal critics of that misguided individual. Following this collective condemnation, the fool resorted to feigning ignorance. This exchange of vitriol was a victory for him. Exhilarated, Li Wenfeng prepared to resume his unfinished task of drafting a post to laud the audacious maneuvers of the formidable player, Su Ling. However, just as he exited the disparaging thread and habitually refreshed the forum page, he was startled to discover an influx of posts remarkably similar to the one he intended to compose. Damn it. Players can actually impersonate others. Today has been an eye-opener. I'll remember that player named Su Ling. Such poor quality. How can there be such a despicable individual, pretending to offer adventure quests, just to lead us on? I'm done. If I ever trust alliances in this game again, I'll swallow 10 pounds of dung. Dog of Su Ling, come out and face your demise. How could I have trusted you so much? So disgusting. Is there no trust left in this game? Thank you, Su Ling, for this vivid lesson. A plethora of posts emerged, all denouncing Su Ling. Li Wenfeng stared at these threads, bewildered. What was happening? He had merely engaged in a few hours of banter with his detractors. How could there suddenly be so many threads mirroring his own? Wait, he hadn't even posted yet. This meant that within just a few hours, a multitude of fellow players had risen up in arms. In the game, that equated to merely a few days. Was this godly player truly so formidable? Li Wenfeng murmured, gaining newfound appreciation for Su Ling's prowess. He quickly clicked on these threads. Indeed, as he had surmised, the content of these posts detailed the player's condemnations and grievances regarding the deceptive maneuvers of Su Ling. This indicated not his foolishness, but rather the profound depth of Su Ling's stratagems. There exists a strategy wherein Su Ling masquerades as an ordinary elite player team, feigning an alliance and exhibiting an overwhelming sense of chivalry, generously shouldering nearly all expenses within the game. This tactic compels other player teams to lower their guard, only to be met with a harsh lesson. Li Wenfeng, engrossed in this revelation, diligently jotted down key points in his gaming notebook, his focus surpassing even that of his academic pursuits. He marveled at the innovative playstyles available, all the while contemplating the feasibility of executing such strategies himself. For instance, he could emulate the chivalrous aspect, yet the generous expenditure was beyond his means. Regardless of the realm, earning money is a daunting task, and the same holds true in the fantastical world. Although he traveled in a noble carriage, it was procured through plundering numerous outdoor bandits, specifically for the purpose of impressing potential allies, much like entrepreneurs in the real world who flaunt luxury vehicles to exhibit their prowess. Such tactics are also applicable in the gaming domain. Despite its commonality, this approach proves effective, as players are merely mundane individuals in reality, easily swayed by such displays. In truth, however, Li Wenfeng found himself lacking in funds. While he could snatch some from outdoor bandits, it was but a drop in the bucket. Given that those bandits were often impoverished, attempting to rob within the city would only result in swift punishment from the Holy Knights. Thus, he recognized his limitations regarding the generosity of spirit. Yet, he was intrigued by how Su Ling managed to pull it off. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently become each other's laborers, a remarkable feat indeed that Li Wenfeng feverishly documented in his notebook. As he fervently wrote, posts denouncing Su Ling began to capture the attention of other players on the forum of Transdimensional Kill. Astonishing. Is such a maneuver even possible? How did I not conceive of this ingenious tactic? It's infuriating. Is this truly the mindset of a master player? It feels as though a decade of learning would not suffice. Remarkable. I have gleaned 2 more tricks. To those above, what insights have you gained? Are you aware of the execution difficulty involved? The gameplay of this player, Su Ling, is indeed clever, yet it is beyond the grasp of ordinary players. It is advisable for them not to attempt such strategies, lest their gaming ratings plummet. Oh, you 2 pretentious individuals above, do enlighten us on the challenges involved. You speak of difficulty without specifying its nature, merely posturing here. Haha, those who understand, understand. The posts were filled with admiration and bickering, with no one expressing sympathy for the original poster, who was outright ignored. Frustrated, a player initiated another thread titled, "Do you not think Su Ling's actions are excessive?" Excessive, you say? This is merely the essence of Transdimensional Kill. If you cannot accept it, perhaps you should refrain from playing. With such fragility, why engage in Transdimensional Kill? Best to retreat to a more simplistic game. It seems the original poster does not yet comprehend the true significance of the game's Super Dimension Kill. May I inquire about their age? Are they still a minor, or yet to step into society? Super Dimension Kill serves as an excellent practical course on human nature within society, and I have consistently advocated for its inclusion as a mandatory subject in schools. It could teach individuals like the original poster, who exhibit infantile tendencies, how to navigate life. The responses predominantly mock players for their fragility, deriding them as societal infants. None of you possess empathy. This matter is merely a minor episode. After each game, it is customary for players who have been eliminated to post summaries of their experiences, often naming the players responsible for their elimination, whether to commend or to criticize. This is a wholly normal phenomenon, one that has long been accepted by forum members. However, instances of large-scale denunciation like this are quite rare. Consequently, Su Ling has finally emerged into the awareness of numerous players of Transdimensional Kill. Particularly, many seasoned players who typically observe from the sidelines, upon reading these denunciation posts mentioning Su Ling's gameplay, swiftly recognize the intricacies involved in such maneuvers. Whether it be masquerading as a quest giver only to execute a betrayal, or feigning an alliance to impart a lesson in social dynamics to a fellow player. The complexity of these actions is indeed beyond the grasp of the average player. Thus, Su Ling has entered the spotlight among elite players of Transdimensional Kill. Just as discussions about Su Ling were igniting among the forum's many participants, within the game, a chilling scream echoed. Su Ling struck again, eliminating the last member of a player team. Player Lao Mo Tong has been eliminated by player Su Ling. The team led by player Lao Mo Tong has been defeated by the team led by player Su Ling. As the elimination notification appeared, Su Ling contemplatively gazed into the distance, pondering, once this team is eliminated, only 4 teams will remain, with fewer than 10 players. The next city has also reached the inner circle, beyond which lies the Sacred Court Temple. After arriving at the city within the inner circle, advancing further will lead to Sacred Court City. The remaining 4 teams consist of Su Ling's team, the one from Xijing, and 2 teams featuring elite players. The time has come for a true confrontation with the elite player from Xijing. Chapter 126. Quite normal, although Su Ling possesses the ability of self-awareness, allowing him to know almost everything about the player from Xijing. This very insight prevents him from underestimating his opponent. In reality, Xijing's profession is that of an agent. Having undergone extensive specialized training in various combat techniques, firearms usage, and more. On the one-dimensional panel within the game, all physical attributes average around 8 points. This indicates that the opponent can maximize the potential of their already impressive attributes. Nevertheless, this does not pose a problem for Su Ling, whose average physical attributes soar to 10 points, complemented by master-level skills in both martial arts and marksmanship, rendering him not only equal to but indeed superior to his adversary. Moreover, with the secret technique of unifying heaven and earth, he can unleash a terrifying power of 15 points within a certain time frame, surpassing the opponent in physical strength and various skills. However, the esteemed player of Time Realm possesses his own advantages. His physical attributes have been accumulated through numerous games, and alongside these experiences, he has gathered a considerable array of practical functional item cards and defensive weapon cards. This constitutes his foundation. Although Su Ling excels in physical strength, skills, and secret techniques, he cannot achieve an instant kill. If, during the battle, the opponent utilizes these item and weapon cards, the outcome remains uncertain. Of course, this scenario presumes that Su Ling maintains his persona and refrains from employing his omniscient abilities combined with deductive powers to create unforeseen circumstances. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Ling is reluctant to violate his persona. After all, his ultimate goal in every game is to attain a high rating and thus acquire transcendent energy to heal his reality-bound self. Violating his persona would adversely affect his rating, diverging from his objective. In his hierarchy of priorities, obtaining a high rating and securing transcendent energy are paramount. Everything else is secondary. Given these conditions, the contest between Su Ling and Time Realm is fraught with significant uncertainties. Su Ling has the advantage of intelligence, while Time Realm boasts a wealth of experience. Nevertheless, for Su Ling, who is privy to all players' information, he operates from the shadows, while other players remain in the light. The initiative lies with him. Contemplating this, Su Ling promptly ceased his delay, scavenging the body of the player he had backstabbed, securing yet another sacred fruit, before turning towards the carriage he had arrived in. He handed the newly acquired sacred fruit to Chen Shasha at the front window of the carriage, then resumed his position as the driver, urging the horses onward towards the inner city. "All right, boss," Chen Shasha exclaimed, placing the newly acquired sacred fruit into a nearby bag. In recent days, as the game progressed, player teams have been converging towards the central city of Holy Court, inevitably leading to encounters. Thus, although it took Su Ling 2 to 3 days to eliminate each player team, he encountered approximately 2 to 3 teams upon reaching each city. Averaging out, he effectively eliminated a player team roughly every day. Initially, Chen Shasha was profoundly shocked by Su Ling's backstabbing actions, particularly when Su Ling instructed her to carry a sniper rifle and to ally with other player teams under a different name. She found herself troubled by the potential awkwardness of being discovered as a fraud if the opposing team wished to add her as a friend after the game concluded. Just as she wrestled with these concerns, Su Ling struck the opposing player with a sudden blow, leaving her utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the youth exhibit a remarkable receptiveness to novel experiences, coupled with Chen Shasha's recent escapade abroad, where she relished an abundance of liberating moments. She swiftly embraced this intriguing new approach, even feeling a tinge of eagerness to partake. Were it not for her rather frail constitution, hindering her from executing any ambush maneuvers, she might have been tempted to step onto the field herself. Nevertheless, despite her inability to engage in such actions, she diligently supported every move made by Su Long, willingly following her lead, primarily out of her enjoyment in witnessing Su Long's ambushes against others. This peculiar enthusiasm led Su Long to ponder whether Chinshasha's fascination bordered on the eccentric. However, considering that this entire strategy was conceived and orchestrated by herself, Su Long felt little inclination to reprimand Chinshasha. After all, it is quite normal for individuals to harbor peculiar interests. Boss, are we in pursuit of the next team? After securing the sacred fruit, Chinshasha leaned eagerly against the window at the front of the carriage, looking expectantly at Su Long. Indeed, Su Long affirmed with a nod. All right, boss. What should I do this time? Chinshasha inquired with a hint of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Su Long replied, just act naturally. Act naturally? Chinshasha's brow furrowed in confusion. What does that entail? Precisely this rather dim-witted demeanor you are currently displaying. However, do temper it slightly. If other teams observe you in your present state, they might suspect the vicinity is fraught with traps. Inside a lavishly adorned carriage, the atmosphere felt somewhat stifling. Shijing sat within, scrutinizing the unfolded map in his hands, his brow knitted in deep contemplation. The player seated opposite him dared not breathe too loudly, fearing he might disrupt Shijing's thoughts. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Please, continue, Great One, don't mind me. The player hastily offered a cautious smile upon hearing Shijing's remarks. In recent days, the incessant notifications of eliminations had sparked profound confusion in both Shijing and the other player. Particularly troubling were the messages, all indicating that a player named Su Long had eliminated various individuals. The cumulative number of these eliminations far surpassed the number of players Shijing had dispatched. This led the other player to ponder whether he had mistakenly aligned himself with the wrong expert. For Shijing, the elimination notifications bred a deep sense of perplexity. He acknowledged Su Long's gaming prowess. However, the frequency with which she eliminated opposing teams seemed rather peculiar. His curiosity did not stem from why she managed to eliminate so many players, but rather how she so accurately pinpointed the locations of those teams. The first instance could be deemed mere coincidence, but by the second or third occurrence, it could hardly be attributed to chance. Thus, a conjecture began to take root in his mind. Did she possess some means or ability to locate other players' teams? Chapter 127. The layout, the item cards, and skill sets in Transdimensional Slaughter are remarkably diverse. Based on the comprehensive intelligence reported by all special teams from the Flame Nation, it is evident that such functional item cards and skills do indeed exist, and not merely in one form. For instance, among the functional item cards, there exists a detection card, which, when utilized within a specific time frame, allows players to uncover their one-dimensional panel attribute data. Simultaneously, this card can indirectly discern who among the crowd is a player. There is also a type known as the positioning card, which is even more straightforward, designed to pinpoint the exact location of a player or the indigenous inhabitants of the game world. As long as one knows a name or certain identifiers, the positioning card can reveal the individual's whereabouts. The protagonist, Shijing, possesses one such positioning card. In addition to functional item cards, there are indeed other capabilities in this realm. Although Shijing himself lacks such abilities, he is aware that a member of another exploration team possesses them. This skill, which is a family heirloom, is referred to as Qi observation. Originally a discipline of Feng Shui, upon entering the world of Transdimensional Slaughter, this member, having traversed a game world steeped in Feng Shui practices, acquired deeper knowledge of Qi observation. After enhancing the ancestral technique, this member was astonished to discover that within the game world of Transdimensional Slaughter, the use of Qi observation allowed one to distinguish between indigenous beings and players. There appears to be a conspicuous difference in Qi between the indigenous inhabitants of the game world and the players from the real world. Due to this ability, the member swiftly became the object of desire for all exploration teams. This capability proved invaluable in multiplayer modes. However, after participating in several multiplayer games and fully leveraging this skill, the official developers of Transdimensional Slaughter analyzed the Qi observation technique. Under the balancing mechanism, it was determined that if this member engaged in multiplayer modes, regardless of whether they formed a team, the overall difficulty of the game would be elevated by a tier. Consequently, this member ultimately fell into mediocrity, as no one dared to team up with them, fearing the repercussions of their Qi observation in multiplayer scenarios. Having witnessed such item cards and skills firsthand, Shijing's suspicions began to take shape. This led him to formulate another hypothesis. Has Su Ling been covertly observing him all along, utilizing such item cards or abilities? As a seasoned player of Transdimensional Slaughter, Shijing is acutely aware of how to exploit loopholes in the rules. The game's state prohibits the reception of messages, a measure designed to prevent eliminated players from maliciously leaking specific elimination information. However, seasoned players have long devised countermeasures. If messages cannot be received within the game, one can simply log off and gather information in the real world. In just a matter of days, Leng has managed to eliminate numerous players, and Shijing can vividly imagine the scene on the Transdimensional Slaughter forum, where those eliminated players flood the screen with their grievances. Due to the consideration that the other party might be covertly observing him, Shijing hesitated to log off, fearing that his opponent would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and eliminate him from the game. This was not mere paranoia, it was a very plausible scenario. However, as he approached the Sacred Court City, entering the latter stages of the game, Shijing was ultimately compelled to make a decision. He could either directly enter the Sacred Court City and engage in a confrontation with his opponent, completely unaware of Leng's capabilities, or he could take the time to gather more information. As an agent, Shijing fully understood the significance of intelligence and without a moment's hesitation, opted for the latter choice. After exchanging pleasantries with the passerby players he had brought along, Shijing resolved to act decisively. He swiftly retrieved a card from his inventory. Weapon card, Energy Defense Bracelet. Energy Defense Bracelet. Upon activation, it generates a protective energy shield around the wearer, capable of withstanding attacks of up to 100 tons for a duration of 2 minutes. This weapon card was a hard-earned reward from a futuristic sci-fi game world, acquired after he painstakingly completed a task under nightmarish difficulty. It was one of his most treasured cards, awarded for achieving a high game rating. Now, in order to safely log off, he chose to employ this card. With a fleeting thought, Shijing summoned the weapon card into the form of a bracelet and donned it upon his wrist, activating it without further delay. A resonating hum filled the air as the moment he activated the bracelet. A faint blue glow of energy emanated from it, surrounding him before gradually fading away. Subsequently, he wasted no time and logged off from the game. Shijing manifested the Energy Defense Bracelet, activated it, and then chose to log off. Upon logging off, he immediately entered the Transcendental Kill forum to peruse the posts condemning him, attempting to search for any information regarding his past gaming exploits. Although he ultimately found nothing. Prior to going online again, he made a phone call requesting the investigation of the individual behind you, expressing admiration and an interest in recruiting you for an exploratory team. Shijing truly possessed some remarkable qualities. This cautious demeanor clearly indicated his suspicion regarding how swiftly he could locate player teams within the game. Furthermore, the series of arrangements made upon logging off left no room for Leng to find fault. Yet, all of this was well within Leng's expectations. He had orchestrated his plans not only within the game, but also in reality. Chapter 128. Positioning. After establishing a connection with Shijing and gleaning insights into his life experiences, he speculated on the potential crises lurking behind the game Transcendental Kill. Leng, while contemplating how to enhance his attributes and abilities through the diverse realms of the game Hyperdimensional Kill, was also pondering how to secure maximum protection in reality and better explore the enigmatic mysteries of Hyperdimensional Kill. Undoubtedly, standing upon the shoulders of the giant that is the nation represents the most prudent choice. The exploration team within the time realm aims to uncover the secrets of dimensions and the evolution of life through Hyperdimensional Kill, which coincidentally aligns with Leng's objectives in playing the game. Since they are destined to pursue the same goals, why not earn a salary while engaging in these endeavors? Moreover, as the saying goes, the 6 doors is a fine place for cultivation. By joining the exploration team of Hyperdimensional Kill, he could not only alleviate many unnecessary troubles in reality, but also gain profound insights into the nation's understanding of the game, thereby acquiring more information to analyze the unknown mysteries within Hyperdimensional Kill. Additionally, he could ascertain the nature of the game in relation to various countries in reality, and whether it aligns with his hypotheses. Thus, when eliminating those player teams, Leng did not temper his speed. After all, he could easily seek out those teams sporadically every 5 to 8 days within the game and eliminate them at his leisure. Given that the task limit in this world extends to 6 months, he had ample time to do so without raising suspicions within the time realm. However, he refrained from such tactics. His deliberate actions were intended to pique the curiosity and intrigue of the time realm. And now, it was evident that the agent from the time realm had indeed taken the bait. Of course, joining the official exploration team would entail certain constraints. Yet, compared to the potential gains, these minor limitations were entirely acceptable. As for the discoveries made while exploring the game worlds within Hyperdimensional Kill and what he chose to report to the authorities, he could dictate the narrative, as the officials had no means to verify the authenticity of his claims. However, this strategy hinged on one crucial premise. He must defeat the time realm in this game and achieve ultimate victory. At the very least, he needed to engage in a thrilling contest of equals with his opponent to maximize his chances of being invited to join the exploration team. Naturally, Su Ling had no intention of settling for merely a contest of equals. When it came to hyperdimensional energy, he would show no mercy to anyone who stood in his way. Thus, after reviewing the feedback from his self-omniscience regarding the actions of the time realm, he was struck with inspiration and devised a plan based on the opponent's movements. Inside the carriage, the timing was impeccable. 5 minutes in reality equated to 2 hours in the game. The timing of the time realm was remarkably precise. Nodding in acknowledgement, he then produced another item card from his hand, this time a functional item card, a positioning card. The positioning card, the user silently thinks of the name of the individual they wish to locate, and upon usage, is able to discern the other's whereabouts. After perusing the posts on the Hyperdimensional Kill forum that denounced the player Su Ling, Shijing has formed a rudimentary understanding of this individual. Prior to this game, there was scant information available about Su Ling, yet within the game, their method of eliminating other players involves forming alliances with either player teams or those of similar ranks. They gain the trust of the eliminated players and ultimately betray them, resulting in their downfall. From this information, Shijing deduces that Su Ling's fervor for such tactics likely stems from the character they embody in this game. This is evidenced by their ability to consistently backstab all player teams. The enhancement of physical attributes yields formidable physical prowess. An increase in strength signifies greater power and muscular fortitude, encompassing both resilience to blows and epidermal defense against sharp objects. Agility enhances coordination and flexibility, while stamina pertains to endurance and vitality. As for intelligence, it relates to the speed of cognitive processes and neuroresponsiveness. The significance of these 4 physical attributes has long been deciphered by experts from the Fire Nation. Players of rank generally possess physical attributes ranging from 2 to 4, while those of higher rank fall between 5 and 7. Su Ling's ability to backstab players from both ranks indicates that their physical attributes are at least above rank 5. If their attributes were below this threshold, players of rank would undoubtedly sense the betrayal and react accordingly. Moreover, even if a player of lower rank were to execute a backstab, unless equipped with a particularly lethal weapon, it would be challenging to inflict significant harm, let alone achieve a kill. Thus, Shijing concludes that Su Ling possesses physical attributes that are at least above rank 5. Such capabilities are more than sufficient to directly eliminate numerous ranked teams. However, the choice to engage in deception and alliances suggests that they are embodying a certain persona. With this analysis in mind, Shijing has devised a strategy to confront Su Ling. His immediate course of action is to utilize the positioning card to ascertain Su Ling's location. If they are lurking nearby, he will promptly initiate a test to gauge whether they are worthy of becoming his ally. Should they prove capable, he will seek their assistance. If not, he will seamlessly eliminate them. Conversely, if Su Ling is not in proximity, he will preemptively set a trap for them, inviting them into his game persona while ensuring they remain oblivious to the fact that they have become his accomplice. From observing the indifferent reactions of the passerby players across from him, he is already inclined towards the belief that Su Ling is not nearby. Nevertheless, regardless of their location, he must first determine where they are. With this thought in mind, Shijing resolves to act without hesitation, silently contemplating Su Ling's name before activating the positioning card. Before his eyes, the positioning card in his hand vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a 3-dimensional blueprint emerged within his gaze, marking him as a blue dot with an arrow, while a green dot, moving slowly in the southeast direction, was clearly identified as Su Ling. Upon recognizing this, Shijing's attention immediately fixated on the green dot. In the next moment, a set of precise coordinates concerning this green dot, along with the exact distance in kilometers separating him from it, materialized before his eyes. Additionally, a virtual image of a brown-haired Caucasian youth appeared alongside this information. Observing this virtual figure, a contemplative expression crossed Shijing's face. Was this the avatar he had assumed in this gaming realm? With the specific location, distance, and character image now established, a plan began to take shape in his mind. In the evening, further updates would follow as per the topic. Furthermore, to address recent circumstances, on the 30th, I inadvertently engaged in some vigorous exercise, resulting in a sprained back. For the past few days, I have been confined to my bed, writing. Therefore, the updates regarding rules and explosive developments will be postponed until my back heals, at which point I will notify you accordingly. Superdimensional Kill is currently being penned. Please hold on for a moment. Upon refreshing the page after the content update, you will gain access to the latest information. Superdimensional Kill Chapter 129, Setting Up the Trap. Shijing utilized the positioning card to ascertain your location, subsequently hastening his journey towards the next city you are heading to. A textual message resonated in his mind as Su Ling guided the horse-drawn carriage. He felt a flicker of awareness but betrayed no outward sign of it. The pace of the carriage remained unaltered. Thus, he continued to drive slowly while observing Shi Jing's every move through his ability of self-knowledge. Shi Jing arrived at the city of Kimpasi, which is the last city in the inner circle. South of Kimpasi lies the city of Saint Court. Shi Jing spent an hour exploring Kimpasi, visiting the city library, Pasi Square, the recruitment hall, and the Holy Fortress. Was he familiarizing himself with the environment while simultaneously probing the mysterious rules of this city? As he watched Shi Jing's movements with his self-knowledge ability, Su Ling speculated on his intentions. After exploring Kimpasi, Shi Jing settled into a hotel near the Holy Fortress, where the Knights of the Saint Court resided. He observed the fortress from a distance through the hotel. A first-tier Knight of the Saint Court departed from the Holy Fortress. Witnessing this scene, Shi Jing also left the hotel to follow him. Upon seeing this, Su Ling's expression grew contemplative. The physical attribute value of a second-tier Knight of the Saint Court hovers around 4, while Shi Jing, as a high-level player, boasts a value exceeding 8. Eliminating the opponent would indeed be quite effortless. However, he had directly usurped the position of captain of a city's Knights of the Saint Court. Was he intending to leverage the power of this world against me? A realization dawned upon Su Ling as he grasped the situation. The other party had initially devised such a plan, by utilizing a positioning card to ascertain his whereabouts. They arrived ahead of him in the next city he was destined to visit. There, they swiftly acquainted themselves with the surroundings and explored the enigmatic rules, before assuming the guise of the city's highest authority through the art of disguise and transformation. Their intent was to welcome him in a manner akin to that of the local inhabitants, thereby perpetrating a fraud on him from the pinnacle of power. Indeed, if it were not for the ability of self-omniscience, which allowed him to perceive every movement within the temporal realm as textual information floating in his mind, this stratagem might have successfully deceived him. Imagine being unaware of the subsequent developments behind the game's tasks, and upon arriving in a city merely a stone's throw from the Holy Court city, being greeted with ostentatious honor by the Holy Court Knights of that city, all in the official capacity of escorting sacred relics. Who would suspect that this was a ruse orchestrated by other players? It is akin to registering for school, where a throng of teachers and administrators warmly welcome students and parents at the entrance, guiding them to the registration and payment windows. Would one perceive it as a scam? Thus, upon realizing the intentions of the temporal realm, Su Ling could not help but admire the ingenuity of this approach. Moreover, this tactic also played upon a clever misdirection of thought. Consider, a senior player who has pioneered the art of deceit and betrayal in gameplay would undoubtedly take pride in their craft, scarcely suspecting that someone would dare to employ their own strategies against them. Hence, their vigilance in this regard might wane considerably. It must be said that the skill level of this player from the temporal realm was indeed the highest Su Ling had encountered thus far. However, under the scrutiny of his self-omniscience ability, the machinations of the other party were laid bare. Since you wish to masquerade, let us see how far you will go. Su Ling smiled softly, maintaining his composure as he continued to drive the carriage. Several hours later, a city gradually emerged from the horizon, revealing itself before him. You have entered the realm of Kinpashi City, a place teeming with compassion. Please do not be indifferent. Strive to be empathetic and actively assist others. A city imbued with compassion? Observing the textual information regarding the city's mysterious rules conveyed by his self-omniscience ability, Su Ling raised an eyebrow slightly. By now, they had been immersed in the game for nearly a month, traversing numerous cities along the way. Su Ling noted that the enigmatic rules enveloping each city were characterized by commendable qualities of benevolence. Yet, one might ponder, when such admirable traits manifest as compulsive prohibitive rules, the failure to adhere to which results in dire consequences, it could be perceived as somewhat excessive. It is no wonder that many in this world would rather roam the wilderness as bandits than endure life within these cities. Existence in such a city is stifling. Under the constraints of prohibitive norms, while order may be maintained, life becomes devoid of joy. Of course, these matters were of no concern to Su Ling. Upon discovering the taboos of the city, he routinely cautioned Chinshasha, who was in the rear carriage, "We are approaching the next city. Until I grasp the prohibitions here, remember not to speak indiscriminately." However, this time, after Su Ling's words, there was an unusual silence in the carriage. He was aware of the reason, though he feigned ignorance. Chinshasha looked at him with a troubled expression, hesitating for a long while before abruptly bowing her head in apology. "I'm sorry, boss. My alarm went off. I must go to school." In the game, over a week had passed, while merely 10 hours had elapsed in reality. The sun had risen in the White Eagle Federation, and as a student, Chinshasha indeed had to attend school. In Chapter 130, Countering Tactics, it is revealed that during gameplay, one's consciousness is in a dormant state, thus not exhausting mental energy. Shasha had effectively been asleep for about 10 hours, so the issue of fatigue from staying up late did not arise. Yet, the crux of the matter was not about sleeplessness, it was her regret at having to leave in the midst of a game once again. However, for Su Ling, Shasha was merely a tool for navigating the game's challenges, and her presence or absence was inconsequential as long as she remained alive. Nevertheless, he could not express this bluntly. With a sigh, he waved his hand and said, "It's all right, you can go." Seeing Su Ling's demeanor, Shasha felt even more guilty, repeatedly apologizing. The exchange of pleasantries between them compelled Su Ling to halt the carriage, allowing for their courteous farewell before proceeding. This entire episode was keenly observed by Shi Jing, who had been waiting at the gate of Kempisi City. Disguised as Raymond Vero, the captain of the Holy Fortress Knights, he frowned as he watched Su Ling stop the carriage by the roadside, pondering to himself, what is he doing stopping outside? Has he noticed something amiss? However, that seemed unlikely. Although he had previously speculated that Su Ling might possess an item card or ability to precisely locate player teams. Upon deducing that he had not been in the game for long, the likelihood of having such an item card was minimal. Functional item cards, like the positioning card, are exceedingly rare. I acquired mine only after enduring dozens of multiplayer sessions, eliminating hundreds of players to randomly obtain it. No matter how fortunate he might be, he would still need to eliminate numerous players to have any chance of randomly acquiring a functional item card, and even then, it would not necessarily be a positioning card. Therefore, the notion that he possessed a card for locating players could be dismissed. As for abilities, based on the descriptions from the forums filled with grievances, it seemed that every time he entered a city, he would first visit the recruitment hall to post recruitment information, then discreetly observe those who came to view the postings for any suspected players. High-level players in reality are merely ordinary individuals, even if they possess counter-surveillance awareness. The habitual behaviors of modern people are not easily altered, making them conspicuous. Thus, his ability to accurately locate player teams relied on this knack for baiting and keen observation. In a certain sense, this too could be considered a form of skill. This individual is likely a professional in this field in reality, or at the very least, has access to specialized knowledge regarding it. However, I have taken all of this into account and intentionally dismissed that passerby player, choosing to approach this situation alone. No matter how keen his observational skills might be, it is illogical for him to detect any anomalies. Yet, if he had not noticed anything unusual, why would he suddenly halt in front of the city gates? One cannot help but think that a cunning strategist might overanalyze the situation. As Su Ling made a move, a multitude of thoughts flashed rapidly through Shi Jing's mind. Just as various conjectures formed in his head, Su Ling, who had been halted by the roadside, began to move once again, driving his carriage toward the city gates. Upon witnessing this, Shi Jing heightened his vigilance to the utmost, closely monitoring the other party while contemplating the possible reactions Su Ling might exhibit, simulating corresponding countermeasures. Ultimately, however, none of the scenarios he envisioned materialized, and Su Ling entered Kempisi City with an unruffled demeanor. Observing this, Shi Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, only to revert to his usual self the next moment, greeting Su Ling with a smile as per his original plan. "Welcome, brave guardian, to Kempisi City with the sacred relic." Although his earlier thoughts may have seemed overly cautious, he had grown accustomed to such prudence, for caution begets longevity. A contingent of Holy Court Knights, under Shi Jing's leadership, moved to greet Su Ling's approaching carriage. Upon witnessing this, Su Ling's brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively rose in a state of alertness. Shi Jing noted this reaction, feeling an even broader smile spread across his face, for it appeared the other party had indeed failed to detect any irregularities. He promptly addressed Su Ling with a smile. "Greetings, brave guardian escorting the sacred relic. I am Raymond Valo, the captain of the Holy Court Knights in Kempisi City. Welcome to our city. It must have been a taxing journey." The title of captain of the Holy Court Knights caught Su Ling off guard, causing a flicker of surprise to cross his features as he scanned his surroundings. Noticing that the townsfolk entering and exiting the city did not contest this assertion and were instead casting curious glances in his direction, he seemed to accept the statement as truth. His wariness diminished significantly, and he immediately inquired, "To whom should I deliver the sacred relic? And where may I claim the remaining reward?" Indeed, he sought to hand over the relic promptly, intending to verify its authenticity through system information, a remarkably swift response. Shi Jing silently commended Su Ling's quick thinking. Shi Jing's ultimate aim was to explore the potential dimensions and mysteries of evolutionary life within this world. Thus, he refrained from demanding the relic. Such an approach would not only fail to secure the coveted relic fruit, but could also raise suspicions. Therefore, he assured Su Ling that he need not relinquish the sacred relic, aiming to placate him and garner his trust, while simultaneously thwarting any intentions Su Ling had of confirming its authenticity through system information. Their brief exchange had morphed into a subtle duel of wits. After hearing Shi Jing's words, Su Ling's vigilance indeed diminished further, as he remarked, "I see. That truly is a bother for you. No need for gratitude. It is our duty as holy court knights," Shi Jing replied. Shi Jing smiled subtly, and then, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, inquired, "By the way, I noticed that your carriage arrived at the city gate, but suddenly halted by the roadside instead of entering immediately. What could be the reason for that?" Did you see me back then?" The assistant, feeling a wave of discomfort, took a moment to rest. Previously, he had encountered information on the forum indicating that Su Ling was accompanied by a female player, a passerby. Although those posts suggested that this female player was armed with a sniper rifle and seemed adept at marksmanship, he understood that it was merely a guise. Clearly, Su Ling had deciphered the balancing mechanism of the game Transcendental Kill, bringing the passerby along to adjust the game's difficulty. As for the claims of discomfort and the need to rest, those were mere fabrications. It was evident that the female player had some urgent matter that necessitated her departure from the game. With this realization, Shi Jing's earlier doubts were finally resolved. Chapter 131. Origins in Transcendental Kill. As players' ratings increased, the duration of each game extended correspondingly. This phenomenon proved rather unfriendly for ordinary players, as they could not devote the majority of their time to gaming while also managing the demands of real life. Being able to play for several continuous hours was already a rare feat now. With the current game having commenced for over 20 days, almost a month, this equated to roughly a day passing in reality. Non-professional players indeed found themselves ensnared by various mundane concerns, compelled to log off from the game. This was especially true for lower-tier players. Typically, those with lower ratings experienced game durations of about several days, which translated to merely a few hours in the real world. Such a 6-month game duration, equivalent to 7 days in reality, had far surpassed the threshold of what ordinary players could endure. Since the situation did not arise from any peculiar discovery, his plans could proceed unhindered. Su Ling regarded Shi Jing, who was masquerading as the captain of the Holy Knights, Raymond Valro, and continued to play along with the act. He feigned contemplation for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well. Being the sole elite player in the match, the system, considering the balance mechanism, mandated that he ensure the safety of Chen Shasha's character. Now that Chen Shasha had exited the game, he essentially needed to safeguard a mere carcass. Directly transporting Chen Shasha to the final circle would indeed pose inconveniences, and he was unwilling to do so. He had yet to investigate the source of the holy fruits, nor had he utilized these fruits to enhance his attributes and maximize the benefits of this game. Additionally, he had not delved deeply into the origins of this fantastical world to seek the existence of the. Although he jestingly referred to the curse of the mysterious power as shrinking the safe zone, it was not entirely accurate. With the feedback from his ability of self-omniscience, he understood that the curse of the mysterious power merely required reaching the next city within the stipulated time frame. Su Ling was aware of the specific locations of the teams of players who had perished under the curse of the mysterious power. Upon discovering these sacred fruits, the players' team mistakenly believed them to be rewards from the quest, further solidifying their conviction. Although this reasoning may lack a coherent logical chain and could potentially be flagged as suspicious by the officials of Transcendent Kill, serving as yet another dataset to analyze his capabilities, the urgency to enhance his strength to the greatest extent possible left him with no alternative. Perfection is a rarity. Even though Su Ling possesses the ability of self-omniscience, it is impossible for him to execute every endeavor flawlessly. His sole course of action is to deceive the officials of Transcendent Kill, preventing them from gathering more data for analysis. These 3 objectives encompass all that Su Ling aims to accomplish in this game. Until these tasks are fulfilled, he is unwilling to conclude this mission. Thus, upon hearing the words of the Time Realm's impersonated commander of the Holy Knights, he readily acquiesced, preparing to remain in the city of Kinpashi temporarily, to complete his tasks while awaiting Chen Shasha's return online. Very well, brave one, please follow us. Consequently, the 2 individuals, each harboring their own ulterior motives, sat side by side in the driver's seat of the carriage, traversing the streets of Kinpashi until they finally arrived at an inn. Esteemed heroes, this is the inn we have arranged for you. Upon reaching their destination, the Time Realm made no excuses to linger, opting instead to take his leave. Please rest well. And should any questions arise, or if you are prepared to depart, feel free to visit me at the Holy Fortress. The Holy Knights of Kinpashi await your summons. Thank you, Captain Raymond. Following this exchange, the 2 parted ways. Su Ling dismounted the carriage, secured the horse, and carried the offline Chen Shasha, who was in a state of slumber, into their room at the inn. The Time Realm was uncertain about the subsequent steps of the mission, so he resolved to summon a knight from this world to gather information. The reasons for not undertaking this task personally were threefold. First, He needed to remain in Kenpachi to monitor Su Ling's every move to prevent any anomalies from being detected. Second, the knight he replaced, Raymond Vallo, along with another missing holy knight, required his attention to maintain the facade of their disappearance. Lastly, he feared that should he venture out, he might inadvertently complete the mission and thus conclude the game prematurely, which would be disastrous. The initial prompt of this game did not indicate that only one team of players could accomplish the task. It merely stated that any player team delivering more than one sacred artifact to the Holy Temple could fulfill the mission. This information only hinted that delivering a greater number of sacred artifacts would yield a higher game rating, suggesting a competitive dynamic among player teams vying for the artifacts they escort. Therefore, the Time Realm was apprehensive about acting hastily, as triggering the completion of the mission would lead to an unfavorable outcome. Thus far, he had neither enhanced his attributes nor explored this world, having used a functional item card and an exceedingly precious weapon card. To end the game in such a manner would result in an immeasurable loss. Understanding the flow of the task is imperative. Otherwise, one may easily overlook details that could be discerned by the opposing party, who is also a seasoned player. A moment's negligence could reveal vulnerabilities. Upon utilizing the positioning card to locate Su Ling, he hastened to this place at full speed. Otherwise, time would not permit his arrival. In this hurried state, his preparations were rather insufficient. This was one of the reasons he feigned magnanimity, refraining from coveting the numerous sacred fruits in Su Ling's possession, thus allowing the latter to remain in Kenpachi City. Now, having tricked his opponent into staying, he needed to comprehend the task flow associated with the sacred fruits before embarking. The Knight Hans of the Holy Court, after receiving the directive from the Time Realm, paused momentarily but soon acquiesced, responding affirmatively. Subsequently, this knight, known as Hans, departed Kenpachi City, journeying towards the central holy city of this land. This development was naturally relayed to Su Ling's mind within the inn. The Time Realm has dispatched the first-tier Holy Court Knight Hans Wien to the Holy City to report your arrival to the Holy Temple and to prepare for the handover. Observing the feedback in his mind, Su Ling, reclining in bed, could not help but smile softly. At this juncture, a sudden and unexpected action on his part could certainly induce a slip from the Time Realm. However, he had no intention of doing so. Both he and the Time Realm were individuals with aspirations, not merely content with completing tasks. Coincidentally, he was unaware of the subsequent flow of the game tasks upon reaching the Holy City. It would be more advantageous to utilize the first-tier Holy Court Knight Hans Wien to scout ahead, especially since he had already established a connection with the knights welcoming him into the city. He merely needed to await Hans's arrival in the Holy City, observe the instructions provided by the Holy Temple regarding his arrival, and thereby gain early insight into the ensuing task flow, allowing him to strategize in advance. Of course, he could not remain idle. A player of the Time Realm's caliber, skilled in strategy, was also prone to suspicion. If he simply lay in wait, it might arouse the other's doubts. Thus, he needed to take action. With this thought in mind, Su Ling promptly rose from his bed, exited the inn, and made his way towards the holy fortress of Kenpachi City, leaving Chen Shasha in the hotel room, with the oversight of self-knowledge in place. The other two teams of seasoned players had yet to reach the inner city circle. Additionally, since the Time Realm would be playing the role of an actor, Chen Shasha's safety was not a concern. Furthermore, he did not wish to appear overly concerned for her well-being, lest the Time Realm discover the hidden complexity of ensuring her safety. Greetings, brave sir. How may I assist you? Upon reaching the holy fortress of Kenpachi City, the Holy Court Knight stationed at the entrance immediately inquired. Given their recent encounter at the city gate, there was no question of unfamiliarity. Su Ling smiled and remarked, "Hello. I wish to visit the sacred and profoundly knowledgeable Holy Fortress Library to peruse its books. I wonder if that would be permissible?" Whenever the Time Realm arrived in a new city, he would immediately seek out the local library to delve into historical texts, exploring the city's taboos while deepening his understanding of the world. Although Su Ling did not necessarily need to undertake such endeavors, as he could acquire ample knowledge from the life experiences of the local inhabitants, it was crucial to maintain discretion. Now, sharing a city with the esteemed player from the Time Realm, and amidst their mutual displays of prowess, he felt compelled to play along fully. Upon hearing Su Ling's request, the gatekeeping Holy Knight furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, entry to the Holy Fortress Library was reserved for Holy Knights or permitted only under the approval of the Knight Captain. Consequently, the gatekeeper felt hesitant to make a unilateral decision regarding Su Ling's inquiry. However, recalling the recent warm welcome extended to Su Ling at the city gates, coupled with the captain's instructions to allow the visitor to approach them with any concerns, the gatekeeper said, "Please hold on a moment. I will consult the captain." With that, the gatekeeper retreated into the fortress to relay Su Ling's request to the impersonating Knight Captain, Time Realm. The idea of visiting the Holy Fortress Library for research elicited a slight raise of the brow from Time Realm, though he was not surprised. The swiftest way to grasp the essence of an unfamiliar place was indeed through its literature, particularly historical and cultural texts. Given that Su Ling was a seasoned player, his insight was hardly unexpected. Although Time Realm contemplated dissuading him, he ultimately smiled and nodded, saying, "Since a brave soul wishes to explore, let us escort him." He then led the way. "Thank you," Su Ling politely expressed, following closely behind. Soon, the gatekeeping holy knight guided him to the library. After a brief exchange, the knight departed, leaving Su Ling to his own devices. Su Ling once again expressed his gratitude to the knight's retreating figure and began his exploration within the expansive library. According to the feedback from his self-awareness ability, Time Realm habitually sought out historical and cultural books upon visiting each city's library. Following this method, Su Ling traversed the rows of bookshelves in search of similar volumes. Before long, he succeeded in locating them. He began by retrieving two texts previously perused by Time Realm: the Chronicle of Holy Light and the Record of Holy Knights. Subsequently, he leisurely roamed the other shelves, seeking any literature that might relate to the sacred fruit. Before long, he emerged from the aisles, arms laden with a substantial stack of books, and approached a table designated for readers within the library. After setting down his collection, he seated himself, beginning to read while attentively monitoring the movements of the first-tier Holy Knight Hans I, who was en route to the Holy Knight City. Due to the plethora of information available, Su Ling initially approached these books with a facade of earnestness, though his engagement was less than sincere. However, as fragments of text began to imprint themselves upon his mind, certain elements genuinely captivated him. For instance, he learned that the hierarchy of each city is predominantly governed by a first-tier Holy Court Knight, accompanied by a second-tier Holy Court Knight leading the charge. The third-tier Holy Court Knights are responsible for nurturing their ranks, rarely venturing into the world, as they mostly engage in profound cultivation, seldom interacting with the realm of mortals. Meanwhile, there exists but a solitary fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, tasked solely with safeguarding the safety of the Pope of the Holy Court Temple. This Pope is the only human capable of communicating with deities, serving as their earthly representative. The Holy Court Temple was established singularly by the first-generation Pope, who received blessings from the divine and bestowed these blessings upon humanity, thus allowing the blessed to ascend as Holy Court Knights. As Su Ling absorbed these descriptions, the previously indifferent expression on his face gradually morphed into one of earnest contemplation. The societal structure of the Pope in this world became increasingly lucid in his mind. The first-generation Pope founded the Holy Court Temple, which served as the nucleus for the expansion that ultimately forged this world and established the presence of Holy Court Knights, each governing their respective cities. In essence, the Pope of the Holy Court Temple represents the genesis of this realm. Naturally, the first-generation Pope has long since passed, and the lineage has progressed to what seems to be the fourth generation. Nonetheless, this does not quell Su Ling's fervent desire to meet this figure. Even if the current Pope, as the divine representative on Earth, is already a fourth-generation successor, he undoubtedly possesses profound insights into the mysteries of this world. The mere thought of encountering the present Pope and gleaning insights from his life experiences ignited a passionate fervor within Su Ling. However, amidst his fervor, Su Ling also recognized a crucial truth. Merely peering into another's life experiences cannot substitute for the act of reading. Regarding the Pope of this world, Su Ling had been aware of his existence since he began to explore the life experiences of the indigenous people of this realm. Yet, even the natives, as well as the average Holy Court Knights, possess a rather vague understanding of the world compared to the clear descriptions found within these texts regarding the structure of the Holy Court Temple. Ordinary individuals, and even first or second-tier Holy Court Knights, seldom have the opportunity to encounter the Pope, who wields the highest power in this world. Thus, Su Ling remained oblivious to the significant implications of the Pope's existence. As for the textual accounts within these books, they failed to exert any influence over Su Ling, leaving him unaware of their contents. Coupled with his ability of self-knowledge, which facilitated his understanding, he had not paid much heed to the literature of this world. Yet now, after perusing these works, he finally grasped that certain insights are irreplaceable, even by self-knowledge. Ultimately, self-knowledge does not equate to omniscience when matters do not pertain to himself. Su Ling remains unaware of many inherent truths. In particular, within the game world of Hyperdimensional Kill, he consistently immerses himself in the characters of this realm. The intrinsic mysteries of this world remain elusive to him unless they pertain directly to his own existence. From this, Su Ling has come to realize that he has been somewhat overly reliant on his ability of omniscience. Of course, acknowledging this is one thing, but utilizing it is imperative. He would not be foolishly obstinate, possessing the capability yet choosing not to wield it. However, concurrently, he resolved not to depend solely on his omniscience. He must also delve into the wealth of knowledge available through the literature within the game world, gaining a more nuanced understanding of his surroundings. Growth often stems from the mistakes we make. Before his transmigration, Su Ling was merely a person of moderate intelligence, not an astute strategist. Previously, his perception had been clouded by his omniscience, creating a veil over his insights, but he has since managed to recalibrate his understanding. Now, through the gameplay of this seasoned player, he has once again recognized certain shortcomings within himself, marking yet another step in his personal development. After a swift moment of self-reflection, Su Ling rose to his feet and resumed his exploration among the rows of bookshelves in the library. This time, he gravitated toward the section on geography and culture, discovering a biographical work on the Pope titled The Pope, along with various geographical texts pertaining to this world. He aimed to acquire a more detailed comprehension of the Pope within this realm. As he sought out a second stack of books and began to peruse them, the knight Captain Raymond Vallow, a guise assumed by Shijing, entered the library. Su Ling had sensed his arrival early on through his omniscience, but feigned engrossment in his reading. Keeping his gaze lowered, his act was quite convincing. Shijing, observing Su Ling's pretended immersion in the literature, could not help but smirk inwardly. As a player, he found it hard to believe that Su Ling could be so absorbed in the texts of this world, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Moreover, he had not made a conscious effort to tread lightly upon his arrival, so Su Ling must have sensed his presence. Yet, despite this, Su Ling maintained his pretense. Either he was putting on an act or testing Shijing. If he were indeed so engrossed that he remained oblivious to the outside world, it would present an excellent opportunity for a stealthy ambush. However, such a test would hardly prove effective against him. Thus, Shijing chose to remain silent, standing quietly with a smile as he observed the bookish Su Ling, adopting the demeanor of a concerned elder watching over a younger peer. He intended to wait until Su Ling could no longer contain himself and chose to acknowledge him, solidifying the identity he had assumed. After all, to miss such a prime opportunity for ambush, without understanding the true nature of hyperdimensional kill, would imply he was merely a native of this world, with no other possibilities. Of course, if Su Ling continued to feign ignorance, that would be of little consequence. Shijing's primary purpose in approaching was not to engage in dialogue, but rather to glean insight into the books Su Ling was perusing, thus understanding how his approach to playing hyperdimensional kill differed from his own. If Su Ling persisted in his pretense, it would spare Shijing the hassle of interaction. With this in mind, Shijing stood there without a trace of awkwardness, patiently observing. Standing to one side, he covertly surveyed the books laid out on the table before Su Ling. Indeed, most were historical and cultural texts, alongside those concerning the Knights of the Holy See and the Holy Temple of this world. Observing the selection of books Su Ling had chosen, Shijing felt no surprise. Their thoughts were evidently aligned to a similar degree. The only distinction was the addition of the book titled The Pope, a character study. It was quite normal for the other party to have only now recalled the desire to read. After all, the libraries in each city do not necessarily house identical collections. Some books may share titles yet contain divergent content. Given that this fantastical realm lacks a printing press, books are primarily hand-copied, leading to frequent updates and alterations in the manuscripts. This was a discovery he had made over the course of nearly a month, traversing various city libraries and the Holy Fortress Library. Theoretically, considering the maps he had perused, the library in Kinpaxi City, being the closest to the central Holy Temple, should possess the most rapidly updated collection. Therefore, it was no wonder that the other party chose to revisit these texts. Upon his arrival in this city, he too had taken the opportunity to review these books anew. However, the question lingered in his mind as to why the other party had chosen to examine the Pope, a character biography. This prompted Shijing to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, as Shijing contemplated the implications of the Pope, Su Ling continued to appear engrossed in his literary exploration, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the other. Aware of the other's identity, he sought to induce a sense of mental fatigue through this seemingly probing behavior, thereby exhausting the other's mental resources. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded within the Holy Fortress Library. Su Ling appeared absorbed in the sea of books, turning page after page, while Shijing stood at a distance, wearing a gentle smile as he watched him. As the two engaged in their respective observations, one scrutinizing, the other feigning distraction, Hans I, a knight of the Holy See, was racing towards the Holy City. Simultaneously, two other teams of high-level players were also making their way towards the inner circle of the city. Yet, beyond this, new developments were occurring in reality. Chapter 133, Unknown Variables Exit the Game. Command received, the player is exiting the game. As the message appeared, Chen Shasha felt her consciousness abruptly withdraw from the character she had immersed herself in. After a sensation akin to traversing realms, she opened her eyes. The first sight greeting her being the ceiling of her room. At that moment, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. The sun had yet to rise, and the light remained somewhat hazy. However, in this dim illumination, Shasha was already able to discern the objects within her room. Alas, why did this game last so long? With a sigh, she sat up in bed, her brows furrowed, her face still bearing a distinct expression of guilt. Last night's abrupt departure had already left her feeling quite embarrassed. As the night wore on, the game still had not reached its conclusion, compelling her to exit once more. This time, however, her absence would not merely last an hour or two, but would extend for no less than half a day. The educational system within the White Eagle Federation, though distinct from that of her homeland, allowed students to leave as early as 3 o'clock in the afternoon, provided they did not participate in club activities. Calculating the time, this would equate to approximately 7 or 8 hours, which in the realm of the game translated to 7 or 8 days. Such a lengthy hiatus was unfathomable. Ordinarily, she could complete a new game in that span. Yet she could scarcely imagine how Su Ling would manage with a teammate like her, who frequently went idle. Surely, she could not skip classes just to play a game. Could she? The private aristocratic school she attended was strict, and having been a model student throughout her life, she had never once cut class. Thus, despite her overwhelming guilt, she resigned herself to exit the game. With a sigh of resignation, Shasha rose to begin her morning routine. Soon enough, she was prepared as usual and set off towards school, her every move meticulously recorded by a drone hovering above. Inside a sleek black commercial vehicle, 2 men in suits occupied the driver and passenger seats. Before them, the central display showcased Shasha's dejected figure as she walked along the road. She seems different today, rather disheartened, remarked one of the men, furrowing his brow. Quite normal for a teenage girl. Her mood can shift hundreds of times in a single day, the other man shrugged in response. Upon hearing this, the first man glanced at him and chuckled. Claude, are you perhaps reminded of your daughter? At the mention of this, Claude turned to the first man, John, and sighed. Sometimes I truly envy you, John. Let it go. Being single has its downsides too, often being summoned for work, John replied, shaking his head and choosing to focus on their tasks. Huh, John, you've been watching too many movies. We investigated this girl. Her family background is merely that of a middle-class household in Yin country, nothing out of the ordinary. She has always been a well-behaved and unremarkable individual, not a prodigy by any means. You've seen her character over the past month. She is simply an average girl from Yin country. Claude, you're making it sound rather extreme. I merely appreciate those with high intelligence. It would be even better if they were younger. This is what is referred to as intellectual attraction on the internet. If you don't understand, it's best to refrain from speaking out of turn. Be careful, or I might sue you for defamation, John warned with a serious demeanor. Seeing John's earnest expression, Claude raised his hands in mock surrender, chuckling. All right, my apologies. Please forgive my ignorance of these internet buzzwords. However, the girl in question does not belong to the intellectually gifted echelon you admire. It is evident that she has been utilized as a mere stepping stone, and it is unlikely that the true orchestrator behind this scheme will ever re-establish contact with her. We are merely following protocol in our surveillance of her. A fact I trust you comprehend. Sigh. Upon hearing Claude's words, John let out a deep exhale. He was well aware of this reality. They had been monitoring the girl for over half a month, yet neither her phone nor email, nor any other social media platform, had revealed any communications from the individual suspected of orchestrating the online discourse. It was anticipated that after a few more days of surveillance, the CIA would instruct them to withdraw. This thought left John feeling somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, a buzzing sound pierced the air. Claude's phone vibrated within his pocket. As a professional with the CIA, their phones were perpetually set to vibrate mode. Extracting the device, Claude answered the call. Hello? The voice on the other end was swift and articulate. Claude listened intently, and after a brief moment, the call concluded. His demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he prepared to start the vehicle. John observed him. Years of partnership had fostered an unspoken understanding between them. Indeed, as Claude ignited the engine, he spoke with a serious tone. Headquarters has relayed a message. The individual behind the recent surge in public sentiment is likely connected to the game Transdimensional Kill, which operates within a blind spot of the global intelligence network. We have been ordered to stand down, and others have been dispatched to take over this matter. What? John exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before furrowing his brow. The game has designated regions. According to our previous investigations, this girl from Yin country purchased the Transdimensional Kill headset before departing her homeland. Her gaming region is Yin country. Our headsets cannot be used in conjunction with hers. This is no longer our concern. Claude glanced at John and replied, rest assured. There are others assigned to address these matters. We need not worry ourselves with it. With that, he finally started the vehicle. pressing the accelerator as the sleek black sedan departed from its parked position. Simultaneously, the drone monitoring Kinshasa also ascended into the sky. The two CIA agents from the White Eagle Federation monitoring Kinshasa, including Claude, received a call and informed his partner John that others would be taking over their assignment, leading to the cessation of their surveillance on Kinshasa. What unforeseen variable has emerged? After the conclusion of the second game, Su Ling had commissioned Kinshasa to craft online narratives both domestically and internationally, seeking vengeance against those responsible for rendering him a vegetable in this lifetime. Without a moment's hesitation, Kinshasa agreed to assist. However, the act of manipulating public opinion would undoubtedly leave discernible traces, inciting covert investigations both at home and abroad. Nevertheless, he intentionally designed Kinshasa's role as one of a pawn, a mere tool in the larger scheme. Ultimately, upon realizing that the other party was merely a pawn, the surveillance would be withdrawn, allowing Kinshasa to navigate her study abroad experience in a seemingly tranquil manner, despite an undercurrent of tension. However, just moments ago, the two CIA agents monitoring her had unexpectedly retreated. Moreover, their conversation hinted at a new discovery, suggesting that the CIA had dispatched new personnel to take over the surveillance of Kinshasa. This deviation from his previous deductions was perplexing. Logically, such a scenario should be implausible, unless an unforeseen variable had emerged. Chapter 134. Heartwarming. Since the two CIA agents had not engaged directly with Su Long, he could only glean insights into their surveillance of Kinshasa through her as an intermediary. However, information unrelated to the surveillance was not relayed to him, let alone details of their life experiences. So far, Su Long was only aware of the agents' activities during their observation of Kinshasa, along with their names and identities. Beyond that, he knew nothing. Consequently, he was unable to analyze what this unknown variable could be based on their life histories. Nevertheless, since the mention of Transdimensional Kill had surfaced, it was likely that the newly assigned agents would approach their monitoring from that angle. With this thought, Su Long's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed imperative to ensnare Kinshasa a bit more. At this moment, he was not particularly concerned. The passage of time in the game differed from that in reality. Only 7 or 8 hours had elapsed, and given the efficiency of the White Eagle Alliance, the new agents monitoring Kinshasa would hardly accomplish much. Even if they attempted to ingratiate themselves with her, they could not immediately bombard her with questions, as this would only provoke her aversion and caution. Perhaps he could even leverage Kinshasa's naive demeanor to extract some intelligence from those CIA agents. After all, there existed barriers of technology and intelligence between nations in this world. He could not limit his perspective to a single country, but must synthesize information from various sources to arrive at the most accurate conclusions. Of course, these were merely provisional thoughts. Specific strategies would need to be adjusted based on the circumstances when they arose. With this in mind, Su Long ceased his deep contemplation and returned his focus to the game. The consumption of time within the temporal realm had concluded. After standing for a while in the library, noticing that he had not taken the initiative to discover anything, the temporal realm departed from the library of the Holy Fortress. Su Long, meanwhile, remained engrossed in reading, acquiring various insights about this world, until he finally left in the evening. In the subsequent week, Su Long immersed himself in an extensive array of books within the library of the Holy Fortress in Kempisi City, gathering information about this world. The volumes in the library were substantial, far exceeding what he could read in a single day. Additionally, he frequently mingled in the recruitment hall, interacting with mercenaries and adventurers, inquiring about the existence of potential players, all actions performed with the temporal realm in mind. Indeed, Su Long's behavior did not raise any eyebrows in the temporal realm. As fellow players, he comprehended that the other was amply preparing for the final circle while awaiting the arrival of other player teams to the inner city. After all, the more sacred fruits escorted in this game, the higher the potential rating at the conclusion. Even Shijing himself was leveraging the authority of the captain of the Sacred Knights to inquire whether any player teams existed in the 3 inner circle cities. However, unlike Su Ling, who possessed the ability of self-awareness, granting him knowledge of the exact number of remaining player teams, Shijing could only endeavor to gather information. The task limit for this game spanned 6 months, yet they had reached the inner circle city in less than a month. If other player teams were present, their game progress would undoubtedly lag behind, likely still within the outer circle cities. Thus, Shijing was merely doing his due diligence. During this time, the knight he dispatched to the sacred city finally arrived and relayed the news regarding Su Ling, who was escorting the sacred fruit back to the sacred temple. This outcome left Su Ling both astonished and yet oddly reassured. Indeed, encouraging players to engage in mutual slaughter for the sacred fruits necessitated waiting until all player teams had arrived before collectively collecting the fruits. This arrangement conveniently allowed players an opportunity to seize and battle against one another prior to the collection. Upon learning of this subsequent process, Su Ling began to formulate a plan in response. On the surface, he continued to prepare daily within the library of the sacred fortress. Simultaneously, Shijing commenced his own preparations. Amidst their respective preparations, time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had elapsed within the game. The game progress of the other two advanced player teams finally reached the inner circle. Sorry. I truly apologize. Upon logging back in, Chen Shasha immediately resumed her apologies to Su Ling. During these days, Su Ling had scarcely attended to her. When players logged out, their characters fell into a dormant state, and their bodily functions froze, eliminating the need for food, bathing, or restroom breaks. Thus, Su Ling had essentially left Chen Shasha's character in the in-room, only bringing food daily to manage external appearances without much further attention. However, on the day Chen Shasha logged back in, Su Ling, having taken steps to enhance their relationship, deliberately awaited her in her room, feigning the role of a steadfast guardian over the past days. Upon awakening, Chen Shasha beheld Su Ling, who stood vigilantly by the window, wearing a serious expression. Yet, at merely 18, she felt a surge of both gratitude and guilt. It's all right, being back online is what matters. This silent dedication, devoid of complaints or fatigue, deeply touched the heart of the 18-year-old, making her feel that Su Ling was exceedingly warm-hearted. After a flurry of apologies, she sprang from her bed, confidently thumping her chest and declaring, "All right, let us continue this game. Whatever you command, boss, I shall not even furrow my brow." The emotions of gratitude and guilt stirred within her, compelling Chen Shasha to wish to do something for Su Ling, a gesture that would ease her own conscience. Unbeknownst to her, she had already fallen into the grasp of others. Chapter 135, The Martial Play. Indeed, there is a matter that requires your cooperation, Su Ling remarked after listening to Chen Shasha's words. It was the 8th day since they arrived in Kempisi City, and preparations had nearly reached completion. To explore the profound origins of this world, they merely needed to meet with the Pope of the Holy Court Temple. As for enhancing strength with the sacred fruit, a visit to Holy Court City was essential to encounter the third-tier knights responsible for training the Holy Court Knights, from whom valuable insights could be gleaned from their life experiences. Regarding the final collection of sacred fruits by the player teams, the remaining 2 elite player groups were soon to approach the inner circle city. What Su Ling required from Chen Shasha was to deal with these 2 incoming teams of elite players. Is it going to be like before? Chen Shasha inquired, her eyes brightening at Su Ling's words. Previously, their collaboration involved backstabbing various player teams. Chen Shasha, who relished the thrill of such elaborate schemes, particularly enjoyed that sensation, especially when she felt a sense of accomplishment upon seeing Su Ling successfully execute a backstab due to her assistance. Thus, it could be said that Chen Shasha did not possess a peculiar fondness for witnessing betrayals, but rather took pleasure in the gratifying feedback of her theatrical performance achieving success. This time, it may be slightly different. I will explain further on the way. For now, take this, Su Ling said, moving to a corner of the room to retrieve a sniper rifle wrapped in cloth, which he handed to Chen Shasha. All right, Chen Shasha replied, no longer resistant as she accepted the sniper rifle. Subsequently, the 2 departed from the inn and boarded the carriage that had been waiting outside, heading towards the outskirts of Kempisi City. However, their direction was not south towards Holy Court City, but rather east towards the Inner Circle City. Their unusual movement swiftly attracted the attention of the temporal realm. To the south of Kempisi City lay Holy Court City, while to the east was the direction of the Inner Circle City adjacent to Holy Court City. Had he discovered traces of other player teams? The temporal realm rapidly analyzed Su Ling's actions. Considering the game's progress, if there were indeed other player teams, they would likely be nearing the Inner Circle City. Moreover, when the temporal realm had previously logged off to check the forum for denunciation posts, it noted that among the players being criticized, aside from the notorious Hua Yichong Tian, there were no familiar elite players. Yet, given the vast number of players in this game, it seemed improbable that there were only 2 elite players while the rest were merely mid-tier and below. Such a significant disparity would undermine game balance. Logically, the number of elite players should surpass those of the mid-tier. Thus, the temporal realm speculated that if other players remained, it was highly likely they belonged to teams consisting of elite players. Such teams would be difficult for Su Ling to locate, and it was quite reasonable for them to linger until the later stages of the game. Nevertheless, as the game's scope narrowed, it was entirely normal for them to eventually be discovered by Su Ling. Time did not hesitate. It swiftly departed from Kempisi City, trailing behind Su Ling and his companion, maintaining a discreet distance while observing them intently. Having reached the final stage of the competition, he was determined not to allow Su Ling to escape his sight or slip from his control, particularly in the face of any unforeseen circumstances. Drawing upon his expertise as a covert operative, Time was confident that Su Ling would remain oblivious to his presence, stealthily following at a distance. Unbeknownst to him, however, his movements were continuously updated in Su Ling's mind. Time is lurking in the jungle 13 kilometers behind you, tracking your every move. Time is concealed behind the rocks 12 kilometers back, shadowing you. Time is hidden in the underbrush 14 kilometers away, following you. Although Su Ling was aware of these persistent updates, he chose to disregard them. Fully understanding Time's intentions, he was deliberately feigning ignorance, aiming to instill confidence in Time that he no longer harbored doubts regarding his identity, thereby allowing his plans to unfold. Thus, while he was acutely aware of Time's presence, he maintained an act of unawareness, and naturally, the less astute Chinshasha was entirely oblivious. The two continued their journey in a carriage along the rugged wilderness. Having reached a suitable juncture, Su Ling halted the carriage and addressed Chinshasha in the back. Prepare to commence your performance. Today, I have arranged an action scene for you. Chinshasha, brimming with anticipation, had previously expressed a desire to partake in a backstab, leading Su Ling to jest that she should first excel in the dramatic role, and once her attributes improved, he would introduce her to the action. Initially, Chinshasha would retort, claiming she had no need for drama. Yet as their collaboration yielded fruitful results, she readily accepted the characterization. Consequently, Su Ling playfully referred to today's required cooperation as an action scene. Upon hearing this, Chinshasha's face lit up with surprise as she eagerly inquired, "Really?" "Indeed." Su Ling affirmed with a nod, "You've carried that sniper rifle for so long, it's time to put it to use. Come, I shall teach you how to wield it." With that, he gestured for her to pass the sniper rifle to him. Chinshasha, puzzled, handed over the rifle, which had been wrapped in cloth. This sniper rifle, obtained during her early encounters with fellow players, was a super magnum, a commendable weapon indeed. Familiar with firearms due to his masterful knowledge, Su Ling was well acquainted with this particular rifle. After skillfully instructing Chinshasha on its use and confirming her proficiency, he declared, "Well done, you can now operate this sniper rifle. Let us disembark and ascend the nearby slope. I will find a suitable vantage point for you to ambush and snipe." Upon hearing this, Chinshasha promptly exited the carriage. Under the guidance of Su Ling, the two individuals made their way toward the sloped embankment by the roadside. During their ascent, Chinshasha, both exhilarated and apprehensive, remarked, "Boss, didn't you mention that this sniper rifle has significant recoil? If I use it, I might not only struggle to aim, but could also injure my arm from the kickback. Why, then, do you suddenly trust me with such a formidable task? What if I miss my target?" In response, Su Ling cast her a fleeting glance and replied coolly, "I do not expect you to hit anything. Simply firing the weapon will suffice. You need not concern yourself with anything beyond that." Chapter 136. Brothers, run. What? Just fire continuously? Chinshasha expressed her disappointment. "I genuinely thought you were assigning me a thrilling role. Your 4 attributes are merely at the level of an ordinary person," she mused. "It would be quite enough to merely make a show of it. Did you truly expect to transform into a sharpshooter in an instant?" Su Ling, maintaining his calm demeanor, remarked, "Being a mere backdrop will suffice. Moreover, you will be firing at me." Huh. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Chinshasha was taken aback. "You want me to shoot at you? Why on earth?" Her emotions towards Su Ling were still a mix of gratitude and guilt. Thus, the idea of aiming a gun at him left her both puzzled and somewhat resistant. Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Su Ling reassured her, "Do not worry. You will not hit me. Just aim in my direction and fire. As for the reason, it is, of course, for the same purpose as before." "Oh, I see." With Su Ling's explanation, Chinshasha felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having previously collaborated on numerous schemes to gain the trust of other players before executing backstabs, she had witnessed Su Ling's imaginative prowess and quick thinking, always conjuring up the most peculiar strategies. Thus, she set aside her initial resistance. With a resolute pat on her chest, she promised, "Rest assured, boss. I will aim beside you and guarantee I won't hit you. Thank you very much. Don't mention it." As they continued along, their banter filled the air until they soon arrived at a sloped area flanked by the road. The rugged incline was strewn with various sizes of stones and rampant weeds. With his masterful knowledge of firearms, Su Ling quickly identified a concealed vantage point for Chinshasha. "Set up your rifle here. After I descend, watch for my signal. When I raise my right hand and wave it down, begin firing, understood?" After locating an appropriate high point, Su Ling earnestly instructed Chinshasha. "Understood." Chinshasha replied solemnly, saluting in a mock-serious manner. With no further ado, Su Ling sprang into action, navigating through the scattered rocks with remarkable agility. What had taken them 20 minutes to ascend was traversed by him in under 10 seconds. Chinshasha's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! She suddenly realized the vast disparity in physical attributes between herself and Su Ling. Meanwhile, a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers away, another player, concealed among the grass and equipped with a weapon card binoculars to obtain a telescope, was equally astonished by Su Ling's displayed physical prowess. Such leaps may appear effortless, yet they demand the full engagement of one's physical prowess. Remarkably, he executed them with such ease that it suggested his physical attributes were on par with mine. After swiftly assessing Su Ling's physical attributes, Shi Jing found himself somewhat astonished. His analysis indicated that Su Ling was still a semi-novice, having likely participated in fewer than 20 games. It was astonishing for such a newcomer to possess such exceptional attributes. Evidently, he had excelled in completing tasks and enhancing his abilities in prior games. This Su Ling truly is a talent. After this game, I shall attempt to approach him and invite him to join our group, Shi Jing mused. However, he feared that Su Ling might feel exploited after this game and reject his invitation. In that case, he would have to invest time seeking him out in reality. The reason for not revealing his identity during the game and formally inviting Su Ling to assist was quite simple. For an invitation to be accepted, trust must be established. Given Su Ling's flamboyant playstyle, if he were to present himself as an agent from the official Special Research Exploration Unit of Superdimensional Kill, inviting Su Ling to join and collaborate with the state on exploring this game would likely be met with skepticism and immediate hostility. At this juncture, Su Ling would hardly believe him, and revealing his intentions could very well jeopardize his plans. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shi Jing continued to observe the scene through his binoculars. He was also puzzled by Su Ling's decision to halt and position his teammates in ambush on the adjacent slope. This clearly indicated a plan to set a trap. However, the only entities that would prompt such an ambush would be rival player teams. This, however, seemed inconsistent with Su Ling's previous actions. Initially, Shi Jing speculated that Su Ling's repeated backstabbing was indicative of a particular character trait within this game. After witnessing Su Ling's demonstrated physical prowess, he became fully convinced of this notion. Yet, the strategy of ambushing appeared to diverge from his prior behavior. Would this not contradict the character he had established in this game? Or could it be that Su Ling's character scope was as broad as his own? Contemplating this, Shi Jing furrowed his brow. His own character in this game was that of a masquerader, hence his continuous transformation and impersonation of various identities throughout this world. He had previously formed some conjectures about Su Ling's character, but now, Su Ling's actions left him perplexed once more. Nevertheless, he refrained from delving too deeply into speculation, for it would soon be revealed through Su Ling's actions, clarifying his intentions. All he needed to do was observe patiently. With this thought, Shi Jing dismissed further musings and focused intently on his observations through the binoculars. After several leaps, Su Ling descended from the slope onto the road. He glanced at the myriad of textual information that floated through his mind, then turned towards the slope where Chun Shasha lay in ambush, gradually raising his hand. In the midst of a desolate wilderness, two figures clad in camouflage were cautiously advancing, spreading out as they moved. Both of these camouflage figures were robust Caucasian men, their bodies soiled and covered in mud. One of them, while stealthily progressing, frequently consulted the map in his hands, maintaining a vigilant awareness of his surroundings. The other, however, stumbled in his steps, weariness etched on his face, and with a discontented expression, complained, "Brother Gua, why are we walking instead of taking a horse cart? Especially in this pathless wilderness? After several days, I can hardly endure any longer." With that, he plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Shoo!" The man referred to as Brother Gua immediately raised his index finger to his lips, lowering his voice as he admonished, "Be quieter. How many times have I told you to keep your voice down? Otherwise, we might inadvertently reveal our position. Xiao Wang, if you want me to lead you, you must heed my instructions. We agreed on this, did we not?" "Indeed, we did agree, but Brother Gua, is it really necessary to be so dramatic?" Xiao Wang replied. His face contorted in a grimace as he whispered, "Although this game features two high-level players, it's not as if we've never encountered them. Must we traverse this desolate wilderness like ascetic monks without a path?" Brother Gua, with a serious demeanor, continued to speak in a hushed tone. "According to the map we obtained in this world, we have reached the inner circle of cities. The next city is Auna City, and beyond that lies our destination, St. Court City. Given the gaming pace of those two high-level players, they will undoubtedly reach the inner circle before us. The distances between the inner cities to the north, south, east, and west are quite short, making it highly probable that they lie in wait nearby to ambush us, the later players. If both teams of high-level players are positioned along the necessary routes of an inner city, our chances of encountering an ambush could soar to 50%. Do you still think I am exaggerating?" Upon hearing Brother Gua's analysis, Xiao Wang was rendered speechless. Brother Gua intended to elucidate the pros and cons further. But at that moment, a sudden and intense gunshot erupted. Their expressions changed in an instant. and Brother Gua immediately commanded, "Get down." Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground, and Xiao Wang followed suit. As they lay flat, the gunfire intensified. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sounds echoed one after another. However, both Brother Gua and Xiao Wang noticed that there was no commotion around them. The gunfire was not directed at them, and judging by the distance of the shots, they were somewhat far away. Nevertheless, Brother Gua remained on high alert, for his military service, where he had earned commendations and honors, had trained him to recognize that the sound came from a sniper rifle. Although there was some distance between them, their position remained within the sniper's range, rendering them far from safe. Concerned that Xiao Wang might rise impulsively, he quickly lowered his voice and urged, "Stay down. It's a sniper, and we are not at a safe distance yet." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang nodded in understanding, his expression reflecting a mixture of fear and confusion as he whispered, "Brother Gua, has another player team fallen into an ambush? Why else would there be gunfire?" Brother Gua shot him a glance, his irritation evident. Realizing the foolishness of his question, Xiao Wang offered an awkward smile. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden rustling of branches and underbrush echoed from nearby. In the next moment, a figure stumbled into the wilderness, rolling and scrambling in haste. Caught off guard, both Brother Gua and Xiao Wang instinctively crouched. But this movement inadvertently disturbed the surrounding grass, revealing their presence to the newcomer. The figure quickly rolled to the side and took cover behind a large tree before glancing towards Brother Gua and Xiao Wang. Upon recognizing them, the figure exhaled a sigh of relief, only to become tense again as he urgently warned, "You too, run. I was attacked by Su Ling, and she's coming this way." At this revelation, the faces of Brother Gua and Xiao Wang paled. They simultaneously recalled the incessant stream of elimination notifications from a week prior, and the mastermind behind those notifications was indeed Su Ling. Moreover, they remembered how they had once protected each other while gathering intelligence on the Transdimensional Kill forum, where they had read posts denouncing Su Ling, who had a female player teammate armed with a sniper rifle. In that instant, they exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing on one thing: run. With a swift motion, they both sprang to their feet and took off after the fleeing figure. "Stay close," Brother Gua called out to Xiao Wang as they ran, fearing that they might get separated. From his perspective as a seasoned player, if the individual ahead had managed to escape from Su Ling's formidable team, he must possess some skill. By following him, they maximized their chances of evading Su Ling's clutches. Chapter 137, Poor Quality. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued unabated. This time, it seemed the sniper had taken notice of Brother Gua and Xiao Wang. As bullets began to whiz around them, stones were struck, creating craters, and trees were shattered, splintering under the assault. This scene left Brother Gua and Xiao Wang with the unsettling realization that the sniper had indeed detected their presence. As they fled in the wake of the assaulted player, the latter glanced back at Brother Gua and Xiao Wang, frowning as if to say something. However, Brother Gua quickly interjected, asserting, "We are most likely to escape together. Scattering will only lead to us being picked off one by one." Although the offline player had perused those denunciatory posts and understood that the eliminated high-level players were primarily targeted by that Su Ling, either through impersonation or alliances, ultimately meeting their demise through treachery. Given their status as skilled players, they undoubtedly utilized offline communication and had reviewed the denunciatory posts on the Transdimensional Kill forum, thus being aware of Su Ling's tactics and would certainly take precautions against such strategies. Therefore, it would be exceedingly unlikely for Su Ling to employ impersonation or alliances for a backstab again. Furthermore, Brother Gua believed that once they approached the inner circle, they abandoned their carriage and opted for stealthy traversal through the wilderness. No matter how adept Su Ling might be, it would be improbable for him to ascertain their precise location unless he employed a special functional item card, even if the opponent utilized such a card to locate them. The notion of approaching under the guise of an adventure quest or an alliance would fail, as their vigilance would render them impervious to deception. The player before them was merely fleeing in panic from a pursuit, which led to their encounter. Moreover, the individual only offered a benign warning, showing no inclination to form an alliance, while it was they who took the initiative to approach, thus holding the reins of the situation. Consequently, Brother Gua harbored no concerns that this player could be Su Ling. In the next moment, the player's words further solidified Gua's conviction that he was not Su Ling. Escape together? Forget it. This game has become a chaotic mess thanks to Su Ling. I already have reservations about teaming up with other players. The beleaguered player, upon hearing Gua's remarks, quickly shook his head and continued his frantic flight deeper into the wilderness. Observing this, Gua signaled to Xiao Wang and pursued the individual, stating, "I understand that Su Ling has shattered our trust, but please believe that we are certainly not the shameless sort who resort to ambushes and backstabbing. Moreover, we are now in the late stages of the game, and the remaining players are few if we do not unite. How can we contend with Su Ling in the time realm? Even if we set aside the question of alliance for a moment. The current situation necessitates collaboration to maximize our chances of evading Su Ling's onslaught, does it not? You have managed to survive this long and have escaped from Su Ling's team. I trust you are also a skilled player and understand this logic. Brother Guo earnestly urged. Upon hearing his words, the fleeing player's face clearly exhibited signs of hesitation and contemplation. Seizing the moment, Guo pressed on. That time realm player is a high-level competitor. The top post in the Dimensional Kill forum contains the list of high-level players, which I believe you have seen. Although Su Ling is not on that list, he has been the one eliminating other players throughout this game, and aside from the beginning, the time realm player has shown no activity since. While it may be difficult to assert that Su Ling's prowess surpasses that of Shi Jing, it is certain that both are players of comparable caliber. Otherwise, their paths would have inevitably crossed within the inner circle of cities long ago, and yet, there has been no information regarding the elimination of either party. This alone is sufficient to indicate that their strengths are quite similar. Su Ling's assault can essentially be equated to Shi Jing, a player of that level, launching an attack upon us. As these thoughts unfolded, a hint of urgency manifested on Guo Ji's countenance. These words indeed reflected his innermost sentiments. For players of their caliber, the only opportunity lies in uniting together. Regrettably, Su Ling has evidently perceived this as well, fervently eliminating players from various high-level teams, thereby thwarting his hopes of collaboration. If previously, uniting with other players could have led to the elimination of both Su Ling and Shi Jing, allowing them to subsequently complete the game tasks independently, now, the remaining players may find that their only recourse is to band together for mere self-preservation. In fact, should the number of remaining players dwindle too low, even self-preservation would become a challenge. This is precisely why Guo was so eager to solicit alliances upon encountering other players. As a high-level player, he was reluctant to abandon the possibility of completing the game tasks and achieving a high rating until the very end. Perhaps Guo Ji's words were indeed heartfelt, resonating deeply with his audience. The player leading the way, after a moment of hesitation and reflection, finally nodded in agreement. Immediately, this player stated, "Since we are uniting, I shall briefly outline my situation. My highest game rating is at the level of a high-tier player, but it is not due to my exceptional skill. Rather, I was fortunate to experience a significant attribute boost during a game, enabling me to reach the level of a high-tier player through physical attributes. Thus, while I can engage in combat, strategizing is beyond my capabilities. As for the current predicament, I am at a loss on how to escape, and I must rely on you." A combat-focused high-tier player? Upon hearing this introduction, Guo was taken aback, yet it seemed entirely reasonable. The fact that this player managed to evade an assault from someone as formidable as Su Ling clearly indicated a strong physical attribute, as evidenced by their ability to flee for an extended period without even breaking a sweat. Otherwise, if their physical attributes were indeed formidable and skill levels high, they would have long since appeared on the player leaderboard. Contemplating this, Guo candidly responded, "I am the high-tier player of our team, and this is my teammate. He is merely a mid-tier player. My physical attribute values can only be considered average for high-tier players, and my understanding and awareness of the game are just slightly above average, resulting in a high-tier level when combined. However, despite my limited understanding of the game, I do have some ideas on how to navigate this situation." Upon hearing his words, the player in front quickly interjected with urgency, "What do you propose? Speak quickly." Guo, not one to withhold information, replied immediately, "Given the current circumstances, with a sniper outside and Su Ling behind us, our best course of action to escape is to take down that sniper." "What do you mean?" The player ahead continued to inquire. Chen Shash's adept marksmanship was swiftly discerned by the player known as Guo. "Do we not care whether we hit or miss?" The players fleeing ahead, upon hearing this, were taken aback. "Then why has this sniper been targeting us?" Guo speculated, "There are two possible reasons. First, he might be hoping for a stroke of luck, aiming to eliminate one of us by sheer chance. Second, he could be providing directional guidance for that Su Long." This insight suggested that Su Long was not particularly skilled at tracking. Otherwise, there would be no need for the sniper to waste ammunition. Given that the adversary lacked tracking proficiency, if we were to turn the tide and advance in the direction from which the gunfire emanated, we could neutralize the sniper. In doing so, Su Long would lose his means of guidance and soon be unable to locate us. At that point, not only could we successfully escape, but we could also eliminate Su Long's teammate, achieving a dual victory. By the end of his analysis, a smile had crept upon Guo Ji's face, clearly pleased with his strategy. Beside him, the attentive and learning player Xiao Wang exclaimed, "Guo, your plan is brilliant. That will leave Su Long with nothing to gain." The players ahead, intrigued by the proposal, remarked, "This plan is indeed commendable, but first, we must ascertain the sniper's position." "That's straightforward," Guogu replied with a grin. I once served in the military, and I can boast of having earned the title of King of Soldiers. I identified the model of the sniper rifle and its location right from the beginning. It's over there. He gestured towards a distant slope, the very vantage point where Chen Xiaxia was stationed. Xiao Wang followed his teammate's indication, furrowing his brow slightly. The player in front, glancing at Guogu's pointed direction, then asked, Are you certain? Absolutely. Guogu affirmed confidently. So how should we proceed? The player ahead continued inquiring. All right. Without hesitation. The player in front declared, They initially pursued me, so I will draw their sniper's fire while you two stealthily advance. Besides, without you, I wouldn't be able to pinpoint their location. Upon hearing this and seeing the other player willingly take on the risk, Guogu smiled, now fully confident in the identity of his companion. However, such a straightforward agreement felt somewhat too earnest. Thus, he added, It doesn't necessarily have to be you attracting the sniper. Xiao Wang could do it as well. He then turned to his teammate Xiao Wang, who initially appeared astonished and quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, I can't do it. Despite the robust character I embody in the game, in reality, I am quite feeble and cannot withstand it. Suddenly, Guogu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely made a casual remark. Had the other party truly harbored such intentions, he would have elaborated on Xiao Wang's shortcomings, prompting the other to assume the risk once more. However, to his surprise, before a word was uttered, Xiao Wang's reaction was unexpectedly intense. Fortunately, the other party had no intention of putting Xiao Wang in jeopardy, shaking their head and stating, No need for that. I have inadvertently involved you, and I deeply regret it. This is my responsibility, and I shall handle it myself. Reluctantly, Guogu conceded after hearing this. In that moment, he held a favorable impression of this player, recognizing them as someone with commendable accountability, worthy of deeper acquaintance. This fleeting thought passed through his mind as he instructed Xiao Wang, Wait a moment. You will follow my commands. When I tell you to lie down, you shall do so. He then turned to the player ahead, asking, By the way, how shall I address you? Yet, behind them, there was nothing to be seen. Realizing the ominous turn of events, Guogu felt a pang of dread. Alas, it was too late. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air, two swift strikes met flesh. Guogu and Xiao Wang felt a sharp pain in their backs, and the next instant, new dynamic notifications surfaced in their vision. Player Guijia has been eliminated by player Su Long. Player Wang Zhigui Lai has been eliminated by player Su Long. The team led by player Guijia has been eliminated by the team led by player Su Long. In the gaming plaza, two beams of white light flashed, revealing the silhouettes of the two players. Upon their appearance, they erupted into a torrent of curses, venting their frustration. Damn it. This Su Long is utterly despicable. What a waste of my emotions and mental energy. Finally, I understand the sentiments of those players who have posted grievances. I used to think it was just a game. Being eliminated shouldn't provoke such anger. But now, I comprehend their feelings. This scoundrel toys with others' emotions. Unbelievable. I cannot let this go. I shall post on the forum to berate him. Count me in. That scoundrel's conduct is appalling. The two vociferous individuals quickly drew the attention of those around them in the plaza. However, they did not linger long, hastily logging off to voice their complaints online. Meanwhile, atop a small hill, concealed within a thicket, another player observed Su Long's every move through binoculars. As they watched Su Long withdraw the knife from the backs of the two players and depart calmly, they silently lowered the binoculars. Indeed, it was a treacherous betrayal. The tactics employed this time differed from those previously exposed in the forum. This time, the strategy involved feigning a chase, subsequently drawing other players into the fray, engaging in conversation before executing the betrayal. Although the observer could not hear the exchanges, they could infer the unfolding scenario through the arrangement of the players. The counterpart instructed their teammate to cover with a gun while they feigned being the pursued player. It was a clever exploitation of the posts on the forum featuring a teammate as a gun-wielding maiden, alongside the lingering dread among the remaining players regarding elimination notifications. If their assumptions were correct, this individual was likely aligned with the narratives of the two players, pretending to be hunted. At this point, Shijing couldn't help but admire the myriad of tactics employed by the opponent. Simultaneously, he grew somewhat hesitant about the idea of recruiting them. Was this individual truly devoid of any psychological burden while executing such seamless backstabs? If he were to incorporate them into his group, would he eventually find himself on the receiving end of such treachery? Perhaps it was prudent to observe a while longer. Chapter 138. The Secret of the Fruit. After personally witnessing Su Long's intricate backstabbing techniques, Shijing's initial suspicions about Su Long dissipated entirely. It appeared that the opponent genuinely had not detected any anomalies. Otherwise, they would not dare to engage in such antics right under his nose. If Shijing had seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, it could have resulted in the opponent suffering a significant setback, or even being eliminated from the game altogether. Moreover, Since he had not encountered Su Long prior, there was no way for them to ascertain his true intentions regarding the game Transcendental Kill. From a player's perspective, such actions would only be undertaken when one felt assured of their safety. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to fall prey to a lurking threat. With this realization, Shijing felt a greater sense of confidence regarding the game. However, out of caution, he refrained from departing immediately, choosing instead to remain concealed in the foliage. Observing the situation surrounding Su Long, there was still one remaining team, and it would be wiser to confront them in the final circle, as any premature engagement would be too conspicuous. As he surveyed the two lifeless bodies on the ground, Su Long maintained a calm demeanor while searching for the sacred fruit they had been escorting, pondering in silence. With Shijing lurking nearby, he reflected on the days spent in Kinpaxi City, mingling with mercenaries and adventurers to find a player team. It was somewhat justifiable. However, if he were to stumble upon yet another team, it would certainly raise eyebrows, especially in the late stages of the game where only the most capable players remained. Thus, it was best to address the final team during the concluding phase. How was my performance this time? Like a child eager to showcase their talents. Upon the elimination of the two players and the notification flashing before her eyes, Chinshasha ceased firing. Once she entered the acting phase, she seemed to exhibit a bit more intelligence. Su Long had anticipated she would continue her aimless shooting, but surprisingly, she refrained. Not bad, although her marksmanship was lacking. Her earnestness succeeded in misleading the two players. Observing her eager face, Su Long generously offered his praise. Elated by the commendation, Chinshasha's satisfaction was palpable. Shortly thereafter, she furrowed her brow, beginning to stretch her arms. With only a single point in her attributes and no prior experience with a sniper rifle, her arms ached after a prolonged bout of shooting. Noticing her discomfort, Su Long took the sniper rifle from her hands and said, "You've worked hard. Allow me to take over." "Thank you, boss." Chinshasha felt a warmth from his kindness, expressing her gratitude once more. In truth, this is but a trifling matter. Yet one is often plagued by self-deception. With Su Ling's previous stunning performance, coupled with her subsequent emotional finesse, Chinshasha has already developed a favorable bias towards Su Ling. Observing this, Su Ling chose to remain silent, as this was precisely the emotional connection he sought to cultivate. Without further ado, Su Ling took the reins and guided the carriage to the Holy Fortress, where he instructed the knights stationed at the gate to convey a message to Shijing, indicating that they were prepared to embark for the Holy City. Shijing had been waiting for quite some time and descended personally, appearing utterly unflustered as if he had not been trailing Su Ling at all. With a smile, he addressed Su Ling, stating, "Since the two brave souls are ready, we shall set forth tomorrow." Thus, upon hearing Shijing's words, Su Ling expressed no dissent. Chinshasha, however, found herself somewhat perplexed, having been offline for 7 or 8 days. She was unaware of Su Ling's activities during her absence. Nevertheless, having been tamed by Su Ling throughout this time, she refrained from inquiring further. During this interval, Su Ling had recounted the events of the past week to Chinshasha, and she accepted his account without skepticism. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Shijing, embodying the role of a competent leader, arrived at the inn where Su Ling and Chinshasha were staying, fully prepared to commence their journey. However, in stark contrast to the earlier grand reception by the knights of the Holy City, this time he brought only 2 knights with him. "Forgive me, brave warriors, for I cannot escort you with an entire battalion of holy knights, as the people of Kinpaxi also require their protection," Shijing remarked with a smile as Su Ling and Chinshasha emerged from the inn. He performed his role with such finesse that one might mistake him for a true gentleman. Originally, he and the 2 other knights had been mounted, but upon the arrival of Su Ling and Chinshasha, the trio dismounted to display their gallantry. Had Su Ling not been aware of their identities beforehand, he might have been none the wiser. "Not at all. Captain Raymond's willingness to escort us is more than enough." Su Ling graciously reciprocated the performance. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Ling and Chinshasha boarded the carriage, while Shijing and the 2 holy knights mounted their steeds, flanking the carriage on either side as they departed from Kinpaxi City. The next destination was the Holy City, where the Temple of the Holy resided, and throughout the journey, they encountered no bandits. The path remained serene, and by the time dusk fell, the group arrived at the Holy City without incident. The Holy City was unlike any other Su Ling had traversed before. It was a city devoid of walls. There were no fortifications, no gates, and certainly no guards to protect them. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was adorned with various Gothic-style spires and numerous robust individuals seated casually. At the heart of the city, a verdant mountain towered majestically. Shrouded in a mist that rose like vapor, the mountain appeared to be draped in a delicate veil, evoking an ethereal ambience. Su Ling was able to discern that this was indeed the Holy City upon encountering a stone tablet inscribed with the words Holy City. However, In contrast to the peculiar architectural style of the Holy Capital, what intrigued Su Ling even more was a singular matter. Upon entering the confines of this city, he discovered that his ability of self-omniscience received no mysterious rule prompts whatsoever. This indicated that it was a city unshrouded by any enigmatic regulations. While the outer cities were cloaked in various mysterious rules, punishing transgressors with death, here, there were evidently no such constraints. A pensive expression crossed Su Ling's face. Indeed, those who establish rules are not bound by them. He had perused the history of this world and the development of the Holy Capital while in Kempisi City. The mysterious rules of those cities were likely derived from the Holy Temple. Yet, the Holy Capital, where the Holy Temple resided, was devoid of any such rules. This was indeed remarkable. Who are you? Though there were no city gates nor guards to oversee them. As Su Ling and his companions approached the Holy Capital, a figure seated on a high platform among the people nearby slowly opened his eyes and inquired. Despite the distance of several dozen meters separating him from Su Ling's group, his voice resonated with remarkable clarity, audible even to those far away. This suggested that his physical attributes were undoubtedly impressive. You have attracted the attention of Angus Tyler. A connection has been established. Angus Tyler's life information has been automatically recorded and updated. Angus Tyler, male, Caucasian, 53 years old, resident of Royshire City, profession, third-tier Holy Capital Night Mentor. As he interrogated them, this individual scrutinized Su Ling and his companions, thereby forming a connection that allowed Su Ling to access his life experience information via self-omniscience. Upon reviewing this information, Su Ling could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. This man was, astonishingly, a third-tier Holy Capital Night Mentor. Although Su Ling had previously gleaned from the life experiences of those first- and second-tier Holy Capital Knights that third-tier mentors typically resided within the Holy Capital, encountering one so swiftly was still unexpected. Without regard for the external circumstances, he began to meticulously examine the life experience information of the mentor, eager to engage in conversation. Soon, from the information gleaned, Su Ling uncovered a secret he yearned to learn about in this game. The secret of the sacred fruit. Previously, he had only known that the sacred fruit required the holy water from the Holy Temple's sacred pool to be activated, and that one must immerse themselves to absorb the energy encapsulated within the fruit. However, the origins of the sacred fruit remained a mystery to him. Yet, after delving into Angus Tyler's life experience information, he finally unearthed this secret. It turned out that the sacred fruit originates from every city enveloped in mysterious rules. The mysterious regulations of each city not only serve to restrain its inhabitants, but also cultivate the environment necessary for the growth of the sacred fruits. Only in an environment of unparalleled quality can the sacred fruits flourish. Each year, the Holy Court Temple dispatches individuals to collect the sacred fruits that flourish under the adherence to virtuous environmental qualities established by the populace. Presently, the temple's sanctum possesses a considerable stock of these sacred fruits. Furthermore, Su Ling discovered through the life experiences of Angus Tyler that soaking these sacred fruits enhances attributes, with each fruit capable of elevating a single attribute point. For the initial immersion of a reserve Holy Knight, one fruit each of strength, agility, stamina, and wisdom is required. Upon advancing to a first-tier Holy Knight, one's attributes increase from 1 to 2, necessitating 2 of each type of fruit for the second-tier advancement, as the increase from 2 to 4 represents a 2-point attribute gain. Following this pattern, to ascend to a third-tier Holy Knight, 4 fruits of each category are needed. Additionally, each immersion is limited to twice the body's current attribute value. Exceeding this threshold poses a risk of losing control. This encapsulates the secrets regarding the sacred fruits gleaned from Angus Tyler, a mentor of third-tier Holy Knights. After this revelation, Su Ling felt a newfound clarity regarding the pursuit of additional sacred fruits. Simultaneously, he noted that their commission to escort the sacred fruits stemmed from a directive issued by the Pope of the Holy Court Temple, which struck him as peculiar. Was it not the game Transcendental Kill that orchestrated this? How had it transformed into a command from the Pope of this realm? A sense of intrigue clouded his thoughts. However, he quickly dismissed his concerns, reasoning that a meeting with the Pope would likely elucidate the matter. The immersion limit being twice the body's attribute value implies that if his strength and agility attribute is 10, he can only absorb 10 fruits of each type, lest he risk losing control. What exactly does this loss of control entail? Pondering this, Su Ling furrowed his brow once more. In the life experiences of Angus Tyler, he found no mention of loss of control. As Su Ling meticulously examined these details and contemplated the Pope's orders along with the enigma of loss of control, the captain of the counterfeit Holy Knights, Raymond Valor, clarified his intentions to Angus Tyler and turned to Su Ling with a smile, saying, "Brave souls, allow me to introduce to you our esteemed mentor, Angus Tyler, a third-tier Holy Knight. You may also refer to him as Teacher Tyler. Chapter 139. Mutual mockery. Upon hearing the introduction, Su Ling obediently acknowledged him. Currently, as a native holy knight in this world, it was prudent for the player to align with their sentiments to foster goodwill. Upon hearing Su Ling's call, Chen Shasha echoed, Teacher Taylor. The knight Angus Taylor, a third-tier holy court knight, had already comprehended their intentions through the exchange with the temporal realm. After appraising Su Ling and Chen Shasha, the so-called heroes, he closed his eyes once more and stated, Make your way to Holy Court Mountain to seek out Braun. He is the chief officer responsible for receiving the sacred fruits this year. As he spoke, the surrounding individuals, seated on the ground, turned their attention towards them. The second-tier Holy Court Knight, Raymond Vero, who was manifesting the temporal realm, remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the gazes directed at him. In contrast, the two Holy Court Knights accompanying him felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of so many spectators. This was an unusual occurrence, for in Kimpisi City, Holy Court Knights were accustomed to handling various matters while being observed by the public. However, in Holy Court City, those present were either Holy Court Knights of various ranks or their reserves. The two Holy Court Knights brought by the temporal realm had also trained here, still bearing the shadows of their former mentors, which contributed to their psychological discomfort. Su Ling, however, was entirely different. As he was scrutinized, his mind flooded with a stream of textual information. You have established a connection with Tom Luke. Personal information has been automatically recorded and updated. You have established a connection with Jerry Lawrence. Personal information has been automatically recorded and updated. A cascade of life experiences manifested within Su Ling's consciousness, overwhelming him somewhat. Through this influx of information, he gleaned insights into these individuals' lives, uncovering their secrets and levels of power. This mastery over the information of others evoked a sense of superiority within him, a feeling of looking down upon the masses. Nevertheless, Su Ling did not succumb to hubris, as his own attributes had yet to reach a level that could inflate his ego. Thank you, Teacher Taylor, he expressed politely after the third-tier Holy Court Knight's remarks. Before dismounting from his horse, the other two Holy Court Knights followed suit. It was a fundamental etiquette for Holy Court Knights not to ride within the city. During their time in Kimpisi City, the temporal realm had thoroughly prepared, becoming an adept Holy Court Knight through research, casual conversations, and subtle guidance. Su Ling observed the entire process with his ability of self-omniscience, understanding these protocols, yet he was not bound by them, as his identity did not align with that of a Holy Court Knight. Soon, the group ventured into Holy Court City, progressing deeper towards the high mountain shrouded in mist that lay within the city. Along the way, Su Ling noted the absence of peacekeepers, which seemed reasonable. A city inhabited solely by Holy Court Knights naturally required no law enforcement. In the absence of a sheriff, the various urban operations within the city of St. Court are executed by the St. Court Knights Reserve or the first-tier St. Court Knights. Those first-tier St. Court Knights, as well as some second-tier knights remaining in the city, reveal through their life experiences that they hail from diverse cities, having thoroughly assimilated the essence of the sacred fruits and accumulated sufficient merits to return for a second or third baptism in the holy pool to elevate their ranks. The path of the St. Court Knights evidently follows a meticulous promotion order. However, the notion of digesting the sacred fruits leaves Su Ling somewhat perplexed. It is rather amusing to consider that the energy contained within these sacred fruits must be digested before one qualifies for the next immersion. While the first-tier St. Court Knights experience a balanced enhancement of attributes post-immersion in the holy pool, it seems that from the second tier onward, the knights exhibit a certain specialization. Some second-tier knights excel in strength, coming to the city solely to immerse themselves in the pool of strength, thereby augmenting their physical power. Others, skilled in agility, aim for the pool of agility, while there are those who specialize in endurance and wisdom. Not all second-tier knights seek to enhance every attribute. Most pursue improvement in a specific area, with only a rare few aiming to enhance 2 attributes simultaneously. As for those aiming to elevate 3 attributes, Su Ling has yet to encounter any St. Court Knights who have crossed paths with him. The criteria for determining whether these second-tier knights have fully digested the energy from the sacred fruits involve respective assessments: strength tests, agility tests, endurance tests, and wisdom tests, comprising a total of 4 categories. The first 3 tests are relatively straightforward, pertaining to physical capabilities. However, the wisdom assessment surprisingly involves answering exam questions. This revelation leaves Su Ling astonished, amused, yet somewhat bewildered. Is this examination taken seriously? If it were merely a conventional game, he might perceive it as a manifestation of the game designer's dark humor. Yet, having glimpsed fragments of the underlying truth, he senses that the situation may not be so simplistic. Nonetheless, Su Ling conceals his thoughts, as these observations stem from his insights into the life experiences of the St. Court Knights encountered along the way, gleamed through his self-omniscience. Externally, he maintains a cheerful demeanor, accompanying Shijing towards the towering mountain at the heart of St. Court. Though this mountain appears close, the reality is quite the opposite. After nearly 30 or 40 minutes of walking, they finally arrive at its base. Unlike the outside, which lacks walls, gates, and guards, there are sentinels stationed at the entrance to the ascent. Halt! Who are you? A burly man clad in gleaming silver armor stands resolutely at the mountain's entrance. His hands crossed before him, gripping a broad and heavy iron sword. Upon noticing Su Ling and Shijing approaching, he immediately bellows an inquiry. The Mentor. We are the Holy Knights of Kent Paxi City, escorting 2 valiant bearers of sacred relics to meet you. Bren, the Mentor, Time Realm remarked with a smile. The Holy Knights serving in the Holy City are primarily of the 3rd rank. Thus, having already gathered this information, Time Realm addressed him as Mentor. The sentinel knight guarding the mountain gradually turned his head and bellowed towards a pointed tower at the foot of the mountain. Bren? The sound of his shout echoed, causing a cloud of dust to rise from the nearby houses and drawing the attention of many passersby. The physical attributes of a 3rd-rank Holy Knight can reach as high as 8, equivalent to that of a high-level player. Thus their lung capacity is remarkably impressive. Following the knight's call, a lithe figure swiftly leapt from afar, bounding across the rooftops towards them. In no time, the figure arrived, standing atop a house. Addressing the knight clad in silver armor, Leo, what is it? The silver-armored 3rd-rank Holy Knight, named Leo, turned to face Su Ling, Time Realm, and the others, responding in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Bren, perched on the rooftop, finally turned his gaze towards Su Ling and the others. After a brief scrutiny, his eyes locked onto Su Ling as he inquired, the bearer of the sacred relic? Indeed, Su Ling replied, slightly surprised, then nodded. Do not be astonished, for I have been entrusted by His Holiness the Pope to oversee this year's sacred relics. Since you are not Holy Knights and have come specifically to find me, it must pertain to the sacred fruit. With that, he leaped down from the rooftop to the street below. Compared to the sentinel Leo, Bren's physique was leaner, dressed only in a casual linen outfit. Moreover, he appeared to be in his 30s, yet Su Ling, who had gleaned insights into his life experiences, knew that he was nearly 60. Are the sacred relics to be entrusted to you? After Bren descended, Su Ling innocently asked, seemingly unaware of the task's subsequent details. Bren, however, shook his head, stating, they are to be entrusted to me, but not at this moment. Once all the bearers of the sacred relics have gathered, I will accept them together. In the meantime, you may find a house to reside in. Rest assured, there are many vacant houses here, and your stay will serve as your temporary dwelling. As for meals, simply head to the nearby dining hall. The preparations will be provided daily by the young recruits, offering a bountiful array of food. What if others do not arrive? Su Ling inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Upon hearing this, Bren gazed deeply at Su Ling before responding coolly. There are a total of 40 sacred relics to be escorted. I only concern myself with the overall quantity of the relics. As long as the number is sufficient, the presence of the bearers is inconsequential. I see, understood. Su Ling nodded thoughtfully in response. While Su Ling conversed with Bren, Time Realm, disguised as Raymond Vero, stood nearby, maintaining a smile and diligently playing the role of a qualified companion. Soon, the exchange between Su Ling and Bren came to a close. As the Buddha-like figure leapt onto the rooftops with remarkable agility, he swiftly departed. After their exchange, Su Ling turned his gaze towards the temporal realm and inquired, Captain Raymond, I am grateful for your escort. My assistant and I shall be residing nearby. What are your plans? Since it is quite late, perhaps we should rest for the night. Under such circumstances, why not join us? Su Ling suggested subtly. Observing this, Shijing couldn't help but smile inwardly. Realizing that Su Ling intended to leverage his role as a knight of the Holy Court to bolster their team's strength in the impending competition for the sacred fruit against other players. Such intentions were not lost on him. He was confident that even by tomorrow, Su Ling would concoct an excuse to keep him around. This was precisely the outcome he desired. To this end, he had intentionally scheduled their departure for the following day, having carefully calculated the timing. It appeared as though Su Ling held the reins, yet the circumstances were skillfully orchestrated by Shijing himself. With this thought in mind, Shijing felt a profound satisfaction with his strategic maneuvering. Of course, outwardly he maintained an air of contemplation, and after a brief moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Shijing observed with amusement that Su Ling likely reveled within, yet he feigned calmness, which struck him as quite humorous. In this mutual jest, the two began their search for suitable accommodations. They eliminated houses already occupied, and, considering the player's perspective on housing conditions, Su Ling ultimately selected a highly discreet residence. This choice did not raise any suspicions from Shijing. However, once everyone had settled into their respective rooms, darkness enveloped the surroundings. As night fell, flames ignited throughout the Holy Court city. On the summit of the Holy Court mountain, various paths leading upward were illuminated by piles of torches, casting a glow upon the ascent. Nonetheless, the illumination paled in comparison to the daylight. Boss, are there any taboos in this city? What shall we do next? After the room assignments, Chen Shasha, who had remained silent throughout the day, approached Su Leng's room, adhering to their usual routine of inquiry. In response, Su Leng concocted a series of speculations and plans regarding the taboos of the Holy Court city, deftly misleading Chen Shasha. Shortly after he laid down and extinguished the light, a soft knock echoed at his door. Ah, they have arrived. Lying in bed, yet keeping his eyes open, a faint smile crept across Su Leng's lips before he quickly resumed his usual demeanor. Who is it? He asked softly, rising to dress. It is I, came a hushed voice from outside, Raymond. Upon opening the door, he found Shi Jing, disguised as Raymond Vero, standing with a grave expression. Captain Raymond, what is the matter? Su Leng inquired, puzzled by Shi Jing's serious demeanor. Shi Jing raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. After the hushed murmurs subsided, Shi Jing cautiously surveyed his surroundings, then stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. With a serious expression, he turned to Su Leng and spoke in a grave tone. Brave one, the Holy Court has been infiltrated by malevolent creatures, and I require your assistance. As Su Leng absorbed these words, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. This fellow had audaciously plagiarized his own narrative. How utterly lacking in honor. Nevertheless, Su Leng recognized that the other was employing the principle of deception under the guise of familiarity to ensnare him. Moreover, the fantastical backdrop of this world, replete with the Holy Court, its knights, and the Pope, made the addition of a malevolent creature seem entirely plausible. Coupled with the groundwork the other had laid during their time in Kempisi City, this approach was indeed the most reasonable way to mislead him. Had it not been for his ability of omniscience, an ordinary player might have been easily swayed by such a ruse. Of course, knowing the truth, Su Leng chose not to expose the charade, and instead continued to play along. What? Su Leng feigned surprise, then inquired with genuine intrigue. What are these malevolent creatures? Captain Raymond? They are aberrant entities birthed from human resentment, malevolence, and sinister thoughts. Shi Jing gravely fabricated. These vile beings thrive on corrupting the goodness within humanity, leading people to moral decay. Surely, as a brave one who has journeyed through numerous cities, you have witnessed the taboo rules that shroud each place. Those rules were established precisely to guard against these malevolent creatures. Understanding dawned upon Su Leng, and he felt an urge to applaud Shi Jing's cunning. The taboo rules of this world, from a player's perspective, were merely a game mechanic, yet Shi Jing's imaginative reinterpretation, introducing the concept of malevolent creatures, rendered it entirely seamless. Captain Raymond, how did you come to discover these malevolent beings? What characteristics do they possess? Su Leng inquired, his brow furrowed in a display of rational curiosity. After all, he had navigated the trope of receiving quests countless times and instinctively sought further details to ascertain the authenticity of the claims. Yet, his true intention was to see what further fabrications Shi Jing could conjure. Shi Jing, seemingly well prepared, continued in a somber tone. These malevolent beings lack physical form and are difficult to discern once they invade humanity. However, the Knights of the Holy Court embody the 8 cardinal virtues: humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and righteousness. These virtues are inherent to every knight of the Holy Court. The taboo rules enveloping the cities beyond the Holy Court have actually evolved from these 8 virtues. If you have paid attention to those taboos, brave one, you should be able to discern their essence. Yet, within the hallowed confines of the Holy City, there are knights who have forsaken these virtues, and astonishingly, they remain unpunished. As we traverse this path, I wonder if the valiant hero took note of the absence of justice among those holy knights we encountered. A class divide has emerged between the reserve knights and their active counterparts. Humility has vanished. The exchanges between the mountain sentinels, Leo and Bryn, during the day have become excessively crude. Compassion has also dissipated. Bryn appears solely concerned with the quantity of sacred fruits, indifferent to whether the escort arrives, showing no regard for the safety of other heroes. Such signs are manifestations of a corruption wrought by the incursion of malevolent creatures. After articulating these concerns in one breath, Time Realm did not afford Su Leng a moment to ponder or digest the gravity of the situation, continuing with a grave tone. Most alarmingly, this transgression unfolds at the foot of the holy mountain, with the holy temple perched atop it. Such degradation has not elicited any attention from the temple above, which leads me to suspect that the entire holy order has succumbed to the invasion of dark forces. Hero, I beseech your assistance. For an ordinary player, The overwhelming influx of information can indeed be difficult to assimilate in a short span. The taboos of this city certainly align with the so-called 8 virtues of knighthood. Whether it be the city of honesty, Anister, where one cannot utter lies, or the city of humility, Han Fortress, which I visited a second time. In retrospect, each subsequent city I encountered adheres to these noble principles. Time Realm has once more woven a narrative rich with world building, rendering the elements of malevolence more coherent and profound. Regarding the aforementioned signs of corruption, while some may seem tenuous, they are rendered less so by the elaborate groundwork laid out by the other party in their dual portrayals. Furthermore, their urgency in demanding understanding conceals these minor flaws quite effectively. Upon hearing this, Su Ling could not suppress an exclamation of admiration. Indeed, Time Realm has concocted a tale so intricate that it seems almost self-justifying. Had it not been for their encounter, Time Realm might have genuinely achieved a higher rating in this game. Such thoughts flickered through Su Ling's mind. Externally, he appeared to grasp the implications of Time Realm's words, nodding in comprehension. When Time Realm, embodying the character of Captain Raymond Valro, sought assistance with such urgency, Su Ling furrowed his brow, sensing some oddities, yet compelled by Time Realm's fervent demeanor, he found himself agreeing. Captain Raymond, how may I assist you? Su Ling inquired, his brow still knitted in thought. During the 7 or 8 days of preparation in Kempisi City, he had extracted a wealth of profound intelligence regarding the Holy City from the Knights. This intelligence encompassed nearly all aspects of the Holy City, including its layout and the absence of prohibitive regulations. Each knight has undergone training in the Holy City and been baptized in the sacred pool, enhancing their intellect to a level of 2, bestowing them with remarkable memory. Moreover, this intricate intelligence was drawn forth under the guise of Captain Raymond Valro, employing specialized inquiry techniques akin to those of real-world operatives. Time Realm was confident that Su Ling remained blissfully unaware of this. Having mastered intelligence unknown to the other party, he naturally intended to exploit it to the fullest. Indeed, the present Su Ling exhibited no signs of suspicion. After hearing his words, Su Ling furrowed his brow even tighter and inquired, Captain Raymond, what if we are discovered by the Knights of the Holy Court guarding the mountain during our infiltration? Rest assured, the Knights of the Holy Court are not as formidable as you might imagine. As long as you follow my lead, you will remain undetected. The physical attributes of a third-tier knight are merely around 8, and that too in just one aspect. This is roughly within the realm of a level player. Utilizing the stealth techniques of an agent with comparable physical attributes, it is quite simple to evade those third-tier knights. The only significant challenge lies before the Holy Temple at the mountaintop, where resides the sole 4th-tier knight. This is the primary reason for persuading Su Ling to assist him. His intention was to use Su Ling as a diversion or to stall the actions of that 4th-tier knight, thereby facilitating his entry into the Holy Temple for exploration or to meet the enigmatic Pope. After perusing nearly all the relevant literature concerning the cities they passed, Time Realm also discerned that the mysterious powers of this game world seemed to emanate from the Pope of the Holy Court. If anyone in this game world were most likely to grasp the secrets of dimensions and the evolution of life, it would undoubtedly be the Pope of the Holy Court. Although Time Realm was uncertain about how to approach the quest for these 2 mysteries, he resolved to explore, even if it meant employing the clumsiest methods to inquire of the Pope, rather than remaining idle. As for the likelihood of success, that would be left to fate. Upon hearing Time Realm's words, Su Ling continued to ponder with a furrowed brow, refraining from immediate response. Observing this, Time Realm surmised that the other party was weighing the pros and cons from a player's perspective, and thus spoke again. Fear not, brave one. This matter pertains to the invasion of monsters, a significant affair. Should we succeed, you will be hailed as a hero of the Holy Court, and the rewards shall far exceed the mere escort of sacred artifacts. He began to paint grand visions. Su Ling, in turn, awaited the enticing prospects being laid before him. It was unthinkable for a player to agree to such a perilous task without seeing any potential benefit. Now, having painted the grand vision, the tension in Su Ling's brow began to ease. Monsters lead to corruption. It is everyone's duty to eradicate them. Su Ling declared solemnly, Captain Raymond, when shall we commence our mission? Now. In the stillness of the night, the Holy Court city lay enveloped in silence. Beneath the cloak of darkness, 2 agile figures moved stealthily between the houses, utilizing the shadows to advance towards the central Holy Mountain. The Holy Mountain featured numerous stone stairways leading up, yet every entrance was guarded by 3rd-tier knights clad in silver armor. In addition to the stairways, every critical point upon the Holy Mountain was also under the watchful eyes of sentinels. This included the sacred repository, the sacred pool, the sacred prison, the temple of sacrifice, and the Holy Temple, among others. The sacred repository served as the storage for various sacred artifacts, including the sacred fruit. The sacred pool serves as a conduit for dissipating the energy of the fruits, providing a venue for the knights of the sacred court to ascend in rank. The sacred prison, conversely, is a place where those knights who have committed offenses are confined. The Temple of Sacrifice is the yearly site where the Pope venerates the deities. The sacred court temple stands as the origin of all, a hallowed ground for the Pope to commune with the divine. Access to this sacred space is strictly forbidden to all but the reigning popes. Any trespassers would be committing a grave offense, punishable by imprisonment in the sacred prison. Each of these locations is vigilantly guarded by knights of the sacred court of the third rank. However, the defenses of these sites extend beyond mere sentinels. Situated upon the same lofty mountain, an action in one area reverberates throughout the entire complex. Should one location detect intruders, it is likely to summon the defensive forces from the others. This would ultimately attract the attention of the knights of the sacred court stationed in the city below, potentially rousing the entire garrison of sacred court knights. Thus, the sacred court mountain is not as easily traversable as it may appear. Yet on this night, two figures dared to challenge this formidable stronghold. Brave one, our sole hindrance to meeting the esteemed Pope is the fourth-rank knight of the sacred court, Lord Roger Samuel. Once we reach the summit, we shall execute my plan. I will temporarily distract Lord Roger Samuel while you approach the sacred court temple to confer with the Pope about the impending monster invasion, beseeching him to lift the city's prohibitive edicts. One of the cloaked figures spoke as they concealed themselves in the shadows of the architecture. These two were none other than Su Leng and Time Realm. The tome, Chronicles of the Sacred Knights, meticulously records the existence of an unprecedented fourth-rank knight, Lord Roger Samuel, whose physical prowess is approximately 16 times that of an ordinary individual, solely tasked with safeguarding the Pope. Thus, Time Realm did not conceal this information. Rather, he openly communicated it and devised a sacrificial plan to allow Su Leng an audience with the Pope. Of course, Time Realm's intentions were not entirely altruistic. He merely feigned nobility. When they finally ascended Sacred Court Mountain and confronted the formidable Roger Samuel, his true nature would inevitably surface. Su Leng, upon hearing Time Realm's scheme, understood well that Time Realm would reveal his true colors when the moment arose, exposing the harsh realities of their world. Yet, Su Leng was equally eager for a comparable opportunity. Subsequently, the two began their ascent up the steep cliff, evading the knights of the sacred court stationed at the mountain's entrance. Both possessed physical attributes that rivaled, and even surpassed, those of typical third-rank knights, making the climb relatively effortless. Upon reaching the mountain path, Time Realm employed his stealth tactics, skillfully navigating through the shadows towards the sacred court temple at the summit. Given the characteristic interconnected defenses of Sacred Court Mountain, there were no patrols deployed along the path, as knights were stationed primarily at the entrances and critical points. Thus, Su Leng and Time Realm proceeded with relative ease and without incident. Before them loomed the Sacred Court Temple. As they gradually approached the peak, the majestic silhouette of the temple emerged against the nocturnal sky, revealing its grandeur to the two figures. Upon glimpsing the outline of the holy temple, Shijing feigned familiarity, stating his intentions. However, Su Leng was acutely aware that this so-called familiarity was merely gleaned from the holy knights of Kinpaxi City. His inner calculations for a potential betrayal were still somewhat lacking. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. You have been detected by Roger Samuel through auditory means. He has turned his attention toward you, establishing a connection. Roger Samuel's life information has been automatically updated. Name, Roger Samuel. Gender, male. Ethnicity, Caucasian. Age, 89. Residence, Holy City. Occupation, 4th-tier Holy Knight. Two lines of text abruptly materialized in Su Leng's mind, a response from his self-awareness. Initially stunned, he was soon gripped by a chill of fear. How could this 4th-tier Holy Knight detect their presence from such a distance? The sudden turn of events flooded Su Leng's mind with thoughts, and in an instant, he made a decision. He swiftly retreated, inhaling deeply, and then bellowed, "Halt! Who goes there? Dare to trespass upon Holy Mountain? Someone, come quickly! Intruders have breached the Holy Temple." His shout shattered the nocturnal silence, echoing across the once tranquil Holy Mountain. The cool night breeze rustled through the air, almost as if mocking him. After a moment of astonishment, Wei Wei's eyes widened, and veins bulged on Shijing's forehead as he gritted his teeth, cursing, "That bastard." In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the situation. Though he could not fathom how the adversary had seen through his disguise, there was no time for contemplation. The sudden betrayal had thrust Shijing into a precarious position. With Su Leng's call, the palaces atop Holy Mountain, along with the Holy Knights stationed below, rushed towards the source of the commotion. From his vantage point near the peak, Shijing observed everything clearly. He realized he must leave at once and devise a longer-term strategy. The Holy Knights serving on Holy Mountain were predominantly third tier, possessing physical attributes comparable to those of high-level players. Although his own physical attributes surpassed 8 points, making him somewhat stronger than the average third-tier Holy Knight. And with his array of modern combat techniques targeting human vulnerabilities, he was confident in swiftly defeating a third-tier Holy Knight in a one-on-one scenario, even to the point of killing him. However, he was not facing merely one third-tier Holy Knight, but rather a dozen. Moreover, this number was likely to increase with the passage of time, potentially alarming all the Holy Knights throughout Holy City. Should he become ensnared, the game would indeed be over. Thus, without further hesitation, Shi Jing took large strides, preparing to flee down the mountain swiftly. Yet, he was ultimately a step too late. Su Ling's sudden betrayal was utterly unexpected and illogical. If one were to betray, this position was far from ideal. The optimal scenario would have involved reaching the summit and confronting the fourth-tier Holy Knight. At that moment, he could directly push him into the path of the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight's sword, forcing him into an unavoidable confrontation with that formidable knight, depleting all his trump cards just to barely escape, if escape were even possible. This was indeed the most suitable location to betray a teammate and the ideal place he envisioned for selling Su Ling. However, it perplexed him that the opponent revealed himself here, leaving him bewildered and momentarily unresponsive, failing to prevent the other's departure and causing him to lag behind. As Shi Jing took his first strides down the mountain in flight, Su Ling's figure had already vanished from sight. Meanwhile, near the sacred temple on Holy Court Mountain, the two third-tier Holy Court Knights arrived, blocking his path to escape. Who are you to dare intrude upon Holy Court Mountain? Surrender at once, the two third-tier knights demanded sternly. Yet, Shi Jing paid them no heed. In an instant, a spear materialized in his hand, and with a swift thrust, he aimed at one of the third-tier knights, producing a piercing sound as the weapon sliced through the air. Halt! Upon hearing the sharp whistle, despite having never encountered such a weapon, the knight's eyes widened in alarm, and he hastily raised his great sword to defend. However, Shi Jing's thrust was merely a feint. As the knight prepared to block, he withdrew the spear's momentum, darting past his adversary, continuing his descent down the mountain. Had there been but one opponent, Shi Jing might have successfully evaded capture. Fortunately, another third-tier knight was present, who, upon witnessing Shi Jing slipping past his comrade, immediately pursued him. Simultaneously, reinforcements from other areas were hastening to the scene. Shi Jing furrowed his brow, wielding his spear with agility, alternating between feints and strikes, repelling each advancing third-tier knight as he carved a path for his escape, fighting while fleeing. The prowess of a seasoned player was on full display. Despite having the same physical attributes, the dozen or so third-tier knights found themselves unable to subdue Shi Jing, who only seemed to gain distance, retreating from a near-summit position down to the mountainside in no time. This spectacle was clearly observed by Su Ling, who had concealed himself in the shadows. Truly, a seasoned player who had endured countless battles exhibited a stark contrast in combat effectiveness even with identical physical attributes. Hidden in the shadows, Su Ling expressed his admiration and then lifted his gaze toward the direction of the Holy Court Temple atop the mountain. In the dim light, only the shadowy outline of the temple was discernible. He had not ventured far. Although Shi Jing was a professional operative in reality, his skills still paled in comparison to those of a true champion. Thus, without any prior revelation of Su Ling's expertise as the king of assassins, Shi Jing remained oblivious to his presence, failing to anticipate that he had not departed. Su Ling's decision to remain hidden was simple. He intended to use Shi Jing as bait to draw away the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, Roger Samuel, from the mountaintop. A player of Shi Jing's caliber was not something an ordinary third-tier knight could contend with. Moreover, the temporal realm has accumulated a wealth of resources through countless games, including item cards and weapon cards. It can be said that if Roger Samuel, a fourth-order Holy Court Knight, did not intervene, the other third-order Holy Court Knights would likely be unable to retain control over the temporal realm. Although Roger Samuel's strength somewhat surprised Su Ling, as he detected their approach merely through his keen hearing, Su Ling immediately contemplated a strategy to counter the situation. However, the outcome was quite unexpected. As the temporal realm continued to drift further away, the Holy Court Temple atop the mountain remained utterly still. Was it truly a display of composure? Or did they genuinely only concern themselves with protecting the Pope, disregarding everything else? Concealed in the shadows, Su Ling furrowed his brow as he noted the stagnation at the mountain's summit. He began to scrutinize the detailed life experiences of Roger Samuel, the fourth-order Holy Court Knight, seeking to discern whether the knight was indeed composed or simply indifferent, wholly devoted to safeguarding the Pope. Yet, upon delving into Roger's life history, Su Ling was left momentarily speechless. From the age of 6, Roger Samuel had proudly become a reserve Holy Court Knight, diligently studying the Holy Court Knight's Codex and strictly adhering to the 8 noble virtues of knighthood. He consistently achieved perfect scores in the assessments for Holy Court Knights, earning the pride of his parents and the admiration of his teachers and fellow reserve knights as a prodigious child. Eventually, as anticipated by everyone, he was sent to Holy Court City. Upon his arrival in Holy Court City, Roger Samuel devoted himself to mastering every aspect of knightly training. Although he was not the most exceptional among the many reserve children initially sent there, through relentless effort and innate talent, he gradually surpassed all others, emerging as the finest reserve Holy Court Knight of his cohort, earning the opportunity to be immersed in the Holy Spring and becoming a true Holy Court Knight. As a bona fide Holy Court Knight, Roger Samuel was assigned to guard the city of Saxes, where he spent his entire youth and encountered the love of his life. Ultimately, however, he chose to dedicate his remaining years to the Holy Court, fulfilling a lifelong aspiration. To this end, he diligently accumulated merits, leaving no room for wrongdoers and bandits to escape. During his tenure in Saxes, the number of outlaws in the surrounding wilderness reached an all-time low. Through his steadfast efforts, Roger Samuel eventually amassed enough merit to ascend from a First-Order Holy Court Knight to a Second-Order, then a Third-Order Holy Court Knight, ultimately becoming the esteemed mentor he once admired, teaching the reserve children. Thus, time flew by, and in what seemed like no time, Roger Samuel had spent over a decade instructing reserve children in Holy Court City. In the autumn of his 36th year, he was summoned by the third-generation Pope. Roger Samuel guarded the Holy Court Temple for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and so forth, devoting himself to this duty for several decades. Observing the details of Roger's life experiences, Su Leng was rendered speechless. His ability of self-awareness cannot penetrate the thoughts of others. It can only perceive the life experiences of individuals. As for Roger Samuel, the Fourth Order Holy Sea Knight, his earlier experiences were rather unremarkable, merely depicting the life of a prodigious youth in the eyes of others. However, the events that transpired in his 36th year, after being summoned by the Third Pope, were profoundly significant. That year, this Fourth Order Knight became the vessel for the consciousness of the Third Pope, and shortly after this transformation, the Third Pope passed away, leading to the ascension of the Fourth Pope candidate. Subsequently, Roger Samuel was elevated to the sole Fourth Order Holy Sea Knight, steadfastly guarding the Holy Sea Temple for decades. To the inhabitants of this world, it appeared as a moving tale of loyalty between a knight and the Pope. Yet, through the lens of information overload, Su Leng perceived it as a blatant act of possession. After Roger Samuel became the vessel for the Third Pope's consciousness, the Third Pope died the following year, and the Fourth Pope candidate took the throne. To suggest this was mere coincidence would be utterly ludicrous. However, my self-awareness ability only revealed Roger Samuel's life experiences, indicating that he had not been possessed by the Third Pope. Otherwise, I would have witnessed the life experiences of the Third Pope instead. Nevertheless, even if he was not possessed, Roger Samuel's current state is likely far from optimistic. He probably has lost control over his own body. Guarding the Holy Sea Temple for decades is quite implausible, especially considering that his parents and beloved are still alive. Such unwavering loyalty is unheard of. Yet, if Roger Samuel was not possessed by the Third Pope, then where did the Third Pope's consciousness go? As this thought sprouted in Su Leng's mind, an answer almost immediately emerged. The Fourth Pope. The concept of bearing implies holding and enduring. It suggests a temporary state. In other words, Roger Samuel merely serves as a tray, temporarily supporting the Third Pope's consciousness, facilitating the transfer of awareness. As for the target of this transfer, it undoubtedly points to the Fourth Pope. Viewed from this perspective, it is quite plausible that the First and Second Popes were, in fact, the same entity as the Third and Fourth Popes. Upon reaching this analytical conclusion, Su Leng felt increasingly intrigued by this Pope of the Holy See, an entity capable of communicating with the divine, a pioneer in shaping this world into its current form. Presently, he appears to be the origin of the mysterious side of this fantastical realm. With all these layers combined, Su Leng's curiosity about this Pope deepened. Regrettably, the Third Order Holy Sea Knights and the Time Realm were engaged in a fierce battle, and the Fourth Order Knight, Roger Samuel, atop the mountain, showed no signs of descending. It seemed there was no possibility of his descent. The attempt to draw the tiger from the mountain had failed. However, as Su Leng's thoughts shifted, a new idea emerged. Since you do not intend to come down, do not blame me for taking advantage of the situation. After casting one last glance at the shadowy outline of the Holy Sea Temple atop the mountain, Su Leng ceased to conceal his presence and set his actions in motion. He initially continued to stealthily traverse the shadows, gradually making his way down the mountain. Then, seizing the opportune moment, he suddenly leapt from the darkness, swiftly incapacitating a passing third-tier Holy Court Knight and dragging the unconscious figure into the shadows. Without delay, he stripped the silver armor from the knight's body and donned it himself. Thereafter, he boldly sprinted towards the sacred treasury atop the Holy Court Mountain. Who goes there? As he approached the palace housing the treasury, his arrival immediately aroused the vigilance of the guarding Holy Court knights, who raised their great swords and fixed their gaze upon Su Ling, who was masquerading as a Holy Court knight. Su Ling, adopting a deep and resonant voice, proclaimed, "Warren, Henrik. It is I, William. The intruder possesses immense power. We cannot hold him back. Croy has sent me to summon you for reinforcements." Upon accurately naming the guards of the sacred treasury, Su Ling leapt nimbly onto a nearby vantage point. He then looked down at the two knights, who stood momentarily stunned at the treasury's entrance, and urged, "Hasten to provide support. I must go to the holy pool to summon Isaac and Jensen." With that, he continued to leap gracefully in the direction of the holy pool. The familiar names resonated in the ears of the Holy Court knights on duty that night, clearly indicating their intimate knowledge of one another. Furthermore, the ongoing battle at the mountainside persisted, with no sign of subduing the intruder. Thus, after exchanging glances, Warren and Henrik harbored no doubts and promptly set off towards the conflict. Once they departed, in the depths of the night, Su Ling, having shed the silver armor, quietly returned. Since luring Roger Samuel, the fourth-tier Holy Court knight, down from his post to confront the Holy Court's Pope proved unfeasible, he resolved to pursue a secondary objective, to infiltrate the treasury and steal the sacred fruit, thereby ensuring the completion of his quest while maximizing the enhancement of his physical attributes through the sacred relics. This was Su Ling's new strategy. Was it not possible to divert the third-tier Holy Court knights guarding the other palaces, even if he could not draw away Roger Samuel? Utilizing his ability of self-omniscience, Su Ling gleaned insights into the life experiences of the two third-tier Holy Court knights guarding the treasury. Understanding the intricate relationships among the knights stationed on Holy Court Mountain that night, and successfully led the guardians away. After diverting the sentinels of the treasury, Su Ling stealthily infiltrated the sacred treasury, delving deeper towards the storeroom housing the sacred fruit. The treasury was vast, containing an array of items, including various weapons, armor, and numerous artworks, crafts, and ceremonial artifacts. It was far more than merely a repository for the sacred fruits. However, having scrutinized the life experiences of the two guarding knights, Su Ling accurately identified the storeroom where the sacred fruits were kept. Thus, he proceeded directly towards his goal. Perhaps due to the long-standing absence of intruders at Holy Court Mountain, the defenses of the treasury, and indeed the entire mountain, had become somewhat lax. As Su Ling journeyed forth, he encountered no obstacles and soon arrived before the storeroom housing the sacred fruit. This place was designed to deter ordinary individuals, yet it posed no challenge to the knights of the Holy Court. Standing before the imposing stone door, heavy and closed, Su Ling couldn't help but express a quiet lament. The sole barrier guarding the sacred fruit was this formidable stone door, which appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. For an ordinary person, such a weight would indeed be insurmountable. However, for a third-tier, or even a second-tier knight of the Holy Court, opening it would require little effort. Even a first-tier knight, with all their might and some exertion, could manage to force it open. Clearly, this stone door was intended to keep at bay those uninitiated youths who were still mere recruits. A thought flickered in Su Ling's mind regarding the presence of a third-tier knight on guard, rendering it improbable for those recruits to gain access. Yet, he dismissed this notion, placing his hands upon the stone door. With an instantaneous surge of his strength attribute at 10 points, he effortlessly pushed open the heavy door. As the door creaked open, his gaze was immediately drawn to the central area of the storeroom, where a mound of sacred fruit loomed like a small hill. The storeroom was not entirely sealed. Small holes in the ceiling and stone walls allowed for ventilation and light to filter through. Thus, despite the dimness, Su Ling could discern the general layout of the room. There must be at least 1,000 fruits here, he estimated as he gazed at the towering pile. Regrettably, he could not utilize all these sacred fruits to enhance his attributes. Upon reviewing the life experiences of a third-tier knight, he learned that each immersion in a sacred fruit could only double the original attribute values, which constituted the maximum limit. Consequently, with his strength and agility attributes at 10 points, he could only increase them by 10 at most. His endurance, capped at 9, could only rise by 9 points. Most disheartening was his intellect, which at 15 would only elevate by a mere 3. Should he exceed these thresholds, the dreaded phenomenon of loss of control could ensue. Although he was unaware of what loss of control entailed, prudence dictated that he would not take unnecessary risks. Being able to double his attributes was already a considerable boon. With this thought in mind, Su Ling hesitated no longer. He reached into his attire and retrieved a well-prepared burlap sack that he had concealed before embarking on his journey. He then approached the mound of sacred fruit and began to fill the sack methodically. He was not haphazard in his selection. He chose a dozen strength fruits, a dozen agility fruits, around 10 endurance fruits, and 5 or 6 wisdom fruits. Once filled, the sack bulged, nearly brimming. This should suffice. Given that each of the 4 attributes could only be doubled from their original values, he had indeed surpassed the limit. In a rare opportunity where assistance diverted a majority of the holy knights, enabling him to enhance his attributes amidst the chaos, Su Ling certainly would not succumb to avarice. Furthermore, given the potential risk of losing control, hoarding an excessive number of sacred fruit would not only be futile, but could also prove to be a burden. As for the sacred fruit required for quest completion, those acquired from other players sufficed. After all, the holy knight named Bren had mentioned during the day that there were only 40 sacred fruits available for escort. It would be utterly foolish to present more than that, thereby exposing himself as the thief of the sacred treasury this evening. Additionally, Su Ling harbored doubts regarding the 40 sacred fruits escorted by players, suspecting they might possess unique and mysterious powers. Substituting them with others could easily lead to detection. For these reasons, he refrained from taking more. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances while enhancing his attributes at the sacred pool, he prudently packed a few extras of each type. The gentle sound of flowing water cascaded down from the Holy Court Mountain. Yet, as it reached the mid-slope, it bifurcated, diverting into a serene valley. Approaching the valley, the water split again into 4 smaller streams, converging into 4 pools that, while varying in position, were similar in size. Here lay the legendary sacred pool of the Holy Court Mountain. At the sole entrance to the valley housing the sacred pool, 2 third-tier holy knights stood guard. However, their focus was not on the sacred pool behind them, but rather on the commotion unfolding atop the Holy Court Mountain. How audacious! I've been in Holy Court City for years, and this is the first time I've witnessed such an intrusion, one knight exclaimed. Indeed, it's astonishing that someone would dare breach the Holy Court Mountain. I wish to witness it for myself, replied the other. It seemed to be the first disturbance in over a century. The last such occurrence, they recalled, had transpired during the tenure of the second pope. That essay tale from over 100 years ago, apart from the aging third-tier holy knights, who among our generation has any knowledge of it? Old Roger is merely 89 this year, mused one. Yet, why has this intruder not been apprehended after such a lengthy period? As the 2 knights engaged in idle chatter, they were astonished to discover that the turmoil persisted. It had been a while since that piercing cry shattered the night, and logically, the nearby holy knights should have captured the intruder by now. Yet, the sounds of battle continued unabated. Just as their astonishment peaked, a silver figure swiftly emerged from the distant shadows of the night. Instantly, they recognized the figure and tightened their grips on their great swords. Who goes there? One knight demanded. Then, a resonant voice echoed back. It is I, William. Jansen. Isaac, the invader is exceedingly fierce. There have already been casualties from his attacks. Croy sent me to summon your assistance. What? Is the invader truly that powerful? Upon hearing this, the 2 sentinels furrowed their brows, contemplating further inquiries. However, Su Ling, clad in silver armor, turned on his heel and declared, Warren and Henrik have already proceeded. I shall continue to inform the others. Utilizing their names and the established camaraderie among the Night Watch, Su Ling deftly employed his strategy once more. The 2 sentinels, witnessing Su Ling's urgency and recognizing the depth of his voice akin to William's, harbored no suspicions. After exchanging glances, they seized their great swords and hastened to provide support. In truth, Su Ling's ease in diverting the sentinels from the sacred pool and the sacred well stemmed from the fact that Sacred Mountain had been devoid of incidents for over a century, leading all watchers to become rather complacent. Had the Sacred Mountain been plagued by frequent disturbances, maintaining vigilance would have proven more challenging for Su Ling. In such a scenario, even if reinforcements were genuinely required, it was highly probable that only one would respond, leaving another to remain at their post. However, these considerations were merely hypothetical. As he ventured deeper, Su Ling soon beheld 4 pools of equal size, each varying in hue. One pool gleamed a faint red, another, a delicate azure, the third, a gentle yellow, and the last, a soft silver. Su Ling promptly overturned the burlap sack resting on his shoulder, spilling forth over 40 sacred fruit relics upon the ground. Under the cover of night, illuminated solely by the moon's gentle glow, the relics emanated red, azure, yellow, and silver hues, harmonizing beautifully with the corresponding colored pools ahead. The 4 sacred pools, each designated as the pool of strength, the pool of agility, the pool of endurance, and the pool of wisdom, were discernible at a glance. The red fruit represented strength, the azure fruit denoted agility, the yellow fruit symbolized endurance, and the silver fruit was associated with wisdom. Hence, he resolved to commence with the pool of wisdom. After surveying the 4 sacred pools, Su Ling formulated a plan. The rationale for commencing with the pool of wisdom was simple. His intelligence attribute was the lowest, standing at a mere 151. According to the life experiences he had gleaned from other sentinels, the greater the attributes one sought to enhance, the longer the immersion time required. With his intelligence at only 151, he would need the least time to complete the enhancement process, allowing him to fully comprehend the immersion experience. With this thought in mind, Su Ling hesitated no longer. He crouched down, retrieved 2 silver intelligence fruits from the ground, and cast them into the shimmering silver waters of the pool of wisdom. Splash, splash. With the sound of 2 fruits plunging into the water, the previously tranquil surface of the pool of wisdom erupted into a furious boil. Simultaneously, the 2 intellect fruits that had fallen into the pool were swiftly dissolved by the water. As the fruits decomposed, the originally pale silver water gradually became more vibrant. This scene mirrored the immersion and enhancement process depicted in the life experiences of the holy knights that Su Ling had observed. Therefore, without further hesitation, Su Ling swiftly shed his clothing and entered the pool of wisdom. You have entered the pool of wisdom. Your body begins to absorb the attribute energy from the water. Your intelligence increases to 01. Your body is absorbing the attribute energy from the water. Intelligence is now at 01. Your body is absorbing the attribute energy from the water. Intelligence is now at 01. Your body is absorbing the attribute energy from the water. Intelligence is now at 01. As the ability of self-knowledge provided feedback, Su Ling watched as his intelligence attribute steadily increased, allowing him to relax completely. However, he remained mindful that the enhancement of attributes through sacred fruits could only double the original baseline, or else it would lead to chaos. He carefully counted the feedback in his mind from self-knowledge. When his intelligence attribute increased by 15, reaching 3, Su Ling unhesitatingly leaped out of the pool of wisdom. With a splash, he emerged from the water, standing at the edge of the pool, keenly sensing the changes brought about by the increase in his intelligence attribute. A refreshing sensation permeated his mind. His thought process and neural responses had doubled in speed. Even his 5 senses seemed to sharpen slightly, allowing him to hear the sounds of combat between the 3rd-tier holy knights on the holy mountain more distinctly. This revelation stirred something within him. The growth in intelligence not only accelerated his cognitive functions and neural reactions, but also seemed to enhance his sensory perception. Could it be that the 4th-tier holy knight, Roger Samuel, was able to detect us from such a distance due to his elevated intelligence attribute? This speculation struck Su Ling as quite plausible. In reality, his hearing had undergone a qualitative transformation due to the repair and enhancement of the hyperdimensional energy. However, in the game, he had not experienced such an improvement. Now, with the increase in his intelligence attribute, he recognized this connection, deepening his understanding of the interplay among the 4 attributes on the one-dimensional panel. These thoughts flashed through his mind. After savoring the effects of his doubled intelligence attribute, Su Ling set off once more, approaching the pile of sacred fruits. He selected 10 stamina fruits and tossed them into the pool of physical strength. As before, the moment the stamina fruits were cast into the pool, the water began to boil vigorously, this time with a total of 10 fruits. The water in the pool of physical strength surged, as if it might overflow at any moment. The originally pale yellow water transformed into a rich hue, reminiscent of orange juice. Observing this, Su Ling no longer hesitated. With a leap, he plunged into the depths. With a splash, an abundance of feedback information flooded into Su Ling's mind. You have entered the pool of physical strength. Your body begins to absorb the attribute energy from the water. Your stamina is now at 01. Your body is absorbing the attribute energy from the pool water, stamina increasing. Immersed in the pool of vitality, Su Ling's body begins to fervently absorb the attribute energy from the sacred fruit. In the depths of his eyes, within his attribute panel, his stamina attribute is continuously escalating. At the same time, atop the Holy Court mountain, within the serene and vast hall of the Holy Court temple, a figure clad in the Pope's sacred robe, fully enveloped and wearing a golden mask, is half kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the quaking, 2 distinct voices emanate from beneath the golden mask. One voice trembles with various human emotions, while the other is devoid of any sentiment, cold and indifferent. I will not allow you to continue like this, absolutely not. Is this the life you summoned from the higher dimensions during your brief moment of dominance? Their corporeal forms are so frail, what use are they? You shall not control me again. Huh, even now you believe I am an outsider? Wrong. I have long stated that I am your other side. What I do is what you wish to do. We are one. I will no longer be swayed by your words. You shall not succeed. It seems those beings from the higher dimensions you summoned have led you to harbor unrealistic fantasies. If that is the case, I shall first shatter your illusions before persuading you to accept reality. Within one body, 2 utterly different voices engage in a dialogue. Should the Holy Court Knights of Holy Court Mountain witness this scene, they would surely be left astounded. Their esteemed pope, revered as the only one capable of communicating with the divine, would be revealed in such a manner privately. After uttering the final words, the figure that was once half kneeling and trembling regained its composure and stood up. "What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, this figure spoke again in a tone of astonished anger, only to be swiftly interrupted by the cold, indifferent voice. "Silence." With this command, the indifferent voice took control. Subsequently, it slowly articulated, "Violence is prohibited in this place." With a resonant hum, as the proclamation echoed, a layer of forbidden rules abruptly enveloped the temple. Then, with a mere thought, the voice commanded, outside the Holy Court Temple, the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, Roger Samuel, who had vigilantly guarded the temple, suddenly received a directive, "Go eliminate all intruders." Under the cover of night, the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, who had faithfully protected the Holy Court Temple for decades, finally set forth, departing from the temple's entrance. His towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, adorned in black iron armor, moved with deliberate steps, each footfall heavy as a mountain, stirring up clouds of dust. In his grasp, he held an exaggeratedly large black broadsword, so immense that it rivaled his own height. The mere sight of it was a staggering visual impact, and one could hardly fathom the spectacle it would create when wielded. Soon, Roger Samuel stepped beyond the threshold of the Sacred Court Temple. He then halted his advance, and in the next moment, his legs bent abruptly. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him caved in, forming a massive crater. Simultaneously, this fourth-tier Sacred Court Knight soared into the sky, tracing a parabolic arc against the night, descending rapidly towards the sounds of battle near the base of the mountain, resembling a shooting star. On the descent from the mountainside to the foot of the Sacred Court Mountain, the timekeeper brandished his spear, deftly employing his skills and evasive maneuvers to fend off the onslaught of third-tier Sacred Court Knights surrounding him. Throughout this ordeal, he had sustained no significant injuries. This was not solely due to his remarkable martial prowess, but rather because he had activated a trump card weapon card, the Golden Silk Armor, before confronting Su Long. Acquired from a world of martial heroes, this armor was renowned for its impenetrability. Although he was struck by the third-tier knights, their weapons could not breach the Golden Silk Armor, allowing only a fraction of their force to penetrate. Nevertheless, while the knights possessed formidable physical attributes, their techniques were rudimentary, lacking finesse and subtlety. Coupled with his own impressive physical attributes and the numerous techniques he had learned from countless encounters, the force of their strikes did little to harm him. As he neared the foot of the mountain, ready to slip into the Sacred Court City amidst its varied buildings and intricate terrain, his escape seemed assured. At that moment, a series of thunderous roars erupted overhead. Recognizing that this sound was not that of arrows whistling through the air, the timekeeper furrowed his brow and instinctively looked up to the night sky. Beneath the cold moonlight, a massive black object descended with a ferocious momentum, akin to a meteor, hurtling towards his position. Witnessing this scene, the timekeeper's expression changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept his spear, momentarily pushing back the surrounding knights, then bent his legs sharply. His thigh muscles bulged against his trousers as he unleashed all his strength in a powerful leap. With a resounding crack, the stone steps beneath him shattered upon his forceful kick. Harnessing this explosive energy, he leapt towards the mountain's base. Just as the colossal black object crashed down with a deafening roar upon the very spot he had occupied, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the night sky. The mountain path was abruptly shattered by a colossal black object crashing down from the heavens, collapsing and fracturing with each jolt, causing the very earth to tremble. Simultaneously, a fierce shockwave erupted, sending the group of third-tier Holy Court Knights, who were besieging at that moment, tumbling and gasping blood, flung far away. The figure of Shijing, who had leapt from the mountain, was not spared either. He was directly swept away by the explosive force, spinning chaotically in midair, losing his balance as a surge of energy coursed violently within him. How could a fourth-tier Holy Court Knight strike so suddenly? In the midst of his aerial disarray, Shijing was filled with astonishment. Previously oblivious to the identity of the Black Behemoth, he comprehended its true nature upon witnessing the terrifying display of power as it descended, and recognizing its humanoid form amidst the chaos. The attributes of a third-tier Holy Court Knight were comparable to his own, yet he could never conjure such formidable might. Only the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, the guardian of the Holy Court Temple, could cause such a commotion atop the sacred mountain. Logically, he should have found himself retreating down the mountain, battling as he went, and the opponent ought to have intervened much earlier to thwart him. At that moment, he was hundreds of meters above the ground, with barely an attribute score of 8. Should he leap from such heights without care, he would meet his demise, leaving no chance of escape. His mind had been solely focused on the potential strike from the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight. Yet, the adversary had refrained from acting at that critical juncture. choosing instead to strike only as he neared the mountain's base, leaving him perplexed. Was it a deliberate ploy to instill a false sense of hope, only to snuff it out, thereby demoralizing him? Such psychological tactics were not beyond possibility. Shijing could only interpret it this way. However, the opponent was unaware of his hidden strengths. Believing they could dampen his spirit was a grave miscalculation. Furthermore, he sensed that the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight had underestimated him. Thus, the timing of their attack would have little impact on his resolve. Ultimately, they were merely characters within a game world, constrained by limited perspectives. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Shijing swiftly adjusted his posture, regaining control of his body and sense of direction before landing. With a resounding crash, his feet struck the ground, shattering the blue bricks beneath him and creating a deep, cracked pit. Consequently, he opted for a forceful landing. Nevertheless, drawing upon the techniques learned from his past experiences in martial realms, he managed to dissipate much of the downward momentum. Combined with his formidable average attributes, the residual force remained within tolerable limits, resulting in a discomforting yet bearable ache in his legs. However, just as he had barely steadied himself, the lingering pain from the impact had yet to fully subside when, within his line of sight, a colossal black entity once again leaped down from the mountain peak, descending with an overwhelming force akin to Mount Tai. Hurtling towards his position with a furious might, could such a terrifying plummet not inflict any harm upon him? As he beheld the black monolith descending from the heavens once more, his heart involuntarily tightened. In that moment, he realized he had underestimated the prowess of a fourth-tier Holy Court Knight. Ignoring the pain still coursing through his legs, he bent his knees once again, unleashing his strength to swiftly evade to the side. With a resounding roar, a tremendous sound reverberated throughout the Holy Court city. The very ground beneath where he had stood was suddenly shaken by an unfathomable force, creating a massive crater in its wake. Countless fragments of earth and stone erupted in all directions, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke that radiated outward. Merely 2 strikes had forced this formidable player, known as Shijing, to retreat in disarray. The might of a fourth-tier Holy Court Knight was indeed terrifying. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, having leapt down from a height of 30 to 40 meters, stood unfazed within the crater created by his own descent, unlike Shijing, who had to absorb the impact. His robust physique could withstand the force of the fall without any difficulty. Amidst the swirling smoke, he turned to glance at the retreating Shijing, and with a sudden motion, his immense black broadsword cleaved through the air towards the space where Shijing had just fled, striking out with ferocious intent. A shrill, piercing sound erupted as the air was sliced, forming a sharp stream of white energy that manifested as a cutting blow, racing towards Shijing with alarming speed. While still maneuvering to evade, Shijing felt a chilling sensation creep down his spine, an acute awareness of peril flooding his mind. Almost instinctively, driven by his survival instincts, he flipped his hand, revealing a crucial functional item card. Teleportation card. Teleportation card, upon use, allows the user to instantaneously relocate within a 50-meter radius. In an instant, Shijing vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself 50 meters away from his original position. He turned back, his scalp prickling with dread, and witnessed a crescent-shaped stream of sharp, white energy sweep past, cleaving the ground where he had just stood, leaving behind deep gashes. The buildings that had been grazed by the force were left with gaping wounds, as if raked by claws, had he not vacated the area in time. Even if he had escaped being torn to shreds by the razor-sharp energy, he would have undoubtedly faced severe injuries, his body marked by countless wounds, bleeding profusely. And yet, this was merely a casual stroke from Roger Samuel, the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, wielding his black broadsword. Shijing was certain that this strike bore no energy attributes such as true chi or fighting spirit, for he had witnessed those kinds of attacks before. This seemingly arbitrary swing of the sword was nothing but the purest manifestation of physical strength. It is precisely for this reason that Shijing felt a chill run down his spine. In that moment, he comprehended the true might of a fourth-order Holy Court Knight, a power he had greatly underestimated. It was merely a matter of possessing physical attributes that were double his own. What made it so terrifying? The expressions on Shijing's face fluctuated between hope and despair, as the strength of the fourth-order Holy Court Knight surpassed all his expectations. He gazed into the distance, surveying the expanse of the Holy Court city. At this moment, he found himself at the foot of the Holy Court Mountain, and to escape the city, he would need to traverse half of its entirety. The commotion had thoroughly roused the Holy Court Knights of the city. The once darkened streets of Holy Court City began to illuminate as knights bearing torches advanced towards his location. Although the immediate threat was solely the black-armored Fourth-Order Holy Court Knight, the Third-Order Knights from the mountain had suffered injuries due to the Fourth-Order Knight's descent and had not pursued him. Nevertheless, Shijing mentally calculated the situation and quickly gained a rough understanding of his chances of escape, given the displayed prowess of the Fourth Order Knight. Combined with the impending blockade of the approaching Holy Court Knights, he realized that while he may not incur significant harm or repercussions, escaping would likely require him to exhaust all his trump cards. As a professional official agent in reality, he differed from the average player. He did not hold items and weapon cards in the same high regard as others. To him, as long as he could achieve the ultimate goal of his exploration, even the rarest and most powerful items would be expendable. However, the thought of using up his accumulated resources without uncovering anything was something he was unwilling to accept. Yet, faced with the current situation, he was loath to abandon his pursuit when he was so close to achieving it. Since the onset of this game, he had diligently examined the historical records of every city he passed, discovering that this world was not as convoluted as those he had previously encountered. The myriad game worlds he had traversed before were grand in scope and intricately designed, revealing no borders. He could only garner enhancements to his attributes, game ratings, and various rewards such as item and weapon cards, yet he could not fulfill the group's mission until this world emerged. This fantastical game world seemed remarkably straightforward in its map and design. So simple, in fact, that it contained distinct beings who could purportedly interact with the so-called deities. Although his knowledge of these beings was limited, and the reality of these deities remained uncertain, the mysterious powers at play in this world appeared to warrant exploration. If deities truly existed in this fantastical realm, they should possess some understanding of dimensions and the evolution of life. Though the path remained shrouded in uncertainty, even if his plans proceeded smoothly and he successfully encountered the earthly representative of the deities, the Pope, it would still be a glimmer of hope. Despite the scant information revealed, the increasing scrutiny of the exploration progress among various groups unmistakably indicated that humanity's current situation was far from optimistic. He had no desire to become a hero. He harbored no ambition for glory or ascendance. His sole desire was to contribute to his nation, and nothing more. After pondering various considerations, he reached a decision. Rather than continuing to flee, he turned to confront the imposing figure clad in black armor. Wielding a massive black broadsword, the formidable fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, Roger Samuel, whose countenance radiated resolve. In the next moment, he raised his hands abruptly, crossing them before him. As he slightly turned his palms, a series of cards materialized in the spaces between his fingers. In the darkness, these cards shimmered with an array of colors, enigmatic and mysterious. Though our game is adversarial, I hope you will assist in this endeavor, for the sake of our shared heritage as citizens of the Flame Nation, he murmured to himself. Following this declaration, the cards began to vanish one by one from the gaps of his fingers. Weapon card Colonial Gear, Inferior. Exchange. Weapon card Drone, Exchange. Item card Power Pill, Exchange. Item card Blood Burst Elixir, Exchange. One by one these cards, which he regarded as his trump cards and could fetch astronomical prices in the marketplace, ranging from hundreds of thousands to even millions, were relinquished without hesitation. He could not allow this rare opportunity to slip away. Despite the overwhelming odds and the risk of exhausting all his accumulated resources to ultimately benefit another, he chose this path without a second thought. This was his duty. In the darkness, a drone ascended gracefully, soaring towards the heights of the Holy Court Mountain and Holy Court City. The imposing fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, Roger Samuel, slowly lifted his gaze to the ascending drone, preparing to swing his massive black broadsword to bring it crashing down. Yet, just as he raised his hand, a figure clad in colonial gear surged towards him with remarkable speed. Not so fast, came a thunderous shout as the two figures clashed. Adorned with the colonial gear from a futuristic realm, albeit an inferior version nearing obsolescence, he experienced a significant enhancement in both power and speed. Coupled with the temporary boosts from the martial arts world elixirs, he found himself evenly matched against the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight. As their fierce battle raged on, the drone finally ascended successfully. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the drone transmitted his labored voice amid the fray, resonating across the skies. Su Ling, I know you are still nearby. I have exhausted all my trump cards to hold off this fourth-tier Holy Court Knight. You may pursue your ambitions freely, enhancing your attributes or whatever else you desire. I ask but one thing of you. Inquire of the Pope. What is dimension? What is the essence of life's evolution? In the night, the voice from the drone reverberated through the air, echoing into the heavens. He had relinquished any concern for the outcome of this game, choosing instead to empower Su Ling, all for that faint glimmer of possibility. As the sound from the drone resonated across the vast sky, a sudden splash echoed forth. Su Ling slowly emerged from the pool of physical energy. The formidable attribute of stamina filled him with an inexhaustible reservoir of vitality and endurance. Moreover, upon surpassing 10 points in stamina, he sensed an enigmatic transformation within him akin to the one experienced when his strength and agility attributes exceeded the same threshold. However, the specifics of this change remained elusive, requiring further exploration to fully comprehend. Yet, with time pressing upon him, he could afford no delay. He approached the bank once more, selecting 10 agility fruits from the remaining sacred relics and casting them into the pool of agility. As he made his selections, he heard the voice of the temporal realm emanating from the drone above, urging him with promises of immense benefits for his future endeavors. Trust me, I assure you this by the honor of a soldier of the Flame Nation. In a final bid, the temporal realm revealed its true identity, having placed all bets on this moment. While Su Ling listened to the words of the temporal realm, his hands continued their task, diligently tossing one agility fruit after another into the pool. Soon, the waters of the agility pool began to bubble and thicken. From the moment Roger Samuel had engaged the temporal realm, Su Ling had been acutely aware of the dynamics through his ability of omniscience. Although he found it perplexing why Roger Samuel, a fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, would strike so suddenly, he remained submerged in the pool, hoping that the temporal realm could stall his adversary long enough for him to complete the enhancement of his attributes. However, what transpired next far exceeded his expectations. The temporal realm began to unleash a plethora of accumulated trump cards, forged through countless games, to confront Roger Samuel. The intention behind such audacity was to delay the night and request assistance from this seemingly insurmountable foe to inquire about two elusive questions. Su Ling was somewhat taken aback by this audacious move. Through his omniscient feedback, he recognized the extensive arsenal the temporal realm had amassed through its experiences. Frankly, some of those items were coveted even by him. Were these cards and weapons to be sold in the game plaza? It would not be an exaggeration to say they could fetch millions. If he were in the temporal realm's position, the most pragmatic approach would be to accept defeat gracefully. Allow the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight to eliminate him, and in doing so, expedite the knight's pursuit of retribution against his enemies. At the very least, it would create considerable chaos, complicating his game experience and potentially impacting his rating. Yet, instead of this pragmatic route, the temporal realm recklessly expended all its cards for the sake of a minuscule chance. Such folly, to speak candidly, were it Su Ling, he would undoubtedly never resort to such actions. Furthermore, the other party displays an excessive level of trust in him. Although they later attempted to entice him, and even went so far as to reveal their true identity, ultimately, it was a rather foolish move. Naturally, while Su Ling may not comprehend such self-sacrifice for the benefit of others, he holds great admiration for individuals of that caliber. The world could certainly benefit from an abundance of such individuals, while it would be preferable for someone like me to be in lesser supply. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Su Ling immersed himself in the pool of agility. You have entered the pool of agility. Your body begins to absorb the attribute energy from the pool, agility 01. Your body is absorbing attribute energy from the pool, agility 01. Your body is absorbing attribute energy from the pool, agility 01. Your body is absorbing attribute energy from the pool, agility 01. Su Ling no longer paid heed to the external world, focusing intently on assimilating the agile essence from the sacred pool. After consecutively immersing himself in the pools of wisdom and physical strength, Su Ling finally commenced a significant enhancement of attributes that would directly translate into increased combat prowess. The rationale behind prioritizing the enhancement of intellect and physical strength was not arbitrary. Rather, it stemmed from his understanding of the interrelationship between the four attributes of power, agility, stamina, and intellect, guiding him to this deliberate choice. He opted to elevate his intellect first, as it was the least developed attribute, thereby enabling him to swiftly grasp the intricacies of the immersion process within the sacred pool. Subsequently, he chose to enhance his physical strength, recognizing that an increase in power and agility would impose excessive strain on his internal organs if he did not first bolster his stamina. By prioritizing stamina, he alleviated potential complications. The same reasoning applied to the subsequent elevation of agility. A sudden surge in power would induce rapid muscle growth, resulting in an exaggerated transformation of his physique. Moreover, a 10-point increase in power could potentially render him a colossal mass, risking damage to the sacred pool and affecting future immersions. Coupled with the abrupt escalation of strength, the resultant muscular expansion would place considerable strain on his bones and joints. Thus, the optimal sequence for attribute enhancement was clear: intellect first, followed by stamina, then agility, and finally power. While Su Ling immersed himself in the pool of agility, continuously augmenting his agility attribute, a fierce battle unfolded at the foot of the Holy Court Mountain between the Time Realm and the fourth-tier Holy Court Knights. Clang, bang, boom, crash, whoosh, rumble. The two figures clashed fiercely, producing a cacophony of combat sounds. The clashing of weapons, dull thuds of impact, explosive bursts of air. The reverberation of rock walls, the sharp slicing through the air of bladed weapons, the rush of rapid movement, and the collapse of structures. Amidst the din of battle, the ground beneath the Holy Court mountain began to yield, revealing massive craters, some resembling spiderweb cracks, others in the shape of human imprints, along with various deep gashes from swords and punctures from spears. The fierce battle raged for only a brief moment, yet the surroundings bore the scars of devastation. Clang! Another resounding clash echoed as the massive weapon collided with the great sword, forcing the armored figure of Shijing to retreat, creating distance between the two combatants. Gasping for breath, he felt beads of sweat trickle down from his forehead and temples, his hands trembling as they gripped the spear. Opposite him stood Roger Samuel, a formidable Fourth-Order Holy Court knight, clad in black armor and wielding a massive black broadsword, exuding an air of unyielding strength, utterly unfazed and free from fatigue. Witnessing this, Shijing was engulfed by a wave of helplessness. Despite consuming strength-enhancing potions and the explosive blood elixir, along with the augmentation from his colonial gear to bridge the gap in strength and agility, the disparity in stamina proved insurmountable. As the battle progressed, Shijing found himself increasingly fatigued, while his opponent appeared as if merely warmed up, showing no signs of exhaustion. It was a futile endeavor. Yet, resigned to his fate, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. A fleeting thought crossed his mind regarding whether that individual had gone to meet the Pope. With renewed determination, Shijing dashed forward once more, transforming into a blur to evade the sweeping blade of Roger Samuel. Atop Holy Court Mountain, within the Holy Court Temple, a figure donned in white papal robes and a golden mask stood in a corridor, illuminated by the dappled moonlight cascading from above. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed skyward, listening to the repetitive declarations emanating from the drones. Soldiers of the Flame Nation, came a deep voice, devoid of any discernible emotion. From behind the golden mask, suddenly, a splash echoed as Su Leng emerged from the now-fading agility pool, stepping onto the shore. As he moved, a series of crackling sounds resonated from within his body. His agility attribute surged by 10 points, elevating his physical prowess to unprecedented heights. Bathed in moonlight, his bare form revealed his sinews and bones, which seemed to almost ripple beneath his skin, imparting a grotesque impression as if his very bones might burst forth at any moment. It appeared that having agility far surpassing strength was not without its drawbacks. Passing by the pool, Su Leng glanced at his reflection and shook his head slightly. He then returned to the pile of sacred fruit, collecting 10 remaining crimson strength fruits and casting them into the final strength pool. As the pool began to bubble and churn, he leaped into its depths. You have entered the strength pool. Your body begins to absorb the attribute energy within the waters. Strength 02. Your body is absorbing the attribute energy from the pool. Strength 02. Your body is absorbing the attribute energy from the pool. Strength 02. Your body is absorbing the attribute energy from the pool. Strength 02. Immersed in the strength pool, Su Leng felt his body voraciously absorbing the attribute energy from the waters, rapidly enhancing his strength. Unlike the previous 3 holy pools, the strength pool remarkably increased attributes at a steady rate of 02. After experiencing a significant disparity in agility attributes, did it lead to a frenzied absorption of power attributes? Su Leng pondered. The exponential enhancement of his power attributes accelerated the augmentation of his overall capabilities. His power attribute surged from 1032, escalating at a remarkable rate of 0.2 each time. Soon, it skyrocketed from 10 to 11, then to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and ultimately reached the pinnacle of 18, 19, 20. Upon this extraordinary increase to 20 points in power attributes, the waters of the power pool transformed once more into a faint crimson hue. With all 4 attributes experiencing a complete doubling, Su Leng erupted from the pool with a resounding crash, landing firmly on the ground. At that very moment, he cast his gaze upon his one-dimensional attribute panel. Attributes: Power 2032, Agility 2007, Stamina 1878, Intelligence 3. Having surpassed the 20-point threshold in his power attribute, Su Leng stood still, gradually raising his hand before him, clenching it into a fist. Acutely aware of the transformation in his physique following the breakthroughs in both power and agility. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch forward. Boom! A violent sonic explosion reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, a torrent of white wind erupted from the trajectory of his striking arm, sweeping outward and severing the surrounding flora, while the waters from the 4 sacred pools were violently displaced, splashing onto the ground. As Su Leng observed the scene before him, the aftermath of his seemingly casual punch, he felt a mix of astonishment and disappointment. He was astounded by how the 10-point surge in both power and agility allowed him to deliver a strike that produced sharp gusts of wind, inflicting significant damage upon ordinary objects. Yet, he felt disheartened, as he had anticipated that this latest enhancement of 10 points would lead to a monumental transformation in his body, reminiscent of his previous experience in the world of mysterious martial arts. However, it appeared that this was not the case. The last transformation occurred when his attribute values escalated from single digits to double digits. Did this imply that the next transformation required a leap from double digits to triple digits? Su Ling contemplated this notion. When his power attribute transitioned from single to double digits, his body underwent a metamorphosis, developing a layer of fascia that significantly bolstered his defensive capabilities. Upon surpassing 10 points in agility, his tendons became remarkably resilient, and his bones elongated, entering a phase of secondary growth. Just moments ago, his stamina attribute also crossed the crucial threshold of 10 points, resulting in an unknown transformation, the specifics of which he would need to ascertain through further testing. With the attributes of power, agility, and stamina all experiencing transformations after breaching the 10-point barrier, Su Ling eagerly anticipated what his second transformation would yield for his physique. Simultaneously, he was curious about the changes that would occur upon his intelligence attribute surpassing the 10-point threshold. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. At the foot of the mountain, the temporal realm still clung to the 4th-tier Holy Court Knight, yet it stood on the brink of peril. As the effects of the temporary enhancement potions, the Power Pill and Blood-Exploding Pill, were nearing their expiration. Once the time limit was surpassed, the temporal realm would succumb to a phase of weakness, and it would likely be slain by Roger Samuel, the 4th-tier Holy Court Knight. Therefore, Su Ling had to hasten his journey to the summit's Holy Court Temple to meet the Pope. He could not squander the opportunity that the temporal realm had created by exhausting its trump cards. What? You suggest rescuing the temporal realm? Alas, in this game, they were adversaries. Su Ling could not bring himself to undertake such an act. Moreover, should he save the opponent and allow them to complete a quest together, it could adversely affect his game rating. Conversely, if he prevented the opponent from completing their quest and engaged in a battle of wits to eliminate them, then what need was there to save them in the first place? Furthermore, he had no desire to reveal his enhanced abilities before the temporal realm. Thus, it would be more prudent for the temporal realm to be eliminated, as long as he fulfilled the opponent's dying wish. He would not be deemed to have betrayed the sacrifices made by them in exhausting their resources. With this thought in mind, Su Ling donned his attire and departed from the serene valley of the sacred pool. He ascended the mountain towards the Holy Court Temple at the peak. With the temporal realm drawing fire at the foot of the mountain, Su Ling encountered no obstacles on his ascent to the summit. There, amidst the vast expanse, a magnificent palace stood solemnly, under the cloak of night, devoid of the presence of Roger Samuel, the 4th-tier Holy Court Knight. The surroundings felt particularly desolate and silent. After surveying the summit, Su Ling's gaze fixated on the imposing Holy Court Temple. Empowered by his recently augmented attributes, he approached it fearlessly. You have entered the domain of the Holy Court Temple. Violence is prohibited in this area. This caused his brow to arch in intrigue. The entire Holy Court city bore no prohibitive rules, yet within the Holy Court Temple, a restriction against violence had emerged. Coupled with Roger Samuel's sudden aggression, Su Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that Roger Samuel's unexpected actions stemmed from the orders of their esteemed Pope. If this were any indication, then the Pope's disposition toward them seemed rather unfriendly. As Su Ling pondered this analysis, suddenly, you have attracted the attention of the 4th-generation Holy Court Pope, Zhou Zhao, who is currently reincarnated in this world as Arthur Douglas. A connection has been established between you, and Zhou Zhao's life information has been automatically updated in your records. Zhou Zhao, a three-dimensional life form, male, of no fixed ethnicity, 327 years old, currently serving as the 4th-generation Holy Court Pope. Two textual notifications from this self-knowledge ability abruptly manifested in Su Ling's mind. Simultaneously, he felt an unsettling sense of being scrutinized. According to his past disposition, even upon sensing such observation, he would typically feign ignorance, gradually discerning the location of the observer, and then proceed with caution. Yet now, he found himself momentarily taken aback. All of this stems from the profoundly shocking revelations conveyed by the two pieces of text feedback from my mind's self-awareness. The individual known as Zhou Zhao, the current 4th Pope of the Holy See, is astonishingly a three-dimensional life form. This implies that he is a person from the real world. Chapter 146, God Speaks. How can this be possible? The tumult within Su Ling's heart was so overwhelming that he could not restrain the change of expression on his face. Additionally, within the city of the Holy See, during the night's assessment, the intellectual evaluation through a question-answer format seemed to be an uncanny coincidence, among other things. Su Leng suddenly felt that this might indeed be within the realm of reason. If this were merely a simple game, then all the familiar elements belonging to the real world could be attributed to the sinister whims of game designers. However, the game Transdimensional Kill is far from being just a game. Thus, these overly familiar elements appeared somewhat peculiar. Yet, if the Pope, endowed with supreme authority in this world, is indeed a person from the real world, then it becomes comprehensible. The history of the Holy See in this fantastical realm was initiated by this Pope. And human creativity is derived from experiences. It is impossible to conjure new things from thin air. Therefore, the presence of various familiar elements from the real world within this fantastical world can be well explained. Nevertheless, Su Leng still found it exceedingly strange that this Zhou Zhao was a three-dimensional life form. If he is a three-dimensional life form hailing from the real world, then why has he become the Pope of this world? Based on the development history of the Holy See and the myriad pieces of information Su Leng had gathered about this world, it is highly probable that this fourth Pope was indeed Zhou Zhao in an infinite cycle of reincarnation. Consequently, this creates a temporal discrepancy. Even if each generation only lasted a few decades, having served as Pope for 4 generations would amount to at least 200 to 300 years. The information regarding his life experiences, indicating he is 327 years old, corroborates this point. Yet, Transdimensional Kill has only been operational for a little over a year, creating a contradiction in time. Even if the flow of time in this world differs from that of the real world, where one day here equates to 1 hour in reality, and 1 year here corresponds to approximately 15 days outside, Zhou Zhao's age of 327 would imply at least a decade has passed in the real world. Over a decade ago, according to Su Leng's recollection, Transdimensional Kill did not exist at all. However, the information retrieved through the self-awareness ability clearly indicates that he is indeed a three-dimensional life form, which is utterly incomprehensible, unless the reality from which this three-dimensional life form originates is not the same as the one Su Leng inhabits. Only this would provide a coherent explanation. As a traveler from another realm, Su Leng's past existence indeed confirms that there is not just one reality. With this realization, Su Leng's heart was suddenly illuminated. However, although he grasped this point, the reasons behind Zhou Zhao's ascension to the role of Pope in this world remain unanswered. Fortunately, Su Leng can utilize the self-awareness ability to explore Zhou Zhao's life experiences in search of answers. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Leng commenced his examination of the details regarding the life experiences of the other party. Meanwhile, within the sacred court temple, the entity known in 3 dimensions as Zhou Zhao, who held the identity of the 4th Pope Arthur Douglas in this realm, cast his consciousness outward to discreetly observe Su Leng. Upon noticing the momentary distraction on Su Leng's visage, a flicker of suspicion arose within him. Can he perceive my conscious scrutiny? Although this speculation remained unverified, the Pope, having lived for several centuries, acted with caution, sending forth a wave of consciousness directed towards the foot of the sacred court mountain. At the base of the mountain, an intruder has been detected. Eliminate him immediately. This command echoed instantaneously within the mind of Roger Samuel, a 4th-tier knight of the sacred court. At this juncture, Roger Samuel's battle with the temporal realm was nearing its conclusion. Before him, the temporal entity wore a colonial suit, now marred by countless fissures, gasping for breath. His countenance etched with exhaustion. Suddenly, a spurt of fresh blood erupted from the temporal being's mouth. In an instant, the formidable aura that once rivaled that of Roger Samuel waned dramatically. The effects of the power pill and blood burst pill, which had temporarily enhanced his strength, had expired, revealing their adverse effects. Not only did the temporal being's presence diminish, but he also became exceedingly feeble. Previously, he had managed to evade the onslaught of several 3rd-tier knights with his exceptional martial prowess and the protective, golden silk armor. But now he would likely falter against even a single 3rd-tier knight. His 4 attributes had plummeted from the levels of a formidable player to the nadir of a novice. Feeling the weakness permeating his body, the temporal being's expression darkened. In his peak condition, he could scarcely contend with the 4th-tier knight before him. Now, he feared he would be swiftly dispatched. Yet, he felt no fear, for this was not true death, and even if it were, he would not regret a demise well earned. What weighed upon his mind was the significance of his actions. Had Su Leng truly ventured to the sacred court temple to inquire about those 2 questions? As thoughts danced through his mind, the temporal being exhaled a breath of resignation, awaiting the conclusion of his fate. In his current weakened state, he could not hope to match the speed of the 4th-tier knight, let alone discern the arc of the great sword's swing, much less evade it. However, just as he braced himself for death, he noticed that the 4th-tier knight abruptly ceased his assault. The imposing figure clad in black armor pivoted towards Sacred Court Mountain, bending his legs as if preparing to leap. Witnessing this, the temporal being was initially taken aback, but soon his brow furrowed and his eyes sharpened. Why would he act in such a manner? Considering the knight's long-standing guardianship of the sacred court temple, it was reasonable to deduce that an urgent matter had arisen within the temple. In the current situation, what constitutes an emergency? Naturally, it is the incursion into the Sanctum Temple. At this moment, the only intruder in the entire Sanctum Mountain, aside from him, is one other individual, Su Leng. Although the fourth-tier Sanctum Knight currently resides at the mountain's base, the temporal realm remains oblivious to how the other has reached the summit. However, considering this world is imbued with mysterious powers, it does not seem surprising that one at the mountain's base might acquire knowledge of the summit's circumstances. In a fleeting moment, the temporal realm deduced this conclusion and simultaneously arrived at a decision. Despite his considerable weakness, he resolved to impede the adversary for as long as possible, for sometimes. A mere instant can determine the outcome of an entire battle. Although he was unaware of the situation atop the mountain, he was determined to fulfill his ultimate duty. With this thought, the weakened figure of the temporal realm forcefully kicked the butt of the spear that propped him up, producing a resonant clang as the weapon spun in an arc before he grasped the shaft firmly. In the next instant, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and hurled it towards Roger Samuel, the fourth-tier Sanctum Knight. With a sharp cry, the spear sliced through the air. Just then, Roger Samuel, with bent legs poised to unleash his formidable power, prepared to leap towards Sanctum Mountain. The thrown spear narrowly zipped past him, obstructing his path and causing his momentum to falter as he was compelled to halt and regain his balance. Witnessing this, the temporal realm finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Yet, as that smile emerged, he was met with the forceful strike of Roger Samuel's sword. The piercing sound of the blade accompanied a multitude of white winds that swiftly engulfed the temporal realm. Player Temporal Realm has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Thus, this esteemed player was ousted from the game. In terms of causality, he was indeed eliminated by Su Leng. His attempt to outmaneuver Su Leng had backfired, leading to his unexpected revelation when he shouted, exposing his position, ultimately resulting in an assault by a group of third-tier Sanctum Knights, culminating in the arrival of the fourth-tier Sanctum Knight, Roger Samuel. After the sword severed the temporal realm, Roger Samuel paid him no further heed. With his legs coiled in preparation, he unleashed a terrifying force, creating a spiderweb-like crater in the ground as he propelled himself several meters high, swiftly ascending towards the summit of Sanctum Mountain. Has he finally perished? Su Leng regarded the elimination notification that appeared before him, his expression largely unchanged. The moment the adversary chose to delay Roger Samuel, the outcome had become inevitable. Concurrently, feedback from his self-omniscience surfaced in his mind, informing him that Roger Samuel was racing towards the mountain's peak. Yet, emboldened by his newly enhanced attributes, he felt no fear. Nevertheless, the reason behind Roger Samuel's rapid approach, an order issued by Zhou Zhao through his consciousness, left Su Leng somewhat astonished. The transmission of commands over such a vast distance, from summit to base, bore an air of the mysterious. He stood before the grand entrance of the Holy Temple, continuing to scrutinize the intricate details of Zhou Zhao's life experiences. He had previously perused the entirety of Zhou Zhao's existence as a three-dimensional being. As he had surmised, the individual indeed hailed from a three-dimensional reality, one that, while markedly distinct from his own past and present, bore a striking resemblance to it. Yet, Zhou Zhao's life as a three-dimensional entity was, in truth, rather unremarkable. Born into an ordinary family, possessing mediocre talents, he progressed through the educational system, primary school, middle school, and high school, before enrolling in an unremarkable second-tier university. Upon graduation, he secured a job characterized by low pay and excessive overtime, drifting aimlessly toward his 30s. Devoid of a car or a home, with savings insufficient for a down payment. It was not until a fateful car accident that his life encountered a significant turning point. Upon awakening, Zhou Zhao discovered himself in an exceedingly primitive world, where the populace endured the shackles of slavery, and the means of production were woefully inadequate, leading to instances of starvation. To his dismay, he realized that he had assumed the identity of a slave in this realm. Before he could fully grasp his predicament, he was met with the cruel lashes of a foreman from the slave owner's estate, writhing in pain on the ground, only to be met with even harsher blows. Having never before suffered such indignity, he instinctively resisted, only to be subdued by the surrounding overseers, resulting in the severing of one of his fingers. In that moment, the harsh reality of the brutal world he had traversed became starkly apparent. Transmigration? Su Leng furrowed his brow upon reading this. The individual had indeed crossed into this world. Yet, reflecting on his own experience as a transmigrator, he acknowledged the disparity in their fates. Zhou Zhao's situation was undeniably tragic. He continued to read on. After having lost a finger, Zhou Zhao, following a rudimentary bandaging, was once again compelled to labor in the fields. Having tasted the bitterness of his new reality, he refrained from further rebellion and opted to work diligently. However, due to his injury and inexperience, he was relentlessly whipped by the overseers. They showed no concern for his wounds. Any delay or lag in his labor resulted in the crack of their whips. By the end of the day, not a single inch of his skin remained unscathed, his body a canvas of welts. That evening, weakened from his injuries, he found himself unable to compete with the other slaves for food, ultimately left with nothing to eat. Upon inspecting the meager rations provided to the slaves, he was repulsed. He felt that even the swine of his previous life were afforded better fare. As night descended and all others succumbed to slumber, Zhou Zhao resolved to escape. His escape, lacking any meticulous planning, inevitably caught the attention of the slave owner. In the pitch-black forest, the ominous glow of flames and the cacophony of barking hounds filled him with dread, compelling him to flee blindly. In his haste, he misstepped and fell into a concealed cave. After a tumultuous tumble, he lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, he found himself within an ancient temple, long buried beneath the earth. The temple housed a solitary stone statue, upon which rested a mask that appeared to be crafted from gold. Enchanted by this golden visage, Zhou Zhao could not resist the temptation to remove it from the statue and don it upon his own face. At the very moment he donned the mask, an epiphany akin to divine enlightenment surged through his mind. The golden mask, known as divine decree, proclaimed that any utterance made while adorned with it would become the edicts of this realm. Upon reading this, Su Ling's brows suddenly arched in realization. Having previously acquired the writer's pen in the last world of mysterious martial arts, he instantly comprehended the nature of the golden mask referred to as divine decree. At that precise moment, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal shadow surged upward, propelled from the mountainside to the peak, illuminated by the silvery moonlight. The Fourth Order Holy Court Knight, Roger Samuel, had arrived. Chapter 147, Fierce Battle. This mask must be the origin artifact of this world. The words spoken whilst wearing it will become the governing rules of this realm. How intriguing. Upon examining the detailed life information of Zhou Zhao, which mentioned the divine decree mask, Su Ling immediately deduced that this golden mask was indeed the origin artifact of this world. He also grasped how the prohibitive rules of the cities within this realm had come to be. Continuing to peruse Zhou Zhao's life details, he discovered that Zhou Zhao had effortlessly evaded the pursuit of slave masters with the aid of the divine decree mask, subsequently leading the slaves in a revolutionary uprising. However, the slaves, as well as their masters, were uncivilized, illiterate, and devoid of knowledge, lacking even the most fundamental understanding of simple cause and effect. In the end, Zhou Zhao resorted to the form of religion to unite these slaves. He first demonstrated miracles using the divine decree mask to captivate the enslaved, then assumed the role of a divine intermediary to gather the slaves of this world, forming a religion to overthrow the institution of slavery. This sequence of events ultimately mirrored the narrative described in the Chronicle of Holy Light, which Su Ling had previously encountered in the sacred fortress library of Kenpachi City, detailing the overthrow of slavery and the establishment of the Holy Court. Naturally, many events diverged from the text, yet the overarching trajectory remained largely consistent. As Su Ling absorbed the details of Zhou Zhao's life information, he gradually turned to face Roger Samuel, the Fourth Order Holy Court Knight, who had leaped from the mountainside. Without uttering a word, Roger Samuel steadied himself, wielding a massive black broadsword that he swiftly swung towards Su Ling, with a piercing, shrill sound slicing through the air. A torrent of sharp white air currents erupted, sweeping towards Su Ling, who stood at the entrance of the Holy Court Temple. Instead of retreating from the onslaught of this menacing sword wind, Su Ling remained resolute, slowly raising his right hand and then unleashing a thunderous punch. With a resounding explosion, a wave of identical white air currents erupted alongside his striking fist, transforming into a tempest that surged toward the sword wind unleashed by Roger Samuel. In an instant, the two streams of white air collided. A deafening sound akin to a hurricane erupted. The two currents of white air dispersed one another, morphing into gusts that scattered around. Losing their sharpness, this scene sent a jolt through the fourth pope, who was acutely aware of the circumstances outside the temple. In the next moment, he, ensconced within the palace, felt a series of prohibitive edicts emanating from the mask he wore. Lies are forbidden here. Insults are forbidden here. Arrogance is forbidden here. Each decree issued forth from his lips, creating a tapestry of rules that enveloped the holy temple. Upon realizing that Su Ling possessed the strength to contend with Roger Samuel, the most formidable fourth-tier knight of the Holy Court, the Pope immediately cloaked the temple in a multitude of taboo regulations. However, with every proclamation of these prohibitions, Su Ling's ability of self-awareness, instantaneously relayed their essence into his mind, rather than feeling constrained by the sudden influx of restrictions. Su Ling's first reaction was to perceive the Pope's anxiety. The immediate imposition of such numerous prohibitions upon witnessing his ability to confront Roger Samuel indicated a deep-seated insecurity regarding the Pope's own strength. Furthermore, it became evident that the mask of divine speech, much like the origin vessel, writer's pen, from the previous world of mysterious martial arts, was bound by corresponding rules, incapable of arbitrary utterances transforming into world laws. It likely adhered to the rigor, logic, and order of this realm. As this thought flitted through his mind, Su Ling's form swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his original position. The very next instant, Roger Samuel, the fourth-tier knight, materialized at that spot. His enormous black broadsword slicing through the air like a shadow, striking where Su Ling had just stood. With a resounding whoosh, a vast torrent of white energy surged forth. After their initial confrontation, where Su Ling had managed to counter his sword winds with his own, Roger Samuel opted for close combat. With an agility attribute soaring to 16, he instantly positioned himself behind Su Ling. Yet, Su Ling, endowed with an even swifter agility of 20, evaded his advance. However, while he successfully dodged Roger Samuel's close-quarter strike, the ensuing sword wind enveloped him. In the next heartbeat, these winds tore through his garments, leaving gashes that threatened his skin beneath. Astonishingly, though, the sword winds that struck Su Ling's skin inflicted no harm whatsoever. They merely left behind white marks that swiftly reverted to their original state. Even Roger Samuel, clad in his black armor, found himself momentarily frozen, taken aback by this phenomenon. How could a person's skin withstand such razor-sharp assaults? Did this imply that even a commoner, or a first or second-tier knight wielding their full strength, would struggle to inflict harm upon him? Never before had Roger Samuel encountered such an occurrence, leaving him momentarily dazed. As he stood there, bewildered, Su Ling, enveloped in the white sword winds, swiftly waved his hand, dispersing the torrents of energy with a powerful gust. Then, he muttered to himself with a contemplative expression, "The transformation after surpassing 10 points in physical strength seems to enhance my recovery abilities." Indeed, he had deliberately employed Roger Samuel's attack to test what the transformation entailed after his physical strength exceeded 10 points. Aware of Roger Samuel's prowess, he naturally sought to utilize his opponent to the fullest. The results were indeed revealing, as his strength attribute surged from just over 10 to beyond 20 points. The layer of fascia beneath his skin also significantly strengthened. The sword winds unleashed by Roger Samuel, sharp enough to force even a player of such caliber as Time Realm into a state of disarray, underscored their extraordinary potency. Yet, when struck upon him, it merely left a faint white mark. Moreover, this minor blemish swiftly healed under the enhanced recovery afforded by his transformed physical attributes. Such was the current might of Su Ling's corporeal form. Having concluded his assessment of the changes wrought by the transformation of his physical strength, Su Ling ceased his mental exploration of the life experiences of Zhou Zhao, the puppet emperor, and turned his full attention to Roger Samuel, the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight. With a sudden whoosh, the sound of rapid movement filled the air. Su Ling's agility attribute, now at 20 points, erupted explosively. He became a fleeting shadow, darting instantly to Roger Samuel's front, simultaneously delivering a punch that erupted with a thunderous sonic boom, crashing towards Roger Samuel. Roger Samuel, reacting with remarkable swiftness, swiftly positioned his massive black broadsword horizontally to intercept Su Ling's incoming fist. Despite Su Ling's agility being a remarkable 20, while Roger Samuel's hovered around 16, Su Ling required the time to move his body and raise his fist, whereas Roger Samuel needed only to lift his sword to block. Thus, their speeds were nearly equivalent. Roger Samuel's precise defensive maneuver effectively intercepted Su Ling's fierce punch. A resounding clang akin to a bronze bell echoed through the air. The force of Su Ling's 20-point strength eclipsed Roger Samuel's 16-point power by a considerable margin. The blow sent Roger Samuel's imposing frame skidding backward several meters, carving 2 deep grooves into the ground beneath his feet. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Roger Samuel's sliding form finally came to a halt, Su Ling propelled himself forward with a powerful push, launching yet another punch aimed directly at Roger Samuel's abdomen. At this moment, the disparity in their sizes was quite pronounced. Roger Samuel towered nearly 3 meters tall, clad in imposing black armor, while Su Ling stood at just under 2 meters, a head shorter. Thus, his punch could only strike at Roger Samuel's chest and abdomen. Nevertheless, Roger Samuel found himself wholly unable to withstand the force of Su Ling's 20-point strength. Upon seeing Su Ling's fist hurtling towards him once more, Roger Samuel, whose body had only just come to a stop, had no choice but to raise his massive black broadsword once again to block. Another resounding clang echoed, as Roger Samuel was once more sent sliding backward from the impact. However, this time, Roger Samuel chose not to withstand the impact. Instead, he leaped off the ground, allowing his body to be propelled backward, hoping to create distance from Su Ling's assault and evade the disadvantage of their confrontation. After enduring 2 direct strikes, this 4th-tier Holy Court Knight discerned the extent of Su Ling's power. Although it surpassed his own, the disparity was not insurmountable. Thus, he resolved to distance himself and recalibrate his combat strategy. Little did he know that Su Ling awaited precisely this opportunity. As Roger Samuel left the ground, soaring backward, Su Ling suddenly unleashed the unity of heaven and earth. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from him, and his strength attribute, initially around 20, surged an astonishing 15-fold, surpassing the 30 mark. In an instant, Su Ling's stature expanded from just under 2 meters to over 3 meters. His muscles swelled dramatically, veins crawling across his body like centipedes, rendering him a fearsome sight. Then, Su Ling's legs bent sharply, and in the next moment, with a cataclysmic force of 30 points, his speed skyrocketed. With a swish, as if teleporting, Su Ling appeared before Roger Samuel, who was still airborne, stirring a tempest in his wake. Roger Samuel, in mid-flight, was utterly unprepared for Su Ling's sudden explosion of such terrifying power and speed. As he hovered in the air, attempting to alter his trajectory, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as he flew towards Su Ling, who awaited him with a menacing grin. The next moment, bang! A tremendous thud resonated across the mountaintop. Su Ling, seizing the opportunity as Roger Samuel flew toward him, clenched his fists into hammers and delivered a crushing blow, driving Roger Samuel forcefully into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and dust billowed into the air. Roger Samuel, smashed into the earth, created a deep, circular crater upon impact. What followed was Su Ling, standing over his head, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches upon him. Bang! 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 Under the weight of 30 points of terrifying power, with each resounding thud, the black armor encasing Roger Samuel began to deform, and he transitioned from fierce resistance, struggling to rise, to gradually succumbing under the relentless assault, his arms slowly falling powerless until blood seeped from his severely contorted armor, silencing him forever. The sole 4th-tier Holy Court Knight of the Holy Court had fallen. This spectacle was witnessed by the Pope, who observed the entire event through consciousness from within the Holy Court Temple. Upon witnessing the death of the only 4th-tier Holy Court Knight, particularly at the hands of Su Ling's formidable physical prowess, incredulous murmurs erupted from behind the golden mask. How could such terrifying physical strength exist without sufficient wisdom to harness it? Such formidable power should have spiraled out of control. How could he remain composed? After a moment of musing, clad in the Pope's robes and wearing a golden mask, he stood in contemplation before striding toward the exit of the Holy Court Temple. In the latter half of your manipulated life, although I cannot fathom your emotions, perhaps ending your existence could be seen as a form of liberation. Su Ling slowly straightened up, gazing at the severely deformed black armor beneath him, from which flowed a copious amount of blood, and said in a calm voice. Subsequently, Su Ling dispelled the state of unity with heaven and earth, reverting to his normal form, and as he made his way towards the Holy Court Temple, he revisited the details of Zhou Zhao's life experiences in his mind. Earlier, he had observed how Zhou Zhao led the slaves of this world to overthrow the system of slavery, establishing the Holy Court, and ultimately became the first generation of Pope. With a reasonably just worldview, everything he had done after traversing into this world was primarily aimed at providing a better life for the slaves here. However, Su Ling was still somewhat curious as to why Zhou Zhao chose to live on indefinitely as Pope, instituting numerous seemingly virtuous yet excessively rigid taboos in the cities, driving many individuals to prefer a life of banditry in the wilderness rather than remain in the cities. Simultaneously, he hoped to glean insights into the dimensions and secrets of life's evolution that the temporal realm was concerned with from Zhou Zhao's life experiences. Of course, he did not harbor much hope for this, knowing that Zhou Zhao was someone from the real world who had traversed here. Su Ling did not believe that he could possess the knowledge to control thunder and lightning in this world. This ability was merely a result of the origin artifact known as the Divine Word. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, the specifics could only be discerned through examination. With this thought in mind, Su Ling ceased his contemplation and focused on reviewing the details of Zhou Zhao's life experiences. It was then that he discovered the reason for Zhou Zhao's drastic change in temperament during the latter part of his tenure as the first pope. Due to a severe strain from vigorous activity at the beginning of the month, my updates have become rather laid back, averaging over 4,000 words a day. Though akin to many laid-back novels, I have felt that this book has never truly experienced explosive updates since its inception, as if something were lacking. Now that my back has nearly healed, I shall introduce a wave of additional update rules for a semblance of significance, while ensuring a daily update exceeding 4,000 words. There are two methods for additional updates, as follows. The first method is through monthly votes, and the second is through rewards. This is entirely up to you. Given the current economic climate, it is reasonable to set a higher threshold so that everyone can exercise restraint. This activity will commence today and continue until the end of next month, from October 20th, 2022 to November 30th, 2022, lasting a total of 40 days. Afterward, I will revert to the current laid-back update style, especially with the new year approaching. Well, that seems to be about it. It is getting late, so I shall retire for the night. Good night, everyone. Chapter 148, Divinity, Humanity. To dismantle the system of slavery, Zhou Zhao constructed a fruit system using the divine word mask, enabling the gathered slave followers to attain extraordinary power to resist the united slave masters. He himself was a pioneer of the fruit system, having fortified his own physique to an exceptionally powerful state. After more than a decade of effort, the system of slavery in this land was finally overthrown by the holy court he led, and the people were liberated at last. Zhou Zhao utilized the knowledge acquired from his previous life to enlighten the world and establish a civilized realm. Everything appeared to progress favorably until that fateful day when he sensed an anomaly within his own body. Drawing from the teachings of ancient Buddhist scriptures, Zhou Zhao likened human desires to a restless monkey and a wild horse, believing that by mastering these inclinations, one could attain self-control. To achieve this mastery, he understood that profound wisdom was essential, as articulated in the scriptures. Consequently, Zhou Zhao relinquished the pursuit of physical enhancement through fruits and devoted himself to the elevation of his intellect. Initially, this endeavor yielded remarkable results. As his wisdom deepened, he gradually gained control over the overwhelming desires that his body generated. Upon reaching a certain threshold of enlightenment, he completely subdued his bodily urges. The exquisite sensation of having conquered such desires and maintaining clarity was intoxicating. To prevent a recurrence of being dominated by these physical cravings, Zhou Zhao relentlessly pursued further wisdom. During this period of intellectual growth, he also sought to rectify the corruption that plagued the Holy Court by instituting prohibitive regulations across major cities, effectively curbing humanity's baser instincts. The results were conspicuous. Under these edicts, the corruption among the knights of the Holy Court was swiftly addressed, and everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. However, new challenges soon emerged. The populace of the cities began to dwindle, succumbing to the life of marauding bandits in the wilderness. Simultaneously, Zhou Zhao, in his quest for wisdom, began to lose control in a manner far more severe than before. He discovered that he had seemingly developed an alternate persona, one characterized by absolute calmness and an indifference to all. This persona dominated his every action. An excessive enhancement of physical attributes led to emotional dominance over the body, while an overabundance of intellectual prowess precipitated a schism in identity. Was this the essence of losing control? Upon reviewing the details of Zhou Zhao's life experiences, Su Ling furrowed his brow in contemplation. His own physical attributes had significantly surpassed his intellectual ones, yet he had not experienced a similar loss of control. Could it be that, as a player immersed in the game Transdimensional Kill, his character was not his true self, thus exempting him from such turmoil? This explanation seemed plausible. While Zhou Zhao was indeed a three-dimensional being, he had traversed into this world rather than engaging as a player, which might account for his breakdown. Nevertheless, Zhou Zhao's plight deepened Su Ling's understanding of the relationship among the four attributes. Subsequently, Zhou Zhao's experiences were predominantly guided by that indifferent persona, which orchestrated a series of events that led to the emergence of four successive popes. Yet, Su Ling remained perplexed. If this indifferent persona had indeed taken the reins, why did it not continue to enhance Zhou Zhao's original body? Instead, it allowed the body to deteriorate and chose to pursue a path of reincarnation. By neglecting the strengthening of the original body and opting for the risks associated with consciousness transfer and seeking rebirth, one could surmise that enhancing the original form would be detrimental to the split persona. At this thought, Su Ling suddenly felt a stirring within. Zhou Zhao's condition seemed to echo a profound schism between humanity and divinity. Divinity embodies absolute rationality, indifferent to all. Yet humanity retains the original intention of Zhou Zhao's transcendence through time. The essence of humanity is most poignantly represented by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As the physical form grows stronger, the secretion of hormones intensifies, and consequently, the 7 emotions and 6 desires become more pronounced, inevitably impacting the divine nature, potentially suppressing it entirely. This elucidates why another persona birthed from Zhou Zhao would abandon its original essence, relentlessly seeking new vessels for consciousness and continuing to inhabit new bodies. In reflecting upon this, Su Ling suddenly turned his thoughts inward. He found himself exhibiting similar signs. Prior to his transcendence, he was, in fact, a fairly ordinary individual. However, after lying in a vegetative state for over a year in this world, his consciousness lingered in a void for an indeterminate time. Upon awakening his ability of self-awareness, he engaged in daily mental exercises, resulting in a gradual, unconscious transformation towards an attitude of indifference. Most alarmingly, he seemed oblivious to this change. Such subtle yet profound alterations are perhaps the most terrifying. Nevertheless, having learned from Zhou Zhao's past, Su Ling felt a sense of urgency. The restoration of his body could not be delayed. After muttering to himself, he once again found himself at the entrance of the sacred hall. Upon reaching the threshold, a thought suddenly echoed in his mind. Who are you, and what brings you to intrude upon the temple? Upon receiving this mental communication, Su Ling narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent. Having reviewed the details of Zhou Zhao's life experiences, he was well aware of the situation concerning the current prelate. After attaining a certain level of wisdom, the prelate's consciousness had undergone a transformation, allowing it to leave the body freely and serve as a conduit for sensory information. However, that was the extent of its capabilities. Moreover, the prelate feared that the tumult of human emotions would shatter and suppress its divine essence, hence refraining from using attribute fruits to enhance its physical form. Consequently, the prelate possessed little power, which explained the earlier display of panic. However, the method of transmitting thoughts could indeed be intimidating to the uninitiated. Coupled with the various prohibitive rules established within the sacred hall, a verbal misstep could easily lead other players into violating these taboos, resulting in their downfall. For instance, the inquiry about identity appeared innocuous, yet it concealed sinister intent. In the absence of personal strength, the prelate was clearly attempting to exploit the information disparity inherent in the taboo rules to ensnare Su Ling in a verbal trap. Regrettably for the prelate, such tactics were futile against Su Ling. Ignoring the words entirely, Su Ling strode confidently into the sacred hall, directly advancing towards the source of the thought. Observing Su Ling with keen awareness, the prelate grew increasingly flustered. Nonetheless, he managed to maintain a facade of composure, altering his position while continuing to project thoughts. I know who you are. You hail from another world and do not belong here. Am I correct? The prelate persisted in his attempt to ensnare Su Ling in a verbal trap. Yet Su Ling remained unresponsive. Since there exists an unspoken taboo against deceit, he chose to disregard it entirely. Although such behavior was undeniably impolite, there was no established rule against rudeness here, for the other party's unsolicited inquiries were equally discourteous, thus nullifying the imposition of such a taboo. Thus, the Pope of the Holy See, while incessantly shifting his position, attempted to lead Su Ling into breaching the sacred taboos of the temple with various verbal traps. However, Su Ling skillfully evaded every attempt by remaining indifferent. Soon, the Pope, who had not enhanced his physical attributes, found himself exhausted after numerous shifts, panting heavily and unable to proceed any further. At that moment, Su Ling appeared before him. In the pitch-black temple, illuminated solely by the moonlight, the Pope, adorned in his sacred robe and donning a golden mask, leaned against a colossal stone pillar, gasping for breath. Su Ling approached him with measured steps. How have you managed this? The Pope gasped. I have continually shifted my position, yet you seem to know my every move. Has your consciousness undergone a transformation? Upon hearing this, Su Ling remained unresponsive, recognizing it as yet another trap woven with words, a bait intended to ensnare him with the allure of a transformed consciousness. Noticing Su Ling's silence, the Pope continued, if you seek power, I can reveal the method to you. Within the holy treasury of Holy Mountain lie numerous fruits, the very relics you have escorted. These relics, when immersed in the sacred pool, will merge with its waters, allowing you to absorb their power upon your own immersion. This time, he directly dangled the temptation of power before Su Ling. Yet, Su Ling remained unmoved, continuing his approach. At this juncture, the distance between them had narrowed significantly. The Pope, however, did not retreat, but instead bellowed, this place demands decorum. Seizing the opportunity of Su Ling's proximity, he ostensibly set forth a taboo. Following this, he ceased his previous attempts to lead Su Ling into transgressing the taboo. Now standing face to face, Su Ling smiled gently and politely inquired, Mr. Zhou Zhao, might I request that you remove your mask? The utterance of Zhou Zhao struck the Pope, who had not heard that name in nearly 3 centuries, rendering him momentarily disoriented. You. The Pope staggered back several steps. Though his golden mask obscured his features, the tremors of his body betrayed the tumult within. In the next instant, one of his hands began to shake violently, gradually lifting toward the mask upon his face. This was the suppressed humanity within him, awakened and fiercely resisting in response to the name Zhou Zhao. A loud rebuke emerged from beneath the mask, while the Pope's other hand rose to grasp the trembling wrist, preventing him from removing the mask. With this additional restraint and the weight of divine suppression, the once trembling hand found itself unable to advance, gradually succumbing to weakness. As one could perceive, the essence of humanity was on the brink of being utterly suppressed. At that moment, Mr. Zhou Zhao inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" With a polite smile. "No." A resounding shout erupted from behind the golden mask. Yet, swiftly, the Pope's entire figure began to tremble violently. After a brief moment, he managed to force out a single quivering word, "Yes." With this affirmation, a sharp glint flickered in Su Leng's eyes. In a swift motion, he unleashed a fleeting shadow of his arm, deftly snatching the golden mask from the Pope's visage with astonishing speed. As the mask was removed, the individual's humanity was finally and completely subdued by divinity. He then gazed at Su Leng, but constrained by the sacred temple's prohibitive rules, he refrained from being disrespectful or making a move, merely widening his eyes and gritting his teeth as he politely implored, "Please return it to me." Su Leng smiled back at him, revealing a gaunt and aged countenance behind the golden mask. This reincarnated Pope, nearing 60 years of age, bore the appearance of a frail elder, having not used any fruits to enhance his physical form. Upon hearing the polite request, Su Leng remained silent and slowly donned the golden mask upon his own face. The divine Zhou Zhao observed this with indifference, stating, "It is futile. Only I can wield this mask." Although he was unaware of how the other party discerned its purpose, it was evident that Su Leng understood and intended to wear it. However, Zhou Zhao had long validated that only he could utilize the mask, and thus he felt no concern. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. Su Leng, adorned with the golden mask, proclaimed loudly, "This place is free of taboos." As his words echoed, a resonating hum filled the sacred hall. Subsequently, the divine Zhou Zhao sensed the oppressive weight of the prohibitive rules he had established dissipate entirely. The other had successfully wielded the golden mask. How could this be? The embodiment of absolute rationality. Zhou Zhao's face was instantly suffused with incredulity. As disbelief washed over Zhou Zhao, Su Leng, having lifted the prohibition within the temple with the divine speech mask, gently removed it and chuckled softly. "Now, we can converse properly." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Zhao quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Su Leng and then at the golden mask in his hand, murmuring to himself in realization, "So it is not that I am special, but rather that this mask can only be wielded by those from other worlds." After initially grappling with disbelief, the absolute calm and rationality of Zhou Zhao allowed him to swiftly connect the dots and comprehend the circumstances. He recognized that the individual before him was his own humanity, who, during his consciousness's reincarnation and unstable state, had used the divine speech mask to summon beings from a higher dimensional world, hailing from another realm. Upon hearing the mutterings of the other party, Su Leng couldn't help but smile faintly. The rapidity with which the other had arrived at this conclusion exemplified their absolute composure and rationality, a divine aspect indeed. After receiving the tacit approval from the other's human side, he swiftly removed the mask from their face. In that instant, four pieces of system information surged forth in his vision. "Congratulations, player Su Leng, for discovering the one-dimensional divine mask." The one-dimensional divine mask, an artifact that embodies the origins of a one-dimensional world, unique to the realm of Holy Court. It can establish the world rules of the one-dimensional world Holy Court through the power of spoken words. Note: life forms of one dimension and below, including one-dimensional beings, are not permitted to use this. Congratulations on discovering the dimensional artifact. A friendly reminder: players can exchange and used artifacts for dimensional points at the official Transcendent Kill Dimension Marketplace, which can be utilized to purchase goods. Detected that the player's consciousness is that of a three-dimensional life form, thus meeting the conditions to utilize the one-dimensional divine mask. This golden mask, indeed, resembled the writer's pen, obtained previously in the world of mysterious martial arts, both being one-dimensional artifacts. However, unlike the writer's pen, which could directly alter world settings, overarching trends, and character biographies, the golden mask was designed to construct world rules. In comparison, while the writer's pen possessed broader functionalities, it could not directly influence reality. On the other hand, the divine mask could enact direct effects in the real world, making it more efficient and practical. From a functional standpoint, it was difficult to ascertain which was superior. It merely indicated differing emphases. This functional information was known only to Su Leng, a player of Transcendent Kill, while the other party, Zhou Zhao, remained oblivious. Yet, it was entirely reasonable that Zhou had spent nearly 3 centuries studying and exploring the capabilities of this golden mask. Ignoring the other's mumblings, Su Leng turned to Zhou and cheerfully stated, Let us first discuss what consciousness condensation is. Previously, the other had used this as bait, attempting to lure him into a trap, but he had disregarded it. Now, having lifted the taboo rules within the temple, Su Leng naturally broached the subject himself. He found the concept of consciousness to be immensely intriguing. Transcendent Kill involved players immersing their consciousness into characters across various worlds, thus unfolding the game. A deeper understanding of consciousness would undoubtedly facilitate a more profound exploration of the myriad unknown mysteries within Transcendent Kill. Do you wish to understand what consciousness condensation is? Upon hearing Su Leng's words, Zhou Zhao's expression shifted back to one of indifferent detachment, replying, "I can tell you, but there are no buts," Su Leng interjected. Narrowing his eyes with a smile, "You would do well to comprehend the current situation. We are not negotiating on equal terms. You have been targeting us from the beginning, leading to the demise of my companion at the hands of your guardian knight. Should you refuse to speak, I shall ensure you meet my companion." At Su Leng's words, Zhou Zhao fell into a profound silence. He had intended to question whether that individual was truly Su Leng's companion. According to the intelligence at his disposal, these higher-dimensional beings summoned by the other's human side had descended only to engage in mutual slaughter. Moreover, the individual who previously manipulated Roger Samuel discovered the traces of the two and immediately sold out his companion, allowing the latter to draw fire while he made his escape. Could this truly be considered a companion? Or is it merely a divergence in our understanding of companionship? Let us pause for a moment. Observing that the other party seemed to choose submission, Su Leng raised the golden mask he had just set down and donned it once more, proclaiming, "Deceit is prohibited in this place." After uttering this, he lowered the mask again, smiling as he turned to the divine Zhou Zhao and said, "You may speak now." Upon witnessing this, Zhou Zhao's expression darkened, and he continued, "The condensation of consciousness is a transformative state that occurs when wisdom reaches a certain level, resulting in a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation. In this state, consciousness can detach from the body, possessing heightened senses, and with the consent of others. It can even parasitize and control another's body." However, he paused, frowning before adding, "In the detached state, one can only operate at night and must not be exposed to sunlight, lest they suffer burns." Originally, he had intended to withhold the latter part of his explanation, but bound by the taboo of truthfulness, he was compelled to disclose everything. In truth, it was not impossible to conceal information. The prohibition against deceit had its loopholes, and as long as he refrained from mentioning the limitations, it would not be considered a lie. Yet, the exceedingly calm and rational divine Zhou Zhao understood that Su Leng had imposed this taboo for a reason, and he would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Thus, rather than face relentless questioning later, he opted to reveal everything up front. Indeed, after he finished speaking, Su Leng inquired with a calm demeanor, "Is there more?" "There is nothing else," Zhou Zhao replied, and with that, the taboo was not violated, signifying he had not lied. Su Leng nodded thoughtfully in response. What Zhou Zhao had conveyed aligned closely with the details he had gleaned from the latter's life experiences, and the absence of any violation of the taboo indicated that he had spoken the truth or had disclosed all he knew. Should there be any other circumstances, Zhou Zhao likely remained unaware of them. Thus, Su Leng refrained from further inquiries. The ability to detach freely, possess heightened senses, and, with others' consent, invade and control another's body bore striking similarities to the shadowy spirits depicted in the Xianxia narratives Su Leng had encountered in his previous life. Was it possible that the ultimate path of attribute enhancement led to the realm of cultivation? This notion surged within Su Leng's mind, yet he quickly shook his head. The concept of cultivation seemed too narrow in scope. It should be noted that cultivation is merely one facet of the advancement route within the game Transcendental Kill. Transcendental Kill encompasses a vast array of elements. At present, in the early stages of the game, the overall skill level of players is relatively low, confining them to a world of modest martial arts and low magic. However, as players' skills improve over time, the more advanced players will inevitably encounter realms of fantasy and cultivation. It can be said that the intersection of fantasy and cultivation systems is an inevitability. Yet, even the systems of fantasy and cultivation are merely one aspect of Transcendental Kill, and thus cannot be used to define the game's overall trajectory. However, the remarks made by Zhou Zhao regarding the condensation of consciousness can indeed serve as a reference. After a swift cascade of thoughts, Su Leng turned his gaze towards the divine Zhou Zhao and inquired once more, "How do you perceive dimensions?" At long last, he posed the question that the temporal realm wished for him to ask. "Dimensions?" Upon hearing Su Leng's inquiry, the divine Zhou Zhao visibly faltered, then frowned and replied, "You are beings from a higher dimensional world, and you pose this question to me?" In his understanding, Su Leng was a high-dimensional entity summoned from his own humanity. Thus, He found it less perplexing that Su Leng was aware of his true name prior to his transcendence and the application of the golden mask. After all, the intricacies of a higher dimensional existence were beyond his comprehension. Yet now, Su Leng had the audacity to question him about dimensions, which struck him as rather absurd. Or perhaps, was the other party mocking him? Observing the reaction of his counterpart and hearing the retort, Su Leng quickly grasped that this inquiry was futile. Upon reflection, it was clear. The other party had traversed from another reality, a three-dimensional being likely believing that their realm was akin to the three-dimensional reality of their previous life, or perhaps an even higher dimensional existence. To seek the secrets of dimensions from such a being was indeed a fanciful notion. Fortunately, upon learning that this individual was a traveler from the three-dimensional reality, Su Leng harbored no expectations. Recognizing the lack of insight regarding dimensions from the other, he lost interest in further questioning them about the evolution of life and prepared to take decisive action against him. The divine Zhou Zhao seemed to sense Su Leng's murderous intent. His expression shifted slightly before he hastily raised his hand and exclaimed, "Wait." In the next moment, a glimmer of rationality faded from his eyes, replaced by an expression of bewilderment that gradually emerged on his face. Is this a dream? Compared to the prior absolute calm and rationality of his divine aspect, Zhou Zhao now bore a profound human emotion on his countenance. Witnessing this, Su Leng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was the human side of him being revealed? But what was the intention behind this? Did he wish for his humanity to plead for mercy? If that were the case, he had miscalculated. Su Leng was about to proceed with his actions when suddenly, no, this is not a dream. Abruptly, the human aspect of Zhou Zhao seemed to ascertain that everything before him was indeed reality. His eyes widened in shock, and in the next instant, he violently collided with a nearby stone pillar. Bang! A resounding thud echoed throughout the temple. The pillar was instantly drenched in blood. Zhou Zhao, his head split open and bleeding profusely, fell backward due to the force of impact, blood gushing from his head, cascading down his cheeks, and staining his pristine papal robe in crimson. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. However, after a fit of laughter, his expression abruptly changed. The divine Zhou Zhao re-emerged. What a fool. The divine Zhou Zhao erupted into a tirade of curses. It was at this moment that Su Leng finally comprehended the unfolding events. The divine Zhou Zhao sought to release the human Zhou Zhao in a plea for mercy. After all, it was the human Zhou Zhao who had summoned them to the higher dimensional realm. However, as soon as the human Zhou Zhao emerged, he charged towards the pillar with lightning speed, seeking death, unwilling to be controlled by the divine aspect of himself to continue committing malevolent acts. Upon realizing this, Su Leng could not help but feel a surge of respect and immediately donned the golden mask once more, proclaiming, "No consciousness shall leave this place." To honor the human Zhou Zhao's noble sacrifice, Su Leng specifically established a taboo rule to prevent the divine Zhou Zhao's consciousness from departing. How dare you? The divine Zhou Zhao's countenance drastically changed upon hearing Su Leng's decree. The usually composed and rational being could not suppress a curse. He then prepared to rise and exit the temple. Yet, this frail body was ultimately too weak, having never experienced the elevation of fruits, and at the age of 60, he collided headlong into the stone pillar. It was already a miracle that he did not perish on the spot, let alone possess the strength to flee outside the temple. As the blood flowed ever more profusely from his head, his stamina began to wane. Trapped within his own body, his consciousness dared not leave, for doing so would mean immediate death. Thus, he could only await the arrival of his demise. Fool! As life neared its end, the divine Zhou Zhao cursed once more, relinquishing dominance and allowing the human Zhou Zhao to emerge again, evidently intending for him to experience the agony of a body gradually succumbing to death. However, the re-emerging human Zhou Zhao merely lay helplessly on the ground, continuously murmuring apologies. I'm sorry. Even as corruption plagued him, his attempts to establish taboos in various cities were merely efforts to atone for his transgressions. Yet ultimately, things did not unfold as he had hoped. His actions seemed to exacerbate the world's woes rather than alleviate them. The murmurs of remorse gradually diminished, growing ever fainter. Amidst the fading confessions, Su Leng's figure receded further away, departing from the temple. A cacophony erupted in the air. She hurriedly pushed the door open and beheld the once dark holy court city illuminated under the night sky. Simultaneously, commotion surged from outside the courtyard. Various hurried footsteps and discussions echoed from beyond the walls. Get up! Get up! Something has happened on Holy Court Mountain. What has transpired? I heard someone broke into Holy Court Mountain and engaged in combat with the mentors up there. Not only that, even the esteemed Roger, the Holy Knight, has been stirred. Impossible. Isn't Roger always stationed at the mountaintop? This must be a serious matter. Upon hearing the tumult outside, Chen Shasha immediately rushed to Su Ling's room in search of him, only to find the chamber utterly vacant. No way. As she recalled the conversations drifting from outside, her brow furrowed tightly. They didn't even call me to join the mountain expedition? Just as she was about to seethe with anger, she suddenly remembered the 2 times she had disconnected during her game earlier and deflated like a punctured balloon, feeling utterly dejected. Alas, it is only natural that he does not wish to bring me along. Had I been in his position, I would have surely expressed my displeasure after 2 instances of game abandonment. Soon, while reclining on the bed in her room, an unexpected notification sprang forth. Player Shi Jing has been eliminated by player Su Long. What? Upon reading this update, Chen Shasha leapt up from her bed. She distinctly recalled that upon entering this game, this master player had swiftly eliminated 2 teams. Such a formidable expert has been ousted. Amidst her shock, she could not help but marvel at Su Long's prowess and lament the lack of loyalty from her friend Su Jing. Truly astounding. Humph, that wretched mirror. I had considered her a sister. How ungrateful she has been. With such an impressive brother, how could she not introduce him during our time at school? Had she done so earlier, I would not have acquiesced to my parents' wishes to study abroad. That insufferable mirror has thwarted my romantic prospects. After this tirade of grievances, the guilt stemming from her wicked thoughts of wanting to be the sister-in-law of that wretched mirror diminished considerably. Nonetheless, a remnant of guilt still lingered. I must seek further justifications, she mused. Thus, Chen Shasha rummaged through her thoughts for various excuses to alleviate her conscience. When we were first assigned to the same table, she thought, eating the cookies without sharing? -1 point. When I lowered my head, the teacher arrived without reminding me. Another point deducted. With her outstanding grades, beauty, and a brother so formidable. Oh, how envious I feel. 10 points off for that. As she continuously deducted points in her mind, her sense of guilt gradually waned. Meanwhile, outside, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, as the entire St. Court city illuminated with lights. Knights of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ranks, as well as the youthful knight recruits, surged toward the impending chaos at St. Court Mountain. The city was alive with a throng of people. However, amidst this bustling crowd, a sound echoed as the courtyard gate creaked open. He stealthily accompanied Shi Jing to St. Court Mountain, where he would vocally betray their position before proceeding to the sacred vault and sacred pool to pilfer sacred artifacts to enhance his attributes. He then ascended to the summit of the St. Court Temple, where he engaged in combat with Roger Samuel, a 4th-rank St. Court knight, ultimately vanquishing him. Entering the St. Court Temple, he faced off against Zhou Zhao, the Pope of the Nesting Dolls, and remarkably, this entire endeavor consumed little time. Thus far, during his venture to St. Court Mountain, his true identity had only been revealed to Shi Jing, Roger Samuel, and Pope Zhou Zhao. Yet, all 3 had either been eliminated or met their demise. Of course, after this night, with the Pope and the 4th-rank St. Court knight falling, the world of St. Court would likely undergo a significant upheaval. Nevertheless, these matters bore no relevance to him. His next objective was to eliminate the remaining player team, while ensuring that the passerby player accompanying Shi Jing remained concealed to prevent exposure. However, the movements of the opposing team were readily available in Su Long's mind, conveyed through the textual information provided by self-knowledge, making their discovery a trivial task. As there was no deliberate attempt to conceal the sound of the door being pushed open, Chen Shasha felt a wave of nervousness wash over her upon hearing it. She quickly rose and discreetly peeked outside from behind the door. Upon recognizing Su Ling, her surprise was palpable as she stepped outside. The phrase "it is over" lingered in the air, though its exact implications remained unspoken. Yet, to Chen Shasha, it immediately evoked the information regarding the elimination of the time domain that had recently surfaced in her mind. Thus, she naturally deduced that Su Ling had succeeded in eliminating the time domain, signifying an end to this game. From a player's perspective, her interpretation was indeed valid. Subsequently, Chen Shasha began to inquire how Su Ling had managed to eliminate the time domain. Her interest was particularly piqued by such a high-stakes confrontation. Su Ling, not one to withhold information, recounted how he had infiltrated Kenpachi City, disguised as the captain of the Holy Court Knights, Raymond Vero. He had escorted them under the guise of a demonic invasion and had invited them to infiltrate Holy Court Mountain that very night. All the while, he had been aware of the time domain's nefarious schemes, cleverly playing into their hands and ultimately betraying them atop Holy Court Mountain, where they fell victim to the onslaught of the 3rd-tier Holy Court Knights, culminating in the demise at the hands of the 4th-tier Knights. He omitted details regarding his own theft of the sacred fruits to enhance his attributes and his visit to the Holy Court Temple at the mountain's peak. Upon hearing this, Chen Shasha's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "The knight captain who escorted us all the way here was actually from the time domain." The two engaged in casual conversation in the courtyard, unfazed by the turmoil outside. However, when someone reached the summit intending to report the situation to the Pope, they were met with the grim reality that both Roger Samuel, the fourth-tier Holy Court Knight, and the Pope lay lifeless. By then it was already late into the night. The entire Holy Court Mountain, and indeed the city itself, was engulfed in shock. In the days that followed, the Knights of the Holy Court, whether reserve or of the first three tiers, found themselves consumed by a flurry of activity, steeped in grief over the recent events. Some were engaged in investigations into the assassination, others in preparations for funerals, while some swore vengeance, and a few, seeing an opportunity, harbored ambitious designs. In essence, the entire city of the Holy Court began to undergo a subtle transformation, with an undercurrent of unrest brewing beneath the surface. However, Su Ling remained indifferent to these developments. While the Knights of the Holy Court busied themselves, he sought out the remaining player team and the Time Domain's erstwhile ally. Without expending much effort, Su Ling swiftly eliminated the last remaining player team and the Time Domain's companion, emerging as the final player standing in this game. He then approached a Holy Court Knight named Bren, presenting him with the 40 sacred fruits he had collected. Although Bren was disheartened by the deaths of Roger Samuel and the Pope and had little interest in the sacred fruits, the offering was nevertheless accepted. However, after receiving them, Bren perfunctorily outlined a series of potential rewards without taking any substantive action. Fortunately, Su Ling held no expectations in this regard, as Bren accepted the 40 sacred fruit tokens. A cascade of system notifications instantly appeared in the eyes of Su Ling and Chen Shasha. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations to player Su Ling for successfully completing the task. The system will now evaluate the player's performance in this round of the game. Please hold on for a moment while the evaluation concludes. This round's game task, the player, assuming the role of the owner of Chris de Ferlent's private agency, keenly sensed the peril of forbidden rules at the start and promptly evacuated with teammates from Onister City to Hanbao City. Upon arrival in Hanbao City, the player proceeded to the recruitment hall, luring in a team led by the president under the guise of forming an alliance, and systematically eliminating them by exploiting the city's forbidden rules. Subsequently, while waiting, the player conversed with the Holy Knights of Hanbao City to clear any suspicions. The player then journeyed to Gasting City, masquerading as a native of this world, to issue a quest to a player team led by Huo Yichong Tian, ultimately sowing discord within their ranks, leading to internal strife and backstabbing them during their quarrel. Disguising as the captain of the Holy Knights, the player cleverly infiltrated the sacred mountain, revealing the opposing team's whereabouts and ensnaring them in an ambush by the third-tier Holy Knights, ultimately leading to their elimination by the fourth-tier Holy Knight Roger Samuel. The player then stealthily entered the sacred repository of the sacred mountain, pilfering the sacred fruit tokens to enhance attributes at the sacred pool, and finally ascended to the summit, vanquishing the fourth-tier Holy Knight Roger Samuel, and entering the sacred temple to effectively evade mysterious rules, seizing the face of the dimensional god from the contemporary Pope. The completion rate for this round's game task is 100. This round's character portrayal, the player frequently disguised as a native of this world, issued adventure tasks and feigned alliances, gaining the trust of other player teams before committing acts of betrayal, aligning with the character archetype of a treacherous hypocrite. The final evaluation of this round's character portrayal level, perfect. Player Su Ling's final rating for this round of the game is level. Congratulations to player Su Ling for achieving a level rating in this round of the game. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to player Su Ling for receiving a level task rating. Awarded Super Dimensional Energy 1. Congratulations to player Su Ling for a task completion rate of 100, allowing the retention of attribute gains in the game instance. Congratulations to player Su Ling for reaching a perfect level in character portrayal. Awarded the character card Hypocrite. Congratulations to player Su Ling for achieving final victory in the side quest. Randomly awarded item card 57. Following this series of system notifications, a countdown timer also appeared in the eyes of Su Ling and Chen Shasha. A total of 57 players were eliminated in this game, and he was eager to discover what kind of item cards he could draw from 57 random lottery opportunities. One-dimensional attributes. Su Ling attributes. Strength 2032, Agility 2007, Stamina 1878. Intelligence 3 skills. Beginner bomb crafting, master level firearm knowledge, master level disguise, master level martial arts, master level shooting items. Dimension elevation card 1. Character modification card 1. Character card, Hypocrite. Character card, Extreme Martial Enthusiast 1. Character card, Prince. Hyperdimensional Energy 1. Position swap card 1. Teleportation card 1. Weapon card, Fruit Knife 11. Weapon card, Kitchen Knife 13. Weapon card, Ordinary Clothing 9. Weapon card, Bulletproof Vest 7. Weapon card, Electric Bat 9. Weapon card, Ordinary Greatsword 3. Weapon card, Ordinary Armor 2. Weapon card, Obsidian Greatsword. 1. Weapon card, Obsidian Armor. 1. Martial Arts, Kill without leaving a trace. 4th Realm. Ascend to the Heavens Divine Skill. 2nd Realm. Frenzied Blood Fist. 1st Realm. Secret Technique. Unity of Heaven and Earth Dimensional Artifact. Face of the Divine Discourse. Dimensional Points. 0. Gazing at the cluttered array of item cards, Su Ling could not help but furrow his brow. Out of 57 random draw opportunities, he discovered that the mere selection of fruit knife, kitchen knife, ordinary clothing, bulletproof vest, and electric baton had consumed over 40 of his chances. The remaining items drawn, which he had never encountered before, amounted to but 5. 3. Ordinary great swords, wielded by third-tier holy knights in the realm of sanctum, and 2 sets of ordinary armor, donned by the same knights. Additionally, there was the Obsidian Greatsword, used by Roger Samuel, a 4th-tier holy knight, along with his obsidian armor. While these items surpassed the likes of a fruit knife, they hardly offered a significant improvement. The only commendable acquisition was the functional teleportation card, yet to have drawn only this single card from 57 attempts felt undeniably unfortunate. However, Su Ling had long recognized the pitfalls of randomly obtained item cards during his initial experience in multiplayer mode. Hence he held no grand expectations and felt little disappointment. Ultimately, the most substantial gains from this game were the hyperdimensional energy acquired through the grading system, as well as the enhancement of his physical attributes and the face of the Divine Discourse artifact. The rest, he regarded with a sense of unexpected delight. Soon, he had thoroughly examined the array of weapon cards and the singular teleportation card. His attention then shifted to the character card, Hypocrite. Character card, Hypocrite. Upon using this card, one can enhance their affinity, making others perceive them as amiable, inadvertently fostering trust within a span of 24 hours. Curious about the potential effects of utilizing this character card alongside the Extreme Martial Enthusiast card he had previously acquired, Su Ling began to compare the two. One embodies the essence of virtue, while the other personifies malevolence. The juxtaposition of these two cards raises intriguing questions about the resultant temperament when utilized in tandem. Of course, this is merely a whimsical contemplation. Each card possesses its own merits, yet should their opposing natures cancel each other out, it would indeed be a lamentable squandering of potential. With a shake of his head, Su Ling focused his thoughts, and in an instant, he found himself in the bustling game plaza of the southwestern district. The abundance of subpar weapon cards was overwhelming, and retaining too many served no purpose. Thus, he resolved to dispose of them here for some currency. Furthermore, following this game, based on the feedback from his self-awareness cognitive process, Chinshasha had also achieved a level rating post-game, rendering her unfit for continued use as a mere tool. Given the overall difficulty of the game, Su Ling was also in search of new novice players at an appropriate level, with the game consuming his time. It felt as though he was sharpening his intellect. He longed for a dashing figure with an athletic physique to ignite his romantic impulses. The plaza was perpetually noisy, a cacophony of voices vying for attention. Upon his arrival, Su Ling was immediately enveloped by a symphony of sounds. However, having previously sold item cards here, he had grown accustomed to the chaos. Navigating effortlessly through the various stalls, he perused for any valuable item cards. Finding none, he settled into a corner and activated his stall mode. After listing an array of surplus weapon cards and crafting enticing advertisements, he awaited the arrival of potential customers while opening his friend system. As soon as Su Ling activated the friend system, a flurry of friend requests inundated him. Player Hui Zhang requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Lao Lu requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Hua Yachong Tian requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Dehei Wu requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Zishir Guijia requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Wang Zhigui Lai requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Shijing requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Among the 57 players he had eliminated in the previous game, aside from a handful, nearly all had sent him friend requests. Additionally, his reputation on the Super-Dimensional Kill forum had spread, attracting numerous onlookers, both novices and seasoned players alike, who sought to add him as a friend. After a cursory count, Su Ling noted that he had received nearly 100 friend requests. A considerable portion of these requests bore greetings directed at him, though they had all been sanitized. Your mother enjoys good health. Old coin. May your mother have all her wishes fulfilled. Wishing your family peace and happiness. You deserve great fortune. All greetings had been transformed into blessings. Regarding the greetings and blessings, Su Ling merely glanced at most of them before focusing on a select few. Lao Lu, dear brother-in-law, please add me as a friend. I have followed your advice and engaged with your sister. What should I do next? Fire Tooth Rising. Oh great one, do you remember me? I am the little fire who was eliminated by you in the last game of the 9 Dragons competition. What a coincidence that we meet again. And I have been eliminated by you once more. Shall we add each other as friends? Time Realm. I am Time Realm. I have some serious matters to discuss with you. Kindly accept my friend request. There was no particular reason for Su Ling to pay attention to these 3 messages. The player Lao Lu intrigued him due to his mischievous nature, while Firetooth Rising was merely a familiar face from both games, since he had few friends. Adding another could prove beneficial in the future. As for Time Realm, Su Ling intended to utilize the machinery of the state to better understand the game Hyperdimensional Kill and to avoid unnecessary complications, while also enhancing the reputations of his parents, Su Peiqing and Yang Xiaoying. After all, this was a future colleague. It would be remiss to ignore their friend request. After approving some players' requests, Su Ling turned to the message from his only previous friend, Little and Cute. Boss, the game has concluded, and my game rating has reached level A. Haha. Su Ling, that's impressive. Little and Cute. Boss, what is your game rating for this session? You eliminated so many players. It must be quite high. Time Realm, hello? Su Ling, I am delighted to meet a distinguished player like you. I wonder if you had the opportunity to meet the Pope from the last game and could inquire about those 2 questions for me. Time Realm wasted no time, diving straight into the matter without unnecessary preamble. At that moment, it was the middle of the night in the White Eagle Federation, where Qin resided. Meanwhile, in Yin Country, which was 12 hours ahead, it was midday. This explains why only Time Realm messaged him immediately after accepting friend requests. The others were at work and offline, while Time Realm was currently on duty. Su Ling, not bad, level A. He refrained from specifying the level due to the absence of such a rating in the Hyperdimensional Kill forum, wishing to avoid any potential complications by not disclosing the truth to Qin. Su Ling, I asked, but what do you need me to ask those 2 questions for? You also mentioned it would benefit me. Furthermore, you claim to be a soldier from Yin Country. Is that true? From his perspective, he perceived Time Realm's intentions clearly, understanding the underlying motives behind the inquiry. However, from Time Realm's viewpoint, he merely appeared as an ordinary player. Hence, Su Ling needed to exhibit the curiosity expected of a player. It was evident that Time Realm was genuinely eager regarding these 2 questions. Su Ling, he questioned me in return, asking why I would pose such a question to him, stating that I should be more aware of my origins as a being from another world. As for the essence of life's evolution, he spoke of a method that could lead him to the divine realm, suggesting that this evolution is the ultimate destiny of life. The revelation that Pope Zhou Zhao is someone who has traversed from the real world into this realm is indeed astonishing. Su Ling understands that the temporal realm is well aware of the progress regarding transdimensional kill, and he considers this discovery to be somewhat ahead of its time for the other party. Moreover, should he divulge this information, it would undoubtedly prompt inquiries into how he acquired such knowledge. The capability of self-awareness is something he must keep confidential. However, remaining completely silent could arouse suspicion, leading the other party to doubt the authenticity of his visit to the mountaintop to consult the Pope, or to suspect he harbors other secrets. Thus, Su Ling can only share a fragment of his understanding of life's evolution to engage the other party's interest. This conclusion serves as a subtle and indirect guidance. Additionally, he conveyed information that Zhou Zhao had explicitly mentioned from another world, intending to lend credibility to the situation and allow the temporal realm to ponder the reasons behind the sudden descent of the 4th-tier Holy Court Knight Roger Samuel from the mountaintop. Indeed, Su Ling, utilizing his self-awareness ability, observed that the other party immediately reported the message he had sent to the exploration team and then proceeded to convene a research discussion. Consequently, he paid it little mind. So small yet so adorable. How impressive. As the temporal realm logged off for the meeting, Qin sent another message. Su Ling, not at all. He then began searching among the players who had added him as a friend for the next rated assistant. Soon, he discovered several players of notable rank among the friend requests, except for one. These players had added him out of curiosity or a desire to seek his guidance after hearing of his exploits on the Transdimensional Kill forum. The remaining player was a passerby whom the temporal realm had recruited to balance the game's difficulty in the previous match. However, due to Su Ling's presence, he ultimately did not benefit from the temporal realm's guidance, merely surviving to the end without any reward, thereby wasting more than a day's time. Initially believing that having a player of the temporal realm's caliber would yield substantial benefits in the game, he found himself worse off than those who had been eliminated early. At least they had not squandered an entire day. Consequently, he harbored a deep resentment towards Su Ling. The additional information in his friend request was a tirade against Su Ling. Big Bun, you really ought to perish. Because of you, I wasted over a day of my time. Playing a trivial game while resorting to such underhanded tactics is truly pathetic. After contemplating the message he received, Su Ling decided to accept the request. He then sent a message to the individual. Su Ling, shall we play the next game together? Big Bun, are you serious? Su Ling, indeed, shall we? Big Bun, Alright. You truly excel at this game. I have never encountered such a playstyle. It has genuinely reshaped my understanding of this game. Big Bun, when shall we embark on our next match? Sulong hee. I still prefer the defiant demeanor you exhibited earlier. Suling, wait for me to deal with the useless weapon cards I obtained from the last game, and I will call you then. Big Bun, alright. Please take your time, great master. Let me know when you're done. I am always online. Su Ling, Finding this random teammate from the previous game wasn't purely out of Su Ling's mischievous inclination. Although the other party was a novice player, Su Ling gleaned from their personal history that they had only recently begun playing Hyperdimension Kill for less than 2 months, including the last game. It was only their 9th match. From the previous game, observing how the player followed Su Ling, it was evident that they had potential. They were willing to strategize, minimizing the chances of becoming a liability when teamed up. After locating the next potential ally, Su Ling intended to message Chen Shasha, but at that moment, a message from her arrived first. Little cutie, hey, boss, I might not be able to play with you anymore. The gaming sessions have been too lengthy, and I'm still in school, so I'm short on time. If I continue, I might end up disconnecting midway, and I don't want you to dislike me. Upon reading this, Su Ling was not particularly surprised. His ability of self-awareness had already foreseen Chen Shasha's decision a few seconds prior. Naturally, he accepted her choice with grace. Chen Shasha was concerned about being disliked for disconnecting mid-game, and coincidentally, her gaming rank had improved, making it impractical for them to continue playing together, an outcome that aligned perfectly. Su Ling, it's alright. At your age, academics should take precedence. Also, I don't dislike you, don't overthink it. We can play together during your break. After sending this message, Su Ling pondered for a moment before composing another note. Su Ling, by the way, I acquired many side quest reward cards in the last match. Since we were a team, I should share half with you. However, I tend to have bad luck, and the random rewards were mostly useless weapon cards. So please don't mind. Determined to treat Chen Shasha well, Su Ling could not hoard the rewards from their joint efforts. Since these worthless weapon cards held little value, he decided to utilize them effectively. After sending the message, Su Ling packaged half of the useless weapon cards from the stall and mailed them to Chen Shasha, who was in a different game plaza. However, just as he sent it, the next moment brought an unexpected announcement. System announcement, effective immediately. This game will suspend the start of new games. Players in the game plaza or initial space will temporarily be unable to begin new games, while those still engaged in a game may continue normally. Once all players conclude their games, the system will forcibly log off all players to initiate a version update. Please stay tuned. A sudden system message flashed before Su Ling's eyes. He was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that he was not alone. All players in the game plaza shared his astonishment. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ling finally comprehended that this system announcement was not solely directed at him. Rather, it was disseminated to all players. The game's Superdimensional Kill was poised for a version update. Wow, a version update has actually arrived. I wonder what new features it will bring. How unfortunate. After much effort, I managed to find a high-level player to guide me, only for a version update to prevent the initiation of a new game. Is this a joke? A version update occurs only once in over a year. This game is indeed peculiar. Other games release 3 to 4 updates annually. If this game does not introduce new gameplay soon, it will inevitably fade into obscurity. What the hell? The version update came without any prior indication, and there has been no chatter on the forums. What am I to do with all the items I have stockpiled? Surely, this update cannot be for nothing. The current mode is perfectly fine, isn't it? I hope the new version will eliminate character clothing protection, otherwise, it lacks authenticity. Is authenticity truly what you seek? I don't even want to point that out. In the game plaza, after an initial moment of shock, players erupted into fervent discussions regarding the version update. Amidst the fervor, Su Ling furrowed his brow slightly. How could there be a sudden version update? Superdimensional Kill was far more than a mere game. His previous analyses and speculations had indicated that this game was intricately tied to the advancement of humanity in this world and likely involved crucial elements of higher dimensions, which could potentially lead to a significant leap in human technology or evolutionary progress. Yet, it also harbored the potential for catastrophic disasters for humanity on this planet if mishandled. Thus, Su Ling understood why this enigmatic and significant game had refrained from updates for such an extended period, unlike other games that frequently introduced various gimmicks and boisterous promotions. Yet now, this profoundly mysterious game was indeed set for an update. This could only imply one possibility: the emergence of a momentous, unknown variable that he was unaware of. Suddenly, Su Ling recalled that during the previous game, his deductions indicated that Chen Shasha would soon clear her name and extricate herself from the CIA's scrutiny within the White Eagle Federation. However, the situation unexpectedly shifted when a different individual took over the matter. Could this change also stem from the same unknown variable? In that instant, Su Leng felt an urgent desire to uncover the nature of this enigmatic variable. As he was pondering the reasons behind the sudden version update of Superdimensional Kill, Chen Shasha sent another message. "You're so cute, even in your smallness. Are you upset?" Upon reading Chen Shasha's message, a question mark materialized in Su Leng's mind. After a moment of contemplation, she had disclosed her inability to play together, and he had immediately shared half of the item cards he had acquired in the last game with her. This action felt somewhat akin to settling accounts and parting ways. Yet in truth, Su Leng harbored no such intentions. He even felt that her proactive announcement of her inability to play together spared him considerable effort in explaining. It must be acknowledged that there exists a significant disparity in thought processes between men and women, especially for someone like Chen Shasha, an 18-year-old girl with a myriad of inner thoughts. However, Su Leng truly lacked the time to tend to her emotional intricacies. The game Hyperdimensional Kill required a version update. Currently, players in the game square and initial space could not commence new games, and those who had started a new game would be forcibly disconnected once the existing players concluded their sessions. The duration of this process remained uncertain, as the flow of time in the game square and initial space mirrored that of the real world, while the temporal dynamics within the game differed. Su Leng needed to complete his tasks before being forcibly logged out. Even the small ones are quite adorable, he thought. Upon returning to the initial space, he silently intoned, "Repair tactile sense." Among the remaining 5 senses, only smell and touch had yet to be restored. Learning from the experiences of the nested Pope, Zhou Zhao, Su Leng discarded the notion of hoarding hyperdimensional energy for a comprehensive restoration. He needed to maintain a balance between his body and consciousness. Although there was no attribute panel visible in the real world, Su Leng surmised from his mental state that his consciousness had likely escalated to a level bordering on divine fragmentation. Thus, he opted to restore his tactile sense. Despite the impending pain associated with the sensation of bodily insertion, it was preferable to the prospect of personality fragmentation and the descent into madness. With a firm resolve, he concentrated, and the golden light representing hyperdimensional energy surged forth from myriad virtual frames before him, swiftly merging into his forehead. Receiving instructions. Commencing repair of the player's tactile consciousness. Please hold. Repair complete. As the hyperdimensional energy integrated into his forehead, the confirmation of completion appeared. There was still no significant sensation. However, with extensive experience in restorations, Su Leng was no longer a stranger to the application of hyperdimensional energy. He understood that any changes would manifest in the real world. Thus, he paid little heed to the absence of sensation within the game. Normally, he would have logged out immediately to experience the restored body. But given the ongoing version update of Hyperdimensional Kill, he was uncertain if he would be able to log back in after disconnecting. Therefore, he chose to remain in the game. He accessed his friends list and composed a message to the player known as the Debauzi, whom he had recently contacted. "Su Leng, have you seen the announcement regarding the version update? We cannot start new games for now. I will inform you once the update is complete." The Debauzi, "Oh, okay. I will await your message, esteemed player." He contemplated whether to exchange the Face of Divine Command in the Dimension Tools section for dimensional points. However, upon reflection, he realized that the exchange would yield only 100 dimensional points, which could only be traded for a dimensional upgrade card in the dimensional marketplace. Since he already possessed one, it was prudent to retain the item for future use, as he could exchange it at any time. Upon this realization, Su Leng ceased to regard his one-dimensional attribute panel and quietly lingered in the initial space, observing the dynamic information of players with whom he had previously interacted, as relayed by his self-omniscience. Before long, through the activities of these players, Su Leng confirmed a significant fact. Once logged out, it was indeed impossible to re-enter the game. Instead, one would enter a state of pending login. In this pending state, the one-dimensional attribute panel remained visible. With this confirmation, Su Leng felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that the dimensional upgrade card was still usable, which was reassuring. His greatest concern had been that the forced logout would render the acquired dimensional upgrade card unusable, leaving him feeling vulnerable in the real world. He had little inclination to consider Chen Shasha's feelings for this reason. However, now that he knew he could still utilize the dimensional upgrade card at any time, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Having completed his physical restoration using hyperdimensional energy and confirmed the normal functionality of the dimensional upgrade card, Su Leng had little left to address. After finishing these matters, he did not linger any longer and logged out of the game. In the North China region, in a certain base, within a conference room, a dozen individuals were engaged in a research discussion. From the intelligence we currently possess, it appears that life evolution is intimately linked with attribute values. When attribute values break through from single digits to double digits, such a significant transformation heralds a metamorphosis. Furthermore, The new information brought forth by this temporal realm offers another perspective on the notion that the path to the divine realm represents the ultimate evolution of life. How do you interpret this? Additionally, the fact that the Pope is aware that we, as players, do not belong to that game world, and conversely asserts that we should understand dimensional issues better than he does. What implications do you believe this holds? Seated at the head of the conference table was a middle-aged man with a square face, who began by summarizing previously acquired intelligence. He then inquired about the new information obtained from this temporal realm. Following this, he directed his gaze to the second seat on his left, where Shijing sat, and said, "Shijing, please share your insights." In response, Shijing scanned the faces of those present in the conference room before speaking. In my personal understanding, that game world embodies a Western fantasy backdrop, and the so-called divine realm likely refers to the world inhabited by deities existing beyond that realm. Interpreting it through the intelligence we have gathered, it should correspond to what is termed a higher dimensional world. The assertion that the path to the divine realm represents the ultimate evolution of life may very well imply that these deities might merely be life forms with exceptionally high attribute values. However, how the Pope discerned that we, as players, do not belong to that gaming realm remains a mystery to me. Yet, from the opposing perspective, it appears that we possess a clearer understanding of dimensions than he does. It seems that, in their perception, players are regarded as beings from a divine realm, hailing from a higher dimensional world, suggesting that our existence is akin to a higher dimension in relation to that game world. At this juncture, Shijing hesitated momentarily, preparing to speak further, when suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open. A young man, seemingly in his 20s, rushed in, panting heavily. The individuals gathered for the meeting immediately furrowed their brows in response to the interruption, with the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, his square jawline accentuating his authority, reprimanding, "Xiao Lu, why are you still so reckless? Remember to knock before entering next time. Do you understand?" Yet, undeterred by the team leader's admonition, the young man exclaimed in shock, "Team leader, esteemed captains, Super Dimension Kill has announced a system-wide update. It's about to change versions." What? The news sent a wave of astonishment through the meeting room, causing everyone to rise in disbelief. How could this be? What on earth has transpired? The room erupted with a cacophony of exclamations. In the midst of the crowd, Shijing furrowed his brow and addressed the team leader. "I was too hasty when I logged off and forgot to inquire about Su Ling's origins. I will go ask now." With that, he stood up, intent on re-entering the game from the studio. However, the young man who had burst into the meeting quickly interjected with a wry smile. "Captain, sure. There's no need to go. Once the game is offline, you can't log back in." Upon hearing the young man's words, Shijing's brow furrowed even deeper. In his eagerness, he had neglected to gather information about Su Ling in reality, planning to report the intelligence first before reaching out. Little did he anticipate that Super Dimension Kill would undergo a version update. This was beyond his expectations. Understanding the seriousness of the situation better than anyone else present, he promptly exited the meeting room. Witnessing the team leader's grave demeanor, Shijing's earlier speculations about the current predicament were further validated. However, in matters of such magnitude, there was little he could do. He could only fulfill his responsibilities to the best of his ability. First, he needed to locate Su Ling. Since Super Dimension Kill was now inaccessible due to the version update, all he could do was attempt to contact Su Ling in the real world. Given that this individual excelled in the game, surpassing him in skill, if he could persuade them to join the team, it was possible they could quickly achieve a high rating and perhaps even join the elite exploration group. But wait, it was entirely possible that Su Ling had already attained a high rating in the previous game. Shijing had witnessed firsthand how this player had embodied a particular persona, systematically eliminating members of other teams. Such a performance not only aligned perfectly with their character, but, barring any unforeseen events, was likely to culminate in a victorious conclusion. If a player of such caliber could not secure a high rating in Super Dimension Kill, he genuinely wondered how one could attain such a distinction. Upon this thought, the urgency to locate the other party surged within Shijing. He swiftly made his way to the information room of the exploration team, where he began to utilize the available resources to seek out Su Ling. Although he had been too preoccupied with relaying intelligence to inquire about the individual's origin during the game, thus complicating the search, the advancement of the internet had rendered such inquiries feasible. With his level of access, he could easily retrieve national registration data. Coupled with his expertise in locating individuals as an agent, finding the person in real life should not prove overly challenging. It merely required additional time. 3 days later, in the information room, having identified several potential candidates and methodically filtering through them, Shijing's gaze fell upon an online article. It detailed the arrest of a prominent figure from a certain region within the country, and to his astonishment, the name Su Ling appeared, albeit as that of a victim. rendered a vegetable? Such occurrences involving local dignitaries wreaking havoc were a source of profound disdain for Shijing. The existence of such malefactors tarnished the diligent efforts of him and his colleagues. At times, he found himself wishing he could personally deal with these scourges. Nonetheless, this remained a mere thought. Naturally, he welcomed the news of the capture of such individuals. Thus, he casually delved into the details surrounding the incident. However, upon investigation, he was taken aback to discover that the matter seemed far more complex than he had initially presumed.